Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 1-1. Swing and a drive deep into right field. Going back on this is Butler. He turns to look. It's out of here. Opposite field shot for Jake Berger. 2 home runs on the night. 4-0 Rangers.
Thank you, Hicksy. That is a way to start off the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ live on DFW Sports Station. Your official home of the Texas Rangers is 105.3 The Fan. Got the entire morning family with you. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, and Peyton Phillip Russell running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. You got Walk, Burger with a double patty, and Nate Eovaldi finally showing up as the Texas Rangers score 8 to stop the 5-game winning streak of the whatever they're called Raiders.
The
Athletics.
The swinging A's. Just that stadium, man. You got the poor guy in right field just shading his eyes.
Bobby was just talking about it with the highlights up here.
It's hilarious. It's so bad. And then they're showing the skyline of Sacramento with that one dystopian-looking bridge they had out there.
It's not your night.
Light the beam.
Oh, God, I feel so bad. No offense to our Sacramento Tolo that's out there. But, look, it is completely evident this team just absolutely loves playing anywhere except Globe Life Field offensively. And those bats come alive. And I don't know if
everybody came alive last night.
Yeah.
Other than Nimmo. Nimmo's the one guy who didn't.
The one guy who hits in Arlington.
The golden sombrero.
The only guy who can actually hit in Arlington is Nimmo, and he can't. He didn't hit last night. But I don't know if the ball jumps out of there. I haven't looked at their park factors, but it looked like the second Burger home run was like, all right, this could be like a lazy fly ball. And they just kept carrying. And Seegers did too. The one that got robbed.
Nate Eovaldi came in with a 7.98 ERA in his first 3 starts. Gave up 3 singles, walked 2, struck out 7 in the opener of the 4-game series.
Yeah, so we're off the whatever panic meter we may have had. Because I don't think we were. I definitely heard KNC felt like there was some growing tension for them on Eovaldi's starts, but
I was getting a little worried.
It wasn't good, right? Like to me, it's more concerning when we've seen in past years because it's been each of the last 2 years where he starts like having velocity issues or his mechanics look weird or they got to stop down the game for him. And so this looked like he needed to get more into his rhythm. That's a good start to it right there. He's always been a guy who, even when he pitches well in April or he pitches poorly in April, he tends to build up, and by May is typically his best month of the year whenever he's pitching. So it's a good way to get it going in the right direction.
Fantastic. Jake Berger going deep twice, continuing to make Corey Majors look good. Meanwhile, the armpit has lost 8 straight. The Houston Astros are 6-11. They're 1-9 away from the armpit. And I think the show before us was just saying that the Astros, they lead Major League Baseball in runs scored. And you're 6-11. They also lead Major League Baseball in runs given up.
Yeah, that's not gonna get it done. And finally, it looks like the Astros have finally met their match, and that is Father Time. Father Time. You guys leaving? You get the guys leaving out there. Like Fromber's left in the last couple of years. You lose Verlander and you lose Cole all over the last handful of seasons, and then you lose Kyle Tucker. Was there for a while, not there anymore, obviously.
Trash cans have become biodegradable. They don't clank like they used to.
I don't hear a trash can anymore. Bregman obviously has been gone. So some of those guys that Correa, Springer, all these guys that were there for over the last decade, they've all found their way to other teams.
By the way, one more note on the Rangers, right on Rangers with this, and I made a side note. We do have to give him his props because I was getting ready to get him off the team. Josh Young started the month with a .95 average, and he is now up to 244. So Josh Young doing a little bit more damage last night as well. Props to him. Some speculating that Skip benching him on that Tuesday in Baltimore, maybe it woke him up a little bit. That's probably looking into it a little bit too much, but the balls in play last night, exit velo, 89, 95, and 100. In his last 7 games, he's hitting .381 with a .934 OPS.
Ooh.
Nice for the Jungle Cat.
It is always weird, though, to look at somebody's slash line for the year and you see that their on-base percentage is higher than their slugging. That's always just like a weird inversion.
Yeah.
But he's somebody who, like, we talked about it earlier in the year, even when he started 0 for 20 or whatever it was, he wasn't getting a lot of, he wasn't getting a lot of fly balls. It was a lot of just line drives and ground balls and things like that. But he wasn't chasing a lot of the same pitches, at least, that he had been last year. Like last year, it was all you got the ball 6 inches above the zone, he'd chase it, and he's done less of that this year. And so hopefully that balances.
I don't know that I care for the Jungle Cat nickname.
Why?
What about the Jungle Cat?
I can get down with that. What's a young gun?
That's really bad.
The young gun. Yeah, I don't know. I hadn't heard that before.
Before I just said it?
I hadn't heard that. Maybe I had. I just didn't pay attention to it.
Probably that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't care for it.
All right, the Cowboys may be getting another veteran corner before the draft. We'll get to that at 6:20. A loaded Inside the Star with the draft coverage next week. Pat to the Draft brought to you by Pluckers. And, of course, we will be inside the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Now let's get to actually my favorite story of the day.
With the first pick in the 2026 WNBA draft, the Dallas Wings select AZ5. University of Connecticut.
Dallas Wings had the number 1 pick again, and they draft the guard out of UConn. You heard it last night with the commissioner. And I was listening to KNC on the way home, and Kevin Hagelin was doing the best job of talking about all the different prospects. You had a TCU option. The Wings have signed a co-defensive player of the year to help them balance out that roster. But then I started reading a little bit more. And it appears, and I did not see the media necessarily. Jake is excited out there, Reema. I did not necessarily hear and see the media ask Fudd if she was still dating Paige Beckers going back to their days at UConn.
It's like she plays for the Patriots or something.
That's right. And my mind just started going right to, a lot of people are like, what are you talking about this for? You don't watch the WNBA? You're correct. I do not watch. You're right. I'm not going to sit up here and lie. But I don't really think I have to be a WNBA insider or Kevin Gray or Reggie Atatula in order to talk about relationships.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking about all the different dynamics, and I have a list of questions here.
Let's go.
Number 1.
Let's hit them up. Let's get her on.
Are they still dating? Very attractive young lady, by the way. Mm-hmm. I think they are still dating. Number 2 was the selection, because this was not a no doubt obvious Paige Beckers, Caitlin Clark, number 1 selection. There were some options there. No one's saying, oh my God, there's a generational talent available for the Wings to take with their second consecutive year having the number 1 pick. So, number 1, are they still dating? Number 2, was the selection influenced at all by Paige? If you did not draft her, would Paige be upset by that? A lot of people are saying, what are you talking about? The chemistry will be even better. They were dating going back to college. Look at the UConn success. Well, yeah.
They've been friends for like a decade.
That's cool. If you can guarantee me that it's going to be eternal bliss and they're going to get married and things are going to be fine over the next 10 to 15 years of their WNBA careers, I'm all for it. As you may know, this just in, relationships can be complicated. What happens? They get in an argument. What happens if the coach isn't happy with Fudd? What happens if the general manager does something with her? Just all the different dynamics that work out. You know, a lot of people are like, I work with my spouse.
Sure.
Things have worked out okay. Other people are like, I work with my spouse, and I would not advise this whatsoever. So these are all the things going through my mind after the number 1 pick.
It's fair. It's fair. I do know that there were this is last year. The Wings had 2 girls on the team that were in a relationship together.
Okay.
This is not,
and they ended up with the number 1 pick.
Yeah, and that's also why this doesn't matter. There's already trouble. They've had the number 1 pick 2 years in a row. There's already trouble with that team. Plenty of trouble. But this is not abnormal in WNBA. I wouldn't let this up. There's a lot of teammates in relationships, be they engaged or just, canoodling or in relationships that are not, engaged. So I don't know. I don't know how much of this is just like a WNBA thing.
Yeah.
Because it is much more normal in that league than it would be that we know of in other leagues.
Yeah.
We don't know of anybody else in any other league.
Tolo Mark says DeWanna Bonner and Alyssa Thomas dated. Courtney Vandersloot, Allie Quigley. This is the first time that it's so high profile, but it's not uncommon.
Some of those don't even sound like real names to me when I heard this. This is look, I don't worry about the off the court stuff. I just worry about what goes on in that Wings court, Sean. And, the fact that you're getting a prolific shooter and a two-way player and somebody who's really known for exceptional off-ball movement, to me, that's just...
Hey, watch her catch and shoot. She gets that thing out in a hurry from deep. And the Wings were terrible from three last year.
And that's what I'm talking about. You've said it. What more can be said? And so that's my take on this, is that she's great. And I hope that they have lots of in-game entertainment where she says something like, I'm hunting wabbits or something like that.
Tolo Val is not very happy. You can clearly tell the people who have not been watching women's basketball, or at least, yes, you're right. I've not been watching. I leave that over to Choppy.
Unrivaled. 3-on-3.
Y'all know nothing except the girlfriend part. Go kick rocks. Okay.
Also, who cares? That's the number one story today. Whether you like it or not, the mainstream sports fan is like, the number one story is not that they had the number one pick. It's that the number one pick is going to a team that her girlfriend is on. You could try to you gotta sports this up all you want. The number one story, it's on, whether it's on TMZ or whatever, it's that the girlfriend is on the team.
Yeah.
Have you ever dated somebody you worked with? I did.
No.
One time. It didn't go well.
Right?
Yeah, really quick.
What was the job?
Define date.
It was radio, but it was over within 2 months, and then she left. She left the job.
I was in a radio station with a couple, and it was nasty, ugly drama. They ended up getting married, then they ended up getting divorced.
There is something healthy about being apart. Being with each other all the time is not the healthiest thing, I don't think.
Yeah. I always wonder this about, presidents that go up to speak and the first lady's right there, or having to support them publicly, and I'm like, what happened? How often have they just had an argument and they have to put on this fake thing? That would suck to go out there, stand next to each other, do the fake hold hands, and you just fought about who didn't clean the blender, right? Those types of things. Public couples, I'm always wondering what really happened 20 minutes ago.
I assume that there's a fight every night.
I think that's
when you're in that kind of pressure cooker to begin with, gotta be.
Well, I think that's why, in movies, we think of it as a joke or whatever. But whenever there's a movie about a senator or whatever, and then it's always if they show the relationship, it's almost like he's vetting a vice presidential run. So much of it is about all right, visually, how well are you going to be able to play ball here?
Are you telling me that if you have a tiff the night before or in the morning, that you're going to go out there and converse the exact same in the team huddle? Absolutely not. I'm going to be either not talk to you, I'm going to not interact with you in the huddle or on the sideline. Things are going to be different for a day or however long it takes for us to get over the squabble.
Absolutely. Whether it's that night, you get some people, I've got a rule. Nothing that once we go to sleep, fight's over. There is no fighting the next day. Next day is a new day.
And how long does that actually?
It works.
It works.
It works. I don't accept the anger.
Yeah, sounds like some deeply repressed issues, though.
I resolve nothing.
We bury it.
I resolve nothing.
So, WNBA fans, worked up, angry, go ahead, hit us up on the Franklin Franco text line, 877-881-1053, and we welcome AZ Fudd to the Metroplex, along with Paige Beckers and Cooper Flagg. Got all the number one picks.
Just be realistic. That's what I would say. To when people get worked up about this kind of thing, just be realistic about. No, I'm talking about if somebody's getting realistic about all you know is this sort of thing. Saying just be realistic about nationally what people understand about the league, and it's grown, and that's great. But if you want people to get engaged, stop freaking out when the vast majority of people who don't follow the league don't know it.
Are the Cowboys about to trade for their nickel corner before selecting in next week's draft, and you may not have to overpay to move up. Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys next.
After we get you over to Base Power, basepowercompany.com/thefan, we're going to make that switch.
savings on the things you need. Visit us at Berkeys.com today.
In 37968.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Love getting the draft tidbits every single day leading up to the big show on Thursday. Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. The rest of the station at your neighboring Pluckers locations. I'll be in Mesquite. Wow. Choppy will be in Alliance. Roberto will be with the mic. And Peyton will be running our draft coverage, the best in town. You know that if you've been listening to the station for months and months leading up to this process. Albert Breer with a great NFL mailbag, and the Cowboys were touched on a few times. Let's talk about Kenny Moore. So last week it came out that the Colts defensive back has worked it out with the team that he could be traded. Mutual understanding. Let's try to make something work. The Colts and Moore agreed to explore a deal after the team captain has been there for 9 years in Indianapolis. So obviously he's not a young pup. I think we're talking about 31. Actually 30. Albert Breer. First of all, he's still a good football player. Moore had 6 pass breakups, an interception, 1.5 sacks, and 3 tackles for loss in 14 games last season. As you would expect from a guy who has been a captain 4 times, he's also a front-of-the-room type who was nominated by the team for the Walter Payton Man of the Year award the past 2 years. I love that. His position has taken on greater importance across the league. How much has Bobby and everyone else talked about the nickel spot in Christian Parker's defense? Guys who were once purely nickels playing part-time are now viewed as starters. As for potential landing spots, Breer writes, I think Dallas would be one, with the nickel being an important piece in CP's defense and the Cowboys having a hole after Jordan Lewis. The Vikings are another potential fit, with Moore's versatility meshing, at least on paper, with Brian Flores and how he builds his D. Moore will turn 31 in August, is in a contract year, so that will drive down his value some, but if the price was a day 3 pick on the higher end and I had a need like Dallas and Minnesota, I would probably do it.
I think it makes a lot of sense if they were to get involved on that, just because of, he is, you want to talk about, Jerry has spoken a lot about that nickel spot this offseason. And
with J-Lou regret.
Yeah, specifically like identifying Jordan Lewis as like we messed up there. And Brian Schottenheimer talking about, we saw Jordan Lewis go off. That's clearly like been on their mind, that spot. So I think you get somebody in here like Kenny Moore, who is a very good nickel and has been a good nickel in the NFL now for several years. He's been in the NFL like 10 years. So he's somebody who I think would be a really good fit for what they're trying to do. And then if you were able to swap a late round pick, get a veteran in here at the nickel, that also changes the landscape of how you attack the draft.
Comp?
Probably, I would think 4th or 5th.
Okay, so let's take our day 2 selections real quick.
All right.
And let's talk about the veterans in the league and what you're willing to give up and give away. And again, your topic of picks for players or players for picks. Jordan Brooks for a 3. You willing to do both? And Kenny Moore for a 4? You willing to give away a 3 and a 4? Or if you had one choice between the two, which one would you execute?
I'd have to know who they get at the top. So if Styles slid to them, for instance, and they were able to take Styles, well, then my answer becomes Kenny Moore. If they're able to get Downs, then it'd be Jordan Brooks. So I would think it's more likely they could get Downs. So at that point, I would guess the likelier pairing would be Downs. You keep your 3rd, and then you swap a 4th or a 5th for Moore.
Hot take here. I don't even think it's a hot take. What have we always said about defensive players?
They play defense.
We want them to be a little crazy. Do we want a Walter Payton Man of the Year on defense?
Well, I don't think we say that for all defensive players. We say that for, a DN.
Yeah.
You remember Darryl Green, right?
Maybe a
before my
linebacker.
time, really, for the most part.
I definitely don't want idiots at like football dumb like we had last year.
No, that's for damn sure. It's just like I don't want my defenseman in hockey to win the Lady Byng. That's the gentleman's sportsmanship. I want somebody dirty. Kind of want somebody dirty on defense in the NFL. But you're talking about a late round pick, and you're talking about somebody who's a smarter player.
I mean, the guys that have won it are Bobby Wagner, Eric Armstead, Cam Hayward, Dak Prescott, Calais Campbell, J.J. Watt,
definitely don't want J.J.
Anquan Bolden, Charles Tillman, Jason Witten. So we ain't talking about bums.
No, they're not bums. They're not bums. Yeah, I mean, this is the obviously, like you said, the players for picks for players. Conversation, not controversy, conversation, and if you're talking about late round guys, I think to me late round picks are the absolute throwaways.
Are you qualifying a fourth as that?
Yes. Okay.
I start that in my mind with a fifth.
Okay.
I still have some legit hope that a fourth can work, and then when we get to a fifth, I'm like, it's not going to work anyway.
That's
just in my mind.
Yeah, no, for sure. And now, like, I don't want the team to think that. Right? I want the team generally to think, oh no, I'm good. I can find good value anywhere. But I also don't want the team to be holding on to 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th rounders like they're gold.
I think the going rate for a solid corner who's aging a little bit is roughly around a fifth. That's what Gilmore went for a couple years ago. We've seen some of these other veteran corners in their 30s go for about a fifth.
Yeah, I don't even think I'm doing a fourth. And if it comes down to Brooks for a third, and if it was a fourth from Kenny Moore, I'm not doing the fourth for Kenny Moore. He's 31 and has 1 year left. Jordan Brooks, I would at least hope I can give him the Nakobe Dean or Quay Walker deal. He's 28, so let's go ahead and re-sign that. But a 31-year-old corner, 1 year left, fourth, a little bit too rich. Well, throw out a fifth, okay. I'd prefer Brooks even at the higher cost.
And I am not a PFF fan, as we know, but just for baseline reference, these are his grades throughout his career. 65.9, 68.7, 75.5, 73.8, 66.6, 55.7, 76.8, 70.1, 66.7. He's been basically like 65 and above as a corner for his whole career.
Okay.
Which is, that's pretty solid.
Let me ask this. Should all these things be worked out on the clock or after the draft? If I told you that the Cowboys, would you prefer them work out a deal for Jordan Brooks today? I'm not saying any of this is going to happen. And does that still keep you in play possibly for a Styles move up or taking a linebacker? Or let's see what happens with Downs. Let's see what happens with Delane. Let's see what happens with Styles. And then we can mess with Jordan Brooks, Kenny Morris, whoever is going to be expendable to their team after they make their picks. Because if you go and get Jordan Brooks, then you could draft Pure. Right. You can be Pure, and you're not locked into absolutely anything out of need.
I think as a rule, if I get a player for a 5th round pick, I'm not going to let that alter my 1st round selection. I'm still going to go get the better. If I get the same position that I just got for a 5th, I'm not going to let that impact me. Just in the same way that if I draft a receiver in the 1st round, I'm not going to let that impact if I draft a receiver in the 6th round. I'm not going to let that impact it because it's a long play.
I think that
not for this team. It's win now.
I think most teams approach it as they want to see what they get on both sides. So right. I think the Dolphins would want to look and see how does the draft play out for us before we go purging somebody. And I think on Dallas's or anybody else's side, they look at it and go, all right, let's see what we're able to address. If we're able to get Sonny Styles by some miracle, well, did we really want to give up the 3rd rounder then for Brooks? So I think that's why.
Especially if you give up something, you would have to give up something to move up. You may have to give up your 3rd to move up to get Styles.
Yeah, exactly. And so I'm waiting.
Yeah, you want
I think everybody kind of sits and wait. I think Kenny Moore and we don't know with certainty yet that the Dolphins would move Jordan Brooks. Right. And so, I mean, it sounds like the Colts would move Kenny Moore, but the Jordan Brooks stuff, I would imagine everybody's just going to kind of sit back, see how the draft plays out, and then address it if they want to.
More of the latest from Albert Breer from Sports Illustrated. NFL Insider used to work here in the Metroplex. There's a reason why a consensus seems to be crystallizing that David Bailey will be the 2nd pick in the draft. They need that for the owner and to give the locker room reason to keep grinding along, whereas Arvell Reese, not an affront to him, but of the two, Bailey is clearly the more win-now, plug-and-play type dude. Where with Reese, you must have a plan to use and develop him at positions he has great ability but not much experience at. There's not a lot of that with Bailey. His ceiling is not as high as Reese's, but no one has to close their eyes and conjure up a vision for what he'll be as a pro. Quote from an executive, he's maybe as physically gifted as anyone in the draft, but it's time on task. He's never spent a ton of time at one spot. Off the ball, he's got a ton of ability, can rush the passer, probably where his greatest value is. You want to have a vision for that guy. And the reason we're even talking about this, number one, Texas Tech, but number two, all the Cowboy rumors of them moving up to get either Bailey and maybe even Reese. And Albert Breer paints a nice picture, in my opinion, for the Cowboys if they do want to trade up. Because he said these teams are looking to move down. Arizona, Tennessee, the Giants, Cleveland, and the Commanders. The problem for those five is finding teams to move up. It sounds like the Cowboys want to. Albert Breer also throws the Saints into the mix. The Cowboys could view Reese like they did Parsons in 2021. On the draft value chart, the 12th and 20th picks, oh my God, an insider actually used the chart, unlike some others. The 12th and 20th picks add up to 2,050 points, which is in between the value of the third and fourth picks. Would Arizona take a slight discount or ask Dallas for their third rounder, which would leave the Cowboys with just one pick in the top 100? It's interesting to ponder.
I mean, if there's, like the way these teams, the way I think they're doing it now is more positional value based on the chart as opposed to just the raw numbers. If you're going up for a quarterback, you're going to pay a premium. If you're going up for somebody that's not a quarterback, you may get a bit of a bonus, unless there's, this elite all-time player.
It hasn't always. So, like in recent history, going up generally is just where are you going up, they tax you. So if you're going up into the top 10, like typically they are going to put like a 10% tax on you. Because we've seen instances of going up for a quarterback is about even on the trade chart. For J.J. McCarthy was that way. There was another one who was like that. Lance, they paid a premium, but they were also going up to 3. And so
from like 14 or whatever.
I think they went up from 12, which is where Dallas is.
And Breer finishes at this point, and I think this is good for us. For teams picking that high, it's going to be challenging to find partners to move into that range. It's more likely we'll get more movement in the middle of the first round than we do at the top. The other player who could inspire trade is Jeremiah Love. So there we go with Albert Breer's notebook.
Trading up for what a time to be alive. Linebackers in the top 5, maybe safeties in the top 5, trading up for a running back, and a Texas Tech defensive player might be the first one off the board.
It is more likely than not, I think, at this point that they go up, Dallas. Just because I don't think that the board's going to fall for them the way they want. I think they're going to sit there on draft night, watch it, and go, all right, let's go. Let's find somebody.
But does that mean that Arizona is too early in the draft for them to know that where the board's going to be? So they wouldn't make that move, and they would maybe make the move to go up to 6 or 9.
You start hearing, I think, a little bit about you'll get a call from Arizona, and then maybe they're bluffing, but they'll tell you, hey, so and so wants to come up and get this, or they'll get a sense of the Titans want to do this, and they'll have an idea.
Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys with our coverage for real next Thursday inside the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. It sounds like someone is finally adopting the Sean Sharif way of dating, how you can find your next partner at that next Rangers game. It's PP in the morning. Next on 105.3 The Fan. But let me talk about the old way of security for your home.
Each Tuesday afternoon at 3:20 with the G-Bag Nation. This is the place for Rangers coverage right here on The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
PP in the morning. Yeah. PP in the morning. PP in the morning.
That is right. It's Tuesday, 6:40. It's time for a little PP in the morning every single Tuesday at this time. And guys, lucky for you guys, you get PP in the early morning tomorrow morning, 5:30 to 6. An entire half hour of just PP. Look, I mean, recently the news isn't out yet, but I got a promotion. The boss said you don't get your own segment, another segment. You get your own show. 30 minutes. No more Drake Toll in the mornings. You get Drake Toll for 30 minutes, I guess. But the other 30 minutes, instead of snacks, it's PP. It's in the morning, 5:30 to 6 tomorrow. I will be your host for 30 minutes.
Okay, you can stop promoting it as a promotion. This is the March Madness punishment, where Peyton has to host again solo. Who has confidence that it will be much better than last year, which ended up absolutely fantastic?
I think this is going to be an epic 30 minutes. Epic.
5:30 to 6.
Yeah. Oh. In a good way. A good way for us.
I think we should talk to Spittle and Tim about structuring the breaks so that whatever middle break he's supposed to take at 5:40, it just goes from 5:30 and then it's like a 10-minute break, so that then he has to go unfiltered for 20 straight minutes or whatever it is. And then I think we would get him floundering.
I think we just make it like fan after dark breaks and have them like 2 minutes.
Whatever. 2-minute breaks. He just takes them whenever because that's when they do.
How much have you prepped and what's on the menu?
I've thought about it for a good week and a half already. Again, I was able to prep halftime against Arizona, Michigan. Arizona was down by 35. It seemed like they weren't going to win that game, so I was already thinking about what I could do. And I got all day today. I might skip my nap, Sean. I might go napless today just so I can figure this out and
now,
get this.
I don't want to hear your Rangers breakdown, WNBA draft breakdown. Spittle had proposed having some random envelopes of subject matter.
Right.
So, you throw out 2 envelopes maybe.
Do that.
One in the first segment that he has to hit, one in the second segment, and he's just got to go ahead and make that adjustment. Like Jeopardy, like a category that hits.
You want to make some envelopes today? We could do this. We could make this
I would
work.
love to. I don't think anybody would be happy with the stuff I'd put in the envelope.
Yeah, we can brainstorm for next year. This is a great topic for next year. Look, I do have stuff planned. I think it's going to be funny. That's my goal, is to be funny.
Okay.
I'm not going to come in here and be, like Sean said, I don't need the stars and Rangers analysis. That's for you guys to take over when 6 o'clock gets here.
Okay.
I want to be funny, and I think I can do that. And if it means I'm screwing up in a train wreck tomorrow, then so be it.
And if you miss it from 5:30 to 6, we will be all over it for the replay sometime between 6 and 10. So tomorrow, the Peyton Russell March Madness punishment takes place.
He has to work in the phrase, though, Chop. Did he cook? Did he cook?
Ooh, did he cook?
PP in the morning.
All right, guys. Dating apps might be a thing of the past while you mingle with others at a baseball game. Tell me on the fan text 877-881-1053 if the Rangers should try this out and adopt this method. Many single people are making their way to Dodger Stadium to join Drafted, which is a way where you can buy tickets to a Dodgers game in a section where there are only single people within that section. Up front, the people around you are single, they're ready to mingle. You can hop around, you can go person to person, but you know what you're getting up front when you buy this package. And so how it works is you buy a package that consists of a pregame party at a bar, tickets to the game, and then a bar or club afterwards. And the pregame tickets cost about $30, and a ticket to the game along with the after party is a little over $100. So you're about, getting about $150 already up front, minus any Ubers or anything like that. And these seats are in the right field bleachers. If you know Dodger Stadium. Pretty good seats. I've never been there, but they're in the bleachers. They're not an actual seat. They're bleachers. You can move around, stuff like that. So the tickets get you to the bar. They get you a free drink. So that's the point of the free tickets. $30, and it says just a free drink. I don't know if I want $30 for a ticket, but again, you're there with a group of people, and so you'll be ready to mingle with all those guys at the bar at the pregame party.
Awesome.
Love it.
Love it.
This is kind of what my idea has been. Go to a place, go to a bar, know that there's a designated section or identification that person is open for business. And that sounds like a pretty decent deal at a Dodger game. So you got a lot of attractive baseball fans. They're going to spend a little bit of money. So
they are.
You can say, okay, you know the income bracket that you're dealing with. Love it.
So what would be? Because I agree, I think it's a good idea in general. What would be potential downsides to this? If you're looking to get into the dating pool, is there any downside to going and mingling here?
Well, I mean, that's what we're saying. That section is going to be all guys. It's going to be just dudes are just going to show up thinking that there's going to be a million.
That's the thing. There's a wait list of 200 women tickets right now.
Okay, so that's what
game.
I was curious about. Are they breaking it up by gender? Like once they sell out of male tickets, they only have so many.
They have even amount of tickets. I don't know the exact amount of tickets, but they have an even amount of tickets to where you have 100 guys, 100 girls.
Oh baby, yeah. Because I think in the future, in 200 years, we're all gonna we should all wear name tags. Perfect society.
The little hello, my name is.
We all wear name tags, and then you all have you have something on you that indicates single, married. Now usually it's the ring. The ring would indicate married. We already have that, but we need this makes things so much easier. Half of the anxiety of going to talk to a girl is not just a rejection. The rejection's half, and the other rejection is she with somebody, and is that guy lurking? That's part of it.
But isn't that part of the baptism of growth?
No. Who cares about the baptism of growth?
I don't want to see any growth.
Get rid of the discomfort.
Yep.
The only downside I could see to this being at a baseball game is, are you fine dating someone who cares about sports just as much or more than you? Are you willing to watch every Dodger game for the rest of your life with her commentating like she's Jared Sandler?
Do you? Holy smokes!
Holy smokes!
Do you think though that I would guess that a lot of the women that would be there would be heard about it and maybe socially going to Dodgers games, but aren't necessarily diehards. Which would be I hope.
It's like a Stars AA game.
Yeah, if you run into a diehard, I would. Yeah. I think if you go plop down next to a girl, you should ask her and just say what's Blake Snell's ERA, and then if she can tell you, you immediately leave.
Yes. God, I wish this was happening here, and Peyton could just go do audio, a thing that we used to do. Man on the street audio, like a bit here and there, and he just goes around recording.
Be nice. We used to do those back in the day.
Mm-hmm. And another thing to think about is you need time to do this as well. If there's a pregame party and an aftergame party, the game as well, I mean, you're looking at, 10 to 11 hours, I think, total time to do all this stuff.
10 to 11 hours?
Pregame. Well, how long are you pregaming for?
I'm sure the event is like an hour-long pregame.
Hour? Okay, then 3-hour game.
Yeah, so 4 hours?
2 hours.
Well, then after the after party.
Yeah, the after
and
party.
then what, you take her home afterwards? I count that as time as well.
What is
there
it?
You go.
When Amanda,
That's an assumption.
When you and Amanda go to a sporting event,
Really presumptuous.
her interest in the game is on a scale of 1 to 10.
1.
The 1?
Might be less.
Baseball is a perfect, whether you're a fan or not, it's a perfect social place to go. It's good for it's slow enough that you can kind of like keep up with something. If there's lulls in the conversation, you can kind of focus on the game. It's great.
All right, it is PP in the Morning every single Tuesday at this time. Guys, if you found almost $10,000 on the ground, would you search for the owner and try to return it? The answer is no, but it's always nice to hear when other people do it. $10,000 on the ground, and you see the owner walk away from it. Is it finders keepers or what?
I'd be like, hey.
Yeah, I'm waving them down like this as their backs turned to me.
Where is this happening? Is it like a Joel Epstein bathroom?
Yeah, let's say it's a bathroom to go along with the story here.
Is this an
right
Italian restaurant bathroom? Because then I'm not taking the money.
How am I just looking at $10K on the ground? that's there? Like,
So-
is it in a plastic bag? Is it in a suitcase? Is it in a duffel bag?
It could be in an envelope because
$10,000?
an 18-year-old Chick-fil-A employee, Jaden Cintron, in North Carolina, found $9,333 in a bathroom while on his break. There were 2 white envelopes near the toilet with 2 separate banks labeled on them. And I guess someone went to the bank to withdraw almost $10,000 and decided they quickly needed to go inside to eat Chick-fil-A instead of going through the drive-thru. This is actually WIT and First Alert News who caught up with Jaden and asked him about finding the money and then returning it to the owner.
I just picked it up and I brought it to Human Resources.
The money was inside 2 envelopes when he found it. I asked him why he didn't just keep the money for himself.
But that's not what Jesus would have done. That's not what God would have wanted.
Cintron said his faith guides his thought process.
Money is useless without character.
Kinston Police Chief Keith Goyette said it's amazing that Cintron did what he knew was right.
A lot of people will unfortunately take that money and run with it, but kudos to that employee at Chick-fil-A. Definitely deserves an award.
Yeah, I'm glad there are people like Jaden out there because I don't know if I would have done this.
Chick-fil-A is where you want to lose it. If you want to lose your money, you definitely want to lose it at Chick-fil-A.
How different is it now? Like, it's an employee versus you just being in there. This is a tough one for you just randomly going in, finding in the bathroom. Now, I'd be terrified walking out, feeling like I'm being set up, that someone's watching me, getting in my car, someone following me. I think it's a little if you're an employee and you're going to keep it, you have to quit.
Yeah.
You have to, you have to quit.
This guy walked in on a drop. That's what he did. He walked in on a drop.
That's the problem. I would not walk out of there with it because I would be telling myself in my head, this is some criminal's money and they're going to see that I took it.
Well, what was the reward?
So once the money was returned to the owner, they gave Jaden $500 of the almost $10,000. Which, I mean, do you start doing percentages? You could have lost almost $10,000. You give $500 back, but I guess anything counts.
Yeah, I think you gotta give more than a 5% reward. Right?
How much?
Oh, I think at least 10%. I think you gotta give at least $1,000.
Okay.
A minimum. My faith in I like to think that I would not really work
There's
that
no
hard
way.
to return it. But and I'll tell you this: when we lost a chair. We had a wagon and the chair fell out at Rocker B. And did anybody in the parking lot try to flag me down for just a $60 rocker chair? No, they didn't.
You saw the chair and you refused to confront them.
No. Well, I think I saw the chair. I'm not positive. They all look alike. All these chairs look alike.
You don't label? You don't mark?
We had just got it. We did not mark it yet.
Chick-fil-A workers on average apparently nationally make $15 an hour. So this would be about 33 hours of work.
Okay. And then you got to factor that in with just having to quit versus turning that in.
No, that 500. The reward is about a 1 week. I assume if you're
No, but if you walk out with the $9K.
Yeah, so
and then compare that to what you're going to get in another job once you leave that one, because there's no way you're going to be able to continue to work in there. You're either going to tell someone what happened.
Loose lips, baby, loose lips.
Camera of you walking out, all the surveillance.
That's about $9,000 at $15 an hour, and even if you're full-time 40 hours a week, that would be 15 weeks.
Oh, thanks,
Wow,
Wimby. Why don't you try
I did it on a calculator.
Why don't you try that math on your taxes? Why don't you try doing that today?
Because there are deductions and other things that I don't understand.
PP in the morning, every Tuesday at this time here on Sean and RJ. A Stars hat trick helps complete the comeback. And don't ever complain about the Dallas Cowboys media again after what happened yesterday with the massholes. Next. But let's go ahead and get you set up with the Tolo team of attorneys at Franco and Franco. Bobby just talked about a near car accident that happened to him today with a tire flying off. Choppy almost ran into it 5 minutes later. Things happen on the DFW roads, and we know a lot of times it's bad. Hit up Mark, Scott, and Gene. They're the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in the Metroplex. They'll guide you through the legal process, answer any question you may have, and fight nonstop using all the local connections and that 3 decades-long expertise, because for 30 years, Franco and Franco have been fighting for those injured in car and truck wrecks. So if you or a loved one has been injured, call Franco first to get the medical treatment you need and the money you deserve with no out-of-pocket expenses ever. The consultation is always free, and you don't pay anything until they win your case. So call Franco first at 214-817-all-threes, 333-3333. That's 333-3333, or francofirm.com. Tell them Sean from the Fans sent you to Franco and Franco, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Now on camera, and looking like they just rolled out of bed. See for yourself and subscribe to the Fan's YouTube page. Just search 105.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Yeah, so if you're not very good, you should probably draft players who are, and that's exactly what the Dallas Wings are doing. They pick up AZ Fudd with the first overall pick in the...
Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Petrovic tipped in front, puck scored! Maverick Bourque, the hat trick, his first in the NHL, and it's the first Stars lead, 6-5. What a game! What a night for Maverick!
Victory Plus with the call. The Stars spotting Toronto. A 3-goal lead. They come back, including 3 goals of their own in the third period to beat the Maple Leafs north of the border 6-5. The Stars have won 4 in a row, and you heard the hat trick right there.
And
4 points overall as well. Sorry.
And Maverick with as a Canadian kid from Quebec probably hates the Maple Leafs. Probably loves doing it in Toronto because he's probably grew up Canadiens fan in Quebec. Probably got a little bit even more joy out of this. And they're rolling. They are rolling now as they head to the playoffs. Still got one more. And Buffalo is the next team on their schedule that they finish up the regular season with Buffalo. Buffalo is a great story this year. They had made the playoffs. Now the Jets are all alone as the team that's the longest drought in the postseason. The Buffalo hadn't made the playoffs since like 2011. Been that long. And in a league where half the teams make it, more than half.
Isn't that true about the NFL too?
What, the Jets?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the lone, yeah.
So the NFL
Rory McIlroy has won 2 Masters since the Jets last had an interception. What a stat. He's won 2 Masters.
That's a good stat.
That's a good hat, by the way.
Thank you.
Pimento. And what's that color, you think?
I don't know.
It's a good color.
Peach. It's hard to.
Peach.
It was hard to match. It's hard to match the hat with.
You and your matching.
I'm not allowed to leave the house without a matching hat. My buddy Rob got me this. He was there last week.
So Spittle is talking about the teamwork of Matt Duchene. Spits and Suds for more Stars coverage leading into the postseason. Duchene added 3 assists in the win. Bourque was on the same line as Matt. And Gavin says that you got to really pay close attention to how well he distributes pucks to his forwards. Players love playing with Duchene, and the list is long. Whether it's Sagan, whether it's Ben, whether it's Marchment, several Stars have thrived while teaming up with Duchene. So you're going to get the regular season finale tomorrow night, as Choppy said, in Buffalo. Colorado will play the Kings, and the Stars will play the Wild in the first round. Spits and Suds out, recapping this one.
And that's the sort of chemistry that gets you a 65% deserve to win meter for the Stars like they got last night.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, they deserve to win this hockey game, and they did just that.
From the 601, about to cross into Canada, from the Buffalo entrance, headed to Toronto, got my Stars shirt on.
We got a drunk hockey player with regretful decisions.
Yeah, this is Chris Pronger. Now, Chris Pronger tells the story of him signing with the Edmonton Oilers, drunk at 2 a.m. Did not approve this with the family.
Oh.
Yeah. Big problem when you don't approve that with the family. But this was back in 2005, and he was, just kind of telling this story, and he mentions that I had agreed to a deal, going back and forth, that I was like, don't have a deal. This is from The Athletic. And then all of a sudden, after a plethora, quote, of alcoholic beverages, he winds up signing a 5-year deal worth $31.5 million. Now, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
All right. I wish most of my bad decisions resulted in $31.5 million. But his wife is like, you made a 5-year commitment without talking to me while you were drunk, and now I got to go live in Edmonton?
I would just take a piece of paper. I'd write down, get a little marker crayon, write down 3 and a 1, and paste it on her forehead.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Yeah. $31.5 million, you can live anywhere you want. I'll live in Edmonton for the winter. Okay, when it's so cold up there, Celsius and Fahrenheit meet. Okay, that's how cold it is in Edmonton. The temperatures basically meet up sometimes. You can go live in Hawaii. I'll live there, and we'll play. Or they can do what he did, and that is he played 80 games and he forced a trade.
Your big drunk decision.
I was just trying to think of that. I was just trying to think of what's the biggest decision I've made inebriated.
And let's say not sleeping with someone. Let's take that off the table.
Gosh. I can't remember making like a big decision that way. Probably a tweet I sent out that I shouldn't have.
Yeah.
Like that'd be the one.
Agreeing to something.
You know
it's
what?
always agreeing to something. Oh yeah, I'll be there. I mean, every time I'm hammered with the neighbors, I agree to do something with them.
I made a.
You okay?
Yeah, that was just a visual right there. Being drunk and making an agreement with the neighbors to do something with them.
Oh God.
There's probably a tweet I sent out about the Rams cheerleaders when the Rams and Patriots played in 2018.
Have you scrubbed it?
Nope.
I would do that right now. 877-881-1053. I got Dallas Maverick angry all over again yesterday after they got rid of another Nico leftover. The Mavs trainer is gone for the fourth time in 4 years. We're having this issue, having this role being filled.
Again, another Maverick departure. This is so we've had Casey Smith, right? And now Billsboro. Billsboro is the next one to go. Johan Billsboro. Johan?
Yep.
Johan Billsboro is the next one to go. And this is the third in 4 years that we've seen.
This is the one that this is one of the ones that caused a lot of tension, not just because he replaced Casey Smith, but that McMahon article talking about how there were two different trainers and two different philosophies that were approaching the AD thing. But this was Nico's handpicked guy. Like, this was his dude to replace Casey Smith. And it's funny because he ended up burning Nico. This was like this was the death knell for him, was in November when they said, Nico's saying, AD is going to come back here. And Billsboro was saying, no, he's not ready. There's too much of a risk. And McMahon said that was the very first time in Patrick Dumont's history that he got involved on a basketball decision. And he told them he was overruling Nico, and that's when the writing was on the wall for him.
Oh, and then Casey Smith. I'm rereading his awesome tenure here. Maybe legendary trainer tenure. Dinner friend of mine once.
Well,
2 decades. Got fired after dealing with like a family issue. While he was dealing with a family issue, goes on to win National Basketball Athletic Trainers Association of the Year last season with the Knicks. First year with them. He won that award here, 2021 and 21-22. Back-to-back years. He gets fired. This idiot Nico decides to make the move, and then he goes and wins Trainer of the Year in New York immediately.
Second worst move of the Nico era? We obviously know what the worst is.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you count one decision as every decision he made PR-wise after that, then yes.
Okay, so the subsequent.
Second. Yeah, because, I mean, he made a million other decisions that were all tied back to the first that you could reasonably say was all one. But I wonder, they clearly were banging, like they were hurt a lot the last 2 years. So it doesn't seem like he was doing the job that he needed to. But part of me does.
Like lively indecision, too. Like
yes.
what he was dealing with.
Yeah. Part of me wonders, though, how much of this might be, again, just part of like,
but
let's purge Nico allies.
But to be fair, this Billsboro did work with like the Celtics and the Patriots. So like it wasn't some random
right
that Nico just went and picked up. You just don't get rid of Casey Smith, period. The Team USA is like, we need Casey Smith.
Yeah, and I think the McMahon article, even though he had worked with the Celtics, I think the McMahon article talked about that was part of the issue, was that he had been more of a football guy, and they felt like he didn't have the right perspective on how they were supposed to treat players.
Speaking of football in New England, Bobby, I was nodding my head in agreement with every word and thought that you had last night.
Yeah, this is embarrassing for a couple people. It's embarrassing for the New England Patriots, and it's embarrassing for the Boston media that's apparently supposed to be just super tough. And man, that Northeast media, it's different. You get in front of the Boston media, it's different. Ooh, they'll call you to the carpet. So yesterday, Elliot Wolf, who is the de facto GM, I don't think GM's his exact title in New England, but he's essentially the GM in New England. He sat up there and did the pre-draft press conference in front of the Patriots media. No Mike Vrabel, who has typically been there.
Mike Vrabel!
So he's been there for the Titans ones. He was there last year for the Patriots. This time, he was not there. So you would think first question is going to be, what's going on with the whole Rossini-Vrabel thing? There was one question during the entire press conference about Mike Vrabel, and this is what it was.
How involved has Mike been in the pre-draft meetings over the course of last week?
Very involved. I mean, business as usual. He's been in there. I would say he's been in there with us probably this round of meetings probably a little bit more than he was last year, just because I know, there's the coaching staff. He's probably more comfortable. This is me putting words in his mouth. Probably more comfortable just where things stand from that standpoint. But he's been in there. He's been contributing. He's watched a ton of the players. I think he tries to watch every player that, like we give each position coach, he watches that whole, they call it the coaches list. And so he has an opinion on these guys, and it's helpful. And because sometimes there's players that the scouts like, me included, and he'll be like, well, this is the reason that maybe this guy's not the best fit for us. And so, we can, again, continue to compile all the information together.
That's it?
That was it.
How involved has he been? Not where is he?
Yeah.
Not is his absence tied to what's happening with Diana Rossini? That is cowardly and soft.
It's embarrassing. Clearly, there must have been a Patriots directive, do not ask.
Doesn't matter.
No, I'm 100%. It's cowardly, the Patriots. I don't know how the Patriots beat goes to work today and feels like good about themselves.
Yeah.
Like that's so, people will always say, there's like a small section that always likes to do the you lapdogs for Jerry and he just gives you the questions to ask. It's the Johnny Manziel 0.0% chance that we don't ask Jerry about this as the first question.
Yep.
If this is going on here in Dallas.
And Jerry would be cool with taking a couple questions on it.
He would.
Yeah. We're not going to go 5 deep. But it's always that mutual understanding. We have to ask about it, and we're going to have to ask a follow-up too.
What is the if a team asks at a press conference like that, look, we're not taking questions on this, and a reporter asks that question, what is the recourse the team would take? Like the Patriots one that was, we're just going to revoke your credential?
I'll say I don't know because it's never happened in Dallas. I've never seen it happen when I've been on the job. I've had some times where maybe a player didn't want to answer something. Never a directive from the team.
PR's never prefaced it?
No, PR's never said, do not ask about this. No, they've never done it. Now, a player maybe has said, I know of an instance in the past where, but it was really unique. Dak was at one of his charity events, I think the baseball, the home run derby thing, and had basically said,
Choppy's turf.
Hey,
that's right.
I'll be in next week in the locker. You guys can ask me about the contract then. Don't ask me about it now.
Yeah.
And somebody asked him about it, and he got upset about that. Like, I know that where he's like, I just told you guys I'll answer it next week. This was for something different tonight. I didn't want that to become the focus tonight. And so, but that's the only time where I've ever heard, and that was more just about, can we delay that till next week's media because I got this tonight.
Brian Broaddus apparently very passionate about this topic, defending Diana Rossini on the G-Bag Nation yesterday.
I think people are being really unfair to Diana Rossini. Yeah. People love to talk about the grind, but this is a woman who grinds.
Whoa!
And swivels too, I imagine. Everyone wants to make fun of her, and that's fine. That's fine. But which is more difficult? Never being away from your phone like Schefter, or having to grab a towel every time you need to know if Ramondre Stevenson's hamstring is an issue? Seriously, I feel for the lady. I really do. Faking an entire marriage is way more difficult than Tom Pelissero having to memorize Mike McCarthy's coffee order. I think a lot of you are jealous that you couldn't do what she does. I know Bobby's jealous. You know how clearly you can see Bobby's uvula when he's asking about Jermod McCoy's knee? And he still doesn't know shit.
Yeah. Well, this brought us,
very intense for Broaddus.
Wow, that's really graphic.
Taken up for us.
Just completely disgusting.
Choppy and I have pretty much been against the Cowboys moving up, except for this Dane Brugler scenario. Dane's plugged in throughout the league. He's really plugged in Cleveland. See if you're making anything of this Cowboys-Browns deal with the draft a little over a week away. Commercial-free in the Expressway with Ask Credit on the home of the Cowboys next.
After we get you over to Base Power, we're going to save you some money on your energy costs. All you got to do is go to basepowercompany.com/thefan. Sign up, put your address in. They'll kick you back with a kilowatt-hour cost that you're going to pay. That's all in. That's all after all the fees and the encore delivery and all that stuff. That's the number. And it's more affordable. I'm saving 15% a month. Sean's saving 20% a month of Base Power.
My pops cannot believe it. In Maryland for my entire life, he had this $25,000 generator. He's like, you need to get that for your kids. You can't have the power go out. I'm like, I'm not paying $15,000 to $20,000 for a generator. You don't have to with Base Power. Go and see what they offer at a fraction of the cost of the others without you lifting a finger. BasePowerCompany.com/thefan. BasePowerCompany.com/thefan.
Hello, Dallas. Bank of America.
those of you that Tolo, which means turn it on and leave it on the fan, you're appreciated.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now, The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
It is so fun having 2 picks in the first round.
Right.
I have not gotten tired of the trade scenarios, the rumors, the tidbits. I have contemplated prematurely calling out sick to Mesquite because I want to sit back and just enjoy it. I want to take it all in, the coverage, the rumors, social media, Twitter. I'm thinking about giving Ritma all the wings and all the drinks and paying for his transportation, just saying, you lock down the Mesquite
MC
location.
this for me.
MC this without me there. Oh, my God. I love it. I love it so much.
The idea, though, of being there with so many people and just the energy, if they were to trade up, which I'm against.
I don't want the energy necessarily to trade up.
I don't want the energy of the trade up either, but the energy of this guy just keeps falling, and every time there's a pick, the crowd just kind of crescendos and builds, right? And then like that, it's gonna be a night. When
you used to do pregame for the Cowboys games.
Yeah,
we did.
Would you stay for the game, or would you just drive home when pregame was done?
Always left.
Okay,
I'm the only car leaving AT&T Stadium.
It was hilarious.
Only car leaving. I have to race home, watch the end of the first half, use the halftime to get the first quarter, and then I'm caught up for the third.
So that was the because that's I'm with you where, like, I mean, I got to go to the games where I have always found it is infinitely easier to follow games, draft, whatever else when you are just isolated somewhere. Yeah. Like it's a stark
I really do
difference.
listen to the fan coverage, just going back in the day. I love listening to the fan like, it sucks not having a second round pick. That's going to ruin Friday for me. So I'm hoping they get into that somehow, some way. But I really do love sitting back and listening to the fan coverage. I wouldn't say it. I'm not being fake about it. I just wouldn't bring it up if I thought it sucked. But listen to all the different scenarios led by Broadus. And, all right, here are the players, the Cowboy perspective, looking at the war room throughout the rest of the days. I can't do the full thing on day 3, just like when John Gruden was coaching the Raiders. But the beginning of it, I'm there for just to hear the reset of it and see who has the stamina left. But I love it. I love all the possibilities. My mom would say, that was your best show of the year. You're the most excited,
Locked in.
And then Wolchuk got me kicked off.
Well, this is good. Maybe you won't have to sit around all day on day 2 waiting for a pick, though.
What a segue.
Wow. There we go.
Dane Brugler is obviously connected. The Beast is out for the draft guide. Used to do all the work as well for DallasCowboys.com. But his real, true number 1 connection has been Cleveland. And Bobby's starting to hear some Cleveland whispers. Bobby said something about Kansas City the other day. This is Dane Brugler on Yahoo yesterday talking about a trade-up that I think me and Choppy can get on board with.
So, yeah, because this mock comes out Wednesday. So it hasn't even, it's not out there yet. But I did have picks 12 and 20 going to the Browns at 6 for picks 6 and 39. And so for the Cowboys, I think it makes sense because they're going up to 6 to get – they're not going to wait at 12 and hope the guy they want falls them. They're going to go up to 6 and get them. And then it costs you both first-round picks, but you get back in the second round now because they didn't have they currently don't have a second-round pick. And so I think the player that they could get at 20 isn't all that different than the player they're going to get at 39. I think they'll have those guys pretty closely ranked. And so in this scenario, going with a guy like Stukes at 39, I think really helps their secondary from day one. It's another older player. Stukes is going to be a 25-year-old rookie, former walk-on, someone that's played corner, played safety, but really played his best this past year as a nickel.
Okay, a lot in there.
That's Traden Stukes, by the way, the Arizona corner.
Let's start with that. He's a corner, not a safety?
No, corner. I mean, there's some people who I think believe he could be flexible as a defensive back, but he's a corner.
Tell me if I'm like Bobby normally, making way too much of this and overthinking. Dane said while describing him, he's another older player. I thought he said it in a way. Pepe, go back to just that part of it here in a second. Is Dane saying this in a way in which it could be a Cowboys preference? Because you and I have been out on the 25-year-old DN.
Yeah, we have.
Mesidor. We've been out on that. It's way too old. No, I need 3 or 4 more years. Is Dane saying this like it could be a Cowboy positive to get an older, more experienced, maybe more ready to win guy right now?
For the Cowboys, I think it makes sense because they're going up to 6 to get. They're not going to wait at 12 and hope the guy they want falls them. They're going to go up to 6 and get them. And then it costs you both first-round picks, but you get back in the second round now because they currently don't have a second-round pick. And so I think the player that they could get at 20 isn't all that different than the player they're going to get at 39. I think they'll have those guys pretty closely ranked. And so in this scenario, going with a guy like Stukes at 39, I think really helps their secondary from day one. It's another older player. Stukes is going to be a 25-year-old rookie, former walk-on.
Stop it there. Could this be something that a team would actually be like, we want an older player?
Sure.
Because you never hear that. I never think of that.
You don't hear that. It was when Atlanta drafted Calvin Ridley. He was like, what, 24, Bobby?
Yeah.
And there was a lot of talk about,
Terrence Newman was 25.
Yeah. I'll say this.
But I've never heard, I would love to ask Will McClay, has there ever been a time when you're like, I want the older guy?
Yeah, if you have a 3-year window. If you're not looking for 10 years. And
I don't think just in a vacuum you would just say, like, typically I want the older person just cause. Like, naturally it might be tied to being better prepared because of you being around a while. But I don't think just if there was a 22-year-old as prepared as the 25-year-old, I think that they would want the 22-year-old. So I don't know that they would seek it out like that.
And consider this. I mean,
is it too much for me to text Dane and say, have you heard or do you know that the Cowboys are actually looking for more age and experience?
I don't think it's too much to ask. You can ask him. He doesn't have to respond.
Yeah, he will. Or I won't
but
tell
consider
him
this.
any more about briskets.
Yeah, right. Consider this. I mean, we see it in college. The teams that win are the teams that have the 22, 23-year-olds. Indiana, was a team full of 23-year-olds, and, the Packers' average age is 25. Now, that's because we know there's a difference between a 22-year-old and an 18-year-old. Now, is there also is that same difference there in a 24-year-old than a 21-year-old? Right? Like, if it makes sense, there would be. Now you're going to get a shorter back end, but if the trend is going that way and you're comfortable and you're not looking for 10 years, maybe they're not. Maybe as a team they're not looking for 10 years. And this is, I mean, you have to go much deeper. Like, maybe Jerry's looking at it like, well, I don't know if I'm going to be here in 10 years, so I don't care. Maybe he's like, I don't care about that. GMs, and this is one thing people will talk about. When you start drafting the Browns, it was the Browns that brought up the trading picks further down the road.
Yeah, 5 years.
Yeah, if you trade a pick 5 years from now, you're the GM. You're like, I'm not going to be here. 80% chance I'm fired. That's somebody else's problem to worry about, not mine. So their goal might just be win now, unless you hit.
Yeah, and then it's your problem.
So that's interesting.
But if you hit on the quarterback, then you're less worried about it.
That's if that is the trade.
12-20 for 6-39 with Cleveland.
If that is the exact compensation, Dallas wins that on the trade chart by, I think, a couple hundred points. And so that would just be the only thing that you'd have to make sure that. Now, if it's accurate, like we were talking about earlier, where Breer says there's 4 teams that want to go back ahead of Dallas, and nobody sounds like they want to come up, and then Dallas is the only one.
5 teams.
Yeah, and then Dallas is the only one. That sounds like buyer's market a little bit, and that you'd have to accept it. Dallas, when they flipped with the Lions a couple years ago for the Guyton pick, Dallas won that on the trade chart by, I think, 200 points, which is not totally normal to win by that significant amount when you're having that flip.
Gavin Spittle says that Stephen Jones is on the KNC Masterpiece today. They can ask him. Can you recall an instance when you said, give me the older guy, even if it costs you less years because they come in more prepared and ready and experienced? Interesting, because that goes against everything I've ever thought about any draft.
I think Dane's right, though, on the point that he had there about 12-6. I think the Cowboys do believe 12-6 is a greater gap between the players than 20-39. Yeah. I think they think that that's sizable. And so, I mean, if I said there were two...
I'm in on that, by the way.
I was going to say... so
if I'm worried... The thing I'm worried about, I just want the Cowboys to read it all out correctly. I don't want them to get taken or tricked. I don't want them to get fooled by someone and being like, we think Downs is going there. We think Delane is going off the board. We think this, we think that. I just don't want them to overpay, and then in the post-draft pressure that we're going to air right here on the station, we start thinking to ourselves, did they get swindled? Because in my mind, going back to the Micah thing, I have it in my mind that they're gonna get out negotiated, or they're gonna get tricked a little bit. So I just hope they read it correctly, and they're like, all right, we think he's not gonna make it to 12. So let's go ahead and give up the extra capital, and I don't want to be bitter about that. All these trade-up scenarios we've been doing recently have the Cowboys winning the deal, and I'm just pre-programmed to believe that that's not reality.
What if I were to say they have these options on the table? You could go, let's say you go to 6 for, you get 6 and 39 for 12 and 20.
Yeah.
You can go to 9, 3 spots, and you probably lose somebody.
Now, real quick, who's in play for me to go to 6?
Okay, so let me assign each player.
Go ahead.
9, you go up to 9, and you trade 12 and 20 for 9 and 29. And going up to 9, you get, let's say, Delane there.
Okay.
You go up to 6, and you get 6 and 39 for 12 and 20. And going up to 6, you're getting Styles. You go up to 3, and you're giving up 12, 20, and 92.
Right.
And you're getting Reese or Bailey.
What about Downs?
Well, I know you like Downs a lot, so I was taking him out of the equation, so that'd be harder for you.
Yeah.
Downs, I would imagine, would be 9.
Like, would people look at it sideways if you moved up to 6 for Downs? Or we're like, okay, 9, we want to jump Cincinnati. Is 6, you get your guy. I can hear Broadus right now. He's already texted me this morning about crapping on fifth-round picks. He's like, don't disrespect fifth-round picks.
No, disrespect them.
I'm joking, but Broadus was hitting me up.
Yeah, I think going up to 6, and unless Kansas City just doesn't want to play ball with you, they decide that they want to stand in and pick. That could be part of it. But
you know what I mean? Like, if you're like, all right, they gave up what for a safety at 6? I know, go get the guy you're in love with that you feel like could be the captain of your defense. But I don't know. I was like, who would have to be there for you to make that jump and you'd feel great about it?
Yeah.
Delane at 6 feels rich.
Yeah. I don't think Delane's going.
And then we're talking about a linebacker at 6, which again, pre-programmed. I'm like, he better be Fred Warner.
The only option
better be Fred.
Broadus.
I don't even care if he's Fred.
Oh, I do.
I don't care if he's Ray Lewis.
Oh, well, that. Please stop talking. Please stop.
I ain't going.
Please stop.
Look, 12.
You don't think Ray Lewis is worth the 6th pick in the draft?
No, I do think he's worth the 6th because I don't think he's worth trading. I'm not trading up. I'm not trading up for a linebacker. I'm just not.
If 20 and 39 are basically the same player, you wouldn't go up to 6 for Ray Lewis. You said it is. You said it's a crapshoot. You said we've been shown that when you pick anywhere in the top 50, which 20 to 39 is the same tier this year.
Supposedly.
So this is the largest second round grade.
Dane has 14 firsts. And he felt like
50 seconds.
And he felt like it could. I don't know how many seconds. I felt like he really had 12, but he loved Mekhi Lemon's tape so much. He's like, normally I wouldn't probably have him as a first. He's like, I fudged probably 2 of them, so he probably has 12 first round grades.
I do. The only one I would do is the 12 and 20 for the 9 and 29. I have to have 2 firsts. Let's have to have 2 firsts this year
because you want the 5th year option, not because of the positioning. Of 39 versus 29.
No, the 5th year option. I want the 5th year. It's smart cap. And then you're getting a player, theoretically, you're getting 10 slots of opportunity to not miss out on somebody.
Dane texted me back about the experience. I think they want day one contributors, so similar to what you're saying with the age, versatility is also key. So I'm hoping that Dane's fine with me reading that on the air. Thank you, Dane Brugler.
Well, I know we've got it at 8:40 today, a little bit more about David Bailey, but when I clipped Bailey yesterday for you, because I don't know how much you had seen Bailey yet, because he's been out of range, and so I hadn't bothered doing much on him. Was that something that you looked at and went, I would go up to 3 to get him, or were you like, not good enough that I would sacrifice that much capital?
Let's talk about it at 8:40.
Okay.
But I was very, very interested in watching. Very interested. Dane Brugler with Yahoo. That's his possible trade-up scenario with Cleveland. What about the Cowboys are just sticking and picking at 12?
I mean, to the Cowboys sitting at 12, they might be stuck in a spot where, it's Venga Ioane and, some good players there. But, we did this last year where they struck out. And so they went with Tyler Booker, who really good player, upgrades their offensive line, but I don't think was option A, B, or C with who they were hoping would fall to them. And so this is a team with a win now window. And I won't be surprised at all if they get aggressive to maybe make sure they get, whether it's Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs, one of these pass rushers, whoever it may be, won't be surprised at all if they're a little aggressive to make sure they go get them.
Hear the way he was talking about the Booker pick? It sounded like he was kind of describing, this isn't trying to be insulting to Tyler, but they had to settle for Booker versus someone else they wanted a lot more.
I remember I was talking to somebody about Booker leading up to the pick.
What'd you say?
Worked out.
Leading up to the pick, I was talking to somebody about Booker, and it was like, they obviously liked Tet McMillan, for instance. They wanted him to get down to them. They were hoping they could take him. I'm sure there was, I can't remember offhand, I think there was another guy in the top 10 who was like, yeah, it'd be great if he slid to us. If they didn't get that guy to slide to them, either one of them, then they were like, hey, Booker, we feel good about him. Like, we know who he is. There's not questions. It's safe. It's secure. It's, you're getting a good player.
Yeah.
So that's the big thing to them is that, I think that in a way it's settling, but it's also settling into comfort of like, he's going to be good. We know he's going to be good, and we know who he is.
And then finally, Dane talking about that linebacker need for Christian Parker's D.
They're interesting because they need a linebacker in a big way. Like, I don't know that there's someone on the roster right now they feel 100% comfortable wearing that green dot. And so, okay, do we go get a Sonny Styles? How do we feel about Jacob Rodriguez? But we don't have that second round pick. So will we take a linebacker at 20 if we don't get Styles at 12? So there's just a lot of different ways they could attack this. And I think that's what makes the Cowboys one of the more interesting teams on Thursday night of the draft, just to see their plan and how aggressive they get.
Bobby, who is the linebacker from Cincinnati?
Jake Golday.
Jake Golday, Albert Breer says, another one to watch. He's a converted edge rusher who has tested off the charts and has great instincts at the position.
Yeah, and I think, if they were 20's probably too rich. But if they were to flip and go, let's say 6 to 39, they got 6 and 39 from the Browns. I would think 6 is then going to be Downs or somebody. Maybe Styles slides, but if it's not Styles and it's Downs, then at that point at 39, I think they're looking at it and going, Jake Golday would be near the top of their list of guys they would want to pick there. And he's a long, athletic, really, really high upside linebacker. Converted player. He reminds me a lot of, who was the kid coming out of Arkansas a couple years ago? He's from here. Drew Simpson. He reminds me a lot of him. Just same sort of length and a lot of similar stuff on tape.
Commercial free in the Expressway, inside the Star here on Sean and RJ. Stephen Jones on the KNC Masterpiece later on today. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That's all right. We do Ask Reddit every Tuesday at this time. It's where we ask the most viral questions being kicked around on the Ask Reddit forum and go over them with you on the fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. And we're going to lead off with RJ Choppy.
All right.
Chop, what societal norm did you decide to just stop abiding by? Which one of many?
Farting in public?
Yeah, I don't really have a qualm about that. If I know it's going to be loud, I don't really care about that. I'll walk away. I could tell when they're going to be really bad. I could tell, and I'll shy away from that one. I'll tell you, I'll tell you when I the societal norm of the mask.
Mm-hmm.
When I'll tell you exactly when I stopped that. I was watching. It was during.
You're having a time with words today. Do you have your creatine?
I haven't drank it yet.
Sleep?
No, it's you know what it is.
Your sharpness isn't there.
It's I started my my new heart pills. And they make me slur my words, so I've got to go back and get them redone.
What do you mean redone? The words?
I got to get different ones. I got to get different heart pills.
Okay.
Yeah, they make me slur.
When did you start taking them?
Like 6 days ago, and it's starting to. And I'm like, this is not. I don't like. I was just.
I think it might be a time for another Dr. Sharif call.
Maybe.
Might be time for another speakerphone consultation.
I was sitting there yesterday. I was looking at the back door. I looked up and it was like 8 minutes later. I was just staring at the back door. I was like,
"Don't stroke out on us."
Cow, I've become my grandpa.
Man.
I was just sitting there looking at the back door. I was like, "Where the hell did the time go?"
Is it making you feel like buzzed a little, or
not buzzed? No, just like my tongue isn't working.
Yeah,
you know.
That's what he said.
We'll see. Thank God my anniversary was 2 days ago.
It's just out of norms.
Yeah. So, I try to follow them, and then I'm like, this is stupid. Or I follow them, and I'm like, why am I following? I'm just following them because I'm told to follow them. Mm-hmm. I don't really have a great example. I'll tell you exactly when I stopped wearing, or I stopped worrying about my masks during COVID. Is when I was watching something. I think it was maybe on the 4th of July or Labor Day. It was a band. They were playing outside, and the people playing the instruments had holes in their masks so they could play the instruments. And I was like, this is performative.
You know what yours is? I can name yours for you, and I think, Sean, you see if you back me up on this. Yours is whatever mundane, time-wasting thing you're doing, you are not going to stop doing it just because someone's talking to you.
Oh yeah,
you're gonna go like, nope, I'm gonna be focused on this. I'm not even listening to what you're saying. Peyton, what's your answer for this societal norm you just decided to stop abiding by?
Yeah, it's answering the front door in my house. You know, if someone knocks there, I'm gonna check the camera every single time, and if it's someone not really important that I don't care about, I'm not gonna answer. I'll continue to watch TV, go about my business, walk around. I don't care if they see me walk through the door right there. You know, I'm not gonna answer the door. Don't want to talk to you.
817, the societal norm of tipping when the cashier just spins the iPad around at me.
I do that all the time.
I get so mad, but it works every time at the waitress who stands over you with the credit card machine and doesn't like turn her back or look away or make any type of attempt not to look at you and pressure you into the 20% or more. I hate that so much, but it causes me to give. At the times I've been like, this has been bad service, it causes me to tip more because they're standing right there looking at you.
You can't not, because that creates anxiety.
Yeah, but you're leaving.
Just stop telling me your name. Just stop telling me there's a question for me. It's going to ask you one question.
Yeah.
Okay,
one question.
Just turn around and let me see it.
Who
I'll look
came
at
up
it.
With that?
I don't know. That's Orwellian.
Yeah.
There's like 6 questions.
Yeah.
It's not one. How'd you like your experience today? How was the atmosphere? How was the service? How was the food? How was the blah, 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 anything you would approve on? Blah, 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 blah.
My societal norm I decided to stop abiding by a long time ago was no matter how uncomfortable it may be, if your joke falls flat, I'm not going to awkwardly chuckle for you to fill the silence. If I think it's dumb, I'm not going to laugh at it for you.
Yeah, but you are the biggest.
I will fill space the most with chatter.
Space filler.
Yes, 100%.
Fake yawn.
Yes, but that's just more because when I'm not courtesy laughing, I want everybody to feel the awkwardness. If we're just standing there, I don't want to feel awkwardness because it's like there's no reason to feel awkward right now. So I start.
Choppy's a great fake laugher. He's probably the number one fake laugher.
I try to fake laugh as much as possible.
You know who it is? Dawson. When you hear Dawson
laughs?
When you hear Dawson laugh about something, and then you go back and look, if you were to look at it on the fan cam, he is going like, ha, 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 with no facial expression. It's terrifying, actually.
My biggest societal norm that has probably embarrassed my wife the most, your wife experienced it once, Bobby, is going to the next places with my to-go bags. We're going to a bar, a restaurant afterwards. I've gotten better about it. She's like, "You sure you don't want to take this?" And I'm like, "Nah, we're gonna go to this and that." But I used to roll 5, and I'm talking hundreds of dollars of food in these things.
We did that when we went to our dinner at Knife that one time. We went to the place next door.
Yeah.
And you had this giant. It looked like one of those giant Sephora bags the woman would come home with of food.
And I walk into the bar, and I'm like, "Here you go. You all hold this up here for me." as if I'm like getting off a plane with luggage. So my societal norm is embarrassing my wife with the to-go bags, although I've gotten better.
All right. Ask Rhoda here on 105 through the fan, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Peyton Russell, have you ever had a friend that turned out to be a horrible person? What did they do?
Yeah, I did. In 5th grade, I was cool with a guy. I didn't hang out with him outside of school, but I had 3 or 4 classes with him. And then handful of years ago, he decided to be a school shooter in North Carolina. So bad guy turned out to be, and he'll rot in prison and hell for a while.
Whoa. I don't know. I mean, I thought I had a one-up on that one.
I might be able to match. I can't totally match it. A kid that I was in a fraternity with was exposed in
Evan
the year
Trumpetore?
In the year 2020. Now I graduated, keep in mind, in 03. So this is 17 years later. Here's the headline. White nationalist State Department official still active in hate movement.
Oh.
He was in he showed up to Virginia for like those protests.
Charlottesville?
Yeah. Charlottesville. He worked in the State Department, and this thing like absolutely blew up amongst our college friends. And I don't know, he has a podcast where he'd be anonymous, and he's just talking about all types of racist, crazy nut job stuff. So that was a kid I knew for 4 years.
Wow.
The worst association of anyone I know.
Chop.
Well, I have a friend who asked my wife for nudes. But I don't know if that's a horrible person or just somebody with horrible judgment. No, there's a kid I went to high school with who
Did you have a coach?
Well, I had a coach. I would call him a friend. We're pretty convinced he killed his parents. We're pretty convinced of that. The parents were stabbed like 30 times, both of them, and the house burnt down. And they said it was a murder-suicide. I don't think you can stab yourself 30 times.
They never arrested anyone?
Never arrested anybody.
Where'd he go? Was he home?
He was.
What was his alibi?
I don't remember what his alibi was, but they had cut him off recently.
Oh.
And they had money. And
all right, well, mine is going to be the most boring of those 4, which is I just had a friend who lied to me all the time. I didn't know we were going to go into like super dark here. I just don't.
You said the worst.
Yeah, I think I am the worst is probably what it is. That's why I don't have anybody in my life is because I'm the one who turns out to be the worst. But I think I had a friend who constantly, like, we were always catching him lying about dumb stuff, and then it kept getting bigger, and it just got to a point where, like, there's no trust that can be had in anything you say moving forward, and so I can't have you around because it's that bad.
Tolo Chris, my first cousin was arrested in an FBI sting for soliciting a minor. Piece of crap flew to Illinois or something to meet this girl, got arrested at the airport. His wife and kids had no clue he was going on a work trip.
214, I went to school at the Night Stalker.
Whoa!
903.
A Night Stalker?
The Night Stalker.
Yeah. Oh, the Night Stalker.
Yeah, Richard Ramirez. Yeah. 903, I dated that fitness influencer that scammed everyone and got sued by the state of Texas. Had a good friend try to hook up with multiple of my girlfriends over the years, only found out after the fact, says 817. All right, Ask Reddit here on 105 through the fan.
That could have been our best Q&A that we've had in the history of this segment.
Which celebrity...
Except for Bobby's boring answer.
Yeah, I know, I suck. Sean, which celebrity had the most shocking death and why? Which one just rattled you? I think there's an easy one for all of us, being that we cover sports.
Go ahead.
Kobe.
Kobe was shocking.
Yeah, I was going to say.
But because outside of that, the one that if I'm trying to think of, like, what was the first one where I was just, like, jarred by it was as a kid when I heard about the Phil Hartman story. That his wife just his wife being mentally unstable, just because my mom loved Phil Hartman. That was like one of her favorite like celebrities, and he was so much in Voices on the Simpsons, and I would see skits of him grow, and then just think like, why would he seemed happy?
That'd be like Robin Williams for me.
Yeah, Robin Williams was pretty bad. That one was pretty bad. But the Phil Hartman one as a kid.
Anthony Bourdain, I was not rattled, but I was like, what? Anthony Bourdain, I'd just go down a rabbit hole watching all his food review shows.
Well, it seemed like so much of his stuff was like loving life and being out here.
Yeah,
and like
no,
I know he had a dark side, but it's so much of what he did seemed like, this is just we're showing you about the good things in life that are out here.
Well, like, I mean, Paul Walker for me, Steve Irwin. I'll never forget where I was with Kobe. I mean, I was sitting at the kitchen. I was at my parents' table. I was getting some work done. I'll never forget that. People texting Chadwick Boseman.
Brian Broaddus texted and said Miss Price.
Princess Diana.
Diana was big.
Let's see, Diana, Owen Hart, Gene Hackman, Charlie Kirk.
Chris Benoit.
The Benoit one was really weird because there was all that stuff about, like, I think Wikipedia pages were being edited before police had found out and stuff. It was really odd.
Oh, man. Sean Taylor.
That one will be my number one rattle. Favorite player ever, Sean Taylor.
I think Dallas played Washington like 2 weeks later or something. I just remember it being like looped into the local coverage. I think I probably was listening to Choppy talk about it, but it was just, that was one where it's like I couldn't understand, like, he's got a kid and like they're just like alone now. It made me sick. Peyton?
Mine's with Steve Irwin. I mean, that was before my time before I had Facebook or any social media. You know, I had to go to school to find out this information, and I was like, a stingray, really? I didn't really understand what had to really happen, and so it's still shocking to this day.
And when I was going around at the Super Bowl with that Instagram Live, I guess Irwin's, I was like, who's this guy with this snake? I guess people were telling me it was Irwin's kid. I guess
Bindi? Was it Bindi?
The son or daughter?
No, it was an Indy. Bindy's the name?
Bindi was it was the daughter?
I think it was a boy.
Oh, the boy, yeah, he's all over the place. He was on Dancing with the Stars and stuff. He's like,
really?
Yeah, he's like taking up the mantle. Robert. He's on, like, he does the late night shows and does the same stuff his dad used to do.
All right, commercial free on the Expressway. Ask Reddit every Tuesday at this time. We'll finish it up with the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. Thank you for all the text messages. Was there Peyton, I moved off the draft stuff. Did people have any real strong opinion about the trade-up scenarios that we did to start the segment, or one that jumped out to you?
Yeah, there were actually a few. I think the 945 and the 817 both said they agree with the trade. Another guy said, I just want multiple picks. So he's won the trade, pick 20 back to the second, third round, but he wants to keep pick 12.
All right, commercial free in the Expressway. Stephen Jones on with the KNC Masterpiece later on today. The Rangers get it done on the road again, and Choppy with an early season true or false on the home of the Rangers with Diamond Cavs next. But let's go ahead and get you set up with Wild Fork Foods. And I was just talking about Dane Brugler.
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He's ready to go now. The pitch to Berger, swung on and launched in the air, deep left center field. That ball is way back, and that ball is history. A 3-run Jimmy Jack for Jake Berger. And the Rangers grab a quick 3-0 lead.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about a burger bomb? Or two. What'd you call it, a double patty? Double patty earlier today?
Wasn't proud of it, but yeah, I did.
Hey, listen.
You were.
Be proud. Be proud of that, man.
It was a 4-burger. He had 4 runs batted in.
Yeah, when it sticks 2 hours later in that brain, this brain doesn't work very well.
Sando yet, Rowdy?
When it sticks in it, it means something. Rangers get the 8-1 victory over the swinging A's, who had won 5 straight.
Yeah.
They had a nice little run.
They were in first for a second.
Yep. The entire American League. I don't know if you've taken a real hard look at the American League standings, but nobody is more than 3 games over 500. We're almost 20 games in. We're 17 games in.
Wow.
And Minnesota and Cleveland are 10-7. And the Yankees and Orioles are 9-7, and the Rangers are 9-7, and then nobody else. That's it. That's the only teams that are more than 1 game over 500 in the entire American League. Meanwhile, you got the Dodgers at 12-4, and Pittsburgh and San Diego at 10-6. So I mean, it's so early to even look at the standings, but. The Rangers get an 8-1 victory. And with that 7-run victory, Bobby, their run differential goes up to plus 11.
Hey,
worst,
not bad.
Lowest run differential for any division leader.
We could leave that part out.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about that.
All right.
But a really nice start from Nate Eovaldi. Really, really nice start. And they needed it. They needed it from him. They needed him to go deep into the game. He did, so they go 7 innings with Nate, 7 strikeouts, 2 walks, 3 hits, no earned runs. And, I haven't really just looked at how that park plays in terms of whether it's a pitcher's park or a hitter's park. If it's a hitter's park, hell yeah for Nate. But either way, he had a really nice outing. And one thing that is evident about the Rangers is that offense plays so much better away from home. Can we sign up? And would you sign up for the rest of the games we played on the road? I think I would at this point.
I think I would sign up to just play the home games at the old ballpark. Get that jet stream going just for a couple games.
How much did they move that to football only? Like, can you play a baseball game in there at all?
I mean, the Raiders and stuff used to play with a baseball field right in the middle of their stuff, so I would imagine you can make it work if you needed to. I think they should have an option once a year to just go play games over there to get them out of a hitting slump.
That'd be nice. So a 4-game set. They get game 1. It'll be Gore and Jeffrey Springs today.
We got to ask Boone about that tomorrow. He can tell us now that he's not working for him. Like, I know you said it gets in guys' heads before, but... Like, what does it do? Like, how different is it, and how much worse is it to hit in Arlington versus other stadiums?
Yeah, I mean, it has to play somewhat with their heads because that's just the reality of it. And we'll discuss this a little bit more in True False.
But they're not facing bums.
No.
On the road right now, the Dodgers, the Athletics were playing well.
I mean, they face good pitcher with the Dodgers. They Glass now and Roki.
Having lived with both, one of the best hitters parks in baseball for a stretch, and then one of the worst hitters park, I think I do prefer the hitters park. As tough as it's going to be, and you're going to end up giving up some runs, I do think that. Especially with this team and this staff that they have and the way that they are able to pitch, I think I'd prefer being able to just get a little extra juice for the lineup.
It was maddening in its own right. In its own way, it was maddening to watch. I mean, no lead was safe. And the ball gets up into right field, just like hits that jet stream.
Seager would hit 50 home runs in that ballpark.
Oh, absolutely. Not even a question about it. And by the way, the fans on there are still a handful of Ranger fans holding on to there's nothing wrong with the park. This is totally fake. Oh, if it's totally fake, then why does the team not hit there? And why are no runs scored there? Like none.
They sound like the NFL talking about turf.
Right. What was it? What'd you say in the last series? They scored 8 total runs, or last homestand?
Yeah.
Homestand, they scored 8 runs. It was 6 games. And here they scoring 8 runs a night.
Yeah, I think it's 55 runs in 10 games on the road versus 12 runs in 6 games at home.
Hello. That to me is a bit of that's a red flag right there. So Gore Springs today, 8:40 coverage, 8 o'clock right here on the Fan. Thank God they're not starting at 9:15 like they used to in Oakland. They're doing an 8:40 start, or Sacramento, wherever they're playing now. How about a little...
Fantex is all saying, by the way, this is thought of as a hitter's park.
Oakland?
Yep.
Or Sacramento?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they got some elevation there. It's close to Tahoe. I don't know. A little MLB true or false, shall we? Let's just continue with the stadium here. The Rangers' home park, not the hitters, is the biggest problem with the offense.
Overreaction. I'm not going to give him the excuse right now until I get Bassick and Sandler and Boone hammering it into my head that is the main reason. I'm not going to give him that pass.
So yeah, it's an overreaction because they're still not scoring as much as the other teams, even with their pitching staff. So there's clearly something wrong with the lineup at home, or the lineup in general. They're just not consistent right now. But yeah, when they've been on the road, it's looked really, really good. It's just, I think that's more a consistency issue with their lineup than anything. But yeah, they're not, even when they're on, they're probably going to average more runs on the road because it is a pitcher's park.
Yeah, I think it's in their head. I think it's in their head a little bit, which probably could play into it.
But you don't think it's an overreaction?
I don't think so.
Give me the pie breakdown of talent, stadium, problem at home. What is it? I want to hear it from you. You think it's 50-50?
No, I think it's 55-45.
55 stadium?
60-40 stadium.
Wow. Okay.
But the other teams have to hit in it too, and
they don't.
But I mean, they're scoring more than your offense.
Yeah, they are. But it's a hit it and quit it, right? They come in for 3 days. They don't.
Can you look up in the past 2 years? Now, pitching is going to be a big component of this. Stadium runs scored in stadiums over the past 2 years. I'd like to know where the globe ends up.
Oh yeah, we can find that.
If they're top 5, if they're top 10, then. It's not the stadium. It's more so the talent.
Then for sure,
runs given up per ballpark. That stat over the past 2 years, or since the globe has been in existence, and opening it creates more or less offense of the roof.
We've always heard more.
Okay,
but again, I mean, like something changed. Something changed a couple years ago because that ball used to travel much better than it does now.
I've never seen this. Like a shift in the way the ball carries out of a ballpark that's closed. It's so bizarre.
It really is. The bullpen is better than you thought it was going to be.
Not an overreaction.
Yeah, they're really good.
Yeah, although it was like the top 3 in the ERA last year.
Pepe, real quick, has the stat on the stadiums. Give it to us.
So this is per StatMuse. It's the Rangers ranked 18th in Major League Baseball with 683 runs total in their own ballpark in 2024. And then 2025, I believe they were 22nd here with 684 runs in their ballpark.
Wow, it's almost identical amount of runs.
So that's
bottom half of the league in both years.
Yeah, so that's less runs scored. So like that would play into the stadium being a problem. An offensive hurdle.
Yeah, and we'd have to see how many runs they scored on the road, in those years.
Yeah. But that's runs scored in the ballpark, Peyton, not just the Rangers runs, right?
I believe it said it because I put in which MLB stadiums have scored the most runs in their own ballpark.
Do you have the very top, like which one has given up the most runs?
Yeah, that has to be combined because there's no way the Rangers scored 683 runs at home. Right. That means they scored over 1,200 runs for the year. And that's
gotcha.
just
the StatCast has park factor, which is basically like how much does it contribute. The Rangers ballpark is second to last in Major League Baseball in terms of being a benefit for the pitcher.
Wow. All right, there you go. Back to the bullpen.
All right, so because like last year's bullpen was good too. We didn't think of it as good, but their bullpen ERA, I should say, was pretty good. This is way better than I expected it to be.
Yeah,
I mean especially after the opener. After the first couple of games where you got guys blowing saves, it seems like we found a back end of the bullpen.
Yeah, because I'm trying to see here. So Colwyn, Junis. Who else?
Chris
Beeks,
Martin.
Beeks, Junis, and Wynn have combined for it's 23 innings, and they haven't allowed a run.
Woo!
Wow. All right, true or false? Brandon Nimmo, not Wyatt, not Seager, will be the best player on this team this year.
If we're doing it in the typical style of, is it an overreaction? It's not.
Right.
Will he be? I can't. No, I'll say no. But it's not an overreaction. It's a discussion. I still think Seager's a stud.
I agree. I think the way you're saying it is absolutely right. Yeah, it'll be a discussion, but at the end of the day, I would still say Seager would have a better year.
It'll depend on games played, too.
Absolutely.
I mean, Wyatt's hurt. Nimmo plays 150, and there's no reason to think that Seager will.
Nimmo's a perfect leadoff hitter. He's a catalyst. I mean, he is involved with every rally, it seems.
Yeah.
Every rally.
But I'll say it will end up being false.
Which his career, right now his OPS is 957. His career high was in 2020, and those 55 games, and it was 888.
Woo! All right, Evan Carter is starting to remind you of the guy we had in October of 2023.
Yes. Not an overreaction.
More so. Yeah, it's not back to the magic yet of where he was
full count when he was full count Carter.
Still the worst nickname in the history of sports. Just the dumbest nickname. It's something where he looks like he's more on the right track, and that's just as much as the injury I was starting to worry about between the years, and it looks like he's settled down.
Feels like to me he's hitting better than 213.
It does. He's hitting the ball in the nose. I mean, he's gotten a little bit some unlucky.
Yeah, because he has no multi-hit games this month, which I'm shocked by.
Yeah,
I'm very surprised. Just one hit.
It's also I think it's also the approach of just he's not. His eye looks like it's back to where it was, because last year it looked like he kind of got out of sorts with his approach at the plate. He looks better this year with that, and I think it's just you don't feel like he's having as many bad at bats.
I'd like to take a look at his BABIP, batting average on balls in play, see if that kind of checks with what a 213 hitter.
It's his batting average on balls in play is 300.
That seems low. That seems very low, and that would kind of
because he's 10. He's 10 for 33 because it's the 47 at bats minus the 14 strikeouts.
Right, that would equate to why he has a low batting average. All right, a little bit of true false overreaction or not.
Average batting average on balls in play is around 300 according to
That's
Google.
The average
according
one?
to Google.
Okay, so the next one here, the ABS system is great for the game.
Not an overreaction. It is.
Have you enjoyed it?
Yep.
There's a little drama to it.
Yeah, it's the tennis replay challenge.
Yeah, the VAR for soccer.
Fantastic. Gives me even more confidence in batters of they absolutely know the zone. Because more often than not, when I've been watching, I'm like the hitter's been proven correct.
I'll tell you this. I was watching
right on the outside strike zone. That's the games I've watched.
They had some video footage of this yesterday on MLB Network. And the amount of catchers that have been able to get a correct strike or ball based on 0.3 of an inch. It's like, God, first of all, for the umpire to be that close, and second of all, for you to be able to tell a ball's 0.3 of an inch, not an inch and 0.3 of an inch off the plate or high.
It's good for the game. I don't know if it's one of these to me it's not as significant a addition as the pitch clock, but it is really good. I think it's good. It's just a tier below what the pitch clock did for baseball.
And final one, piggybacking on this, they should not go to full on robot umps.
They should not. No.
Why?
Because just like we use review in other areas where we have officials making judgment calls, I think that should be the same. It just feels like such a leap, especially for a sport that got so accused of playing the game on a calculator after Moneyball. If you were to go to automated balls and strikes, I think that would do damage.
I agree. I'm fine with keeping human element.
Same.
Diamond Cavs with RJ Choppy with some Rangers true or false. Mackenzie Gore, their best pitcher of the year so far, on the mound tonight on this radio station with the 8 o'clock pregame here on 105.3 The Fan. We have another number one basketball pick in DFW, and is everyone done with tax day? No. That's next here on The Fan.
O'Reilly Personal Injury Lawyers. Frankel and Frankel, if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
With the first pick in the 2026 WNBA draft, the Dallas Wings select AZ Flood, University of Connecticut.
All right, this has been the thing that has gotten the most Twitter feedback on my timeline. After last night, I said, I don't think I have a great feeling about this. After learning, I believe, I haven't seen anything to the contrary, that AZ Fudd from Connecticut is the girlfriend of Paige Beckers. It's so interesting to see when other people get to wake up compared to us. Now, Jared has an excuse. Sandler, he's on the West Coast, so him and Kevin Gray texted me back at the exact same time. Kevin gets to wake up, I guess, at 8 o'clock. But I asked him, I said, how rare or big of a deal is Paige and this girl dating? And he said it happens all the time in the WNBA. So now my follow-up is, does it ever bring drama? Because I was just thinking about relationship. There was no consensus, number one, no Caitlin Clark, no Paige Beckers for the Wings to take. And then you get into need, best player. They went and signed a co-defensive player of the year yesterday that I heard KNC talking about. I was just thinking myself, like, first of all, people say never work with your family. You know, you got to have a truly special family to be able to get over things. What happens if you get in a spat? What happens on the court? What happens if you break up? Like, everyone's just assuming this, they got together at UConn, they were fine. Okay, how many years was that? Yeah. Like, you plan on being here and together for the next 10 years? I'd be a little bit uneasy and worried if I was in the Wings front office.
I guess theoretically it would have been 3 years because Paige is a year older at UConn. Now, they've been friends for like a decade.
Okay.
So that's good, right? Because if you're friends first, then you date, there's a better chance of going back to being friends than if you just meet out of thin air.
I'm never going back.
We go.
Very hard for me to go back.
Yeah, but there's that's the male-female dynamic, right? With
you think guys are pettier with it? Versus girls going back to being friends. Girls are usually more drama.
Girls are usually more, I don't think guys are pettier with it. Maybe it's easier in that girl dynamic. I don't know. I have no idea.
It depends on who the catalyst is, I think. Like who broke it up, depending on how receptive or flexible they might be to
and
it.
How did it end? Did it end in a sordid affair? Did it end in a, this is too hard while we're working together,
I've known there's...
Because most breakups end that peacefully.
I've known
wink,
of...
Wink,
right.
I've known of two people that I've been friends with that they split up and then were staying friends after. And in one instance, they just stayed friends, and they were friends all the way up until they married other people, and they were fine. In the other instance, they tried to be friends for like 6 months, and then he was like, this is too much. I don't like this dynamic. And he just was like, sorry, I love you, but we can't be friends anymore.
What would have happened if they asked Paige, like, who do you think we should take? She said Fudd, and they didn't take her. Like, doesn't that have Paige little ticked off at you? I wonder how much that influenced things.
You mentioned you and Amanda get into it when you asked her for a recommendation at a restaurant. And you've mentioned that you and Amanda get like into it when you go to a restaurant, you ask for a recommendation.
Oh, from the server.
And then you don't order what they recommend.
Yes.
Same thing. What'd you ask my opinion for?
Right.
You're
hoping you said someone else.
What if they didn't ask her opinion, though, and she went to them and said, I want you to do this?
That's true.
I mean, like, what if she went, I want you to draft Bronny, like LeBron did?
All I'm saying is I wouldn't be able to be in the same workspace as my significant other if we broke up.
I think
the majority of people, you got Wings fans that are really upset, and people are like, this proves you don't watch the WNBA. You're right, I don't watch the WNBA. But that's just real life reality for me, even though you have some people upset by it.
Yeah, this is, that's what the vast majority of sports consumers, like, they will hear about the story through those means that we're talking about. That's how they're going to hear about it. But
like Sharon Moore, Michigan?
Yeah.
We just saw it. Like, there's a reason that, and this would be an RJ Choppy legal case, I'd be like, what do you mean I can't date in the work office? You're being sexist towards me. WNBA, it happens all the time. But there's a reason most offices say you can't date within the office.
I will say, Fleetwood Mac made their best music when they all broke up, and that they had to then deal with each other breaking up.
And
what happens if the head coach scolds Fudd? Like,
Don't talk to her like that.
I'm feeling a certain type of way towards the coach.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Those types of little things.
Man,
or she's not playing well. Am I going to force feed her? A little bit too much?
Let's say that. Is it
another teammate and be like, what do you guys got? This is a little bit too much of a two-man game.
It's Romo Witten drawing plays in the dirt and everybody else getting upset about it.
Exactly.
Would you ever avoid a better player, like go with a slightly better player just to avoid that potential drama?
Well, I need to know how often this happens.
Everybody has talked about that she was. I mean, it wasn't like as much of a slam dunk, but most people seem to have her. She was the number one player, so she was supposed to go number one.
All right, I asked KG how often does it get dramatic. He said hardly ever. One of the more famous relationships in the W is Alyssa Thomas and Dewana Bonner, who've dated each other for years across two different teams. Okay. The Wings just had two players dating each other last year on the team, including Carrington, and it was fine. There's funny things that happen between partners sometimes during games, but the narrative that these players each ruin team chemistry is overblown, and the relationship aspect of the league makes it interesting. Paige and Fudd are a big deal, but their relationship has played out in the age of social media, and both have become very famous.
I will say it broke up. I mean, it broke up the original 3 J's here in Dallas, just them liking the same girl.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, that ended things. Everybody's worried about the Yankees having problems with Stanton and Bellinger or whatever because they were with the same girl previously.
Yeah. Speaking of relationships and basketball, Shaquille O'Neal trying to buy wedding rings.
Shaquille O'Neal. Now, let's go to Indianapolis. This is the Pacers couple. They went viral maybe like over the weekend last week. And I've basically had enough of these two at this point. This is Grace and Michael. So they were on the Jumbotron, and they were having like a real a discussion, not a heated discussion yet, but just a discussion.
Hey, everyone who keeps saying they've been dating, I don't care. You got to tell me they're going to be fine for the next 10 years for there to be no drama. I don't care that they were high school sweethearts. I don't care that they were together for a few years at UConn. I'd much rather be at UConn and be like,
you thought you were talking about
the Pacers.
I'm sorry. I'm going back to the page. I don't care that they've been dating. You got to tell me they are going to date. And they're going to be fine for the next 10 years when I want my 2 number 1 picks to be here for that long on my team.
What if the Wings were like, we'll draft her, but you got to marry her? You got to marry this girl.
Put a ring on it. All right. So these two, they were having a real pointed discussion. And the girl, visibly, you can read her lips, and she says, in a very, boisterous way, "That's you. What the blank are you talking about?" Well, Inside the NBA had these two on. All right, so they had these two on. Now, first of all, it comes out, and he says they were just discussing the value of a liberal arts degree. That's what they were talking about.
Wow.
The value of a liberal arts degree in today's economic workforce. Exactly 0% of the people in the history of professional sports have gone to a sporting event and discussed this topic. It's never happened.
They look like the type that would.
They do look like the type that would. And Shaq and Kenny and Ernie and Charles have them on Inside the NBA, and Shaq makes them an offer that they can't refuse.
Well, they did.
I'll tell you what, if you ask her to marry you right now, I'll buy the engagement ring.
Ooh. Listen.
No, ain't no listen, do it right now. Do it right now. Get on your knee right now. I'll buy the ring. I'll send you the ring.
Look into the camera when you do that.
Look at her face, man.
If you guys agreed to come to the wedding, we'll do that.
I'll come to the wedding.
No, you can't.
Well, we got to tell us what the wedding is first before we can do that. Ask her right now. Go ahead.
I didn't agree to that.
I didn't agree to this.
Well, her name is Grace. His name is Michael. She goes on social media in a now deleted post. Bobby,
I don't like this.
And she said, Shaq was like a creepy, horny uncle trying to embarrass his nephew, and I went along with it until the bit got embarrassing, and I was like, all right, chill. I'm glad my boyfriend got to meet the people whose videos he shows me constantly, but God, I am ready to be done with sports people. I have found you generally exhausting, and forgive me for saying so, I mean this respectfully, not smart in the ways that matter to me.
Wow. So she is the liberal arts degree.
She's the liberal arts degree. Run.
I will say I think this is pretty, like, it sounds like a nice offer. This is kind of uncool from Shaq, I think.
Why? He's trying to create amazing television.
Yeah, I understand he's creating amazing television, but if you're walking into that not prepared...
That wasn't creepy, like she said.
No,
I didn't hear the whole interview.
I don't think creepy. I think just uncomfortable, like, without knowing the backstory of, like, why aren't they engaged yet? Or do they, like, are they on the rocks? Are they super solid? Like, I just think it'd be like, I would feel a little, like, set up.
Why are you saying run?
Well, look, I do give her a little bit of, I give Grace some grace that she played along.
Yeah.
Right? I support that. She played along. Her entire aura just sounds like a miserable person. She's complaining about his commentary at the game, taking it too seriously. And quite honestly, she's too into her social media. Nobody needs to hear nobody needed to hear this. You know, she posted immediately after that this video went viral. She's all over. She's got 70,000 Twitter followers.
Whoa.
70,000.
More than Bobby.
More than me. More than Bobby.
I was going to say, she'd be top of the station now that Broadus was hacked.
More than you? Broadus.
I'm almost to 69. I just want to get to 69 and stop.
Just put it on freeze.
105.3 SS, please.
So, yeah, she's just too into her social media. That's a red flag. Too into the social media.
That's people today, though.
I know.
Like, I mean, you're going to have a hard time if
You just don't like she sounds a little nerdy, but you have the same degree, don't you?
Yeah. It's an arts degree. It's a Bachelor of Arts.
So you would be the one that should oversee this argument. You should be like, I have a liberal arts degree, and
he
I talk
also has a minor communications. You think he should oversee that? He's on
minor English.
Heart stroke pills.
I mean the specific discussion. He should have the discussion that they were having at the basketball game because he's like, I'm liberal arts degree and I talk sports for a living.
Give me the status of your taxes because tomorrow is April 15th. Mine were done probably about 3 weeks ago or a month. I'm supposed to be getting my return mailed to me, my paperwork. PayPay, I believe.
Not direct deposit?
Not with my family.
Oh, man.
I really wish it would be, but it's not the case. That's on the side bitter subject. PayPay, you already got yours back.
Yeah, mine was, I got it done back in February. I got to go together with my guy. You know, for the last 3 or 4 years that I've used this guy, I've always got a return. Now that I'm a house owner, I've gotten an even larger return, largest I've ever seen before. So I was like, you know, if I'm guaranteed a return, why not do it and knock it out early? So I was just waiting for all the paperwork, and I got it knocked out, mid to late February.
Were you happy with the return?
Yes.
Wait till you throw a baby on top of it. Then you're having an even bigger one.
Man, that's a life hack, isn't it?
Ralph, you've got the sketchiest setup usually.
I do.
Where do you stand?
I did him yesterday. Finished him off yesterday. I went in there and my guy Sasan said he said, I hope you're prepared. Yeah, because I had some 1099 work last year, so I didn't pay. You don't pay tax on those in the moment, so you got to pay. Rent's due. And he says, you have some expenses and some deductions that you are able to take. So we got it down. There's still a comma.
Oh,
there's still a comma. And what I owe, there's still a comma. We got it significantly down.
Were you expecting to owe?
Yeah, I was expecting to owe. And then it gets to the point where he goes, he says, we're going to pay this off. You got to give me your card number. He goes, wait a second. He goes, don't give me your card number. They're going to mail you a bill. I said, why don't I just pay it right now? He goes, don't give those bastards any money right now. He said you pay them the minimum per month.
Why?
Because
what?
He goes, he said,
get it off your head. I always have to pay off my debt immediately.
He said, they're in no rush to pay you. You should be in no rush to pay them.
But no financial benefit to you.
No, it's probably going to cost me like 6% a month. So, but that's fine. I'm committed to the bit.
Okay. Roberto.
Yeah, I got to do it today.
All of it?
Yeah. I mean, it's TurboTax. It's usually just 45 minutes sitting down and making sure all the stuff's in there. But yeah, the biggest thing is different things I've done for like the Cowboys, like doing draft show or different things like that. That's the like 1099 stuff that Chop's got to deal with. So that's always the complicating factor of like, let me remember everywhere where I need to have some document.
I got to go get my Morgan Stanley. I got to go get this tax form. I got to go see what I was charged for that. My donations.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what did I donate to? Let me get that back.
Which I always get to the end of the year. I'm like, I feel like I donated a lot more money than I'm.
Right.
being credited for here.
After ticking off Texas Tech fans last week, Bobby is ready to extend an olive branch. Next, and Belo on the home of the Cowboys after this. Let me go ahead and
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Oh, baby. How one Texas Tech Red Raider could change the Cowboys defense. And no, I'm not talking about Jacob Rodriguez. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Window Nation. Been a lot of chatter in recent days about the Cowboys going up in the draft, and typically we've talked about 9 with the Chiefs or 6 with the Browns. It's starting to get a lot of traction, but there has been, I think it started with Todd McShay was the first one to kind of throw it out there.
Arizona.
Saying going up to 3 with Arizona. And you're starting to see some more people suggest maybe that's as high as Dallas could go. And if they're going up to 3, for instance, when I heard Dane Brugler in the clips we were playing last hour, and he said whether they go up for Styles, Downs, or one of the pass rushers, I think he's talking about Arvell Reese and David Bailey. They're not Reuben Bain. I think he's talking about going way up to get a pass rusher. So they have typically not been anybody we've talked about, Reese or Bailey. I mean, I've mentioned I love Bailey, but I've also been like, he's not getting anywhere close to you, so there's really no point.
Yeah.
And there's been some chatter lately that Bailey could go 2. Some back and forth about whether Bailey or Reese goes 2. But we haven't spent a lot of time on them, even though Dallas visited both of them as top 30 visits. Or not top 30, 30 national visits. So they brought them both in, wanted to get to know them a little bit better. So I thought we could spend a little bit of time on David Bailey, because I am a massive, massive fan of his. Now,
is he your favorite player in the draft?
Probably. Yeah, he's probably, it's him and Reese are very close. It's just, to me, Reese might be better at linebacker, is just the thing. He can do some varied things for you. Now, Aiden's going to have video up on the fan cam here about David Bailey, and so you'll get to see a little bit of how he plays.
Highlight package on the fan YouTube right now. Let's see if the Texas Tech fans can show up. Here it is.
Before I start talking about him and going into him, I had posted this yesterday. I tagged both of you in it because I'm going to try to convince you that this is the move you go up for. Your initial read watching, I would imagine, David Bailey tape for the first time.
Monster. I love that he's wearing no gloves.
You like that? Very Reggie White.
He looks even more menacing. He's freaking explosive. He is tracking down. It's like these Netflix videos that Bobby's wife or some study would say that we get depressed over. He's like a damn puma tracking these fools. That when he's stalking and getting to the flat, chasing down a running back, he is so explosive. He's got the dip under move. He's got the sidestep move. He's got the spin move. He's a monster. I thought I saw an old clip. It may have been the
Stanford.
No, not the video clip. Sorry. Oh. I thought I saw an old tweet at the end of last year from Wolchuk saying, is there a question about him setting the edge as a run defender? And I haven't paid attention to much of that. All I'm saying is, looking at the body type of him, I find it hard to believe that he could not stick in there, stay in there, and defend the run.
Here's the thing. We don't need Zach Wolchuk's scouting report when we have Corey Major's scouting report. Corey Majors, welcome to the Sean and RJ extravaganza.
Hey, thanks for, nice, extravaganza.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I felt that, you know. I was hearing y'all talk about David Bailey as I was down the hall.
Super stud.
And I love talking about the draft.
Yeah.
So we do that around 11:20 every day on the show. Today we'll be going through the top 30 a little bit, and we'll do that for the rest of the week.
Stephen Jones,
somewhere between 11:45 and 12:30. Who knows? So that's why you got a Tolo, baby. Can I give a quick scouting report?
Please.
Qualified. First note, downhill. Like this dude, he goes once he gets moving. Active feet, even more active hands. Wears his pants like shorts, which I don't love. Kind of not my favorite thing.
Yeah, very collegiate. They're trying to ban that.
He also likes the rolled up jersey where you can't see his number all the time.
Yeah, he's trying to show some skin out there.
Yeah.
Nasty spin move, like he adds that to the mix too. Speed, good moves, bending around the corner. player, plays well in stopping the run. I think he plays well in stopping the run. I'm not saying he's the best at it, but I think he plays well in stopping the run.
But
I don't think he gets enough credit
it's not a size thing, right? He's 6'4", 250.
He is 6'4", 250. I was 6'3", 250.
He's like 6'3" and 3/4 or so they would call him 6'4".
Yeah, his first step is insane, Kobe-like. Like, that was when I watch him off the first step, I'm just like, this dude's amazing. And one of the best rip moves that I've seen out of all the guys that I've watched so far. He's got one of the best rip moves. So
if you moved up, if you had your choice between Reese and Bailey, you would take?
I would probably take Bailey. And now that's the other thing. Yesterday we had the discussion. I'm like, I think I'm still going Sonny Styles because of what I want for this defense.
If the three are available, you take Styles over.
I think so. Because I'm still Bailey doesn't do a lot.
Too.
He doesn't do a lot for me in coverage at the linebacker spot. And I need to find a guy that does that.
He doesn't, but he did more of it at Stanford, and he occasionally will drop on tape at Texas Tech.
Yeah, no, he will.
Don't need to cover when the quarterback's on the ground.
That's a very good point, Chop. That is very good. And I feel like I'm hoping Ezraku can be the guy that can get the dude on the ground, but Bobby's hair told us that wasn't enough this year.
Yeah.
But you're just lacking at that linebacker spot so much. That's my biggest concern at the moment. That's why, Anthony Hill, still one of those guys that can do that. But David Bailey, love everything that this guy does.
Yeah, I think that's. I think you've got him, as Broaddus would say. I think you got this player nailed. So here's what I had written about him when I did my report on him a couple months ago. As a pass rusher, he shows a defined plan. He works the edges with intent. Each rush setting up the next. He shows an effective spin counter, like Corey was talking about. He uses it off of oversetting tackles with excellent timing. Shows the ability to convert speed to power. He can compress the pocket when he lands hands inside. He's heavy-handed. He strikes with pop to the chest. He can disrupt balance early in the rep. He shows bend to run the arc. He can dip, flatten when he stays tight to the tackle. He's aware in passing lanes. He's always trying to get his hands up. He can affect throwing windows. He has some experience dropping into zone. It's functional. It's not really a primary trait. He maximizes his length in the run game. So this is where I'm going to disagree about him as a run defender, is that there are times his biggest problem in the run is he will over pursue sometimes is the biggest thing. But in terms of like when he's staying disciplined and he's using his length, he's locking out, he's able to shed. He will stack and shed with some of the best of them at times. So watching him shed, disengage from the blockers, wrap up the ball carrier with violent finish. The biggest downsides with him right now, he plays too wide when he's running the edge, allows tackles to reset, ride him past the quarterback. Over-aggression shows up against the run. He will overrun plays and take himself out of the action. He shows limited inside counters at this stage, relying heavily on the outside path and spin. Overall, scheme versatile, athletic, high-effort edge defender, good understanding of rush mechanics, a legitimate three-down player who still has room to grow as a pass rusher.
That part you said about gets past the quarterback sometimes, do you see that as his eyes? He loses his track of his eyes, or his body just keeps going?
I think he just widens out too far a lot of times. He gets too wide, tackles are able to reset, and they're able to just use his momentum and push him. It's the Terrence Steele method of blocking, where if you're not as powerful enough, you just try to ride somebody upfield and get him out of the action. Yeah. That's how a lot of tackles
Bobby has hyped up Bailey so much that, mentally, when I see that he's probably going to go 2, if the Cowboys are going to trade up, when I see, all right, there's a lot of talk about him going 2, that has disappointed me without watching as much Arvell Reese. And while you guys have been talking, I've been looking at Reese. I would not be disappointed if Bailey went and the Cowboys moved up for him.
The paintball player.
Reese is...
I don't know what that means.
Reese is a monster.
This looks like, if you're talking about versatility, I would not be surprised whatsoever if Christian Parker preferred Reese over Bailey.
I think...
This looks like... he kind of looks like Micah.
I think most teams. I think
said it.
It's
and he might be better the second level in terms of I never trust. I'm not insulting Micah, but I was never like Micah in coverage. I feel good about this guy. He might be it's hard to say anyone's a better athlete than Micah Parsons, but he looks. He looks like he's moving more freely on the second level. I would trust him more, I guess, in coverage is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think that he's a more polished linebacker than Micah was, probably. Micah was so much instinct when he played at Penn State and then when he got to the NFL. similar like traits. I don't think he's quite Micah in terms of like the athlete, and Micah's upside was higher, but he is the Abdul Carter comparison to Micah last year that didn't feel totally right. Reese is closer. Reese is closer to that. I think most teams will probably have Reese as the top graded player on their board.
Yeah, Bailey was up. And then all of a sudden, Pro Day happened, Combine happened, and everybody was like, "Oh, Reese, have y'all not watched this guy?" And then Bailey came back up.
I would not be surprised if the Cowboys were to go all the way up to 3. I think they would just say, we're going to be happy with whoever the Jets leave us. Mm-hmm. They will be happy with Reese. We'll be happy with Bailey.
And if you had Overshown healthy with this dude, no one could match that speed linebacker-wise in the whole league. No one.
They are
no one. What's this 40? Reese.
He ran. I'm trying to think did he run at the combine? Let me look at.
By the way, Wolchuk weighing in on Bailey. Size is fine. He physically can set the edge. He can just get caught upfield and get out of position in the run game.
That's true.
He's the best true pass rusher in the draft, though, in my opinion.
4.46, which Micah was 4.38, I think.
Damn.
4.38.
Yeah.
All these questions about Reese when people are like, you have to have a plan and it's a little bit more of a project. No, I'm not saying any of that. You want him to go after the damn quarterback, go after the damn quarterback. You want him to he looks like he creates havoc, and just do what ask him to do what you want him to do, and then not this project of having a plan.
Micah was 4.36. And Micah was heavier than Narvell Reese.
Was that
he was
COVID time, though, so it wasn't Combine, right? That was Pro Day?
It was a Pro Day run. It was a year after when things had started settling down a little bit on COVID.
But they wouldn't move. One of the greatest things the Cowboys did, which surprised us all, they deserve infinite credit. They're like, we're going to make Micah an edge. We're going to make him a DN.
Yeah, not a middle line.
That's not happening with Reese, right?
No, Reese very well could be an edge. It just depends on how. I don't know how teams are going to view him. Dallas.
Not full-time.
No, I think some teams would say you are going to be an edge, and then there are other teams that say you're going to be a linebacker. Then there are other teams that say you're going to split. That's why I can't remember which report you were reading earlier, but there was a line in there that said I think it was from Breer, where it's important to make sure he goes somewhere that has a plan for how to use him, because he needs a plan, because he's not just he plays this position. Go out there and play it.
To me, the plan is he can play either of the two levels.
So Bailey and Reese,
he can do it. He can do whatever.
You don't want to give up you want a second round pick. You don't want to give up your second first. If I told you have to give up 12, 20, and 92, so you're picking once at 3 and getting Bailey or Reese and not picking again until the 4th.
Corey, you answer that first.
Re-ask that question.
You are picking Reese or Bailey at 3. You go up, get him, you're picking one of them, and then you are not picking again until the 4th round.
You're giving up 12, 20, and your 3rd.
No.
And then you're using your 5th on Kenny Moore from the Colts.
No, I'm trying to figure out a way to get up and get that, 39?
From the Browns?
Yeah, 6 and 39. That's what I'm wanting, and I'm fine with not getting that player, because I think there are some really good other players in this draft.
Let's answer that next. Thank you, Corey Majors. And, oh man, a freak-out scenario from Daniel Jeremiah that the Cowboys actually take this player with the other one on the board. Final hour, Tolo Tuesday after this.
Let's save you some money on your property tax with Ownwell. You probably got...
The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Entire morning squad with you. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton, Phillip, Russell. We got Aiden. Oh, man. Alec Manford letting us down.
There he goes.
Oh, that's a slow, delayed fist pump.
Peyton's fist pump is starting to look more like mine.
My father-in-law, every time I talk to him, he's got to talk about your fist pump. Not a fan, and he's doing something with his dog with the camera that I'll tell you about in the commercial break.
You remember the Nico Harrison, how they had the little SEALs handshake that they did? That's like our insider handshake that we do.
Who?
Just us insiders who report on the NFL.
Oh, I thought you meant you and my father.
You guys have read the news.
All right, let's carry over the discussion, Bobby, of David Bailey, Arvell Reese. A lot of people trying to have the Cowboys move up. Dane Brugler had a mock. His mock that comes out tomorrow is going to be 12-20 to Cleveland for 6-39. Let's reset the Reese Bailey possibility, and let's get Choppy and the fan text answer.
Yeah, if they go up to 3, they're not going. I don't believe they would go up for Styles. They're definitely not going up for Delane or Downs or anybody like that. If they're going up to 3, it is in all likelihood to get whoever's left from who the Jets leave you, which would be Arvell Reese, the linebacker / edge rusher from Ohio State, or David Bailey, the edge rusher from Texas Tech. So we just played some Bailey tape on the Fan Cam the last segment. Also went through what his scouting report is. Safer, cleaner edge rusher probably, of just like, yeah, this is what he does. He's ready to go. He can start tomorrow. Reese, higher upside, a little bit more undefined in terms of how you're going to use him. So you would need somebody who's going to say, all right, I've got a specific plan for him, and I'm committed to having him use that.
Okay, I'm going to be, I always think I can write country music lyrics. It's one of the jobs in life. And run a PR firm along with Choppy.
PR firm would be simple.
I'm starting to think I could be a draft evaluator, too.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple, pretty easy. All this discussion about Reese and the way Bobby phrased it is how a lot of people have been phrasing it, and it's making it sound like a doubt and a question mark, and that's starting to bother me a little bit. I totally flip it and reverse it, put it down, and whatever the rest of the lyric is. Yeah, to me it's not like, okay, like a little bit more unrefined and a question. We're still talking about someone that's going to go 2 or 3, and then the other thing is like this guy. He looks like a menace, Arvell Reese.
Yeah.
So it's just like, no, whatever I decide for him to do, like in terms of, if you're talking about versatility, I want Reese over Bailey for Christian Parker's defense. And it's not, I don't know, and it's a little bit more of a question mark. What is the question?
Let's look at it.
How do I unleash him to unleash panic on everyone?
Let's look at it on a smaller scale. Obviously, guys who are not top 5 picks, but still. 2 instances that have occurred here in Dallas. A lot of people felt like you were developmentally screwing up Byron Jones and Tyrone Crawford by making them go tackle, end, corner, safety, and just bouncing them around and not letting them figure things. So that's the biggest thing. I think they're just saying that there's a risk of you as a coach screwing this up because you just don't have a firm thought on how he needs to be used. As long as you just commit to something, he'll figure it out, and he'll be great at it. But if you start going, we need edge rush this week. All right, so you're going to work with next week you got to work with the line. It's a little bit of what the Cowboys ran into after they realized Micah could rush, and they were like, we got to figure out what he's doing.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, you can start delaying their development a little bit more and making it a more difficult transition. So as long as he can do you can do everything. Micah did a little bit of everything for them, but they also had to commit to this is what your job is. And so I think the thought there is
everyone will once they see him in practice.
But that's the thing. There's a risk of there are coaches who will overthink it and just say, well, right now we need this week, so you're going to do this week. And so I think it's less a criticism of Reese and more a caution to coaches who are just not, who are a little waffly and don't want to commit to something.
All right, Chop, what's your answer to these scenarios?
Oh, look, I'm generally I'm moving up, and having 0. Now, having 1 top 100 pick is going to be a problem. If you move all the way up to 3, and you give up 12, 20, what'd you say, 92?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to leave you with 1 pick in the top 100. I just don't know that's a great way to do it.
Yeah. We have to. I'm a victim of going and getting the big. What's the splashy, sexy thing? I like that as a sports fan. I like that in my life.
I get it.
Oh my God,
man.
But I have $1,000. I have a $5,000 living room budget, and I want the awesome couch, and that couch costs $4,500. But I need a dining room table, and I need chairs, and I need bar stools.
Yeah.
And
a rug?
I need a rug
somewhere.
Gotta have a rug. And
ties the room together, doesn't it, dude?
That's what we're talking about here with the Cowboys. Bobby, in my opinion, is guilty of, and I'm starting to get there a little bit, the more highlight packages he's putting together and having me watch. Bobby's guilty of blowing the entire budget on the couch. And I need you.
You've seen my couch, yeah.
To be the safe shopper and say, we still got 5 other things with the $5,000 budget.
The budget.
And Bobby's fine with spending $4,500 on the couch, which is Bailey.
What do you?
You're forgetting. You're putting too much faith in corner, linebacker. I think you're wanting the big fancy expensive thing at the expense of bad defense.
I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to say I will pass on 2 contributors for 1 difference maker.
Oh, you're telling me now you're calling 12 a contributor?
No, I'm saying because like we said, the drop from 6 to 12 is in all likelihood going to be start.
What if Downs is at 12?
I don't.
Which I think is a possibility.
If he gets there, great. And then if that's the case,
is he a difference maker?
Yeah, but I just don't think he's going to get there.
You don't think he's going to get there?
No, I don't. I think he goes like 10 to Cincy.
Okay.
So that's the problem. I think that they're going to look at it and go, that's why I think draft day they're going to enter it and kind of get a sense of the landscape and decide, could somebody get to us or do we need to go do something?
But here's the thing that would drive me crazy with this. I don't know if it would drive me crazy because you're fine if you get Bailey or Reese, I think. You make this move with someone at 3 or 2, and we're all pluckers, and Caleb Downs drops to 12, or Caleb Downs is there within your striking distance. Do I call? Do I have to have this contingent? I'm probably losing sleep if Bain and Downs falls to 12 or someone that I really loved and I gave everything up to go up to 2 and I could have my extra picks with the super safety falling to me, or just knowing that I could go to 10 or even 9.
But which makes you, let's say this, which makes you feel more sick? You pick Bailey or Reese, and then you see Downs gets to 12, and you've sacrificed that. Or you're trying to watch things fall, somebody surprises you and takes Downs earlier than you thought.
Yeah.
And then you're left with no Downs, no Bain, no delay, and you're sitting there going, I have to grab somebody that should go around 20. I got to grab him here at 12.
That one.
And so because in the other scenario, it's like, it sucks, but it's like, yeah, at the end of the day, though, I got the number 1 or number 2 player in the draft, though.
Yeah.
And I need difference makers.
And I need numbers, too. I need seat fillers.
Yes.
I do need seat fillers.
They're winning right now.
You need that Kardashian.
Pre-draft.
Are they seat fillers?
They get seat fillers.
How many
lip fillers?
How many wins is this team right now? The way they're pre-draft, the way they're presently constructed, how many wins?
8 or 9.
Probably.
Is that high?
I mean, they won 7 last year. They're 2 wins better.
I'll say their defense can't be worse.
8 until I know who the other linebacker is going to be.
Okay. With Caleb Downs, they are now worth how many wins?
9 or 10. I'll say a win, even though Vegas would not say that.
9. Okay. It goes up a win again, depending. So this jumps if you make the 6 to 39 move, right? And you pick Downs at 6, and then at 39 you pick a linebacker like Jake Golday from Cincinnati. Mm-hmm. Now I'm talking about they're a 10-win team.
Okay. Now what about jumping up and getting Reese? Now what are they? If you thought they were 8 or 9 before,
1 more.
It's 10.
Yeah. No. Same increase as Downs.
Okay, so they go from 9 to 10 wins.
Yep.
All right. What about with Bailey? Same thing.
Same thing.
Okay. Well, in style, same thing.
Reese, they might be a little better. Depending on how they use him, they might be a little better right away than they would with Bailey, just because he would then play inside linebacker too.
All right, now, so if they're 8 or 9 wins, and let's say they stay at 12, and they take any combination of Bain, Delane, and then they get Hood at 20.
Well, if they're taking Delane and Hood, that's a waste to me because that's two corners.
Well, I mean, I personally think they need to. But
let's say if I got two, if I got those, if I got some
Bane and Hood or some combination,
one more win.
Okay,
Bane and Hood, I think they probably are
2 more wins.
Bane and Hood, they're below what they would be if they just go get Reese or just go get Bailey, or if they go up and get Downs.
Okay.
And then pick somebody else at 39 because 12 and 20 to me, Bane is going to be rotational edge rusher with Gary and Ezeraku in all likelihood. And then Hood will play, but again, they're going to have they're going to recycle those corners and have them play different spots. And rookie corners generally have some of the bigger adjustments.
And if Downs for some reason falls to 12, and they could still get Hood,
I think
Downs and Hood.
I think Downs immediately is is the second best player on their defense next year.
All right, so Downs and Hood, are they still one more win, or is that 2? Because if my thought is if it's going to be more than
Downs and Hood, they're probably, and then they keep their pick, so they pick at 92 or whatever and draft a linebacker. That's probably a 10-win team, 10-11 win team.
Now it's going to take some,
but
some luck to get Downs to fall to you.
Yes.
Or you can go to 9.
Or you go to 9,
10 or 9.
and maybe you go to 9 and Hood's still there at 29. That's the dream scenario, right?
Hood will not be there at 29, I don't believe.
No.
Mm-mm.
I mean,
there's a risk he might not be there at 20.
Okay, well, I mean, then throw this to Sean. I know Bobby's answer, but what if McCoy is there at 29? And you have him, and you're like, all right, maybe it's a red shirt, but maybe it's not.
It's a net 0 win difference.
I'll roll the dice at 20 for the chop.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, because if it hits, it's like it could be.
I mean, it's not even the same. Well, I don't want to be guilty of hyperbole, but I am an expert 2-minute scout here. Looking at McCoy versus Delane's highlights, I'm not going to say the tape, the film. Looking at those highlights, we're talking 2 different rooms. Like, for my own personal enjoyment, watching Jermod McCoy's highlight reel was such a greater high than Delane. So because of that, I'll roll the dice at the very end of the first.
At the end of the first round. I mean, you move to 9 and you'd get Hood, Downs and McCoy, or Styles and McCoy.
I still want to draft basically 2 guys in the first, or one in the first and one in the second. I can't. I have to have at least a first and a second round pick. Now, if they start the games and Arvell Reese is Micah Parsons and better at covering guys, and David Bailey is this freaking menace that he looks like in this Bobby highlight reel, then I will take everything back.
You'll have some buyer's remorse,
and I'll say, heck yeah, no, I'll be happy that they traded up and got a freaking stud.
Oh, if he is that,
yeah.
I think you look at it and go, what could have been if we would have just stayed and how we could have stacked things up. But then on the flip side of it, you're going, well, we got a badass.
Yeah.
Whereas on the other end, if you're sitting there waiting, you're just sitting there going, we missed.
What if Caleb Downs is there and you take this player instead? Daniel Jeremiah with a scenario that I think has the Metroplex meltdown. Red Zone. More of your football fix is next on Sean and RJ 105.
segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
As a Cowboy follower and fan, I'm always scarred into thinking about nightmare scenarios. How are they going to lose this big game? How are they going to get beat down in this playoff matchup? And I'm starting to think about this for next Thursday with NFL draft coverage right here. Sorry, pessimistic, but my wife has beaten this into my brain. What will go wrong, what can go wrong, will go wrong. It's the life of a Cowboy fan. And when I listened to this yesterday from Daniel Jeremiah, who also went on the KNC Masterpiece a few weeks ago, I said, damn it. If this happened, Pluckers will be smashing beer glasses everywhere. We're going to be kept up with no sleep and come in here on Friday morning freaking out and going nuts. This is part one. Daniel Jeremiah on the Joel Klatt podcast talking about not Caleb Downs, but Dylan Thieneman, and if he could go at 12.
The Cowboys have a glaring need in the secondary and its safety position. I think Thieneman could be the 12th pick in the draft. Tosh Lupoy, who we've just established loves Thieneman, along his journey, where was he at? He was at Alabama in 20. He was there from 2014 all the way to 2018. He was a co-DC in 2017. You know who who was coaching in that secondary? It was Derek Ainsley. You know who coaches DBs for the Dallas Cowboys right now?
Oh, I haven't put this
Derek
together.
Ainsley.
Oh my!
That's why I've been saying I think Thieneman could be the 12th pick in the draft.
Now, great follow-up from Joel, and this is my cynical nightmare fan reaction scenario, and I'd have to see it to believe it. I don't believe it would happen, but what if? Are you saying, Joel Klatt podcast with Daniel Jeremiah, that Thieneman would be picked at 12 if Caleb Downs is still on the damn board?
I would say, I'll tell you for a fact, I know some teams have it that way. I don't.
Really?
I'm telling you, some teams have it that way.
Erroneous.
Wow. So, and I'm not saying they do. And I would, in that scenario, I would have them taking Downs. But if Downs goes 10, Downs goes 11. I mean, any of those teams, 10, 11, 12 could all be in that. And look at Kansas City's picking 9. They've got issues in the secondary. So I think that's the window. I think that 9 to 12. And I wouldn't be shocked if both those guys are in that 9 to 12 range when it's all said and done.
So my first scenario I brought up in the last segment, what if you do give up everything, you trade up for Bailey or Reese, and then you see Downs picked at 12, and I'm like, I could have just kept all my ammo and gotten Downs at 12, but I'm ending up with a stud at the top of the draft. This would cause an absolute meltdown. Daniel Jeremiah said multiple times, there are teams, plural, that have Thieneman over Downs. Can you imagine? You're sitting at your Pluckers and Alliance, and you're at 12, and Downs is there, and they go with the 12th pick of the Dallas Cowboys, select Dylan Thieneman. What would happen?
What would happen? I would go next door to the movie theater, and I would get a seat, and I would wait for the 30 for 30 to come out on this draft. A documentary on the rise and fall of the Dallas Cowboys. That's exactly what I would be doing.
Would that be worse than the Johnny reaction y'all were present for?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That was like selfish disappointment when we're like, yeah, it's probably the smart thing to do. I trashed Manziel's character. My first fight with a fan base here 15 years ago, happy anniversary, you said last weekend to us?
Saturday.
Was the A&M fans. When I was like, this guy's a douchebag. Like, most electrifying college football effect I've ever experienced with covering a team, by far. It was amazing. But he's not going to be a good college quarterback. He's just throwing up to Mike Evans. He's just chucking it, heaving it. But I wanted Johnny on the Cowboys for the show ratings. That was more, they did the smart thing. This would be, I think, outrage. That was disappointment. Outrage. This would be outrage. Yeah. But Jeremiah is saying I'm not saying, again, I'm just throwing this out there for 90% fun. But Jeremiah is saying some people have Thieneman over Downs.
It doesn't surprise me, just because there's
32 of them.
And I would imagine there's teams that are just going to be much more about measurables and stuff. So those teams are going to have Thieneman above him. Thieneman's more prototypical size. Thieneman's faster. He's a better athlete. Or at least will test as a better athlete. Downs is a really good athlete. It's just I don't know that it shows up as testing. But on a football field, you can say you saw that play on the Downs highlight reel. He's 25 yards off the ball. The ball's pitched in the backfield, and he raced in to get behind the line of scrimmage before the back got there. So he's a really, really good athlete, especially at the line of scrimmage. But
what would you do if they did that, though?
My biggest concern would be that is. With the 28th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Taco Charlton and then TJ Watt sitting there, and they just let him go.
Wow, you compare it to that.
I'd be worried about that. Thieneman is a much better prospect than Taco was. I did not think Taco was going to be a good player.
Do you have Thieneman as a first rounder?
No. He's top of the second. So, but he's a good player, and I think he's got a lot of upside. I wouldn't. Just in a vacuum, would I like Dylan Thieneman on this defense? Yeah. I would not like them passing up Caleb Downs for Dylan Thieneman, which I don't think they would do.
Yeah.
Can't imagine. I can't imagine they would. And,
DJ, I love DJ. He's had a little subtle.
He didn't say, by the way. He said he thinks the Cowboys would take Downs. I know. He would take Downs, but
he's had a little subtle just water throwing on Downs for 2 months now, just in general as a prospect.
And look, I would be personally upset if they took Thieneman at 20, let's say they take Bain at 12, all right? They don't get Delane. If they get Delane, then you could take Thieneman at 20. I'm fine with that. But if you get Bain, I need a corner. I need Hood at 20.
Why can't you have a safety?
I just feel like I feel corner's more important for one.
Yeah, agreed.
And I think in the first round, I got to study about this, about some of these positions in the first versus other rounds. But I just, to me, getting a corner in the first round versus trying to find one in other rounds you're going to get a much bigger drop off than you would from a safety.
Yeah, but generally it's very rare that a first round safety does not hit.
Exactly. No, you're right. No, I understand what you're saying. But I feel like I need a corner. I feel like I'd be disappointed if I came away from this draft in the first round without one of Delane or Hood.
But what if you're trading a day 3 pick for a corner? You're trading it for Kenny Moore.
Indianapolis.
That's better. That makes me feel a little bit better.
This is kind of what I mean, though. They're starting, when you think about the fact that they're going to have Thompson play some corner, I would imagine, and some of the stuff that's going on. This is why I'm also they need to at least just look at, is there a market for Revel, and is it the best fit here anymore? And is this the best fit here now with our defensive coordinator? Because it's just you've added Durant, you've got Bland, you've got Revel, you're going to play Thompson inside. If you then draft another corner, somebody's not playing that often. And so at that point, it's is that a best use for somebody should, whether it's Revel, all right, let's try and maximize this, or you're looking to go, let's move off of Bland's contract. Somebody at that point, you might start looking at let's just start allocating resources a little differently.
Albert Breer with other Inside the Mailbag draft notes. The GM of one team picking in the top 10 told me Ruben Bain did not seem willing to discuss the car incident when questioned on it. An executive with another team in the top 10 said Bain was open to the extent he could be about the situation. I'd say Ohio State receiver Carnell Tate is secure as a top 10 pick and could go as high as number 4 to the Titans or 5 to the Giants. After that, I don't sense there's a consensus number 2 at the receiver position. We already went through Jake Golday after Styles as a linebacker. Some people throw in Jacob Rodriguez into that mix. And then Breer finishes with, if there is movement in the second 10 picks, 10 to 20, and I expect there to be some, it could be generated by the tackles. Bama tackle Caden Proctor will go higher than I think some people have him right now. So that is Albert Breer.
The offensive line is one of the biggest mysteries to me and could really shift things in terms of what Dallas is looking at 12 or whether they need to go up. That may be what they're waiting to when we talk about them reacting to stuff on draft day. They may be reacting to just see if there's a run on tackles early. And if they don't see the run on tackles, then that signals to them that, all right, the guys are going to get snatched up.
I want to know how much times 10 they doing these scenarios that we've been doing over the past 2 months. How do you do this in terms of drills, exercises? How much time is allotted to all
They
this?
will. So
this is a lot.
Next week, they will run like several mock drafts, and they will operate as though like they're going through a mock scenario. And so they'll go through trades and different things like that. I think the Giants is such a. The big thing is everybody feels like I think that they know, all right, you're getting Mendoza and then an edge of some sort at 2. If Arizona stands in, there's a chance they take Maui Noa, an offensive lineman, or they could go Bailey or somebody like that. Well, then at 4, okay, if they go Maui Noa, then that may change what Tennessee's going to do because, somebody's sitting on the board that we didn't think. Bailey's here now. We're going to take Bailey. Then the Giants get at 5. It's been penciled in that it's Styles, but there's a lot of talk that, they could be sitting there and go, we want Fano, the offensive lineman, because we need to really rebuild our trenches. Cleveland wants an offensive lineman. If Cleveland can't bail out, they're probably going to just take a Caden Proctor at that point. So if Dallas starts seeing, all right, 3 offensive linemen have dropped, we know our receiver's going to go, somebody's getting to us. Then they got that sense. Whereas if they get to pick 3 and either they haven't traded up for it, but like Arizona's bailed out and somebody's taken, Bailey there or Reese, whoever's left, and then the Titans go with a Styles or something, like now they're going to start going, all right, go. We got to go up to 6.
Yeah. But you're going up to 2 or 3 is...
I would say
you got to make a quick decision.
I would say there's an 80% chance that the Cowboys pick in the top 10.
80%?
Yes, because I think they're going to see the way the board starts falling and go, we got to go up.
The 9 and 29 is still the one that intrigues me the most.
I don't think they'll go up to 3. I just think that's too far. But I do think 6 or 9 is a decent bet.
Because I also I don't know, does go up to 3, is the 3rd round pick going to do it? Along with 12 and 20?
In this market, it might. I mean, you got to think about
a normal market would it not have to be like next year's.
When the Texans went up for Will Anderson, which I think was 12-3, they had to give up their first, another first, a second, and a third.
Oh,
so for Dallas, that would have to be this year's 3rd and next year's 2nd.
It's a lot, guys.
But I don't think the Cardinals. I don't think they can. Dallas will just hold firm and be like, well, okay, go find somebody else. You're not going to get a better offer. Nobody's going to give you another first this year to come up here that's in a better spot. So take it.
Let's finish up Ask Reddit as we crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to Trust and
3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The 1-1. Swing and a drive deep into right field. Going back on this is Butler. He turns to look. It's out of here. Opposite field shot for Jake Berger. 2 home runs on the night. 4-0 Rangers.
What's that?
You're not impressed with that athletics crowd?
It sounds like, which it is. It's like a spring training stadium. It sounds like spring training applause.
Yeah.
Minor league stadium, minor league outcome.
Like I'm expecting to be like now up to bat Rougned Odor. He's hitting 438.
When you go to a Major League Baseball game and you got to bring a blanket to sit on the berm, small time.
Tomorrow morning at 5:30, Peyton Russell pays off the March Madness punishment. Alec Medford is fist pumping for that. We will.
2 minutes of audio?
2.
Is that
that he gets to use outside source? Was it 2 minutes?
It was 2. He did it as a song last year.
I paid attention to that part.
It was crosstalk, probably. You didn't hear that show. 2 minutes of audio, whatever, but hopefully we play the lowlights, all the lowlights between 6 to 10 if you miss it live at 5:30 tomorrow morning.
It's just so early for me to get in here.
Well, you can listen driving in.
No. I'm going to be here at 5:30. I'm going to stand with my face against the glass, looking at him and not moving.
Last year, Bobby mooned me.
I did moon him last year while he was on the air.
Really?
And I also was in his ear going, tell the Snapchat story. So that's why he just blurted it out. And he's like, I was also blackmailed on Snapchat by a bot.
She was real, Bobby.
I think you should sit in the beanbag shirtless.
Oh, man.
And just stare at him in the beanbag shirtless.
Or just go fully nude.
No, you're going to give him that would give material. We want him not to have material. I want to. He's cooked up his own Addison improv bit.
Yeah, I think he has.
Oh, great.
We could have given him some.
He said it's going to look like
topics.
an O'Reilly talking points memo.
All I care,
where he reads verbatim what's on the screen.
All I care about is that it sounds like he's running out of gas. That's all I want.
I know.
I want to hear it
when
where
he's struggling. When that engine just go put. He's got to sit there and just talk for an extra minute. It's great.
Corey, what's coming up?
Just give a lot of space. Do the Dan Patrick. Just give a lot of space.
Rich Eisen.
The pregnant pause.
Yeah.
Today we do have Stephen Jones joining us somewhere between 11:45 and 12:30 today. We will talk about the Wings and their draft last night and how the Wings made a smart decision because they're going to save financially. So we'll get into that discussion. And then
Hang on. Is this because they give a housing stipend? Stop it.
Smart move. I blame
hotel room.
I blame you.
What did I do?
I blame you for getting me in this Dallas Wings heat that I'm in. Because when I was driving home, you're previewing the draft, which I know no one else can probably do. And I go home and I'm like, all right, let me read up on this. And then I see that they're going to draft Paige Becker's girlfriend. And then I just started thinking of all the relationship dynamics. And I said, I'm a little bit worried about this. And I've been jumped by the WNBA fans today.
What did they say?
Like, you obviously don't. They're like, people date. People date on the same team all the time. And I was like, okay.
Not in real sports.
We don't know that.
Redirect it.
That is Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt.
Chill out, people.
Bobby Belt TX. Was she the consensus number one player?
No, but I will point out
was?
this. But see, I was going to say this was a draft that did not necessarily have a consensus number one. The top 4 picks, I think, were all viable possibilities. It feels like Pham at pick number 3 has the biggest upside, and they got a lot of praise for that pick. But once the Wings made their free agency moves over the weekend, you knew they weren't going to get another big. So
and having an offseason where your free agency starts 2 days before the draft.
It's pretty wild, yeah.
Right?
But it led to a frenzied pace. So I figured this was the way they would go with an off chance that they would pick up the TCU guard.
With a supermax of how much?
1.4.
1.4 for the supermax. Bob, let's finish up Ask Reddit.
All right, let's do that. Let's lead off with Kevin Hageland. Hagee, which celebrity, since we're talking about relationships, which celebrity took the biggest hit by the person they married?
It's got to be Johnny Depp, right?
Ooh. He won.
Human fecal.
I know, but
Are you
don't-
talking about literally a hit?
But like, I'm just saying the whole saga.
I thought you were about to give my answer with the first 4 letters. To me, the answer is John Lennon. That Yoko Ono relationship, that changed history.
I mean, the answer is literally Phil Hartman.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, I guess that is true.
I won't say it.
You know, I think a lot less of a. I'm disappointed in Cardi. Very disappointed in Cardi. She keeps going back to Offset. I love Cardi's personality. She's on some of the old school trash shows that my wife and I love to watch. So I got a call back there. She keeps going back to Offset, man.
Brittany and K-Fed?
Who doesn't pay?
Brittany.
That's
she's in
significant.
rehab.
That's significant. That
Jason, was
changes
she with
everything.
Jason Alexander too? Is it the other one that she dated?
The guy from Seinfeld?
Not that guy.
No, she was married to him for 8 days or something.
If that, maybe 70 hours.
Doug Christie.
Doug Christie.
When Doug Christie was forced to run down the floor when he played for the Kings with his hand held up after every basket, I said, man, I lost a lot of respect.
My favorite stories, Sean. These are my favorite stories. She used to follow him in the bus. Like, she would drive the
Doug
car
Christie?
behind him. Yeah, on the phone with him while he was on the team bus.
No.
And one time he asked to go to Sterling Brown's bachelor party. And she took all of his clothes, put them in his car, lit it on fire, and said no.
Yeah, if you want to talk about Andre Rison.
What did she have on him?
Andre Rison.
What did she have?
Left eye burned Andre Rison's house down.
Oh, yeah.
That was.
Yeah, there's some really disastrous relationships.
All the women who dated Pete Davidson.
Yeah.
He had a pretty good lineup there, though.
I know.
Kate
Great
Beckinsale.
lineup.
Yeah.
Actually, there's a lot of good answers here. Let's see here.
A lot of the fan text.
903 Nicole Brown, 469 Madonna and Dennis Rodman, 817 Will Smith. Will Smith, he was.
How are you phrasing it again?
It's which celebrity took the biggest hit by the person they married. Will's reputation has sunk because of his relationship with Jada.
Yeah, and Chris Rock.
Yeah, that's true, but not because of who he married. He took the biggest hit because of who Will married.
Yeah, because man, that Jada, that's a weird thing to have going on.
Yeah,
it seems really weird.
Entanglement. It's an entanglement.
Entanglement.
That's been one of my favorite
entanglement. Yeah.
That's been one of my favorite Rossini memes the last couple of days. People have posted pictures of Jada and Rossini and they'd be like, I didn't expect an I hate my husband off in 2026.
Ben Affleck, I feel for Ben Affleck. I just want to light his cigarette every time I see a picture of him because J-Lo sucked the life out of him.
Yeah, Brad Pitt going from Aniston to Jolie.
Right.
Aniston's better.
Next one.
Aniston is better. Yes.
What will someday be illegal, Corey, after we finally understand how bad for us it is?
Coca-Cola's too big.
Would it just be all soda or just Coke?
I would say some of the.
I'm working on that right now.
I wonder. I don't think illegal.
the
I wonder
GOPs.
if there's going to be.
Oh, I could see that.
I can see the GOPs.
Significantly more regulation on energy drinks in the future.
Should be.
Just because I wonder, not that they'll be illegal, but there's going to be a whole lot more crackdown on what are you putting in this.
Yeah, if we're just talking about what goes in your body, alcohol probably should be, but you would have a nation full of pent up.
Too much lobby.
I mean, we've seen what it did.
The lobbyists have won.
Oh man.
Yeah,
you'd have a nation of
guns, pent up people,
alcohol, and cigarettes. They won with those three.
Nicotine vapes. They should probably outlaw those.
I mean, vapes kind of are getting there in ways. So I mean, that one's already kind of on the track, I guess.
Microplastics.
Self-driving.
Yeah,
what's a microplastic?
Everything has microplastics in it. Everything. We're screwed. We're just in.
I don't know what it means. I hear him say it all the time.
If you use corn syrup,
use the spatula.
Red dye.
Use
red dye, whatever.
Red dye.
To get rid of red dye.
I used to make fun of our friends for blaming red dye on their kid. Me and Amanda would make fun. I'm starting to believe.
Yeah.
I gave Ollie half a soda the other day. He turned into a different person. It's not fun.
All right.
Only Sprite from now on.
Next here on Ask Reddit. This was a hotly contested one, so I decided to bring it to the table here. At what age, it says mom, but I'll say parent. At what age should a parent stop buying their son's underwear?
Oh, man, that is a good question.
I mean,
12.
You've got to pay
that's what
for
I
it.
was gonna
You've got to
say.
pay for it, right? But just
Over
Yeah.
12.
Picking it
Do
out?
it.
Like picking it out?
Yeah.
I would say like
That's the question.
Yeah.
Maybe
Is it,
11, start a middle school.
is it picking it out or purchasing it?
I mean, I assume you'll pay for it, but don't
Yeah,
be like.
it's like-
So
Yeah,
it says more like going and like I'm picking your underwear here. This is what
Okay.
you've got, or like shopping with mom to go get your underwear.
Yeah, Carter's 12. Carter's 12. He goes and gets his own.
Yeah.
He's 13. He
goes and gets his own?
He goes and gets. When we go to
11.
the store,
Like he goes to the aisle.
Like y'all separate.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
all right, I'm gonna go
Oh,
get
yeah,
this. You
Now
go
he has
down
to
there.
get on his bike and ride out there. And
We
stuff.
don't say like, I hope my mom never stops buying me as a gift. Like, just give me some underwear for Christmas. I don't need anything.
You don't think it?
Does she still
You'd
buy
be
you
fine with
underwear?
that?
Your mother?
No, but she has, like in the past. Like I've said,
How far?
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
past?
She's like, what kind of underwear do you
How
wear?
far in the past?
She said, what kind of underwear do you wear?
How
I said,
far in the
a
past?
couple years ago.
What?
I said, go get me the Puma underwear at Costco. That's what you get me for Christmas.
Is that creepy?
I do think that's
Not creepy. It's
if
a
you
gift.
tell somebody to buy you something, then
yeah,
it's
the
not
hell do
creepy.
I care?
okay. Well, then
I
it's
think
creepy by
no,
you.
no.
to be
I
like,
don't. I don't.
Give me some underwear.
She was like,
the
what do you want
underwear!
She was like, what do you want for Christmas?
Want
And I
it
said, you
now.
know what? I don't need a whole lot. Just give me some underwear. I'm running out. I hate doing extra loads of laundry.
I don't think that you can just say like
laundry.
there's-
Wear it.
I don't think you can say like there's a reprieve on anything being creepy as long as you ask for it as a gift.
Yeah.
I don't
There's
think so.
not a reprieve. Yeah, like
Yeah.
lingerie. Like you can't buy your kids lingerie.
Oh no, lingerie. That's.
I mean,
second-
underwear's not
for
too
that- you
far
asked for that,
away.
I would
Puma?
never.
Tell
I
you
would
what.
never buy them lingerie.
Hang on. There it is.
Yeah, what do your underwear look like?
Sexual
Aiden,
about these.
Aiden,
It's
Okay,
happening.
there's nothing sexual.
Aiden,
about
stop
these.
talking. Pan down. Pan
Nothing
down.
sexual.
What is happening?
Okay, here. If
You're
you
right.
just-
If they were tiny
underwear.
whities, it'd be different.
If you hold on. You and Sarah going to celebrate the anniversary next weekend?
Yeah, baby.
Will you go out wearing those underwear?
Yeah.
So that means that you wear them in preparation for what's going to happen later. So that means that they are like sexy underwear for you.
That your mom bought you.
You think that these are when you're envisioning yourself disrobing and
you know
participating in marriage, you're going to be wearing those.
These are
Participating
Pumas.
in
These are my
marriage.
regular everyday underwear. I will probably wear my Calvin Kleins.
I've never seen purple underwear
Was it
before.
Mike that he would say I'm wearing the Stone Colds?
Yes.
Mike is
That's your
always like
name,
wearing the
right?
Stone Colds tonight.
Oh,
you
the
know what
black
that means?
shorts? The Stone
He had
Colds?
some Stone Cold underwear that she'd gotten him, and he was like, "That's my lucky ones."
All right, we're back tomorrow morning for the Hump Day edition.
Hump day.
The K.
Sponsored by RJ's mom.
The KSC masterpiece is next.
Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053, Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
I think I would yell out, "Oh man," at the Masters to get ejected, so that we could come in and talk about that on the next day.
Ooh.
But I really need to know, why was Alec laughing so hard in the other room just now
with his nemesis?
I heard him through the window, and that's your biggest enemy on the planet. And did he honeydew you just now?
Oh my goodness!
Two things can be true at once. We can be nemesis, and he can show me funny memes of the picture of Tiger Woods in the back of the cop car screaming, and somebody edited a Rangers jersey on him.
Oh,
and yeah, I was laughing at that because I was like, I feel like that's going to be used a lot this season, just as overreactions after one loss.
Yeah, I can.
I'm like, I'm going to tweet that every game now.
Okay, I like it.
And there's nothing like memes,
Are memes your favorite?
All right, Alec, you get two options. One goes away forever. One's already actually gone forever.
Peyton or memes?
No.
Wow.
Come on.
I'm sorry. I thought that's
get rid of Peyton. We need that thing tomorrow.
Let me ask you one more question. I'm so sorry.
I have a question already.
Peyton or professional wrestling?
No, professional wrestling. Easily,
no,
I think we knew the answer to that one already.
Yeah.
He's drifting away.
Yeah, that's not even anything against Peyton. That's just my lifeblood.
Memes or Vine?
He loves Vine.
Don't do this to me. It's like picking a favorite child.
Didn't Vine already go away?
I know, but we're going to bring it back, Kevin.
Yeah, but if I could bring it back to its glory days, I'm bringing back Vine, 100%.
You know how much he loves, and Aiden says the same thing. Aiden's giving thumbs up over there.
Man.
So Vine's coming, and you never even looked at Vine.
No.
You're like, why are we looking at where grapes grow? Like he's always right.
No, I know what it is, but Alec talks a lot about Vine. He's like, it's the best.
It just lives in his head. It's like all these old, kind of like I was telling you yesterday. I got home from work. Sorry, Kevin, to distract here at the beginning of the show, and we never do this. But I got home from work yesterday, opened the garage door. The garage door to the house is shut, and I can hear my dog sniffing. Like, not just like, he's trying to get a big whiff. And all I could think of was the Morgan Freeman, I can smell you. And that's all I could think of. And that my dog is thinking, I can smell you right now. And I just, Vines and memes and TikToks, Kevin. Back to you. Did you expect the show to start this way?
I didn't. But to be fair, frequently the way the show starts is a surprise. So... That's okay.
Whose fault is that?
Mine?
I think it's mine.
Oh, okay.
Just because I was like, I don't know. I need this first few minutes to get all the caffeine out.
That's right.
Yeah, and just kind of, I'm so excited.
Can you give me cut number one? Because I know Corey is so excited about this as well.
He's ready to go now. The pitch to Berger, swung on and launched in the air, deep left center field. That ball is way back, and that ball is history. A 3-run Jimmy Jack for Jake Berger. And the Rangers grab a quick 3-0 lead.
That would get extended out to 4-0 and eventually jump out to 8-0 in the 8-1 victory for the Rangers. I do want to say real quick, I thought this was very entertaining. I believe it was in the the bottom of the fourth, and if not, it was the bottom of the fifth, where Mike spent most of the bottom half of that inning discussing wrestling. Because remember, I made the reference to Mike and wrestling yesterday. I didn't want to give away all his business, but he was staying in the same hotel as the wrestlers for Monday Night Raw, which was in Sacramento. And so he started actively discussing wrestling with Dave, and then was like, could you identify a wrestler? Who's your favorite wrestler? John Cena came up, and he was like, oh, he just retired, and talked about WrestleMania. It was fun.
Dude, there was a moment last night I thought I saw John Cena before I realized you can't see him. But there was a guy sitting behind home plate, and he had a green hat with a yellow bill, and I was like, is that John Cena? Just because of the weird colors he often wears. And
it's
I was like,
a big fat bowl of fruit and pebbles.
But you know what I noticed last night in Sacramento? A lot of people for the A's wearing A's gear. Like that's I know how that, but it's a new town and they've been there. This is their second year, and I was like that fan base there is trying to take it in. And congratulations to them for the few years that they have them, to be that kind of fan and say, you know what, we didn't have a team here before, and now we do.
Now, guys, we need to brainstorm on a way to help this person out from the 817. My glasses broke yesterday. Can't get a new pair till Friday. I'm not supposed to drive without them, but the bills keep coming.
Tape.
Ooh.
What do you mean by broke? Because if it was just like the arm, then tape it on and deal with that for a few days while you're driving. If the glass broke, you can't do anything. You're just going to have to stay at home or Uber everywhere.
Okay.
It's illegal.
Well,
you don't want to put people in danger.
No,
Kevin.
I agree.
You're always telling people not to drunk drive.
Yes.
Like that is dangerous driving out there.
Agreed. Now,
can I tell you something about last night's game? I didn't turn the game on until Josh Young's at bat when he, like in the first inning. And Josh Young gets up and gets out. He grounds out. And I was like, dadgummit, did I screw everything up? And I just saw some people that were like, watch the Stars game, turn it off when it was 3-0. Like
you missed so much.
You start to think that way, that you're the jinx of something, but then Jake Berger gets up and does his thing, and everything's going to be all right, guys.
Yeah, and Nathan Eovaldi pitched just freaking lights out. And you know what? Honestly, I think he would have kept pitching if not for the offensive explosion in the top of the eighth. The top of the eighth was so long, but that's great because they tagged on 4 more runs. Instead of 4-0, it was 8-0. And at that point, it didn't really make any sense to put Eovaldi back out there, but he had been really efficient. He was only averaging 12 pitches per inning. I think he would have gone back out there, but at some point they were like, it's just too long, and then you saw the congratulations and everything. His day was done, but a fantastic outing for him last night.
I love this. Called strikes 12, strike swing 13. I just love that number right there, and in play strikes 16. This is what this pitching staff does, Kevin. This pitching staff goes at the strike zone, and they don't nibble. They're not wandering around. They're going at the strike zone, and it starts with Eovaldi, and then every single one of them. And I think the younger guys are learning from that as well. That's part of Teague's approach to this whole thing. But Eovaldi knew he had his stuff last night. That was the thing, was that he got Kurtz on one that I was like, wow. But then Langoliers, who like we're all terrified of, Langoliers just watches one on the outside corner, and I was just like, that's a swaggy fastball right now.
I think there was some point when he got a hit, and Mike was like, I know this will sound weird, but given his history against the Rangers, maybe that was one of the best possible outcomes.
Yes.
I'm like, yeah, I could see that.
And Mike had a couple of moments last night.
He's very good at his job.
Yeah, but he was also being entertaining Mike, where he was like, he would, somebody's smoking, and I was like, oh my gosh, Mike. But that was, Eovaldi definitely was lighting it up last night.
Now I'm going to combine these two. One's a question, one's a statement. How did we get a lot of hits last night? And then somebody said, don't forget Jock Peterson. He is continuing to get hits too. Plus,
he got 3 last night.
And I want to talk about one of those and the ensuing run that he scored. So Jock Peterson had 3 hits last night, or he had 2 hits last night and the official, or the umpire.
He had 1 hit last night.
You're not going to count the
jock pop. That's what we're going to call it now, is the jock pop. It's the one that he pops up to left field, and it's too short for the left fielder to get, but too far out for the shortstop, and just falls in between them, even though the left fielder dives for it. We're going to call it the jock pop. And I'm going to say that that's something he's doing intentionally now.
Okay. Well, I mean, look, there was that one. There was like your more run-of-the-mill hit. And then there was the one that he hit just to the right side of second base, and it hit the official it hit the umpire, or I'm just going to say official so I don't get tripped up, in the junk. It hit him in the junk, and the broadcast crew is doing a good job of saying, well, I know they're not trying to get involved. I'm going to call BS on that. That umpire was too slow to move out of the way. That ball was clearly going up the middle, and he took like a bad outfielder angle where he was kind of like pivot to the right, maybe no pivot to the left. I don't know what to do. Oh, boink, right in the beanbags. And the A's had two players that were trying to converge on it, and of course it hit him, and they just rolled off, and the fans started to boo and everything like that. So I do kind of think that fella could have gotten out of the way a little quicker, but guess what? It worked out for my team. And then in that same inning, Jock Peterson had, I'm going to give him credit that all of this was intentional, a brilliant slide at home where he stopped his foot short, and so when the catcher went to swipe the tag, his foot wasn't there, and instead he touched the plate with his hand and then stood up and touched it with his foot. And like if he had made a by the book slide into home, he would have been out. And so I'm going to say all of that 100% on purpose. Brilliant slide by Jock Peterson to go along with the 3 hits.
If a batted ball hits an umpire before passing an infielder, it is immediate umpire interference. The ball is dead, the batter is awarded first base, and the runner advances only if forced. If the ball hits an umpire after passing an infielder, the ball remains live and in play. I never knew this. Like if it's a thrown ball also, then it's live and in play. So those, for the future, if that ever happens again, not that you're wrong about the umpire and his reaction time. Maybe he just has the reaction time of a cow. All right, like maybe that's just what's going on.
From the 817, Mike was dogging the Kings on the broadcast, too. Yes, he was trying to talk about the arena where Raw was taking place. I think he was like, it might be the Dunkin', I don't know. You know what? They don't win enough games for me to know. And that is very reminiscent of his time on the show where he would be like, you know what? You want me to learn your name? Play better.
Play better.
So I thought that was really funny. And then here is an amazing Seinfeld reference from the 972. You're telling me Jock stopped short? That's Frank Costanza's move. If you don't know Seinfeld, okay. I thought that was very funny. So if you watch, let's say, Jock Peterson, you go back to I believe it's pinch hit on Friday, and then he had a hit on Sunday, the 3 hits yesterday, this month, so far, halfway through-ish, hitting .276 for the month with a .736 OPS. Now, I know Jock Peterson will tell you he can do better, but at least you're moving in the right direction, especially in the last, 8 or 9 days.
Contact.
Yes.
Like bat hitting ball is important. Being on base is important. Even, we do discuss the idea of hard hit balls that just go to people. Yeah. That's still important, but the ones that are actually getting through, that's more important for him right now.
And believe it or not, the guy who has been like the primary force for this offense so far was the only person not to get on base yesterday, and that was Brandon Nimmo, who took the golden sombrero. He struck out 4 times, and on that last strikeout, you could tell he wanted it. He was like, I need to put
he wanted it on his pop-up, too. Like he
probably so.
He definitely did. Haggerty didn't get on last night.
I think he was just a pinch runner.
Well, he did get on then. In that instance.
Okay. And then the 2 RBI hit by Josh Smith, and that was always going to be a hit. I'm trying to think. I think that was Smith and not Young. Sorry if I'm reversing them. That had the really solid contact out to center. And it is true, the center fielder took a kind of weird angle, but he was never going to get that ball anyway. And so it might have helped the one more run score. But I thought those hits from Young and Smith were important as Josh Young continues to, be kind of cranking it up. I believe he's now 6 for 15 in his last 5 games. And did you know, this was crazy to me, on that hit, 2 RBIs. Do you know in the rest of the season he had 1 RBI?
Really?
And so that obviously, that's never going to work. So good for him, good for Smith, helping break open that 8th inning last night.
I liked what I saw from Josh Young last night. Kevin, I'll be honest, though, I did not love what I saw from Josh Smith in his first at-bat.
Okay.
His first at-bat, strike swinging, strike looking, strike looking. go sit down.
Right.
And that's not what I'm used to seeing. And what is Skip's, like, knowing what we know about Skip, he wants to see you battle, and strike out looking on 2 straight pitches is not battling.
Sure.
So I hope that what he did later in the game is something that kind of gets him some confidence, because he needs it right now. And I need that second baseman. I know he's replacing Simeon and all these things, and he's learning the new position. He's there, though. It's his. Get up there and be confident like we've seen you be before.
Yeah.
Because we know that scrappy hitter is there. Be a scrappy hitter. You don't have to be a power hitter. You don't have to be that guy. Go up there and be a scrappy dude. Be scrappy dappy dude.
Yeah, just not scrappy do. By the way, we'll talk about this more in Nuggets, but the Houston Astros have the worst record in all of baseball as of right now. And then I saw the stat, we meant to mention it yesterday, from Jared Sandler. Even though it wasn't a good start on Saturday, Jack Leiter became the 3rd fastest pitcher in Rangers history to 200 strikeouts. Think about how crazy this is, though. Jack Leiter did it in 41 games. Bobby Witt did it in 36 games. And Yu Darvish did it in 27 games. That's bananas.
Weren't you afraid of Severino yesterday, or was that Angels? That was the Angels pitcher.
Yeah, that was the Angels.
Yeah. From the 214, how about the ump getting in the way of Jock?
We just talked about that.
You sure?
But you're right. That was funny. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Wings take AZ Fudd #1, and apparently some fans are concerned. Plus, a notable Stars achievement. Next on The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on The Fan," keeping you sports informed.
is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
With the first pick in the 2026 WNBA draft, the Dallas Wings select AZ Fudd, University of Connecticut.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to talk stars in this segment as well. But man, that reaction was very different than what you're used to for a number one pick. Because I feel like a lot of times, So like in a week and a half when we're taking over all the pluckers across the DFW and Fernando Mendoza goes number one, people are going to be like, hey! But like that was like a crazy excited response, and I thought it was really fun. But apparently people have thoughts and concerns outside of just social scenarios, talking about like the actual player herself in AZ Fudd. Now, did you get the sense that in the last 2 years, because this is something we always talk about, and I guarantee we're going to get this again in this segment. You know what? I'm not going to say what it is, but I guarantee you we'll get that text. They're the same kind of text we used to get about hockey all of the time. But last draft and this draft, have you felt like more of a palpable excitement for the Wings than, quite frankly, at any point in the history of the existence of this franchise?
Yes, obviously, because of the number one overall pick, too. Like, that matters.
That helps.
That definitely, just like the Cowboys this year. Sean kept saying, hey, we want to go to Indianapolis. Combine's more important. There's 2 picks.
Right.
Whenever you have something important, the Cooper Flagg pick was exciting because we were number one. And then you can just move on, Like that's always nice, too. But I think I like the way that they do their red carpet. They dress it up. They make it into a party. I like what they do there. And I did have a hard time with this, though, Kevin. I recently gave up Fubo.
Oh.
Because I have ESPN with Disney app.
Okay.
But you have to have ESPN Premium Plus or whatever.
Oh, that's another reason I kept DirecTV.
It's an extra $15 or something like that. And I was like, to watch...
How are you going to watch WrestleMania then?
I won't. To watch the WNBA draft, I have to pay extra for this?
I'm not going to lie. 100% I turned the draft on in real time.
I will say this, though. Like, to add to that, if I want to watch some stars on ESPN, I'm going to have it anyway. So that's another factor that goes into it. But I'm just scrolling through. I think they do a bang-up job with their social media part of it, too. Showing all of these women getting there, arriving, being part of it, actively being fun together. They're having a great time. And hopefully it continues to bring more. Because, Kevin, the eyes on it when Caitlin Clark arrived. That's where we saw the lightning rod strike.
Sure. There's no dispute about that.
And that was when she was still in college. And people were like, holy crap, what's about to happen? And then all of a sudden, all these new personalities rolled out for people to become fans of. And you can not care, you can care. I think there are a lot more people that checked in and do care than we've ever seen before.
Sure. Now, from the 325, it seems like some people have gotten caught up in the social dynamic of Paige and AZ Fudd dating. But there are other people, Alec, and this is the thing that I thought was more intriguing, even though the writing was clearly on the wall over the weekend. There is a group of people who are like, no, I don't care about that. What I care about is you didn't take the best player. So, like, for example, CBS Sports gave the pick an A-, but then The Athletic gave the pick a B and listed the Wings as one of the losers of the draft. And we talked about how a lot of people were projecting who really was the best player. And there's a group of people out there who think Olivia Miles would have been a smarter decision for this because Paige can work off the ball as well. Then there are other people who are like, look, Awa Pham, which, by the way, TM, I didn't even know that was a part of her name until last night at the draft, think that is the player with the most upside, and you have to take the player with the most upside, even though, as Alec brought up and you talked about, we got a feeling over the weekend because of one of the Wings, probably two of the Wings actually, free agent pickups, they weren't going to go with another big. So here's a couple of the texts about the drama. I hope they don't break up. And then at least they grounded this in reality and then said this will be like the three J's romance with Tony Braxton in the 90s. What do you guys think about that dynamic? And then what do you think about the idea that the Wings did not take the best player with the top pick?
I don't know who the best player is, honestly. I think you gave me a great grouping of players.
That's always projection, right?
Fudd's been in the conversation for a couple of years now.
Sure.
As one of the best players.
I will say this. I don't like the idea that they reached if you don't think she's the best player. Because it felt like there were three, maybe if you count Betts, four viable number one picks in this draft. So if you don't think Fudd's the best.
And she was one of them?
Yes, and she was one of them. If you don't think she's the best, that's fine.
That's your opinion?
Yeah, I don't like
Cal's opinion.
This weird, it's a moo point.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the idea that they would have drafted her just to placate Paige. I think that's foolish.
I will say this, one of the biggest flaws of the Wings team this year, and they got better at it, but one of their biggest flaws was team defense.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
And I think Fudd's a fantastic defender, especially on the perimeter. So that's one of the things that I think that goes well. The other thing is your team building. You're not like you think that, hey, I'm just getting the best collection of talent. But if you want to build a good team, chemistry is important. If these two have had good chemistry for the last 10 years and they're already built in, this is a good positive thing for them. They can work off of each other. I think they'll do a fine job of that. Paige can still go get hers.
Right.
But Fudd is a phenomenal three-point shooter, and she's gonna be a good defender on that team. Well, and then add in the program she comes from. Sure, their coach lost his mind this year. It happens, all right? But the program they come from is built to create this type of success. I think this is a good pick, and I'm not as concerned about the other part of it as other people are yet, unless it does become a problem. But who knows? It happened. We discussed this yesterday. Maybe it happens more in the NBA or the WNBA than we know of. And evidently that is very true. Like this happens across it more often and people are fine with it. It happens. So as far as best player, if there were four consensus ideas,
right,
then you took one that you felt suited and fit your team the best, and you intentionally went out and got a big so you didn't or couldn't draft a big in this situation. So I'm all right with it.
Alec, did the Wings take the best player?
I think they did. It's interesting to see the conversation. A lot of people that are kind of ignoring the interpersonal stuff and looking at pure scheme fit and building the team. I was talking with one of my friends this morning about it who hated the pick, and he was, because he's a diehard college hoops fan, and he was like, watching Jose Fernandez's squads in the college game, they're centered around three guards that can create their own shot and have their own games and really strong bigs. And he was like, right now this roster isn't prepared for that. He doesn't think Fudd is the type of guard that can create her own shot. I disagree.
Her shot is so fast.
It's so fast, and that's why she does sit up in the corner a lot, and she does receive a lot of open looks. But I do think she has the ball handling skills necessary, and I do think that at the WNBA level, she's going to be asked to do those things a lot more, and you'll see that happen. And we mentioned it yesterday. Paige can play 1 through 4. She doesn't need the ball in her hands, bringing it up the court. She can create her own shot. She can do anything you ask her to. And this is still a roster. It feels kind of reminiscent of the Mavericks and what they're dealing with right now, where this was a roster built with a totally different idea by a totally different group of people that they're trying to make sense around a new star. So it's not going to be an overnight success. Could they be a playoff team, a fringe playoff team this season? Sure. But this is going to take a couple of years. So you're really just going to see the beginnings of it this season of what they think it's going to look like, more so than, hey, this team is going to win today.
I appreciate the Tolos on this this, Kevin, from the 214. I don't care. I just want good Wings basketball. I agree. Sure. I know we're discussing the draft, but what's the plan with Enrique? And she signed for less money to come back to be part of a good team.
Right.
So that's going to be 3 really good scorers with a good distributor that makes – I compare Paige to Cooper when she makes the right play. Like when you watch her, she knows the game. She reads the court really well. Like I said, she can get hers, but she can also distribute to a pair of really good scorers out there.
And by the way, I think there's going to be a lot there for Enrique to go get, because if you look at the construction of this roster, theoretically your starters, I think, would be Paige, Enrique, AZ, and then Jessica Shepard and Alana Smith. That would be my guess. So Smith and Shepard are both defense first players. Now, they're really good defensively, but I think there'll still be plenty there for Enrique. But I was anticipating this. Now I wanted to just touch a couple of these other texts real quick. From the 214, stop freaking talking about WNBA. Nobody gives a damn. And then from the 214, Rangers won, Stars won, NHL playoffs are near, NFL draft is near, and we were talking about the WNBA. I anticipated this. Now, the feedback that we got on social media continually, and the feedback we're getting in this segment, leads me to believe that you guys are wrong, that nobody cares about this. If you don't care about it, I get it. I don't care about golf, but it was still a big, giant story over the weekend, and so we talked about it yesterday. As to what we talk about on the show, we just did the entire first segment about the Rangers, also mentioned the Stars won. We're going to get that on the back half. We talked a whole bunch yesterday about the playoff matchup. We've talked ad nauseum about the NFL draft, and we're going to do it again today and tomorrow and the next day and the next day, until we get to the draft and dominate all of the pluckers. So
and win the Stanley Cup, and,
exactly,
in the World Series. We got a lot of things to do here.
So sorry if these were the couple of minutes that you tuned in.
Let's be the city of champions.
That's right. It feels like there's something happening with the Wings and the attention and the excitement. The Wings just got their biggest off the court sponsorship deal ever with CVS. We talked about it since they drafted Paige a year ago. Their local TV ratings are up 411%. That is bananas. Their national TV ratings are up. Their merchandise has almost doubled in sales. If you don't care about it, totally get it, and that's totally fine. And somebody said, I tuned in because of Caitlin Clark, but then when I saw the rest of the way the league was treating her, I was out. I appreciate that because you gave it a shot.
That got me more in, because then there was now defensive.
Yeah.
There was a back and forth. There became some drama that I liked.
And I appreciate that because you gave it a shot. If you don't care, that's totally fine. But I think that ignores the fact that a whole lot of people do care.
I like this one from the 210 because this goes to Kevin, my statement that I used from Ted Lasso that he stole from Dr. Seuss. Be curious, not judgmental. Questioning their relationship impact is a legit concern.
I get it.
We've never been exposed to this unique situation. Maybe we just weren't paying attention. But yes, in the DFW area, I've never seen anything like that before. And so that's why I think we do kind of discuss it to kind of get an idea of what's going on. But more than just being screw this and move on from it, I want to know how it works. And will it work? And will it not work? I want to know if those things happen, because what if something like that does become, hey, we do get a Stanley Cup. We do get a World Series. We get to an NFC championship game. We also win a Wings champion. What if those things happen? We got a bunch of championships in this city.
Sure.
And then we're looking at the future, going, let's build more. Let's be like Boston. And that what was that stretch from 2000 to 2015 where every single team was winning? Let's do that.
That would be awesome. From the 210, I'm in support of the WNBA and the Wings draft drafting FUD. And then I think this kind of goes back to what you were touching on, Alec, from the 4-7-9. They still don't have much interior scoring. I agree with that. Betts may have been a better fit. And that's one of the issues when you look at just potentially the starting lineup. Their bigs are defensive bigs, not scoring bigs. They're like putback bigs. You know what I'm saying? And so I understand that level of concern. But if we're going to talk about Lauren Betts, there was also a lot of concern about how she's going to fit into the progression of the more modern WNBA, and if she is going to be too slow-footed. I know that did not matter in the NCAA tournament, but there is some concern about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And yes, plenty of people saying, hey, we need to keep talking about this because what if Angel Reese gets traded to the Wings?
That's a good question.
I'm not coming into work that day.
Why?
I'm getting her on the show.
Kevin, that might be one of the biggest
Okay, then
days.
I'm back in.
I'm out on you now. I'm out on you now.
If she comes on the show, sure. Otherwise, it's just going to be all these snarky texts. The second you say anything. Also, the Stars won 19-0. They're like, why are you not talking about Angel Reese? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
I think that should win Masterpiece of the Week. It's that him saying that line right there.
Yep.
It's time for Baseball Nuggets, where home run history is made across Major League Baseball. Next, right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
Today, if you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
KC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, powered by Reliant Air Conditioning. By the way, those are the people who set up my new HVAC system.
Did they hook me up?
It's time for Baseball Nuggets. You know, I was about to ask a foolish question. I was about to ask, do you want to know about this amazing thing, or talk about how much the Astros suck? And I realized that was a foolish question.
Let's talk about how much the Astros suck.
Okay, there you go. The Astros are the worst team in baseball record-wise. And you might be like, well, hold on just a damn second, Kevin. You already told me that. Tell me something new about how much the Astros suck. Okay, first of all, a lot of aggressive energy there.
That wasn't really, nobody even, that was you.
You could feel it.
Okay.
But secondly, okay, I will. The Astros have lost their last 8 games. In those 8 games, they have given up 64 runs.
Just short.
That is 8 runs per game. But also, and just to give you a good idea of how much their pitching staff sucks right now, they've given up 51 walks. 51 walks.
That's a team
in the
right
last
there
8 games.
that said, we'll be fine without Framber Valdez.
Whoops.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. That's the only takeaway to have from that, isn't it?
Yeah, whoops.
Yeah.
But I guess they did kind of go through the mindset of we're a rebuilding team.
Okay, well, to that point, that is the worst setup of losses, runs allowed, and walks in that combination since the 2008 Baltimore Orioles. So it's been 18 years since that happened. That Orioles team went 68-93. They were so bad, they just didn't even play that last game. I'm sure there's a rain out, and they're like, do you want to make it up? Makes no difference. But yeah, so that team was bad and missed the playoffs by a lot. And now the Astros have lost 8 straight games, and I just thought you guys would enjoy reveling in how terrible the Astros have been thus far.
Yeah, what is it that G-Bag does where they laugh at people's problems or whatever, your opponents? You know, I really like that. I really enjoy, especially with the Astros fan who says, they've been on top of the mountain for quite some time now. And we got our chance on top of the mountain, and they were upset about it. And we were like, it feels good. But then immediately we fell back down. But now, Kevin, look who's at the top of the division.
Your Texas Rangers.
And who's at the bottom of the division?
The Houston Astros. You know a team that might be in a lot of trouble? It's the Kansas City Royals.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, yes to that. The Kansas City Royals. This is crazy to me. And I would argue this won't even be the craziest stat you hear in this segment. Bobby Witt Jr., he has been on base 34 times so far this season.
In a row?
No.
Oh.
34 times this season. He has scored 1 run.
That's miserable. That is miserable. That means that whoever's hitting behind him,
they suck. Yes.
Trade him.
Oh, man. Good night. What could you get? Holy moly for Bobby Witt Jr., who's on pace to have a WAR of 8 this year.
All right, let's say you trade Duran for him straight up, all right? And would Corey Seager say, fine, I'll move to first base?
Let me ask you
Or I'll move to third base.
We'll figure it out. He'll move where I tell him.
They just both play shortstop. You take the right side, I'll take the left side.
I don't think, obviously this is against MLB rules for a variety of reasons, and I don't think the ownership group would do it. But what if the Royals said, we will give you Bobby Witt Jr. for Ezekiel Duran and $500 million?
Deal.
Because it's not his money.
Yeah, and we're going to have to pay Bobby Witt Jr. $500 million.
He's already in the midst of a long, very expensive
so we're already
contract.
getting a little discount on it. We're not having to pay the full tag on it.
All right.
I like that.
So let's talk about
He's an exceptional player, and again, I think the team that would really do best with him would be the Pirates because of Skeen's love for him after the Team USA outing. But he's just that talented of a player. He's a great hitter and an immaculate fielder.
Now, somebody just brought up, hey, I don't know, I saw Framber Valdez give up 7 runs to the Minnesota Twins AAA team. Not so fast, my friends, because the Minnesota Twins are crushing the ball right now. Garrett Crochet got annihilated by the Twins last night. It was the worst start of his career. 1 2/3 innings, 9 hits, 10 earned runs, 3 walks, no strikeouts. It was 11-0. In the 3rd inning. And I want to compare that with the Mets.
Byron Buxton, by the way, is now Target Field's all-time home run leader after
that
last
right?
night. Yeah.
Huh. That's an awesome field if you ever get a chance to go there. So the Mets got shut out. We're going to tie this all together. Again yesterday. That's their 2nd straight game that they've been shut out, and now they've lost 6 in a row. In those 6 games, they've scored 9 runs total. In that same stretch, the Minnesota Twins have scored 43 runs.
Good night.
I know, right?
What are you doing?
They don't have Bobby Witt on their team, so they actually drive people in. It's not his fault. He gets on base. They just don't care to send him home for whatever reason. Now, let's get to the truly astonishing stats of the day. And that does not include the Pirates, who Paul Skeens was pitching for them, and they scored 16 runs. So good for him. And he was the first Pirates pitcher in the modern era to strike out 400 batters in his first 59 career starts.
Do you think, and I know you do this a lot, where you're like, hey, save the runs a little bit.
Oh,
do you
my
think
God,
he was
I would
thinking
love that.
Or you think he was like, oh my gosh, this is so nice to have this many runs tonight?
Yeah, because the last time they did that, he was so much in shock. He had the worst start of his career. So I think he was like, all right, we got to lock it down this time, Paul, while giving no expression. So
He
Jake
calls himself Paul.
I think he calls himself Mr. Skeens. I really do. I don't know why. I just do. All right.
I agree.
Let's talk about Jake Berger. Jake Berger hit 2 home runs last night. Did you know that 9 players recorded multi-home run games last night, tied for the 6th most in a day in the history of baseball, and the first time a day of baseball in March or April has ever produced more than 6 multi-home run games, and there were 9.
I'd love to know how many of those are from the World Baseball Classic that played in it, and if that matters.
I have a partial answer.
Okay.
Aaron Judge and Mike Trout.
Oh man, what a back and forth they had last night.
And this is the most amazing.
I see yours, I raise you.
Yes. I think this is the most amazing baseball statistic of the day. Aaron Judge and Mike Trout each hit 2 home runs. That's the 2nd time in MLB history 2 3-time MVPs have each hit multiple home runs in the same game. The only other time, look, it's hard to win 3 MVPs. That's probably what limits the base for this entire thing. But the only other time it happened was June 21st, 1956, when Stan Musial and Roy Campanella both hit 2 home runs. Dang. So that, and then last night.
That's impressive, dude.
It really is.
That is really cool.
It really, really is. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'll give you that little Stars tidbit, but also our Cowboys draft scouting breakdown continues and expands with a look into the players from these visits. Next, right here on The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk some NFL draft here with some more scouting breakdowns for the fellas. But before we get to that, a couple of quick things. I meant to mention the East-West Classic is going to return to Rickwood Field on June 19th. You can get tickets on MLB.com. I think that's been a fun game the last couple of years, and I'm looking forward to it once again. And then for the Dallas Stars, they had one of the more unique games in the history of the NHL as they fell behind by 3 goals and then tied it up, and then fell behind by 2 more goals and then tied it up again. A rarity in the NHL, and the Stars get yet another win. We'll probably talk about that a little bit more later. But right now, can you go ahead and give me cut number 9, please? Because I know we're going to talk about this fella in this segment.
Off his back foot, slings it downfield, and it's intercepted. Through a pick to Manny Muhammad, the best cover guy in this Texas secondary.
There you go, right there.
Safe to assume that that fella is going to come up in this discussion.
Yeah, and so one of the things, Alec, that I saw was CBS Sports has their 30 visits list for the Cowboys, and they have him on there. But the Cowboys also have their separate Dallas Day, and Blogging the Boys has Muhammad on the Dallas Day because he went to SOC.
Okay.
Now, Kevin, what are your thoughts on a kid that went to SOC and won back-to-back state titles?
Football powerhouse. Kid's a winner. That's what we like to say. The kid is a winner.
The first thing I wanted to do, though, is kind of run through what they have listed as the reported 30 visits.
Okay.
And see, Alec, if you guys agree this is the correct group of people that these guys should be talking to. They have Arvell Reese on there.
Okay.
If you traded up to 2 or 3, you could take one of those 2 guys.
Your replacement for Micah.
You know, Sean said this morning, I hopped on with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton and Aiden and all them show. And I said, I wanted to talk a little bit about David Bailey, and Arvell Reese came up, and I think Sean said, the decision, though, is whichever player the Jets leave you, you're pretty good with.
It does kind of feel that way, yeah.
I'm perfectly fine with that. That being said, I'm still kind of in this mindset of Sonny Styles fits a lot of things that I'd love to do, but I understand what Reese and Bailey are capable of off the edge. So those things matter to me. But you got Reese, Bailey, Styles, Downs, Delane, and Jermod McCoy. All those guys, we agree you should be taking a closer look at up close and personal.
Yes.
Alec?
100%.
Yeah, and when it comes to Jermod McCoy, I'm fast. I know he can't dive into the details with us later when Steven hops on, but bringing him in personally to look at him, you really get to kind of poke and prod at some other things regarding what you missed for a year of football.
And I think it leads to a natural, logical thought that you're more interested in this guy than perhaps most.
Maybe, or maybe you're just trying to get your due diligence done. I think that's a very important factor there. Omar Cooper, we all like. Emmanuel McNeil Warren, Avion Terrell, Cassius Howell, Colton Hood, Brandon Cease. I always say that wrong. Chris Johnson, thank you for bringing that guy in. I like him. I really do. Chris Bell, who we might discuss as well sometime this week. D'Angelo Pons, Trotter, Keontae Scott, Traden Stukes, Romello Height, who we discussed while Kevin was out. Another edge from Texas Tech, who we really like his build and body and style. Cole Wisniewski, who we also talked about very early in the process. And then Conga and Kelly. So those, we all agree for the 30 visits, that's an appropriate group to look at. Not just top heavy either. Look at the group all the way through here. They didn't just go, hey, we're only looking at first rounders here for 30 first rounders. They said we're even looking at height. We're looking at Ramsey. These guys are way down on the list because, Kevin,
you've got to do that.
If you don't get your safety there, would you feel comfortable with a Wisniewski or a Ramsey in the 7th round? So, or the 3rd or 7th round. So those are all options. I don't love seeing the undrafted free agent, but the Cowboys excel at that. Alec, looking at this list a little bit, do you feel like this is an appropriate list for the Cowboys?
Yeah, because I see defense, and like you said, it's not just one specific area of the draft because you know that you don't have a second-round pick as it stands. You know that you had to go and get yourself a third-round pick. You're lucky to have that at this point. For now, because Kevin's going to try to get rid of everything that we have and make our brains hurt. But
pretty much.
Yeah, I do like that they are looking because what have we been saying and what has the league been saying about this draft? The value is going to be in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rounds of this draft. It's not necessarily going to be in the middle to end of the 1st round. So I do like that they're looking at some pieces that we've said, oh yeah, 3rd or 4th round pick. And it's like, oh, how lucky. We might have a chance at these guys.
Right.
For one of our Tolos, who we love, texts in a lot, and we appreciate him. He's been on the running back theory for quite some time.
Oh.
Kevin.
That would be astonishing.
He loves Love a lot.
Oh, no, he's a damn good player,
Yeah.
but would you not be astonished if that was the decision that got made?
They neither brought him in for the 30, nor did they bring him in for the Dallas day.
Okay.
And you might be like, well, what if the Cowboys typically, like, they use these as the next phase, the last phase of confirming. They did bring in Seth McGowan, running back out of Kentucky, and they brought in E.J. Smith out of A&M.
And that is Emmitt Smith's kid. Those make way more sense to me because, like, for Smith, that is maybe a draftable player. If you told me they picked him up in the 6th or 7th, like, I can wrap my head around that.
And Alec, when you look at that not the 30, but what the Blog on the Boys reports is their Dallas day, a lot more offensive players there. Which, like, and a lot of offensive players in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th undrafted free agent realm. Because the Cowboys feel very confident that if they bring Pickens back, their offense is going to be pretty good.
Sure.
Schottenheimer feels like he has a good foundation for what they want to do. And then Clayton Adams said this offseason, the next level is how do we get Dak under center more so that we can create even more explosive plays? Because whenever you're under center, you have more options with your play action, your ability to run the ball, your ability with Javonte Williams, and even Blue, maybe Maffa, whoever else you have back there.
Maffa seems pretty motivated.
You just have more options, and that's a significant thing that can help Dak out more. I think Dak's more than willing to say, okay, I'll do that.
Sure.
Because Dak's a team. Like, man, say whatever you want about Dak Prescott. And you can talk about his contract, whatever. Dude's a team player when it comes to can we win?
Yeah.
Like, if that's what it takes to win, then I'll do whatever I can. So
I agree with that.
I've always appreciated that about Dak when it comes to that. So looking at this group, really happy with what the Cowboys have done. There are a lot of names that we like that they looked at. One name that's missing for me is Thieneman. That's the only, for me, that's the only name that's missing from this list. And I don't
like players you kind of covet in that area.
Yeah, and I know like they might be not in the window to take him. Like they feel like he might be a 14 to 18 guy. And they're like, that's not in our window. We're not going to reach down to pick him, and we're not going to reach up to get him either. So I just feel like, is there anybody that you're looking at that you're missing that you were like, oh man, I wish I would have seen him on there? Because I don't see Bain on there, but they've seen plenty of him as well when they went to go do some visits.
Yeah, I don't see anybody that I'm really missing. I do think Thieneman is interesting, though, because I know the morning show was having a mini heart attack about that this morning because Daniel Jeremiah said on a podcast, Thieneman could be the pick at 12. If they're not visiting with him and he's seriously in contention at 12, then that just doesn't add up. Like you said, these 30 visits, they almost never stray away from them in the first round. Almost never. So it's interesting to me that there's a lot more conversation than it seems the team is willing to even have internally about the player.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting thought because I kind of mentioned that yesterday when it came to Thieneman. I was like, look, if all these guys are gone, I'd be perfectly fine taking that player. He can do a variety of things. So that's where we stand with these visits. I'm happy with the due diligence the Cowboys have done this offseason. They also have the 2 picks to damn do it. this, and how bad they were defensively. They have the motivation to be like, we better get this S right this year.
Yeah.
And so, nice work so far for the Cowboys. Now, Kevin, one other name that I think you can see is missing on this list. Jacob Rodriguez, who I was texting back and forth with Wolchuk last night, and I was like, maybe it appears he's more of a fourth-rounder than you thought.
Oh, my goodness. Did you really text him that?
Yeah, and which
That's
I think
rude.
he tried to punch me through the phone, but he was in the middle of he was in the middle of arguments with most of the internet last night about positional value at 12.
Oh, okay.
And I think you should ask him about that.
Okay, great.
During crosstalk today, because positional value. He was very frustrated by the internet last night because he's like, if you see a good player, take the good player.
Yeah.
And I know you get caught up in positional value sometimes too. And safety.
Positional value is the reason that Mendoza is going to go number one.
Exactly.
Like, how many people actually think Mendoza is the absolute best player in this draft? Very
I haven't
few.
seen anybody that say that. They just know that that the Raiders need a quarterback and he's the best one to go for this one. So it makes a lot of sense. That being said, I have presented an option to you, and maybe we can do this now. But I've asked Kevin to figure out a way to get me these three players. Let's say Ruben Bain is there at 12. I'll take Ruben Bain, fine. Even though
you like that, right?
Shut up, dude. Don't tell everybody. Fine, I'll take him. You know what? I don't necessarily want him at 20, but if you can figure out a way to drop down a little bit and get me a higher pick, I would also like to take Jacob Rodriguez as my next pick because now I have a left defensive end. Now I have a linebacker that I feel is a playmaker. And Kevin, since we missed out on Mansour Delane and we don't necessarily think that Jamad McCoy is the dude, give me Malik Muhammad out of Texas in the second or third round.
I don't know I said that. I said I played the audio. I clearly knew we were going to do this.
We played the audio earlier. We mentioned that he's from South Oak Cliff and he was a back-to-back title winner. And Kevin, he and Anthony Hill Jr. did have conversations with the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas Cowboys went to UT and had a talk with him, and he also came here and had some conversations with them. Here's something that I loved hearing from Muhammad. This is from Tommy Yarish, DallasCowboys.com. He said when talking about himself and what he can do, He was like, I can play a lot of different areas, and I think I'm very versatile. I can play inside and out. I can play pattern match. I can play man. I can play regular zone. That is what that's what you want out of that guy. Now, he didn't do a lot of inside slot coverage.
Right.
He said, but I think the thing about my testing was the Cowboys didn't know how athletic and how fast I was. When I checked that box, it was more than now we can just talk football. Now they know what I can do physically. What about brain works? And that's something that our guy talks about, Christian Parker, a lot, is how do you see the game? When I watch this guy, and this is another quote from him, with the instincts I have, my man coverage skill, my ability to play zone 2, with my IQ, I feel it's not going to be too much of a change. So that's a dude that's confident in that he sees the game a certain way. One thing that I don't love about him is on deep passes, sometimes he's out of position. But other than that, I see a dude that reads and reacts very well on the outside as a cornerback, sticks his nose in there, 182 pounds, though, at 6 foot. He's kind of an Avion Terrell kind of style, but I think Terrell's a little bulkier up top. Got about 6 more pounds on him, too, but a little bit shorter. But when it comes to can I find a Malik Muhammad later in the draft and pick him up, I would absolutely take this guy. Alec?
I believe him when he says he can play anywhere. If he wants to in the NFL, he does need to put on a little bit more weight. He is very slender for that frame. But other than that, the IQ is there. The ball skills are there. He has very good vision of the field. He doesn't allow himself to get very lost. He's great at diagnosing plays and diagnosing what the the plan is at the line of scrimmage for the wide receiver that he's assigned against, like what kind of break they're going to try to make off of the line. He seems like he has a good read on that despite not being asked to do much press coverage. He just seems like he kind of has a good idea. He does his homework. He does his scouting reports. He knows what people are trying to do against him. I'd say he's honestly above average in that regard, where he can diagnose plays before they happen before him. He's very decisive. I really like how he reads and reacts on the ball. Like you said, Corey, on deep routes, one thing that will get him in trouble is if they decide, if you're going against one of those air it out offenses that loves the underthrown pass interference call, he might be the guy that they pick on for that, because he will get handsy.
No.
He will get handsy at the top of
true.
deep routes, which in the college game, he got away with a lot. And with the right referee crew, they're just going to say, that's hand fighting. I like it. But some crews are going to say, nope, that's a little bit too much. So a little bit handsy at the top of deeper routes. But other than that, put on a little bit of weight. I think you got yourself a nice outside corner here. And he's got true starter potential. Like
to go where? To get drafted-ish where again?
Third round, late second, third round. Some people are talking first. I don't think that's going to happen. But late second, third would be awesome.
Okay.
In that range. So that's why I'm saying, Kevin, if you can drop 20 down a little bit, get Rodriguez and pick up him, I'm feeling pretty good. I know yesterday Wolchuk kind of brought up Anthony Hill Jr. as one of those guys too, that he was like, I think he's going to go in the second round somewhere, maybe a little higher second round, but maybe that's the guy. But that's why I'm trying to figure out if I can work a trade to lower myself, but also get guys alike.
Yeah.
And this would be one of them. One of the things, Alec, I don't know if you mentioned 32 and 3/8 inch arms. So that fits that mold of what the Cowboys like when it comes to long arms. If that's still a thing, we'll ask Steven about that here in just a little bit. But also, here's one of the things. You said ball production's good. I didn't feel like enough of them turn into interceptions. So he's good at knocking the ball down. I would like to see him or create a few more turnovers. Maybe that's something they can work on, or maybe Christian Parker's just like, that's going to happen because the dude's in the right place at the right time.
Okay, I like it. I look forward to more of these as we go forward. We're the Kansas City Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus the Masters still being the Masters, next on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on.
first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey and Alec mentioned Anthony Hill Jr. He was here on Monday. Caleb Downs also coming in for a visit. So is Jermon McCoy. D'Angelo Ponds from Indiana. That means 7 cornerbacks on the Cowboys' top 30 list thus far.
And they're looking at the right ones, dude. They definitely are.
You love to hear that. And right now, you love to hear this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, the Masters still being the Masters and Coachella still being Coachella.
Oh.
We'll talk about that here in just a little bit.
Do you think that golf tournament should change its name to the primaries?
Why is that?
I don't think you're allowed to use that other word anymore. Did you know that? It's not called the master bedroom, it's the primary bedroom.
That's right.
So why is this golf tournament so immune to that?
See, it was in front of mind because I'm not a homeowner yet, so I don't use very specific terminology like that, Kevin.
Gotcha.
But you do bring an interesting point. I do like that. I'm going to have to remember that whenever I can get to home ownership level of life, and get that Plano money like Majors. We got the question of the day here in just a second. I do want to mention we talked a lot about the draft in the previous segment. We're going to be taking over all 9 local DFW Pluckers locations on the first round of the draft. I'll be at Arlington's location with Lucius Alexander. That's going to be a party. Corey, where are you going to be?
I'm going to be in Allen, right around the corner from my Plano mansion.
Oh, that's right.
Oh!
Maybe he'll bring one of his tables if you ask me.
Why did y'all AI me saying that? That was weird that y'all did that.
Bobby is not
I
here.
do not have that technology. Bobby has that technology.
And then, Kevin, where are you going to be?
I'm going to be in Dallas.
There we go. So you can hang out with us for that. But if you just need your fix early, I'm working on something.
Oh.
My final mock draft for the first round of the NFL draft will be hitting the 105.3 The Fan website here in the next few days. I'm working on it quite literally as we speak. I'm going through my picks, going through my board, and trying to make sense of all 32 first-round picks that'll be available on the website. And once it is, we will talk about it during AM on the FM next week. So be on the lookout for that. But we go to the National Day calendar. Today is National Ex-Spouse Day. National Ex-Spouse Day. So,
does it count if you were just engaged to that person?
It could just be a dating story because the question of the day, I'm getting nosy. What is your craziest breakup story? 877-881-1053. And I'll bat lead off here just to set the tone because I think just considering the time and place of it, not many people can relate. So I think it's the craziest experience that I had dealing with a breakup. It happened while I was on the air.
Oh.
Yes, this was like 3 years ago, maybe even 4 at this point. I was hosting a weekend show with the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
It was a G-Bag marathon run of a show, 5 hours leading into some Rangers baseball. I remember it like it was yesterday. And just middle of the show during a break, get a phone call that was just an argument and everything. And it turned into texting.
Did you answer
the
phone because you were like, this could be important or bad?
Not bad. I just thought it was important because usually people know my on-air schedule. Like, I'm not going to call him while he's on the air. So I was like,
do you know what I do for a living?
Exactly. So I was like, this has to be important, right? And it was just bringing up some old stuff that was unnecessary and irrelevant. And then during a segment, I got the whole, like, I'm not doing this anymore kind of thing. And I was like, what in the world? And then I found out a week later that she was cheating. And As I
pause you right there.
I had to put the pieces together, but it was interesting.
Menopause.
If you've been
Wrong kind of
broken
pause.
up with, true or not, what percentage of the time do you think people are like, I bet there's somebody else?
100.
100?
Yeah.
I don't know because I never assume that.
Okay.
Like, I just take words at face value. That might be a good or a bad thing.
me too.
I don't really know. Like, if you give me a reason, I assume that's the reason, and I move on with my life. Right? I found out through a later social media post of another person's, like, hand at a dinner or something. I was like,
Oh, no.
And then I found out through a friend of a friend that I was the other person involved because those two people are now married.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they are now married. So... interesting stuff.
I hate it when people are like, well, at least you know it's meant to be. I want to throw a pen at them because I was like, how
Just
does
a
that
pen?
help? Yeah, well, you know.
I want to throw a pebble.
Yeah, how does that help in this moment? Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're so happy for them.
So it was like hour 3 of a 5-hour show, and I was like, well, got to talk sports. Let's do this. So if anything, I was just amped up, and I was like, I'm ready for some conversation. We're going to bring the fastball for the last couple hours of this show. So, yeah, and people had no idea because I didn't bring it to air until like a couple years ago. So,
man.
Yeah. Interesting stuff.
What was the question?
Your best breakup story, your craziest breakup story. 877-881-1053. Twitch and YouTube as well.
Well, I mean, it's just been me and Adrian my whole life.
You're such a liar.
I've said on air all the times you guys broke up.
Yeah, exactly. And none of them are really that great, you know? Like, they're just stories. But in the 4th grade,
jeez,
there was a girl named Jessica. And you want me to say her last name?
No, I don't. Please.
It was around Valentine's Day. I had gotten her a ruler with hearts on it from the book fair.
Oh, you spent book fair money on a girl?
Yeah.
That's a big sign.
And I was preparing to give it to her after school, the ruler. And,
Oh my God. In 4th grade.
Our classrooms were across the hall from each other. And I don't know if y'all ever did this. You got like 5 minutes before school's out, and the teacher's just like, screw it. I'm done. Y'all line up at the door.
Yeah.
As soon as the bell rings, y'all can go.
Yep.
And so both classes are standing there, and I saw somebody do a magic trick for her. And I was like, that was an awesome magic trick. How did he do that? Was my first thought. And then she looked at me, and she goes, I just don't know if this is going to work anymore.
You made your girlfriend disappear?
And so I was like, you know what? I was thinking the same thing.
Because you got to protect yourself.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, already there. So then I walked out to the playground and opened up the binder and took out the ruler and threw it into the field. And then I went to the car and told my mom.
Oh,
so sad.
That is so sad.
Oh my gosh.
Poor little Corey. He was sad. He had his heart broken.
Yeah.
Fascinating story.
Oh, no.
That girl was Adrian's big sister in high school for bells.
Oh.
So I win.
Huh.
Was she still with the magician guy?
That would be amazing.
No. No, she
And he
actually
saw you and he's like, abracadabra.
She was.
That would piss me off, man. It really would.
He waves his wand around.
I would be so mad.
She actually, like, we were friends in high school and everything, but that was, that was one of those stories where I was just like, that was how mad I was that I threw that ruler. I spent money on that ruler.
You did.
I
At
could have
the book
used
fair.
that ruler.
You got your Lamborghini poster.
To
or
draw
whatever.
straight
Yeah.
lines.
Yeah.
I
could see how in 4th grade you would still be friends. It feels like the older you get, there's a period where if you're really young or really old, you could probably get over it. But in that middle part, you're like, nah, I'm good. We don't need to be friends.
Yeah. So there we go. That was my.
Good luck with your
did,
life.
Did that work as a story?
Yeah, that was sad, though.
Oh, I think what we're skipping over, Kevin, is the amazing fact that Corey went to elementary school with Chris Angel somehow. Just
yeah, you just got mind.
Yeah,
he took I don't know. He had a dollar bill floating between both hands, and I feel like
Dude,
I've
in
seen
elementary
that.
school?
Yeah, and I was like, that was awesome.
that kid's a legend.
Yeah.
What?
I wonder if Corey's like, I get it. Like, that guy's amazing. Yeah.
You know what? Cool. I can't even be mad at that.
I stopped doing magic after that day
Oh.
because I realized I'd never be him.
Oh, that crushed your dream.
Yeah.
And then your wife crushed your acting dream.
Okay.
We're not as crazy.
Maybe that's still in play. You know?
Okay.
But the magic thing, I can only do 2 card tricks.
Yeah. Sometimes some self-awareness is great in those situations where you can just be like, you know what, good for you. Because that's even happened to me where I met somebody like at a bar one time and I got the Instagram and I saw that a current Dallas Cowboy was following her. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I don't have a chance at this. So I'm just gonna go ahead and go about my life. This was like a couple years ago.
I would love it if you use your sports insight to be like, he's already on the fringe. He's going to get cut. So if you're thinking you're going to get that NFL money, that ain't going to happen.
See, that would be very humbling and that would be kind of cool. You know, not to dunk on the man in the equation, just to be like, hey, by the way, here's his entire backstory. Here's his draft profile and everything. Here's the off the field issues you have to worry about. And by the way, he's probably not going to be in the league much longer. No, this was actually a very successful player that did have the money. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I don't have a chance. From the 979, I ran into my girlfriend's friends, and they said it was crazy that Lauren got engaged. I had no idea that we even broke up.
Oh, no.
Wow.
That's tough.
God, some of these stories are so sad. From the 806, found out my girlfriend of 4 years was living a double life. I called her out. She tried to gaslight me into it being my fault, and we agreed to speak about it the next day. Never talked to her again. No closure.
This is, Kevin, I talk about this a lot when it comes to relationships, friendships, business, whatever it is. Communication's important. Whenever just because it's a tough situation doesn't mean you shouldn't talk about it with that person.
Yeah.
And if you're feeling a certain way, whether you're dealing with depression or whatever it is, let them know so they can either get out of the way and let you deal with it, or they can help you if you want them to help you. But communicating is such a big deal when it comes to relationships.
Yeah, you're right.
It is. And guys, communication is important at the Masters because they did not directly communicate something, but they kind of made a rule on the fly. So we know how very strict they are when it comes to technology. We've joked about it for the past week, it feels like, because it's true. Currently, the list of prohibited items at the Masters includes stuff like electronic devices, radios, TVs, knives, weapons, flags, banners, signs, cameras, unless you're a credentialed media member, chairs and seats with pointed ends, all kinds of very specific stuff. But people thought they might have found a loophole until the Masters said, no, we're just going to act like we already addressed that. People were bringing in what is on my face right now, the Ray-Ban Meta smart glasses, in attempts to record. And guys, but I think we might be getting a call from somebody important, so I'm going to let you fill time.
Okay, well, that, I guess, is a truncated version of AM on the FM, but you're not even allowed to have smart glasses at the Masters?
If that's the case, then what are we even doing anymore?
Okay, and I want to go back. That's why I think that one guy is going to be banned for life for yelling, "Give me back my son." I wanted to go back to...
Cool. We're all good.
All right. So
we're just testing a line for Stephen Jones.
Okay.
Sounds like he will be joining us at noon, by the way.
Okay. Perfect.
So now we can put a bow on this real quick.
Is it fair to say, I just told Corey, if you can't have those glasses, then they're definitely banning the "Give Me Back My Son" guy?
Oh, yes, 100%. Because they are trying to say that this is now included under electronic devices, even though the list of electronic devices does not say smart glasses. So they confiscated them from fans at the door and gave it back afterwards. But my argument is, what if you're like me? These are my prescription glasses. And I'm not making that up. I'm not trying to be smart. These are actually my prescription glasses.
What's better, that, or do you think they should have been like Pops from Regular Show and worn tants?
I love that pool. Thank you.
Table pants.
Yes.
Dude.
They're a real thing.
I like chants.
Kind of.
Chair pants.
We could do that.
What if you had tants and they're chair table pants? So now you get the whole kitchen.
The dining room table pants.
Yeah, and you know how I feel about tables, so yeah, I guess tants are the best thing.
You're just greedy. That's what you are.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Stephen Jones coming up at noon, but coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is this potential Cowboys draft target falling? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll have a double Ranger guest Tuesday.
to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Lexington, Kentucky, and been very productive. That's picked off. Intercepted by Toledo. Housing that. Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We got Stephen Jones coming up at noon, so I thought I'd throw you a little extra hockey note. Jason Robertson and Wyatt Johnston have now both scored 45 goals this season. In the last 30 years, they're just the fourth pair of teammates to score 45 goals plus in the same season. And that list includes McDavid and Draisaitl, who we hate, and Mario Lemieux and Jaromir Jagr.
Kevin, something that Glenn Gulletson said after the game last night really stuck with me. And he said he was talking about being more direct and getting into tougher spaces, and that's what they did last night, and he liked that.
I thought they did that the game before, too, yeah.
Yeah, and he said, and what happens there is a lot of times in the regular season, you'll get comfortable in what you're doing because you're like, I know I can score from here.
Yeah.
But then whenever you get in the playoffs, they study you, and they're trying to figure out ways for you to not do what you're comfortable with. And if you practice getting tough goals in the regular season, that's going to set you up. Now you're not just padding stats and padding regular season things. Sure. You're actually doing things. You're practicing in-game scenarios that you can actually go to and say, I know how to do this in the playoffs. So I liked what they're doing here at the end of the year.
And I couldn't find the specific date from NHL PR earlier, but now I have found it. The Stars became the 6th team ever and the first team since the Hartford Whalers in 1986 to overcome a 3-goal deficit and a 2-goal deficit. And at first I was like, what? So they just scored 1 goal? That shouldn't count. But no, it was because they were down 3-0, then it was 3-3, then they were down 5-3, and then they won it 6-5.
And how the Whalers keep making their way into our lives, Kevin.
Yeah, Whalers never die. All right, right now, brought to you by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip and rip it.
And what's interesting about the timing of all of this, remember, we just talked about how the government was looking into, the Department of Justice was looking into the status of the NFL and their monopoly exemption and everything like that. TV games are too expensive. While games are too expensive, while all of this is going on, there has been some buzz that perhaps the streamers are looking to steal Sunday Night Football. Now, Sunday Night Football, not always, but it frequently feels like it has the marquee matchup of the weekend. And I know they build it by design. And so there's
like Twitch and YouTube streamers?
Maybe.
Okay.
But I think it's more likely that you'll see it on Netflix, or some people think that it could be a Paramount Plus exclusive, even though it would be in the CBS family, because we just talked about that merger. And so maybe that will drive some more people to stream that. So it's not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination, but you have started to hear more and more people bring up, I think Sunday Night Football could be gettable for a streamer. And I just thought the timing of that, along with the Department of Justice investigation, where they were like, oh yeah, well maybe we'll do this too. Mm-hmm. Like that's weird timing.
When Netflix and a couple of other ones have done something like this, have you felt like they just collected a bunch of other broadcasters from others and been like, throw them together?
Yes,
it'll work.
Like an all-star team.
And it's also like the B stars.
I got you.
And I'm okay with it, but I feel like, I don't know, I've been conditioned, I think, that Tirico's great.
Well, I mean, and if you think about it, you go back to Fox in 93, 94, when they got the NFL. What was it, honestly, that felt like it legitimized them?
Madden.
Yes, Madden and Summerall.
Yeah.
They got the broadcast team. And so everyone's like, oh, well, okay.
Yeah.
I guess we're doing this.
Yeah, and I think I understand that, but it feels like it's weird when you're like, okay, Kay Adams is hosting the pregame.
Yeah.
And then they're like, now we're going to throw you this guy mixed with a different one.
Yeah.
And then he's also going to go back to his other one later.
Oh, no, I'm with you, and that's why I think it feels weird, where, like, you can also catch me on next Thursday Night Football. You're like, what?
Yeah, that's why I just say, just steal Greg Olsen and run with it. You'll be fine.
Man, I do. That is a really good idea. So, Alec, yesterday, you discussed Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. Good player, perhaps getting a little bit too much first-round hype. So I decided to investigate. And there are other people on your side, specifically a couple of scouts and executives. One executive said, he scares me because he collision tackles with his head down too much. He's best in zone, which is exactly what Alex said. Maybe he said that because he was listening. He's best in zone coverage, but will struggle in man coverage due to his speed and athletic ability. He lacks closing speed and deep speed. And then another scout said, he's a good player, but not dominant enough for the first round, in my opinion. Thoughts?
I think they nailed it on the head, especially the last one that you mentioned. He doesn't have that. I don't know what it is. I guess dominance is the great word, like a Dylan Thieneman has, like a Caleb Downs has, where the presence is felt every single play.
Right.
There are multiple plays per game where you're like, holy crap, this dude is different. But it's not drive in and drive out because it is like a car crash with him every single time. Every single play is like a car crash. It's not exactly textbook, which is fine. If you're pairing him up with like a Jalen Thompson, that's fine. But you have to have the perfect complementary piece next to him because he will swing and miss, and he is going to be the home run hitter of your secondary. You need everybody else around him to be very clean. So if you're a team that has those pieces in place, great. He is going to thrive. But like they said, inefficiencies in man coverage. There's just a couple of things that don't scream pure first-round talent to me.
Sounds a little like Roy Williams.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Roy Williams broke how many different collarbones while he was here?
Yeah.
And Emmitt Smith being one of them. But that dude could light you up. Struggled in coverage.
Yeah.
And while I didn't see that in college, maybe they were able to hide it because of, the other talent around them. But that sounds a little bit similar to me and he was drafted very high by the Cowboys, but I approved it at the time.
Now, ESPN has put out a list of draft superlatives, and I just wanted to hit a few of these where they talk about the one specific skill that different players in the top 100 are best at. Most rangy at the second level, Anthony Hill Jr. Best fumble forcer, Jacob Rodriguez. And best second-level blitzer, Harold Perkins Jr. So I just wanted to throw out a couple of those superlatives.
Which one's most likely to succeed and funniest?
I don't know funniest. Most likely to succeed, I will say Sonny Styles.
Ooh, I like this.
Is that cheating?
This is fun.
Because his is fastest closing speed to the ball carrier, but we know.
And just like you do with the yearbook, Kevin, we'll go back in 10 years and look at it and see if it was true or not.
Man, I don't think I ever did that, but now
go back and look at your yearbook and be like,
want to.
Are all those people doing all right now?
Now, this could be, I think I might do that later today, if I can find my yearbooks. This is a great thing, I think, potentially for the Cowboys. Once again, Albert Breer, feel like he usually has a pretty good idea of the pulse of the NFL. He said yesterday that 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 could be open to dealing their first-round picks. But then there's also this. In the second 10 picks of the draft, so 11 through 20, he thinks there could be a run on tackles. So he's starting with Caden Proctor, going maybe higher than some people have him. And if that is the case, then Monroe Freeling, although I know there are a couple of people that think he could go in the top 10. I just think this is a good thing for the Cowboys at 12 and 20. Let's say if they stayed, or maybe it would help them want to trade back if there's a run on tackles, which I'm not saying the Cowboys couldn't use one, but I would be surprised by them using a first-round pick on a tackle. If you get 3 tackles in that run, it just would up the odds that the player you would want would be available at 20, or maybe that the players you want are being pushed down the board and you'd be more open to a trade down. And Corey, I made the decision today at 122. I am going to try to make all of the trades to get you 4 first 2-round picks.
Okay. A lot of trades there to make that happen.
A lot of trades.
Yeah, I'd love to see a run on tackles.
Yes.
I absolutely would love to see that so that the Cowboys could have one of those guys. But at 20, I saw a mock draft that had the Cowboys taking a tackle. And I was like,
I would just be surprised.
And I was too. I was like, I just don't see it because of need. But hey, man, you wanna make your team good. Your offense still has to be good too.
Is $50,000 to $60,000 a good salary for a social media coordinator? Because people are going after the Los Angeles Chargers, who they need a new social media coordinator for their dozens of fans, and they say they're willing to pay $50,000 to $60,000 per year. The internet
in LA
is yes, because of that. The internet is displeased. First of all, they were like, that is not the most glamorous position. It takes a lot of hours and $50,000 to live in Los Angeles. How is that going to work?
You're gonna have to live somewhere else.
Well, or you can also get a job at In-N-Out, because they quote tweeted it and said you can literally make more money flipping burgers at In-N-Out.
There you go.
Toasted.
Oh, you have to toast the burgers, buns?
I mean, I just felt like the Chargers got toasted.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Those maybe hundreds of fans, they'll be upset. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on The Fan.
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Stephen Jones in just a minute or two. But a couple of other updates across the sporting world, and I'll start with one that, man, it sucks. I love this guy. I feel like most people really like him. Dick Vitale has announced that he has cancer again. I believe this is the fifth recurrence or fifth overall and fourth recurrence, and he vows to beat it again. That would be awesome. Well, I guess I should say awesome, baby, because I just think, like, when I think of college basketball, I know so much has changed, but I still think of him as like the number one supporter of college basketball in the world. And then in the NBA world, Luka is going to be reevaluated before the Lakers playoff series against the Rockets. He returned to the U.S. this week. He's going to be reevaluated. I know there is still thought that he will probably miss most of, if not all, of that series against Houston, and then Austin Reeves is probably still out till May, so they would have to advance if they had any chance of getting him back and then potentially Luka back as well. And without those two players, that feels like obviously that is a huge shot to their ability to advance.
Yeah, no, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. It would be like losing a Miro or a Miko right before the playoffs, and that would be a terrifying thing there. So you don't want that to happen at all.
Now, I'm going to investigate this, and you might think that this is crazy.
Dude, you're going to put your investigative reporter hat on?
Except it's to investigate how much money I can really spend on
Oh, okay.
Rolando Blackman is putting his 2011 Dallas Mavericks championship ring up for auction. It is up for auction because obviously he wasn't playing, but he was the director of basketball development. The opening bid started at $2,500. The auction runs through Saturday. Right now it's about $4,900. How much money is too much money to spend on an honest-to-goodness championship ring for my favorite basketball team from my favorite Dallas Maverick when I was growing up?
Honestly, Kevin, I don't think you can put a price tag on that. This isn't...
I can. I just don't know what it is.
This isn't a market value here because your market is how much you care.
Oh, no.
Do you really love Rolando Blackman that much? Or have you just been saying it?
Oh,
because here's the deal. Do you want to be a poser? I guess is what I'm saying here, Alec. But when it comes to this, I think that there's no price tag available. Kevin, if you have a fund saved up for Noah,
spend it on that.
I think this is the appropriate time to go ahead and crack that piggy bank open.
Okay. Woo. Well, I'll look into that. By the way, as an aside, the coin flip between the Mavericks, man, you're going to make me spend a lot of money, and the Hornets to determine 7th and 8th position in the lottery is set for Monday, April 20th. But right now, let's turn our attention back to the NFL draft. We bring on Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys.
Man, how are we doing? It's been a while since we chatted.
Well, I'm doing really good. You've just been had a busy off season, as you know, between hiring our defensive coaching staff, free agency, and then draft preparation. We've had our hands full.
You know, and I heard, and there's even more than that. There's reports that Jerry was at the bargaining session last week with the Referees Association, and I would love to know from you, especially being part of the competition committee, how important do you believe it is for the NFL to get a deal done with the Referees Association and the regular refs for the regular season?
Well, I was because of my role on the competition, I was actually there as well, and certainly, we'd like to agree to a deal with our officials. At the same time, it's a work in progress. We have a lot of respect, but also, it's business. And just like any other negotiation, until it's done, you really don't like to comment on anything.
These are always cordial visits too, right? No fisticuffs breaking out there?
No, they were professional and cordial.
Okay, I like to hear that.
Oh, we've talked with you a lot about the salary cap in the past, and I know people get caught up about when they talk about the draft. They say, "Hey, what does the team need right now?" But whenever you talk about the salary cap, you talk about planning 2, 3, 4 years into the future. Do you have to have that same kind of mindset when you go into these drafts?
Yeah, I think it's all part of the bigger picture, and you certainly as you focus on the draft and what it can be for you and what that's going to look. I mean, one of the great things about our draft, especially this day and time, whether it's college or almost anything, for us to have personnel certainty. If you can have success in the draft, you're going to have that player either 4 or 5 years, at a number that's reasonable. And certainly that's why I think, most teams would tell you that's the foundation of their football team. With the salary cap that we have today, it's so important. The draft's just so important.
Would that potentially lure you into saying, you know what, we'd be okay taking an older player in the draft because maybe as they get a little older, we don't have to get that second contract with them? Or does that matter?
Well, it's interesting you bring that up. I think these players that are older, I think it's a two-edged sword. One is really good. Certainly, you're seeing it with quarterbacks. We were just talking about offensive linemen, how important it is as well. But some of these guys coming out are 24, 25 years old. But the flip side of that is they have a tremendous amount of experience, and which really helps them transition right into the professional game. The more and more you look at these things, these players who only have started, 12 games in college, 24 is obviously a lot better, and 36 is better than that, and a 4-year starter is better than that. But, that really enables them to transition usually at a faster rate if they have you still got to have the skill set and the things that come with being a professional football player, but that helps. Now, the downside of that is some of them are going to be then 28, 29, 30 years old when they come up on their second contract.
Now, you just mentioned, obviously, quarterback could be one position that would be beneficial. Are there any other positions the team has identified as saying, you know what, more starts and perhaps sometimes an older player is not so bad at these positions either?
No, I just mentioned it. The offensive line, I think, is really it's an advantage to have played. It's really coming into play in our evaluations. How many years have they started at a particular school? Certainly, anything that any position that gets into really needing experience is helpful. Obviously, some of the more skilled, highly skilled positions, whether it's a corner or a receiver or running back, those type of places, you can obviously get away with having elite athletic skills and being, quite a bit younger and not as much experience.
Now, Stephen, I'm wondering, have you fallen in love with any one particular player, or do you think there will be a player you're going to love landing at 12 no matter what?
Well, in the draft, you can fall in love with many. Unlike life, you're you're with your wife. In the draft, you certainly can fall in love with multiple players, and certainly we have a bunch of players on the board that we really have a high opinion of that we think could really help our football team. And certainly that's how you end up stacking them. And if they're in our first round, probably any team would say this, then there's a lot of love for that player.
I'm guessing perhaps since you just mentioned that the draft board isn't totally locked in just yet, but do you have a general idea of maybe how many first round grades y'all are going to have?
It's still a little early, but, usually we're in that 16 to 20, 21, 22 range.
That's a big number right there. I like hearing that one right now. How much?
Now, I don't know that we'll get there this year, in terms of the 20s, but we're grinding it out right now. And as you said, we hadn't put the final grades on anything. And, this will obviously evolve into a board that we really have confidence in.
As you guys are putting together that board, I've always been fascinated. How much do you feel like you can learn from the players that have the draft visits with y'all that obviously wouldn't pop up by just watching film?
Yeah, I think anytime you get to spend more time with a player, and especially when you bring one in for a 30 visit, you're getting almost 24 hours with that player to really, delve deep into a lot of areas. And, I think that's why we've ended up over the years drafting quite a few guys that were actually in on the 30 visit. Now, they're coming on the 30 visit because obviously we've seen a lot of things that are interesting to us, and we want to get to know more about those particular players and even have more detailed work on them.
We've discussed Jermod McCoy a lot, special talent, as a lot of these guys are. We did hear Jerry say no red shirts, and we've kind of stuck with that a lot. Do you think he qualifies a red shirt, or has he cleared that hurdle for you guys?
Yeah, that's a work in progress. We're trying to, do all the work that we need to do to, to get our hands around what his status will be for, we start with everything, what his status is for the mini camps, what his status is for the training camp, and then ultimately will he be able to play part of the season, none of the season. All those are levels that then we put into an equation and decide where we might come down on that particular player.
And you kind of discussed, the amount of games earlier, but how much does missing one full year affect your approach with a guy?
No, this happens, and there's been a lot of players in this league that miss a year due to injury that really come back and have great careers. So I don't know that that's a deciding factor. I think obviously, if you miss the entire year this year or miss the back half of the year, but it's going to linger into a big part of our coming season, then that's probably a bigger factor than somebody who just missed last year but's already ready to go and start minicamp.
There are a lot of folks who kind of think this draft will be more trade-filled than past drafts. Have you gotten that sense at all 9 days out that have there been more phone calls or pre-draft team-to-team discussion compared to maybe a usual draft?
No, I think it's too early to tell that. I think, next week as people finalize their boards and start to strategize, have their strategy sessions, then that comes into play. But I'm still a big believer that most of these trades, happen, as you're on the board. Players fall off that you wanted, and then you're willing to come out. Players are staying on the board that you might not think might be there, and then you're attempted to move up a little bit. You might not be willing to, give up what it costs to go way up the draft. But if a player starts to fall, then you get a little thought that, hey, maybe we could move up and it wouldn't cost as much, and we still get the guy that that we think is the best player for us in a particular draft, depending on where you pick.
Can you, I always love Kevin and I try to play this game a little bit. Can you describe the anatomy of a trade? Like, what's that really like in that room on those phones from your past experiences? That
my past experience is that normally when you're on the clock is when the activity starts, and usually it's someone calling you wanting to move up is usually how it happens. Usually if you're wanting to move down and you're starting to have to call, the next 15 teams below you, that's not a good sign. Usually if someone's wanting to come up, they're calling you, and especially, in the first round. But usually that holds for the whole draft that, teams see a player they want and they call, and, you hope in a lot of cases that 2 or 3 teams are calling for the pick, and then you have a competitive situation for your particular pick, and especially if you're willing to come out of it.
But you would never say, well, really, because the Ravens just said they would offer me this as a bluff, right?
Well, I can't speak for other people, and I I probably shouldn't speak to us.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Now,
I think they're always honest, Kevin.
Sure. Everybody in all aspects of life is always honest. Now, we've talked a lot about the origins way back in the day of the Jimmy Johnson trade value chart for the draft. How much has that evolved, whether it's, more of a Rich Hill model or anything else? Has that draft value chart changed a lot over the decades?
Well, I have to correct you in all due respect. That was a Mike McCoy draft chart. At the end of the day, I watched him put it together, and he showed me how he was putting it together. Obviously, Jimmy and Jerry used it, but that was a Mike McCoy draft chart, who was a valedictorian at Oklahoma and Petroleum Engineers and understood how to chart those things and come up with values. Now, you can imagine with analytics and AI the way they are today, these charts are constantly evolving. You got to know the data that's going into them to understand it. Everybody has, what is quote unquote what most people feel like is a standard over the last 3 to 5 years. But then there's always one that you might have that you say, hey, we think the draft chart's evolved, and it may give you an advantage if someone's willing to go off the old chart. It may give you an advantage in what you feel analytically is the true value.
I like how he's giving those engineers their credit where credit's
Oh,
due,
yeah.
Kevin.
No, I appreciate that info.
Yeah.
Stephen, I always wonder how challenging it is to get a read on players from smaller programs like, say, a Toledo or something like that versus bigger programs like maybe a Texas based on how their competition is. How much weight does that have, and how do y'all go through that?
Yeah, I think it's big. I mean, obviously, it's able to project, if you're coming from a Power 4 school, for a top program playing against the very best. And obviously, that's even more so the case today as some of these smaller school young men, have found their way to the top Power 4 schools with NIL and all the things that are out there now. So there's not near as many players playing at the smaller schools. Obviously, you have the occasional. I mean, Rebel was one of those guys that was at a small school, and he stuck with where he was, and you run across those guys. So, but at the end of the day, certainly you like to see. That's why you have a Senior Bowl. You like to see these guys going against top level competition that are going to be drafted as well. Versus it's harder to project when you see them against a lot lesser level of competition. Obviously, they should be dominant, but you still got to do some projecting that is more difficult than when you see Alabama and Georgia going at it and seeing those guys compete against one another. You get a better feel for what it's going to look like on our level.
Obviously, Stephen, and for us, it's really exciting to have 2 first-round picks. It's a opportunity to do something special. How much of a culture-changing mentality are you looking for in one or both of these picks? Does that need to be a factor?
Yeah, I think it all factors in at the end of the day, and certainly we're trying to create an identity and a culture overall for this football team. Certainly on defense, we felt like we lacked that last year, defense in particular, that we didn't have the identity, the culture, that we needed, that the players were buying into and playing with an edge. And certainly that's the goal. And then ultimately the goal is to have a culture and an identity for our entire football team that Shotty's trying to develop in terms of, the type of men that we bring in here to compete day in and day out. That certainly, when they're working together every day are a positive influence on what we're ultimately trying to be as an organization, as a football team.
We're talking with Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. You walk through something that I think is really fascinating, and fans fall into this trap. I have been guilty of this trap. Do you think sometimes the fan base might underestimate the difficulty of trading back when you were lining up like, hey, we should have traded back. Could have got that same player. Do you think people underestimate how tough it is when your pick is up and nobody is calling?
there's that old deal when the phone doesn't ring, you know it's me or it's a problem. And certainly, when you're trying to call and go back, the price goes way down, and it's really hard to get value. We've certainly attempted if we really do want to trade down, but most of the time, when you're having to make those calls to say, hey, would you give me something for this? What would you give me for this pick? Or here's what the chart says. Would you be willing to do it? We're willing to come out. It's not near as successful as when the phone's ringing and they're wanting to come up and get the pick.
Have you guys, I know you said it'll heat up a lot last week. Can you confirm or deny if you guys have gotten any calls for first-round pick offers for George Pickens thus far?
Yeah, you hate to get into things like that, but no, we've had no one call, with interest in George Pickens.
All right, last thing from me, Stephen, before we let you go. Could you see yourself falling in love with an Ohio State player?
Absolutely. There's you look at that, and no way is this being critical, but you look at some of their guys and you go, how in the hell did they ever lose a football game? When you look at all the Buckeyes that are on the board, and obviously they had a great football team, and hats off to Indiana. They ended up putting it together and were able to pull it off and win the thing. And but certainly there's the Buckeyes have more than their fair share of guys in the first round of this draft.
Thank you very much for the time, as always, and we'll catch up with you again after the draft.
Appreciate being on with you guys.
There you go, Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, I looked it up. I guess I have lost to history the role that Mike McCoy had in that. I always thought of it as the Jimmy Johnson one, and I'm glad he told me, well, I was there. I saw how it happened.
I think maybe, Kevin, the year that you didn't go to Oxnard with us was the year that I kind of chatted about that.
Thanks
with
a lot, Noah.
Sorry, child. But yeah, I think that was the year that I kind of chatted about that, and I learned that. So hey, that was fun, man. I'm looking for exciting draft ahead of us.
Yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, hopefully that list is getting smaller, but who is currently on your Rangers S list?
Oh,
plus maybe some NFL overreaction or reality, or I move us up in the draft. Next, right here on The Fan.
Sean and
Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
A swing and a drive up the alley in left center field. On the run is Clark. He can't get it. It's past him to the wall. One run is home. Here's Smith being waved around. He's heading for the plate, and he will score. A 2-run double for Josh Young. He lassos out at second base. He's extended his hitting streak to 5 games and extended the Rangers' lead to 8-0.
And they would win that game 8-1 right here on a 105.3 The Fan. Evaldi throws a gem. Josh Young, Josh Smith both get 2 RBIs. And Jake Berger gets 2 home runs on what was a historic multi-home run day across Major League Baseball. And the Texas Rangers, in addition to still being in first place, as they have been for much of the season, they're a half game back of the Twins and Guardians for the best record in all of the American League. So with that in mind, I feel like this list might be getting a little bit smaller. Who is on your current Texas Rangers S list? Because this was inspired the day before.
after the Dodgers weekend.
And so many people, Jock Peterson, and I get all of that. But if you look at this month, we talked about it, 276 batting average, 736 OPS, certainly not numbers of champions, but a big step forward from what you saw last year and then the beginning of this season. In fact, since that last game against the Reds, where he had their lone run of the day via a home run, he has been hitting significantly better, with last night going 3 for 5 being the high water mark, including hitting the umpire or official, I guess, in the ding-dong with a ground ball. That's what happened.
I just can't believe you said ding-dong.
Oh, sorry. Did I steal that from the Stars?
No.
They're the is it Bing Bong Brothers?
Yeah.
What is
Bing
it?
Bong Bros.
Because you want to make sure you don't say that wrong.
Yeah.
Because or else you're paying a subscription and...
What?
I have no clue what he's talking about.
You are a liar.
What do you mean? 877-881-1053. If you also don't know what Kevin's talking about when he's talking about
and
Bing
I might
Bong
believe
Bros.
those people, but I don't believe you. So maybe Jock Peterson has earned a reprieve. For me, I still think it has to be Josh Smith.
Good.
I think there are a lot of other answers, but last night Josh Smith doubled his RBI count for the season. And here's the crazy thing. He also had an RBI the game before, so hopefully we're moving away from that. But in the first 13 games, Josh Smith had 1 RBI. He's currently hitting 180 with an OPS of 435. Now, we are to the point in the season, you're about a tenth of the way through, where easily this can turn around with even like a couple game hot streak. But thus far, I think, unfortunately, Josh Smith has been very underwhelming, especially considering how much he smoked the ball in spring training.
Yeah, runs created, he's at 1.6. That is the lowest on the team, aside from Sam Haggerty, who doesn't play much, Kevin. So runs created per 27 outs, he's the lowest at 1. Nobody's lower than him, not even Haggerty. So that's just he's not helping you win
right
at the moment. That's what it's saying. He's not helping you score, and scores or wins. And so at the moment, Josh Smith, the struggle at the plate, what I told you last night with the 3-pitch at bat that just looked meager, if you will. That's just not what we're used to from him. He will scrap out at bats.
Yeah.
And that's something that Skip has told us. I want to see dudes go up to the plate and fighting for it. And right now, this is not a very hot start from him. He was hot in spring training.
Sure.
And that was when he was earning the job. So here's the thing. Here's what I question for you now. Do you have to revisit having him earn the job again? Maybe after 30 games, because I know 30-game chunks is what Josh Smith. He had the motivation to go out there and prove it.
Yeah.
And then he won it, and then all of a sudden he cools off. And I'm not saying that he gave up or just was like, I'm good now. I'm just saying maybe there's a natural, instinctive thing that he's not
doing those same things. Somebody just said he needs to stop swinging like he's a home run hitter. I agree.
Sometimes that home run swing can set you back in terms of what you should actually be doing.
You need to be on base.
Yeah.
And scrapping them out is the way you're going to do that. And that's what we talked about with Chris Young earlier in the year, actually before the game, Kevin. I know he was struggling with his voice a little bit, but he was talking about selfish plate appearances and selfish swings. I kind of mentioned that, and you saw him shake his head. He was like, exactly. You guys we tried to get rid of that were taking selfish swings last year. You go up to the plate, understand what you are in the moment. Maybe you're not the guy that's going to drive in the run. Maybe you're the guy that leads to the next run, though. And that's something that Josh Smith has not done, and the numbers are showing it, and the at-bats don't look good either. So, yeah, I think you did a great job adding him to that list at the moment.
Now, hopefully you get a boost today.
I don't have another batter there right now, though.
Okay, well, and I don't know if this guy would have counted, but
Wyatt Langford.
Hopefully Wyatt Langford is coming back today. I know Skip said that he ran the bases yesterday and they didn't see any issues. So the thought is he is going to play today. Sorry if they put out the lineup already and I just haven't seen it. But
it's a late game, so it might be a little bit later than usual.
Yeah. But I think he is going to play today.
Kevin, one of the guys that was there but kind of has worked his way off of it, Josh Young. From the 3-1-4, Josh Young's so much better when he's not trying to pull everything and he goes the other way.
I could see that.
I feel like we talked about that with Jared, and maybe the last time we were out at the stadium before the City Connect release. And Jared was like, look, man, he's one of those guys that he's been built to do that. He thinks he has to hit home runs. Maybe this stadium isn't built for that. I think Josh Young's at his best when this is the Nelson Cruz theory for me. Driving doubles into the gaps, no matter which gap it is, left or right center field, that's my favorite Josh Young. He's hitting the ball hard and it rolls to the wall. I appreciate you hitting a home run. Those are fun. They're so much fun.
Yeah.
But, dude, at the spot you're at in the lineup, I don't need that. I need production. And what he's doing right now, he's getting hard hit singles. But when he gets back to hitting doubles into the gaps, that's when we're going to be there. So I'm glad he's off that list because it looks like he's on the trajectory of gaining that confidence back.
Now, there is one player who's getting the overwhelming number of votes thus far, but I'm still going to wait to talk about that guy. Instead, I'm going to talk about Chris Martin. So
that was my list right there. Yeah.
So Chris Martin even said, look, the results right now, they are not good. And that might even be an understatement. He has a 7.5 ERA and a blown save. Only 6 games, but this is 7 appearances. Batters are hitting .407 against him. That is the highest batting average of any pitcher who's thrown, let's try this again. That is the 4th highest batting average against of any pitcher who's thrown 5 or more innings so far this season. His cutter, usually a go-to pitch, giving up a .444 average. His splitter, maybe his most valuable pitch, at least per Baseball Savant, a .667 average. Now, that is also victim to smaller sample size, but early on, just Chris Martin has been a struggle, man.
Yeah, especially since Jacob Junis has come on so strong, then you're like, okay, maybe we have something there, but you keep wanting to go back to Martin a little bit because he was kind of the idea that he'd be the closer for you. And here's the difference for me, Kevin, with him and Robert Garcia. Because Robert Garcia is on everybody's list. You can see the fan text right now.
There are a lot of votes for that.
Robert Garcia has 6 walks. Chris Martin has 0 walks, but 11 hits given up. What that tells me is, yeah, you're not nibbling, but when you are attacking the zone, they're hitting it, and they're hitting it well.
Do you want to know a stat for that?
Go ahead.
When he throws a pitch in the strike zone, opponents are hitting 500.
That's what I'm saying. That's bad.
Yikes!
And that's when you really have to start considering what's happening. Why is this happening? And look, man, Chris Martin's a good dude, and he's been a good pitcher for us in the past.
For sure.
But if you're going into the strike zone, are you missing that big, and you just need to tweak it? You need to be, shaving corners just a little bit more because he's not nibbling. Robert Garcia is nibbling.
Yeah.
Robert Garcia is afraid of getting hit. Chris Martin's like, I'm not afraid of it, but it's going to happen whenever I go in there.
And from the 972, it's Robert Garcia. From another 972, Robert Garcia. From the 817, it's Robert Garcia. Trade him for a good beer vendor.
Ooh.
And from the 214, Garcia hands down. For Robert Garcia, I certainly understand it because he is one of them where it's not necessarily the overall numbers, although not good, but it's the specific games. So you go back to that game against Cincinnati, the aforementioned game where Jock Peterson hit the home run, get the loss there, and then you have the blown save against the Dodgers on Friday. There have just been a couple of things, especially in two of his appearances this month, where you're like, my goodness, it was only 3 runs, but it was 3 runs in that 1 1/3 that we really needed the opportunity to progress ahead and potentially win that game, because this is not how it works. We all know this is not how it works. But can you imagine if you could turn those 2 Robert Garcia games, and now you're 11-5. You have the best record in the American League, and you already won a series over the team with the best record in the National League, and that's the Dodgers. You'd be flying high right now. You could make the argument that the Rangers would be number 1 in your power rankings. And I don't know if people really care about that kind of stuff. And as is, you're off to a good start, but you always look at those games, whether it's Garcia, Martin, or whoever else in the future, and you're like, if I could have just turned a couple of these games.
Yeah. Oh! It's like that Scotty Scheffler putt that was just a little bit left, and you're like, okay, I have some fun numbers that I'd like to play with real quick, if you don't mind, Kevin. Nathan Eovaldi, we felt like the start was kind of rocky, but for sure, we still love Nate Eovaldi. And since then, it seems like you're like, oh, Nate's back.
Yeah.
The hard hit percentage, the average for the Rangers is 41% hard hit percentage.
Okay.
The average for MLB is 40.
Okay.
Nate Eovaldi's is 13.
Wow.
That is the lowest by far. The only other person that's even close to that is Cole Winn at 28. So that's the 13 hard hit percentage against him. That being said, the exit velocity that you're seeing for pitching, the best exit velocity versus the Rangers is Jacob Yunis, or Jakob Yunis, as you say.
I was just kidding.
Have you told G-Bag?
Oh, yeah, I do
yet?
need to tell them that.
81.5. The league average is 89, okay? So just take this into consideration. The league average exit velocity, 89. The Rangers, 89.7.
Okay.
Little above average.
Yeah.
Eunice is 81.5.
Woo!
The highest is Chris Martin, 95.7. The second highest is Jacob deGrom at 93.7.
Really?
But I think that's
because of all those solo
home runs,
yeah.
like a 113. So those are numbers right there that show like Chris Martin's struggle right now is in the zone. People are squaring him up. They're hitting him hard, and he also has the highest hard hit percentage off of. So yes, when it comes to Chris Martin, when it comes to Robert Garcia, the numbers are pretty average. Like his hard hit percentage is pretty good, 33 for considering. But it's just that he gives up walks, puts runners on, and then when he gets the one, it turns into runs, and they're in bad situations right now.
You know, it's interesting. Zach and Frisco brought up Luis Carvello, and man, things have changed. I'm not going to hold last night against him too much. It was 8-0 when he came in and gave up the run, and he had the great appearance against Seattle. But yeah, that's another person in that Friday game against the Dodgers that gave up runs of a very winnable game.
I still like the swaggy.
Okay.
He's still swaggy, Kevin.
Okay.
Don't let him lose his confidence. Just pitch better.
All right. I'm not here to dispute that. All right.
Somebody mentioned, by the way, you were talking about, was it Severino and the Angels? Isn't that where Mike Maddox is?
Oh, man.
Is that the Mike Maddox effect? Pitch better, and all of a sudden you are? Wow. That's crazy.
Well, I thought you said these were fun numbers. Now
the numbers were fun.
All right. So I have an idea that I would love to run by you guys.
Okay.
Trading all of the Cowboys picks. I have a scenario that I've constructed in which you trade every single Dallas Cowboys pick with the exception of one.
Okay.
Are you prepared for the paperclip to Lamborghini theory?
No.
Oh, wow.
Well,
sorry, Jerry. As Steven said, Jerry's very focused right now on what they're working with.
By the way,
and the phones haven't started ringing. They won't until you're on the clock.
Were you proud of me when Steven was like, quarterback who started 12 games or whatever. Are you proud of me that I didn't go, oh, in your face, Ty Simpson? Because I really, really wanted to in that moment.
Well, I think that's where Jamad McCoy was a conversation too.
Yeah.
There are a lot of guys that he was like, we like dudes that have had experience.
Sure.
At this point.
Now, I know you didn't invent this, Corey, but you referenced the paperclip trade up quite a bit. So I decided to use that same logic when it comes to the draft. So the Dallas Cowboys have 8 picks. It's too many. We can get rid of some of those.
Canadian Kyle McDonald is where this starts, Kevin.
That is one of the most Canadian names I've ever heard. So let's start by we need to move up, Alec. You guys have talked about, I want this second round this and this third round that. All right, well, here's what I've concocted for you.
Trade all my 5th round picks for a first.
Okay, that is not how that works at all. But I can take your 7th round pick and 2 of your 5th round picks. So I'm taking 218, 180, and 177. I'm using draft chart logic on this, although, as we also heard from Stephen Jones, with AI and just the progression of time, these charts are kind of evolving every 3 to 5 years. The inclusion of AI on that was really fascinating to me. So I'm taking 2 of your 5th round picks, 177 and 180, and I'm also taking your 7th round pick, 218. And for that, I am trading to pick 129. Okay?
All right.
So now I've gotten you a 4th rounder. And you might be like, well, hold on just a second. Don't we have another 5th rounder? Indeed! The Cowboys do have another 5th rounder. So here's what we're going to do next. We're going to take that 5th rounder, which is pick 152. We're going to take pick 129, which I just acquired for you. And we're going to take pick 112. We're going to bundle all of that together, and I'm going to get you pick 77. All right? So now I've gotten more picks for you.
So I got 12, 20, 92, 77,
and 92.
92. And that's all I have right now?
That's right. If only we were done, though, because we most certainly are not. Now, let's take pick 7.
And this is according to Mike McCoy's value chart.
Yes. No. It's evolved since McCoy's chart, but we do need to give proper credit there, as I failed to do. So now we have pick 77 and pick 92. That's all fine and well. I think we can do a little bit better. Normally, I would say go to pick 54. I don't think Philadelphia is going to help you out. So instead...
We don't have 112, I'm sorry. We do?
No,
okay.
We've already traded that one.
Gotcha.
So now we're trading up to pick 55. So now you have picks 12.
We're going to have the 55th pick?
That's right. So think about it. If you wonder how this all comes together, theoretically, pick 218, 180, 177, 152, 112, and 92 can get you up to pick 55. If I tell you right now, that's what you're going to get for the draft. You're going to get pick 12, pick 22, and pick 55. Do you accept?
No.
Alec?
I don't think so.
Well, I had a feeling you gentlemen might say that.
Can I explain why, though?
No. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
The amount of darts versus the amount of targets I can hit, I think, are different.
Okay.
Like, Broadus asked us this yesterday, do you trust the Cowboys to be able to draft? And I'm always very yeah, sure, why not? I should trust them in these situations. Because I'm thinking of myself and how I would draft, and I trust me. But with 3 picks, I just can't guarantee I'm going to get all the players I want there. And also, when the depth I still need, I need a few more picks.
All right.
But that is nice to have those 3. That is nice.
I anticipated this outcome. So I told you...
This is called boy math, according to the 214.
This is fact math. Although...
No, this is boy math, because girl math, you're doing other things to get what you want.
I will tell you this. This is a fair point from the 469. Isn't this what caused the housing market crash in 2008? You are not.
Right.
That is a very insightful text. You're not too far off. But remember, I told you we're going to trade every pick except for one. You will notice we have not traded picks 12 or 20, which means we're not done yet. Let's go to pick number 20. Right here, I'm going to get an executed deal with the New England Patriots. So I'm trading pick 20 for pick 31 and 63. So now you still have your 2 first-round picks with 12 and 31, but I have also tried to reach out to your vision of a plethora of second-round picks, and I've given you pick 55 and pick 63. What do you think now that you only have 4 picks, but all of them are in the first 2 rounds? You guys have told me again and again and again, oh, this second round is ridiculous. I got to get some second round picks. I got you 2 second round picks.
Essentially 3 with 31.
Shut up. That's not how that works.
I mean, you know how it is.
Okay, well, guess what? Fine. I say pick 20 is a second round pick because most graders won't have 20 picks in the first round.
Steven told us most times 16 to 22. He said he didn't know if they were going to get there this year. But
exactly, because he knows they're not, but you want to protect the sanctity of pick number 20. So you got to say 20.
He didn't just throw that out there, by the way. Once I went, wow, that's a big number, he was like, hey, I didn't rush into let's not rush into this and say we're getting there.
All
But
right. So you
this
want
is tough.
You wanted more darts. I got you,
You did give me
another
another dart. Yeah.
Alec. What say you?
12,
now?
31, 55, 63.
I like it better than the first proposition for sure. Honestly, I wouldn't hate it as much as I feel like I do right now, because just on paper, I hate it. Like Corey said, I liked the idea of having more darts to throw just because I need so much depth defensively, but the idea that Will McClay, Steven, everybody involved are going to hit a home run on this draft, if that's just the case, I'd rather it be with a bunch of top 100 picks.
Well, you know what, Alec? I anticipated that too. Because when I said we were going to trade all of our picks except for one, that was a lie. I apologize. It was just to build up the drama of this entire scenario. And Corey, when you said you needed a couple more darts, I took that into account. So you're also going to trade pick number 12. I am trading pick 12.
No, F that.
Hold on.
Screw this.
We already know.
I'm out of here.
No, you're not, because you already know, just like I do, the draft board's not going to fall how you want. And you're not taking an offensive lineman at pick 12. So instead, I'm trading down from pick 12, and I'm trading with Houston for pick 28 and pick 38. So now you have picks 28, 31, 38, 55, and 63. So let's go back.
I don't have 20 anymore?
No, remember we traded 20.
Oh, okay, we're still in that grouping. Okay.
Oh, yeah, no, we traded.
Run through that one more time.
28, 31,
all right,
38, 55, and 63. Because you find, gentlemen, whether it's Jacob Rodriguez, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, or any of the other 60 million players that we've talked about, y'all have talked about the strength of the draft in the second round. I have taken your junk bond situation of 8 picks, and now you have 5 top 2 round picks, including 2 first round picks still.
Second round grades, but I see what you're doing there.
Don't you only have one
you're
first
telling
round
me,
grade?
You're telling me this is on sale right now. I see what you're doing.
I'm telling you, you wanted depth. You wanted darts. I've given you 5 in the first 2 rounds.
I actually like this. 28, 31, 38, 55, 63.
That's right.
Because, Alec, this is the scenario that the best player available at 12 is Keldrick Falk, who I just don't know. That's where I'm, or an offensive lineman.
Right.
This is the scenario where I put myself where all I can get is none of the top end talent that I want. Quality, proven talent. So instead of trading away picks to go get one good guy, now I have the ability to, I think, draft really good players from 28 to 63. There is a what, 30 something range that I'm working with here.
Yeah.
I like this. I would be very happy with this.
Now, Alec, I will admit this is partially the rantings of a lunatic and a lot of math. But what do you think about what I have turned this into?
You have successfully given me a headache today, but
sorry about that.
I will say, boy math rules, because I like this. I like this a lot, honestly, because I don't need all 7 rounds of availability of picks in the draft, because those 7th rounders probably aren't going to play. Shout out Jay Toia. Like, I don't expect meaningful production from those, so if you can load up on somehow getting me 5 premium picks, I'm in. I like it.
Okay. And
Kevin,
I just want you guys...
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You need to call the Joneses. You know what? If we'd have had them on today, that would have been pretty cool. We could have presented this to them.
There's no way Steven would listen to all of that. Right?
Not on air.
Yeah.
Off air, maybe.
Okay.
Over a bourbon, maybe.
Okay.
But you'd have to drink a bourbon. How bad do you want a Super Bowl, Kevin?
Sure. Oh, man, if I knew.
Hold on. Not only.
I knew that was going to
I'm guaranteeing you a Super Bowl, and you get credit for all the trades that were made because you presented the idea, and all it cost you was 1 bourbon.
Oh, man.
You never have to drink again.
Yeah,
unless you become an addict.
I don't think I care as much about the credit as I do the thing gets done.
Dude, our show then becomes the football show of record. At least the trade show of record.
Can you imagine? Who would I get questioned by if all of this happened? Like, who would be like,
every
hey,
week,
I need to talk to you.
Both Jerry and Steven come on and say, hey, just again, thank you.
Yeah.
Kevin Hagelin for presenting that idea to us and drinking that 1 bourbon.
And then somebody said, hey, we're not good at draft and develop. That's why I got us more picks.
And a lot of people, like, this year's draft sucks. I just want to save the picks for next year. Okay.
I presented that hypothesis yesterday.
We did discuss, like, high end. There's, like, 10 first rounds kind of tough all together. And then the middle of it area, it's very dense there.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not the best, but it's very dense
Yeah.
with good talent there.
Yeah.
And that's why earlier when Sean was like, hey, we're giving up this and this to get up to 2 or 3, I said no. Whenever I was on with Sean and RJ this morning, I said no, I wouldn't do it because I still think there's talent throughout the rest of this draft that I could get.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
Well, now that we got that, what's your level of concern with how much whiskey we're going to drink? Next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you to everyone who engaged in that segment for some nonsense. But right now, always serious C Block, starring Corey Major.
That is a crock of S right there.
Oh, my goodness.
We have fun, but... can you not say crock on here?
No, you can.
Dude, okay, by the way, speaking of Crocs, my son, Carter, he was given some Peanuts Crocs. That doesn't mean that they look like peanuts or they have peanuts in them. They're like cartoon characters by my mom for Christmas. And he went through cleaning his room because he has a girlfriend now. And so, cleaning your room, girlfriend.
Man, that's a great point. There is no better motivator of a young man than the girlfriend who's going to be like, checking out your house and stuff.
I think they held hands last night, by the way.
That's
So
nice.
congratulations to them. That being said, he was moving on.
I know, I think it's funny.
He was moving on from stuff. So he moved on from these Crocs, and I was like, dude, these are still in great shape. And I slipped my foot into them, and I went, holy crap, they fit me. And now that being said, my heel is right at the edge.
Yeah.
But my foot fits in them. I can wear them around the pool. I can slip them on if I'm going to go to Walgreens, if I need to go shopping for more tables. So there's lots of options. I always thought, are Crocs that comfortable? And here's what I've found. Why are y'all even wearing Crocs? They're not comfortable at all. What are y'all doing out there? I think Eric Chiafalo one day will argue with me about that. We'll do that in crosstalk, maybe.
Man, can you imagine how much his wardrobe would collapse if he couldn't wear Crocs or free things?
I don't know. What do you mean about the free things?
Oh,
dude?
he knows. He knows.
He's getting so mad. I'm looking forward to crosstalk because you have the positional value conversation with Wolchuk, and now Eric Chiafalo.
You might not have to wait.
Ladies and gentlemen, hit the music for one Eric Chiafalo. What is the Eric Chiafalo music, by the way? If we were going to play like wrestling style music for you, what would be your
Take Me to Church?
Oh, I do like that, but I mean, I don't know. Is that getting the blood pumping a little bit? I kind of like this Mason Miller Corn song he's got going.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, whatever he's doing is
up.
working amazing.
Yeah, and I just want to let you guys know that I've leveled up to. I haven't done away with the Crocs because I still have a lot of respect.
You
and
find
love
them
for
comfortable?
I do find them comfortable.
Yeah, and all
it's
those little dots keep poking me in the bottom of my feet.
Yeah, okay, so that's what gets you because I like the upper holes where it's like a little bit more airflow, you know, like the top side. You know what I'm saying over there, Bedford. Just the airflow.
Good to know. We ain't having any more babies.
Yeah, we are done with that. But
I have a joke I really want to make. Don't
do
think
it.
It'll be clear. Let me ask.
Go ahead.
Hokas. We're in the Hokas.
Hokas are the way. That's right. You've been trying to sell me on Hokas for a while now.
Or
Hey Dudes. Which one was it?
Yeah, there was the Hey Dudes. Yeah, and then my daughter spilt a bunch of paint on them, and now they're just kind of and like my wife didn't do anything about it, so the paint just dried and got super crusted on there.
Were you madder at your daughter or your wife?
I was more mad at my wife.
Yeah, makes sense.
Know, the kids
an
and
adult.
stuff.
Kids are going to kids.
Yes.
Kids are going to kids.
Like, honey, you got to clean up that mess there. Oh, it's just daddy's shoes. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
And now there's just a bunch of purple paint on them.
I kind of think she didn't like them, and she probably poured the paint on the shoes and was like, maybe he won't wear them.
No, she'd have done that to my Crocs a long time ago. That's what she would have done. But I'm a Hoka man as well, so I mean, I got versatility. You know, I mean, it's the draft time, and everybody's looking for versatile chess pieces. I'm that guy for a lucky team.
There you go.
I have a joke for you off air. I've been informed by Mr. Medford that joke is not going to fly on air.
I saw you get really frustrated when he told you no.
It was disappointing.
It is now time, ladies and gentlemen, for the level of concern. That is the intro for a level of concern. Eric, you're welcome to stick around. I know you have some show prep. Whatever you want, man.
I want to stay.
All right, stick around, dude. Stick around. We love
There's
having...
like 8 chairs around you. Pick one.
No, I wanted the beanbag.
The beanbag is the way.
I wanted the beanbag.
It is the
Mr.
way.
Upper Hole over here.
Kevin, according to Polymarket Sports, Con Kneppel is now the new Rookie of the Year favorite after several confirmed voter ballots leaked. Con now at 55% on Polymarket.
Okay.
Your level of concern.
It's slightly below medium. So 900.
Schmedium?
Yeah, schmedium. 900 pounds. Because
That's right. Yeah, we do this in
grade it on a
pounds.
scale of 1 to a ton.
Yeah.
For some reason.
A ton's the most.
All right. So
It's like 3,000 pounds.
I would be concerned about this, but I was looking this morning, whether it's FanDuel, DraftKings, MGM, they all still have Cooper installed as the favorite.
This is 41 minutes ago.
This was 6 minutes ago.
Well, do you not trust Polymarket?
I do, but at least 55-45 is close. But getting the actual ballots, I mean, that feels like pretty good research right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's getting it done. Is there a part of you, though, that feels like, hey, yes, I want Cooper Flagg to be happy. I want him to have that joy of being like, yes, I am that guy as a rookie. But as a fan, don't you want him to just be fueled forever?
Yes.
And take it out on the rest of the league?
Because what happened when he found out via ESPN that the straw poll was 80 Kneppel, 20 him, he dropped 51 points because he was like, oh, the hell he is.
He's inspired.
And so if he loses, whoo, here we go.
I like seeing him be able to channel that assassin too, where it's like, okay, you're trying to doubt me. Watch this.
Yeah.
50 burger.
Him and Michael Brown next year.
214. I'll ask Chiafalo if he's talked to Tolo. Nope. No. I will not read that.
So
Maybe he
proud
would
of you.
read that, but I am. Gosh, I used to be Ron Burgundy, but I am no longer.
Did that text come in from the Hergood family? Yeah, it did.
That is Hergood right there.
They're a wily bunch.
See if that's somebody we know.
The level of concern. Stephen Jones was on with us earlier, and he said nobody has called regarding George Pickens in a trade. Your level of concern regarding being able to move him, or the fact that market might be weirder than you think.
Yeah, because by the way, I've been trying to track the origins of this Baltimore Ravens story. The origins of it are very murky. They might have come from an actual reporter, or they might have come from a Bleacher Report story that said that the Ravens should trade pick 14 for George Pickens. And so when you see reporters saying it, the backstory on that is very questionable. And then Stephen Jones, he was like, well, I hesitate to, comment on, but no, they haven't. So,
Yeah. The whole George Pickens situation has been so weird to me. Like, I guess the off the field stuff has gotten so much under the skin of every other team in the league
that they're not even willing.
Like, the idea, if Steven's really telling the truth there, no one's even picked up the phone just to gauge, like, hey, what would this look like?
Because they don't want to pay the price and then pay the player. Like, no, that's too much payment for one guy. That's
a good point.
Yeah, I think it'd be even more interesting to know, like, if he was unrestricted free agent, like, what would the market have been with just like, hey, we're giving this guy a contract, we're not having to actually trade for him.
Yeah.
Where would his number actually fall with some of these teams? But you see what Jalen Waddle's able to command from
Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Okay.
Yeah, he just got
so
open
how
all.
much of a monetary difference do you think that would make? Let's just say it was for pick 14. How much does he make on that contract versus if he was an unrestricted free agent right now? Would he get 35?
Yeah, I would think, like, just all the talent in the year that he had.
Yeah.
Like, yes, that is worth $35 million a year.
With his agent, I think he'd get 38.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So that's where it is a weird market right now. But again, I think it comes down to teams at the moment don't want to pay the player and the price tag to the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Your level of concern, and we're going to have to turn to Alec Medford on this one, that Gout is going to change the entire world.
Yeah.
What now?
Gout, 18-year-old Australian sprinter, has clocked a stunning 19.67 in the 200-meter under 20, breaking the new record. That was Usain Bolt's record right there, by the way.
I just hate that this guy took Broadus's nickname like that.
Yeah.
And just acting like it's his.
And that's really like a team nickname for him. We don't talk about it very much to everybody else about Gout.
I was just watching the King of the Hill episode where Bobby gets gout, so the timing of this is so unbelievable.
The Gout Scout.
Yeah, the Gout Scout. Alec, is that a good time? 19.67, and I do believe he ran a 10-100.
That's incredible considering the Texas high school boys record is 20.13, and that was set in 1985.
Wow.
So
Gout is going to change all the world is what's going to happen here?
Yeah, that's unbelievably fast. There are Olympians that are not scratching that time. That's wild.
I'm not going to lie, Corey, I looked this up because I thought there's no way that's actually that guy's name, but...
And there was part of me last night as I was looking at this going, is it go, is there, how do they say it? And they were like, the guy was going, Gout comes around the corner, and hey, Gout. He said there was a seismic shift in the world when he broke this record. And I was like, are you kidding me? And I looked in the stands, there were like 20 people up there, and I was like, nobody felt that, bro. Nobody felt that. But in the running world, that has changed everything. Kevin, we're going to move on from Dylan Mingo decommitting from UNC.
I saw that.
and how everybody should be concerned about that. But most importantly,
it's made a difference on his Instagram, though, by the way.
your level of concern for people who want to tailgate.
This is bad.
FIFA has now said that the people in Massachusetts that will be attending the World Cup are not going to be allowed to do the traditional tailgating, eating and drinking around park cars. Instead of tailgating, organizers suggest fans attend activities within the secure areas before the match.
Okay.
This is just a money grab,
Man,
isn't it?
FIFA is being some greedy bastards up in here. These are the most impossible tickets ever to get, except for the fact that the Dallas Morning News ran a story that about 60 to 70% of the World Cup tickets in the DFW have been sold. So they're impossible to get unless you exist as a human and you could buy them right now if you wanted. But the prices are insane. And they might have scammed some people on the pre-sale. And then the cheapest parking you can get for any of these matches is $99. And the average parking is going to be $175. And for the low price of $175, you can walk like half a mile, but you can't party before the biggest partying sporting event in the world. What the hell are we doing? You know what's going to happen? In about a week, you're going to find the, Cheddar's Presents FIFA pregame zone, and that's the only place you're going to be able to tailgate before the game for the low price of like 2 of your fingers.
That buffalo chicken tender platter though over there.
Yeah.
Gosh, dog.
Monte Cristo they had.
And worth it, worth it, very good value.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about.
I'd probably show up.
For me though, Eric, this is a situation where we're Americans, all right? We're inviting the world to America, most of the world.
In Mexico and Canada.
Yeah, we're North Americans, all right?
Yeah.
This is what we do. We tailgate. We want to show the world how we tailgate. And FIFA's saying you can't show the world your culture, and I'm against that.
Yeah, how could you not be? And is this just strictly for the mass holes?
At the moment, it's
They're
just
targeting
Massachusetts.
them. Like,
Yeah.
maybe they don't feel like they can act right. Maybe down here, they trust us a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe. I haven't seen anything regarding Dallas Stadium.
Yeah, because I only saw Gillette Stadium as well.
Yeah, so
they're just like, these people are naturally rowdy individuals already.
Yeah, like we saw.
They
your
don't need to pregame.
We saw your St. Patty's Parade shenanigans.
Yeah. Maybe that's the situation down here in Dallas Stadium. We know how to do it right, so maybe they're going to allow that.
They gave those matches to Boston, given their history of maybe not being super pumped about outside people from America hanging out.
I know what you're talking about.
This is the ultimate litmus test.
This is a super racist city.
That is the level of concern, and that is the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the Can't See masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL overreaction or reality right here on 105.3 The Fan.
to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
On 3rd down and 6 on the fringe of field goal range. Flag down. Reed taken down. Reuben Bain again.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've got NFL overreaction or reality coming up. But real quick, wanted to throw this out there on the basketball front. The top-selling jerseys of the NBA season. Would you gentlemen care to take a shot at the top 10?
Yeah.
How many can you name?
1.
Alec, can you go significantly higher?
I was thinking 2.
Son of a bitch. Now I'm just going to tell you guys.
Hold on. Let's 5.
6.
Is that the best you can do?
8.
Oh, man. That was going to be my next jump. Because
he thought I was going to go 7.
You know what? I'm known to make dumb decisions. Give me 9.
Oh, my gosh. I'm going to let Alec take this now.
All right, Alec.
Why?
Yes. He was hoping you did not call that bet. Name the top 9 of 10 jersey sales from this season.
I hate this.
I hope he gets it wrong on the first one.
Okay, well, let me take an easy one out of there. Steph Curry. He's got to be up there.
Steph Curry is number 1.
Still?
On the board.
Is he that good?
He's good.
Still good.
Kind of been hurt.
Oh,
kind of been hurt.
Thank you for admitting the truth, Kevin.
Oh, Luka Doncic has to be up there as well.
Luka is second.
Ooh,
is Luka that good?
Yeah.
Is he even considered for MVP?
He is not eligible.
Ooh, thank you for the idea, MVP. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is 8.
Oh, man, what a fall.
Huh.
Dude, can I help him in real quick?
Nope.
I want to try.
Okay, you get 1 help from Corey.
Yeah, since I said 9.
Do you want to use it now?
I don't.
Okay. Right.
I think I got a few more in me.
All right.
Anthony Edwards.
Anthony Edwards is 6.
Ooh, okay. I have an obvious guess that I think is obvious, but I wouldn't be surprised if I was totally wrong, so I'm going to hold on to that. Give me LeBron James.
LeBron
seems
James
obvious,
is number 5.
So Bronny must be like 4.
On the list. You might want to be careful if you ask him for help.
Yeah, I don't think I want to ask anymore. How about Wemby?
That was my help.
Victor Wembanyama is number 4.
I was at an event over the weekend, last week, and this lady said, "Oh, you talk in sports radio?" And I was like, "I do." And she goes, "Y'all talk Wemby a lot?" And I was like,
kind of.
Yeah.
Hey,
you've gotten 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 8.
Ooh. Okay. This is the one that I was saving because I wouldn't be surprised if he was like just outside the top 10. Cooper Flagg.
Cooper Flagg is number 9 on the list.
Now it gets tough.
You've got 7. You only need 2 more.
PJ Washington.
Again,
I did not ask for that.
You have a help. I would really caution you against using that help.
I don't want to do it. Ooh, major market team.
Ooh.
Jalen Brunson, New York Knicks.
Jalen Brunson is 3.
What?
On the list.
We just let that guy go.
We did, and number 2.
And traded number 2.
Yeah.
Oh,
so the top 5.
That sucks.
Which you've now got Steph Curry, Luka, Brunson, Wemby, and LeBron.
And all we got is the 9th guy.
For now.
As a rookie.
Exactly. I almost gave a hint.
Oh.
Anthony, and you also got Anthony Edwards, who is 6. You're missing 7 and 10.
So I just need one more to hit my goal.
Correct.
Ooh, I have 2 names floating in my head. I don't really like one of them.
Batman.
Huh. You know what? I was thinking horses. Nikola Jokic.
There you go, Batman and the Joker.
Oh!
Nikola Jokic
He should be number 1.
is number 10 on the list.
Dude, nobody wants his jersey.
I could see that. But it is kind of weird, right, that the 2 best players in the NBA are 8 and 10 on this list.
home.
Shea and Jokic. Who do you think 7 is?
I mean, to be fair, Jokic doesn't even want his own jersey.
That is true.
LaMelo Ball.
That's actually not an awful guess.
Jason Tatum.
Ugh.
Did he even play this season?
He did.
When?
The last few games. I hope.
What? The last few games.
I hope that look got picked up.
Here, let me do the Kevin and Mike. That's what my face said just now whenever you said Jason Tatum. But I guess I feel like Brown would be Brown's. They ain't played.
Look.
They hate him, huh?
All right.
Hate him because he ain't him.
You know what? I'm glad that you're in a moment of disbelief because I'm going to continue that with NFL overreaction or reality.
Somebody guess Michael Jordan.
No. Probably this is just for current players. Overreaction or reality, Corey? There was a time in 1960 when the Oakland Raiders were named the Oakland Seniors.
Reality.
I saw a tweet about this, and I thought, that can't be true. And then Pro Football Talk wrote a story about it. And this goes back to the Oakland Tribune. The franchise had partnered with the Oakland Tribune to hold a contest to come up with a name for them. The finalists included, and this is kind of funny, the Admirals, the Lakers, the Raiders, Diablos, Mavericks, the Nuggets, Seniors, Dons, Clippers, Jets, and Dolphins. And this is before the LA Clippers were there. And it ended up being the Oakland Seniors for 9 days. And then they were like, hey, we don't have, and this again, so the story goes, we don't have the accent mark over the N available in our typewriters. So it would be implausible to have that as the team name for reporting purposes. Isn't that crazy?
This is the weirdest thing you've brought a lot of weird stuff to this station.
Even today.
This right here, I think, qualifies as how in the hell did you find this? And you told us already. I still don't believe it.
Yeah, I know.
Now I'm reading it. A Name the Team contest in 1960, the Oakland Seniors. After a few days of being the butt of local jokes and accusations that the contest was fixed.
I could see that.
As Soda was fairly known within the Oakland business community for calling his acquaintances Senior. The fledgling team changed the team's name 9 days. Wow.
Man, I tried to rig a contest at the newspaper once when they were renaming the Allen football team, and our idea finished second. We tried to make it them the Allen Wrenches. And
that's genius.
I know.
And I also hate the Allen wrench more than anything in the world.
I get it.
Do you know how many Allen wrenches I have? Because everything you get that you have to build comes with a little Allen wrench. And you always scrape your knuckles on whatever it is because I have big knuckles or something. But also, then you're like, what do I do with this? I shouldn't throw it away. What if I need to take this apart or tighten it later? And you're like, well, I'm sure I have one already, but what if I don't? Better keep it around. I have 250 Allen wrenches, Kevin.
Yeah.
That's too many.
That is a lot.
And I don't even know how many of them are the same size.
Oh.
How would anyone know that?
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Next, overreaction or reality. This one, it's a little tougher. I'm going to give it a shot. Overreaction or reality. The Cowboys will trade up because they view Arvell Reese as the Micah Parsons replacement.
Okay, then what was the point of leaving Micah? Not paying him?
Exactly.
Okay.
I honestly think that's all there is to it.
If that's all there is to it,
I do think
okay. They didn't want to pay him. They found a guy that's essentially could be him. Sean was saying that this morning when I hopped on with Sean and RJ and Bobby. He was like, I'm watching this guy right now, and I see Micah. I see a lot of Micah traits. And if that's it, okay. Makes sense. Smart move.
Yeah.
You got draft picks. You got some compensation. You didn't have to pay the $47 million a year or whatever it was.
Right.
I have a friend who's a Packers fan named Aiden. And he was like, everything y'all complained about regarding Micah was true.
Yeah.
But I'm okay with it.
Sure.
But trading up for him wouldn't make sense to me. That's something that I think is an overreaction.
Because I wonder if they would be like, so we got Reese and Clark and Quinnen.
Yeah, and that's what they'll tell you.
I'm sure.
Yeah, they can justify it to themselves that way.
Yeah.
I feel like you use the picks for other things, but if they want to trade up to say, yeah, we went ahead and got the same dude, okay, I need to go do some more study on Arvell Reese. I keep saying that, but I just need to do more. Bye.
Okay. Alec, overreaction or reality? Cowboys will trade up because they view Arvell Reese as their Micah Parsons replacement.
Well, let me say bye to Corey first. Don't want to leave him hanging there.
Later, buddy.
Yeah, see ya tomorrow, I guess. I hope. Overreaction, I really do think, and it's tough because I mentioned I'm putting together my final mock, and it has the Cowboys staying at 12-20.
Okay.
I seriously think now that they're going to move up inside the top 5 to jump New York for Sonny Styles. I think that's what the move up, if it happens, is going to be. And Jordan Schultz even tweeted during the Stephen Jones interview that you heard here on The Fan that a lot of teams believe the Cowboys are actively trying to jump New York because they covet the same player. I don't think New York actually believes they have a chance at Arvell Reese. So that would lead me to believe if they're moving up, it's for Sonny Styles.
Did you see Peter Schrager also say there's no way Caleb Downs gets to 12?
What?
Yeah.
Well, Daniel Jeremiah says otherwise, and I tend to believe him.
Yeah, Daniel Jeremiah came on our show.
That's a good point.
Your thoughts on Schrager?
He told me no.
Oh, do you want one more?
What do you mean?
Overreaction or reality? Jordan Tyson will overcome the polarization factor and be drafted in the top 15.
Ooh. I'm going to say overreaction just because, as you know, we've said it, Broadus has said it multiple times during crosstalk, the grouping of wide receivers is an any man's game. It's like flip 3 coins and you'll figure out which one. So I'm going to say overreaction, but I do like the receiver a lot more than Wolchuk does. That being said, he likes Jacob Rodriguez more than I do. And he wanted to punch me last night when I mentioned the 4th round, but we were too far away from each other. So,
Alec, what say you?
Reality. And the scenario in my head goes like this. The Saints get on the clock and they take Carnell Tate. They get their wide receiver. The Kansas City Chiefs get scared that their guy isn't going to be available, and they take Jordan Tyson at 9. I think that's what happens because I know Kansas City loves him, and I think that would be just schematically, I think that would be a perfect fit. Watching him and Mahomes do work together would be awesome. So I think if it happens, which I'm going to say sure, I think people are overthinking him a little too much. I think that's how it happens.
Okay, I like that. And that's NFL overreaction or reality. We're the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, did Mackenzie Gore continue his awesome start to the Rangers season?
upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
The 1-1. Swing and a drive deep into right field. Going back on this is Butler. He turns to look. It's out of here. Opposite field shot for Jake Berger. 2 home runs on the night. 4-0 Rangers.
Can't see masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Texas Rangers, first place Texas Rangers, defeat the A's 8-1. And right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Outstanding, Hagee. How are you?
Man, I am also doing well. I was hoping we could direct our attention to one Zach Wolchuk to talk about the positional value discussion that you got involved in and did
take it and shove it up your rear, Hagee. That's what you can do.
Oh my goodness!
Wow, that was aggressive. He didn't even know.
I know he didn't. I heard it earlier. I Tolo,
That's nice. Thank you.
This just is a draft where you can take your positional value, you can throw it away. Really.
Did you get a lot of pushback on that?
No, it's just a couple of people, and then Eric. But that's okay. I expect it from him. This is just not a positional value type of class.
Are there typically drafts like this?
Yeah, I think we've had the last few years. The tackles have been really, really strong. Unfortunately, this isn't your class that has like the left tackles that are worthy of going in the top 10, which typically would be your positional value group. So, like you're right, Fernando Mendoza at quarterback. If there were other quarterbacks that were worthy, they'd go in the top 10. There's not.
Thanks a lot, Drew Aller.
Yeah, so like your top 2 guys at tackle are right tackles, and you see Cleveland now sitting there, Arizona, Tennessee. Like these are all teams that would love left tackles, so they want to move back. Why? Because there's not a left tackle that's there that's worthy of being picked. So the positional value thing, it's like this isn't the draft to do that. The linebacker, the safety, some of these positions that maybe you wouldn't typically take in the top 10, which if you look at the defenses that are winning championships, they get really good play with those spots anyway. So maybe we should rethink some of the positional value stuff. Just draft a good football player and it's going to help your defense. But this just specifically is a draft class, and I think you're right. Now, we project ahead. Coming into this year, we thought this year's quarterback class would be good.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Nope.
But projecting ahead, it does look like on paper today, next year's class is a richer elite prospect group compared to this one.
To be fair, one of those players is the exact same player that everybody thought was a lock for #1 in this draft.
Totally fair. And so things can change. But this year, it's more about any other. To me, it's like you just don't have those typical positions that are your top 10 selections. So you pivot. And if the best player is Caleb Downs as a safety, if it's Sonny Styles who's a linebacker, you take those guys. And you don't think twice about it because you're making your football team better.
Is this because of the way the Cowboys are that you're just like, you just kind of have to take what you can because the Cowboys have so many things they have to fill?
They've effed this up in 2 areas. They've effed it up in the area of free agency, and they've effed it up in the draft, especially defensive players, especially middle of the board defensive players. So they're in the shape they're in right now because of this. They were never serious in free agency, and they got behind. And we tried to tell them, no, you can't get behind in free agency. So now they're in a point where they have to almost positional value to them means nothing. Getting better players, getting better 11 players is more important to them than positional value is. So I'm with Zach on this one. This is not one of those drafts. There's a reason why every one of those teams ahead of you is trying to bail out of there because they don't like any of those players. They're more comfortable back. And these are also some bad drafting teams.
Yeah.
So watch the Rams, watch the Ravens, watch people go up there and get real good value for going up. And then all of a sudden they're picking players and they're picking the right players. And now you're stuck playing with players that you probably should have picked, at 32 and 33, but you're picking them at 16, 17, and 18.
Yeah, the Ravens are always that team where I'm like, dadgummit, they just sat there and waited and somebody fell in their lap. Yeah. Of course you'd want to play
the good
like
drafting
that.
Teams, if all those teams ahead of you want to bail, all those teams, you should be calling every one of them and seeing what you can get to go up there.
Because you think you can maybe get it at a discounted rate, potentially?
You get it maybe a discount rate. People are anxious. Those teams that are ahead of you don't have confidence drafting. That's why they're all interested in, when you start to talk about, and nothing against Monroe Freeling, but he is not the 6th best player in the country.
Right. I've seen some people think that the idea of him as a top 10 pick is laughable.
I mean, he's a good player. Don't get me wrong.
That's what we're looking at here.
Dane Brugler initially, when the first time I ever saw him, Dane Brugler's first mock draft had him at 25. Totally comfortable with that. Yeah, and you want to pick him at 25, 28, 37? I'm really good at that. Pick him at 6? No.
What are you doing?
Yeah. So, to me, I'm going to take advantage of every one of those teams that wants to bail, if I can. Because I'm going to go up there and pick the right player.
Who is the right player to you?
Personally, it's Downs.
Downs, yeah.
If you my top 100, Downs is number 1. And I just think he does so much. And listen, I basically told positional value to screw itself when it's the top 100. I got a running back up there, I got a right tackle up there, and I've got a safety that plays as a hybrid that plays all over the place and would remind you of Darren Woodson the way he plays. So yeah, you can stick positional value. I'm just going to go up there and take the best players I can grab.
I just love hearing whenever you get that Woodson comparison because if you watch it, you see it. If you watch it, you completely see it.
Hey, Jerry, that's the next Darren Woodson.
Is that still?
That's a Jim Garrett.
It's not a Hall of
I got to
Famer.
do the Jim Garrett.
Oh shoot! The way he holds the.
Did you hear what he said?
What did he say?
He goes, so not a Hall of Famer.
Oh my gosh, dude! What are you doing?
Can we
here?
have fun?
No.
Can we have fun?
Not with Darren Woodson.
bro.
Yeah.
Not with Darren Woodson.
That was uncalled for.
Yeah, that was very uncalled for.
We'll clean that up in post.
Is that? I know that player, that he's that good. Is that the most important position the Cowboys need right now?
No, we were talking about that. Pick 11. Pick 11. You were historically a bad defense.
Yeah.
Pick 11. Just anywhere. Just any position you want to try and fill. Just pick one.
Take a guy. Take a guy.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you did some things in free agency, and that's where, for years we've tried to tell them, like, play in free agency, go get somebody, but also, too, quit losing your defensive coordinator every year.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden, the coaches play such a huge role. And by the way, this head coach, this defensive coordinator, if he does pick the right players and does make it work on defense, we're going to be talking about him being gone next year.
That's true. Yeah.
This is now other teams are looking at, well, look what he did in the draft. Look what he's done before. Look how he turned the Cowboys around.
He has a vision.
Yeah. That's why I asked him, is the next defensive coordinator on staff? He goes, yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. But like I say, if he F's this thing completely up and they're no good, well, he's going to be, quality control guy for somebody else.
I just keep fighting myself when it comes to that on linebackers just so weak in talent on this team that I keep fighting my own self where I'm maybe valuing that position a little more than I should.
Listen, you could absolutely you could address that you could address it 12, you can address it at 20. You could do this. I mean, it's that part of it's not, it should not keep you from doing your job, and that's taking the best players.
We're going to get one.
I mean,
you're absolutely going to get one.
And we're going to move up for nothing, it sounds like, based on what he just said.
Yeah, it sounds
you
like
guys
it.
are bailing for nothing, Kevin.
You could go ahead and get some good value to move on.
If you get Caleb Downs, you won't.
You want to go down? You want to go down in the draft?
Yes.
And why is that?
Just because kind of one of the things that you guys were saying, it feels like the true value is at the end of the first round and then into the second. And also, I think I can increase my number of darts.
Have you studied these players enough to know who's going to be at the bottom of the board?
I think so.
Give me some names.
If I say I think so, well, I mean, one of them obviously that pops up is Jacob Rodriguez. I think if he slides down the board, and I know he's been hurt, I would not rule out Jordan Tyson. Colton Hood is another one that I'm interested in. I think those are, and I know maybe offense is not the focus, but I think those are a few of the names that I think could be in that mix.
I look at I don't know, Johnson could go higher, but I look at a Johnson, I look at a Josiah Trotter. There's some guys that I do like that
might be a little rich for Trotter. It depends on how far you go back.
Yeah, second, third is where I'm looking a lot.
To me, if you're going back for linebackers, I think you have to talk about Hill. I think you have to talk about Allen. Those are the two. And then Rodriguez, he could go before that, but he could also be a guy that maybe could slide back a little more.
Do you like Allen better than Hill?
No.
Shut up. Actually, if we can get him in the fourth and you can will that into existence,
I've been trying.
That'd be freaking awesome, dude.
Yeah. I don't know. To me, like I said, if you might have more confidence in yourself drafting than they have confidence in themselves.
That's concerning, right?
It should be. It should absolutely be concerning that the fact that they've had some struggles with some defensive players in rounds 2, 3. It seems like offensive players, they can find a tight end, they can find they find a wide receiver, they can find players. Defensive players, they just have had struggles with that. And trading back, to me, I'd rather sit in there. If anything, just sit there and they tend to, when they're in a position in a higher spot, they tend to pick a better player.
And that's why if you did trade up to a certain level to get Caleb Downs, I love Caleb Downs. I think he would help not just his position, but adjacent
There's
positions.
a lot of people who believe Styles would help. And I have him as my 16th best player. That's fine. I believe it. I totally believe it. If you go and get Styles, you go get Downs, you go get Bailey, that makes your team remarkably better. You should find a spot like say you go to Arizona, there's Bailey. Say you go to 6. Well, there's Styles. If you go to, and Styles, I was with the Giants guys yesterday, Styles might be gone at 5.
Yeah.
And then if you trade to Kansas City, there you take Downs. So you need to think about the levels of where you would take these guys.
And then if you picked up Downs, sorry, I know we got to go. If you picked up Downs, that would put you in a position where I think we would all feel pretty good about the value of whether it was Rodriguez, whether it was Hood, whether you felt like you maybe did need a wide receiver. And that might be a fringe opinion right there. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Haggy, thanks for asking. We will have Caleb Downs news actually top of the show in a few minutes, and CY at 4:20, Jacob Junis at 5, Rangers Player Show.
Oh, I like it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 to 2, right here on The Fan.
The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We are off and running here with a Toxic Tuesday sports broadcast for you. 5 hours coming right up. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40. He is all over this draft. You have Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635. Lakeside Studios fixing to go 5 flawless like it's nothing. Of course, Wolchuk and Chia Follower in the house. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. 9 days till the draft, baby. Will be distributed at Pluckers locations across DFW. Please join us for a draft night party at the Pluckers nearest you. What do we have? We got the latest news.
A lot.
I teased Schrags. He was on with the DLLS boys this morning, Jeff and Jesse and Chill. And the takeaway is that he says he's been told by numerous teams there's no chance in hell Caleb Downs is going to be there at number 12 overall. So I guess yesterday part of the story was Schrags mocking Caleb Downs to the Cowboys at 12, and apparently he got a bunch of feedback.
Yeah.
Like, you might want to adjust that, buddy, because this ain't happening.
I think that's why he does it like the 2 weeks before, so then he can go ahead and, he was illustrating how teams are telling him, like, all right, I got this guy too high, I got this guy too low. Downs makes sense. I know Daniel Jeremiah had also said when he was on with KMC a few weeks back, he thinks maybe he could be available at 12. He's also throwing Dylan Thieneman into the mix at 12. We discussed that yesterday. Now, the Cowboys have not talked with Dylan Thieneman, but we had Joseph Hoyt in the morning news on A New Love of the Star. Would encourage you to go and listen to that this morning. And he did say that Dylan Thieneman's a guy, they've got coaches from Oregon on staff. He might not be a player that they need to interview, and he's pretty clear-cut. Like, you kind of know what you're getting with the Dylan Thieneman, and the last 2 years, they've drafted a player in the first round that they haven't had as a 30-visit guy. But the thing with Downs, to me, I think Downs is the trade up at 6 with Cleveland. I think maybe he could make it to 9 to Kansas City. I think if you're trading up to 4, like I said yesterday with Tennessee, in which you'd get back 4 and 35, that's a Sonny Styles move to jump the Giants. And then at 3, if they really went up that high, it sounds like that could be an Arvell Reese type of move, because David Bailey, as Schrags has said, he still thinks that he feels good about the Jets taking David Bailey, the Texas Tech edge. But this is getting wild, man. But it's also lying season. That's what sucks, Gavin. I'm like, I don't know. Like,
a lot of lying.
I don't think Schrager's going to lie to us, but maybe teams are kind of throwing some smoke out to Schrager?
Sure. I mean, if I wanted to lie to a media source right now, Schrags is the first guy I'm calling. I feel like his credibility's through the roof, and we can put out some serious smoke signals if we can get Schrags on the horn here.
And that's just because Rossini's suspended.
yeah, that's right.
She's a little busy right now.
She's got other things to be prioritizing in her life. But Schrags also added the name that he keeps hearing is Keldrick Falk with the Cowboys. So that's kind of what I'm getting ready for. If it's not a trade up for a premium defensive player, I think it's going to be a guy at 12 that maybe we haven't talked about, or maybe the media scouts don't value as high as maybe the Cowboys do. And maybe that's Thieneman, maybe that's TJ Parker or Peter Woods or Keldrick Falk. You know, those are the names that are in my head when it comes to that, because, I mean, the Cowboys have shown many times they'll hit you with a surprise and a name that we weren't considering, whether that's Leighton Vander Esch, Tyler Smith, Tyler Guyton, Byron Jones. I mean, there's been a lot of them over the years that when you get to the first round or even the second round, you're thinking you have a pretty good idea of who it might be, and then they hit you with a surprise. So that's what I'm getting ready for at 12. I think Keldrick Falk's probably pretty realistic right now, Chief.
Yeah, I mean, listen, with Schrager, and he was kind of saying, like, I don't know if it's 12 or 20, but that's a name that he keeps hearing quite a bit when it comes to the Cowboys. So if you're in a wipeout situation and you can't trade up, talk about maybe Mesidor at 12. If they like Falk better, then that's maybe the direction that they would go. And I know as much as they need linebacker, they feel very strong about the idea that they need more help on the edge.
Yeah. It's crazy to me that they'd be in this spot with linebacker and we wouldn't have more intel. Like Cowboys might double dip at linebacker. Cowboys are saying they have to get out of the first round with at least one linebacker, but there's not that there. There's a lot of talk about corners and edges, and this is going to be absolutely fascinating next Thursday here on The Fan. Okay, other sports stories that have been developing throughout the day here on The Fan. Stephen Jones was on with KNC a couple of hours ago. Said they have had nobody call with interest in trading for George Pickens. Fascinating to me.
Yep.
Number of really good teams need wide receiver, but apparently they're not looking at George Pickens as a solution. That's advantage Cowboys. It's great
Absolutely
news.
it is.
Yeah, there's no competition for your guy. The market is suppressed. Maybe the market's manipulated. Whatever the case, it's low on GP. And after having such a great year, I don't know how much of a great second year would change the situation for him. So, maybe if he rides the tag out for a couple of years, and doesn't have the off-field incident that he had last year. But I think a lot of teams look at whatever happened in Vegas, and then a couple of games where there were lazy routes run as, for them, confirmation that George Pickens is not an elite asset as a wide receiver. And again, it's advantage Cowboys because you don't have to compete with the rest of the market for one of the 6 best pass catchers in the entire league. Okay, Steven also said trade talk normally starts early next week, but he is a big believer most of the trades will happen when you are on the board. Could be an active time when the Cowboys are on the clock at 12 and 20. So that should be fun. I think you really got to know who's in front of you if you're interested in making trades. And to that point, a lot of insiders are talking about how teams aren't willing at this point to give up 2027 draft capital in the event they will need it to move up for a quarterback in next year's class. Steven was asked about Jermod McCoy. Is it a medical red shirt? He says it's a work in progress. They're going to have him in for the 30 visit, see how much more detail they can get on him. And he said usually they have between 16 and 22 first-round graded players, but does not feel like they will get there this year.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more of a
shy.
little shallow class there.
Yeah.
Okay, glorious night to be a Rangers fan last night. How about that, huh? That was
Incredible.
fun.
That was a lot of fun, yeah.
Burger with 2 bombs, our guy. I swear, I was sitting there on TV, and when Burger comes up to bat there in the first inning, it says 2 home runs. I'm like, man, he's got to be due for a breakout.
Yeah.
A few minutes later, dong. About an hour later, I'm making dinner in the kitchen, and I hear dong number 2.
Yeah. It's a great sound.
Between Berger and Nimmo and some of the things going on, Evan Carter, I think you probably deserve some credit for the first couple of weeks of baseball. But, if Berger can be that offensive threat sitting in the middle of the lineup that he's been so far, I think it massively changes everything. And as disappointing as last year was, this is a guy that had hit 30 home runs.
Yeah, absolutely.
In each of the 2 previous seasons. So I think, this is going to be the Jake Berger year that we were expecting last year, just this year. But that was a lot of fun. Evaldi was awesome.
Sure was.
Maybe we haven't talked about Evaldi enough today on the radio station, but he was incredible in 7 innings of work. Probably could have gone 8. Because he had only thrown, I think, 84 pitches through 7 innings. It was vintage Evaldi last night. So that was terrific to see and continue to build confidence in this baseball team. Your pitching matchup tonight is Mackenzie Gore against Jeffrey Springs. That's a 8 o'clock pregame, 8:40 first pitch right here on your home of the Rangers. They do believe Wyatt Langford is going to be back in the lineup tonight. Missing just 3 days with that mild strain of his right quadriceps muscle. But we'll have CY on coming up here at 4:20. Maybe we'll get the confirmation on Bang Bang from CY when we get him on there. If we would have Wyatt Langford on, we would expect a couple of things. Number one, it'd be a pretty short interview unless we had dozens of questions lined up. Yeah. But you could also expect me to ask him once again about these muscle groups.
Yeah,
we're pulling a lot of big muscle groups, aren't we?
Trotting the bases after a home run. It was just kind of a very strange thing to all of a sudden get it strained. But it's good news that hopefully he is back in the lineup tonight because they seem to really like this ballpark there in Sacramento. Certainly a hitter's park.
But I think male physique vanity, it's probably a sin. If we were going to really drill down on it, Chief. I know that might be a little close to home. might not be the top sin on your hierarchy.
I know you're a big man at heart.
That male vanity, I'm pretty sure JC warned us about that.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely a fine line. You got to be careful. Now I'm assuming he's doing this not only because he enjoys it, but he also thinks it's going to help him on the diamond. It's going to help him be able to take care of his family even more.
Maybe it's
right?
selfless.
Yeah, maybe it's a selfless thing.
Yeah.
But I do think there is some level of being wound just a touch too tight. Let's go to Pilates with Jake Berger. Let's loosen this thing up a little bit.
Thank you. We want more supple, less chiseled.
Like supple.
There'll be plenty of time to get chiseled when you retire.
Yeah.
Look at Tom Brady. Was that man's body chiseled? No. Might be the go to football.
Yeah, especially with now all these peptides that you probably can't use as an MLB player. Like, you can get that thing turned around real quick after your playing days.
Yeah.
And you can start to lock in. Give yourself like 6 months after you retire, and you'll be peptided up. You'll be looking like a brand new guy.
Mariners beat the Astros last night. They moved to 8-9 on the year. The Stros, I think, at 6-11. So that thing probably has run its course. And now, once again, I think
great.
You have bragging rights inside these borders.
Yeah.
It was a decade, minus a brief window in 2023. And what was that? Was that the end of the 2016 season, I think, where the Astros had the 10-game lead and the Rangers stole it from them with Banny? That was like the last moment of glory.
Title. Yep.
Until, I think this moment right here, maybe you're not the best team in the West yet. Maybe that would go after a deep investigation to the Mariners. But you're making your way, and at least you don't have to worry about the annoying Astros. Having bragging rights like that. Stars were on the ropes last night, Wolchuk. Were you doing okay?
Yeah, I mean, look, they're kind of solidified. The main thing was, can everybody just stay healthy out of this thing? But watching Maverick Borko get that Hattie, and then they come back the way that they did after being down 3-0 and then 5-3, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is incredible. So Maverick Borko was a guy I was campaigning for last year in the postseason to start getting some playing time because you had a couple of guys I didn't think were playing too hot. And now, I mean, he's got to be feeling great going into the postseason. So we're still waiting on the official time on Saturday for Game 1 against Minnesota, but that was awesome. And that was, Toronto getting that own goal to tie it at 5, that's Maple Leaf hockey right there. Toronto fans had to be looking at each other like, yep, this is us. This is our season right here in just a 1-goal sample.
Maybe the best hockey uniforms.
Absolutely.
The Maple Leafs.
I'd like Toronto. I think that would be aesthetically.
That'd be the team you'd pull for?
In the Cup final, like the Stars victory green and then their 99 jerseys against these Toronto Blues. I just think it would be such a great color clash of jersey.
Finale for the regular season tomorrow in Buffalo. So McMahon's reporting on the Mavs that Tim Connolly, the executive with the Timberwolves, he is the president of basketball operations. He is the lead candidate right now. He's the focus for the Mavs.
Yeah, that according to Tim McMahon, he is the guy. And I know The Athletic had an article last week that listed 5 GM names, but Tim Connolly was the guy that they were saying seems like the Mavs might be most interested in. With the T-Wolves now, was with Denver, so you have the Jokic stuff, Anthony Edwards, superstar guys that he's been able to build good relationships with, which is of course will go a long way with a guy like Cooper Flagg. But then he's just unafraid to take risks. That's one of the things just about him. Strong people skills, unafraid of taking risks. He's the one that had the massive trade for Rudy Gobert. He's the one that swung for that. And big picture, it was gosh, are you really doing that for Rudy Gobert? But the T-Wolves had a lot of success, just no championship.
Okay, the other news that I don't know if Polymarket and Kalshi are the best credible sources for predictions. It's predictions markets, so it's more based off what public sentiment says they believe is going to happen. But Con Knippel is the Rookie of the Year favorite now after several confirmed voter ballots were leaked. Con Knippel sitting at 55% on Polymarket. I guess the stats are somewhat close and they make the playoffs. But this is an embarrassment, I think, for NBA voters. If you sit down and watch what Cooper Flagg has done really since coming back from the injury and then look at the stats, but really just watch them play, and you can tell Cooper Flagg is on a dominant ascent. Con Knippel is going to be a very good role player in this league. And, maybe he'll make a couple of all-star teams. Cooper Flag's going to dominate this thing, and he's going to average in the upper 20s, maybe even low 30s for a couple of seasons. The combination of size and explosiveness and skill set for him is going to set him apart, and I imagine a number of those NBA voters that are going to take Con Knippel over Cooper Flag, apparently for Rookie of the Year, I think they're going to quietly be ashamed of that vote for many years to come.
Well, you just got to kind of get him, so Cooper is going to dominate other awards. So they got to get Con something. You know what I'm saying?
I guess.
Just got to hey, we're going to throw you a bone here, but you're not going to win another damn award the rest of the time.
No, he's not going to win another award.
Yeah,
no.
You're not going to win another one, especially if the Cooper Flag's involved.
It's pretty cool he set the rookie record for threes made.
Yeah, it's just if you look at all-around game, it's not really comparable. I understand, the turnaround that Charlotte's had is awesome.
Cool.
And he's been a big part of that. And you're a play-in team that's winning games, but, MVP's the one you look at where the record matters. Rookie of the Year, you've got Cooper Flag that is doing things that teenagers never done. So it's and especially defense. They can throw out the 3-point percentage. How about a whole other side of the ball where you're not? There's not even a comparison. Defensively, Flag is way better than Knippel. I think that's a joke, but I'm also extremely biased in this conversation.
I mean, there's East Coast bias, I think, absolutely, that's in there. And there's also the Mavs are kind of anonymous. They're just not playing much national games. They're not getting the exposure, maybe the injuries, but just weird. Bad luck for the voters once again. We got the champ on the other side, then a top 10 at 220. Wolchuk, what's the subject?
National Pecan or Pecan Day. Best nuts to eat. What's your top 10 favorite? That's next in the nation.
But Telos, you're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern technology with top
Nation on the Fan segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We got the top 10 here in just a moment. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your champ.
Our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day so far comes from the show The Nightcap. Shannon Sharp, Chad Ochocinco, and NBA great Joe Johnson, ISO Joe right here. They got trolled. They got trolled going live just trying to answer questions from their fans.
This one is for you, Joe. Kaleidoscope 1. King ISO, what are your thoughts on Little Rock hoop legend Drew P. Balls calling it a career last week?
Drew P. Balls? Who was that?
Drew P. Yeah, see, he tried to be funny.
Charlie
Drew
P. Balls.
Thanks for explaining that one, Shannon.
Any thoughts on Drew P. Balls?
Good stuff there. The champ facing challengers nightly. At 5:30, it's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10. Here's Zach with an H.
Thank you so much. We're going to get into the best nuts to eat on National Pecan or Pecan Day. Which way do you say? 877-881-1053. Brian can hardly contain his excitement over this one. He's just giggling like a little schoolgirl over here.
He loves trail mix.
I mean,
I do love some trail mix.
I'm a nut fiend. I love a good mix. You know, whether it's the cashews, the almonds, the peanuts. Honestly, the honey roasted.
It's better than the cookie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's the macadamia nuts.
Yeah.
Chocolate macadamia nut cookie. And I think that they're pretty healthy for you. Like the almonds, good for the heart.
Good almonds, cashews, amongst
the cashew.
the good nuts for health. I think the Planters hot and spicy cashew is my current one seed. You know, it might be a little salty. It's got some cayenne kick to it.
Cayenne pepper.
You know, but it makes me feel like I'm eating the health and getting some flavor without cheating too much, like the honey roasted ones.
Yeah,
that's just coated in sugar.
Right, but it is delicious. But you're right, like it kind of defeats the purpose a little bit. But I love a good trail mix, or just the crunch of it. It's nice.
Yeah, I love a good trail mix.
Thai,
put some banana chips in there, maybe some freeze dried cranberries.
Okay,
a lot of good things you can do there.
Yeah, it's so good. 877-881-1053. What is your favorite type of nut to eat?
Well, I mean, the text points out the cronut, and I had two of those on Saturday.
You know what?
So
long since I've had a cronut.
Of recent memory, the croissant donut.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I mean, it's got nut in the name, so I guess you got to accept the cronut in here to this conversation.
But if I was going to be true to the subject of the nuts, it's got to be the cashew.
I think the cashew is delightful. I am a big fan. For a while, it was the pecan for me. Then it was just like a honey roasted peanut. The pistachio game is undefeated.
Ice cream even better.
Oh my gosh, so good! Like as a kid, I used to think like pistachio ice cream. That sounds disgusting, and it's for old people.
Old people, not
now
at all.
I'm like, I can't get enough. Like they had. Eric and I we found a good breakfast spot next time we're in Arizona. They had pistachio filled French toast. It looked absolutely outstanding. I ended up getting the biscuits and gravy because I feel like that's a safe and sure option. But now I've been regretting it ever since because I saw the table next to me get the pistachio-filled French toast.
It looked good,
and
man.
I haven't stopped thinking about it.
It's funny. He goes from something somewhat healthy to he pivots completely into the biscuits and gravy.
Well, I don't think either was going to be healthy.
Toast.
You know,
it's going to be lathered in syrup.
But you think about French toast. You can
sell that as a health item.
I think you can.
Some proteins.
Just eating light with some French toast.
If you don't put syrup all over it.
I'll order French toast every morning.
It's kind of seriously, it's I'm trying the pistachios, and then all of a sudden it's pivots just hard left to the biscuits and gravy.
But the place, I think biscuit was in the title of the name of the place. So I'm like, I got to try their biscuits. And they were fluffy, and they were thick, and they were good.
Yeah, sounds amazing. Painting quite a picture there.
It was wonderful.
Now, how do they get the pistachios inside the French toast, though? That
I think they blend it and then they pipe it in there.
Oh, they do?
It's like they make a filling, like a cream filling with it. So I think they're crushing it up and they're making kind of like a whip out of it somehow.
Yeah.
And then they're piping it into the center of the French toast. It looked incredible. How are they
mix
doing
it with cream cheese, Dawson. You'd love that.
You're probably right about that. Yeah.
Cashews are the best. They're better than pistachios to the 903.
Does anybody still do the peanuts at a ball game, at a baseball game?
Oh.
Does anybody do that anymore? Or is it just too much work?
No, in surprise, I mean, we're watching the cleanup crew at the end, and they're spending a lot of time having to sweep up the.
But then again, okay, what do you think the median age is at the ballpark in the summertime when we go?
55.
Yeah, I was going to say
we're like
maybe
a bunch of dudes and gals my age. So they're gonna sit in the ballpark and eat the peanuts and stuff. But I was just wondering if you guys ever do that at the ballpark. Because I personally like to.
I haven't, but
I would steal some of yours. Probably is what I would do.
I'd offer.
Yeah,
I'd offer a few.
You'd offer,
and I'd say yes.
Give you a little. Yeah.
I don't know that I'm going to spend the money on those when I could go just brought it up.
Yeah,
but I would try it.
I think people are a little uncomfortable with making such a mess. And it's weird because it's sort of expected, but it's also the shells are going to get into other people's space.
Yeah, you got to be careful about trying to drop it right below. I mean, would you clean up after your shells?
No, it's part of going to the ballpark.
Yeah, it's part of the beauty
of it. I agree, but you're kind of a tidy person.
I am very tidy, unlike the crews who do radio before us. Namely that morning show. That morning show, what a bunch of slobs.
Somebody just left a random pistachio nut on the table yesterday.
Paper everywhere. They don't care. These guys don't care. I'm talking to HR about them. I really am.
Lucius?
They need to be better.
Yo, what's up, fam?
What kind of nuts you like?
I like all nuts. Walnuts, pecans, like pecan pie.
Pecan pie.
I get one slice of pecan pie from Tom Thumb when I come home sometimes. Don't get the whole pie because I'll eat the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
Pistachios.
Tom Thumb does a real nice job.
They do a great job.
With selling individual portions of desserts.
Yeah. A slice. All I need is a slice. Yeah. But right now I've been going crazy on the Heinz.
Okay.
Salted and roasted peanuts in the shell. Heinz, that brand. I'm going crazy.
The ketchup company?
Yeah. No, I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't done the research. I just know you got my peanuts that I want, and I just go crash them joints. Okay. Yeah, it's a mess sometimes. I
like it.
I gotta clean up around myself when I'm finished. But the salted, roasted peanuts, Heinz joints.
Okay.
Yeah, that's different Heinz. Different Heinz.
Yeah. So when you're talking about eating them at the ball game, that's me.
Yeah.
Peanut guy. Yeah, that's me, fam.
Yeah, throw me a bag. Yeah, throw me a bag.
Peanuts here.
Peanuts.
I got my hands up in there. That's me, bro. Go ahead and slide my card over there.
Get your peanuts here.
Yeah. When you get that perfectly roasted one, the perfectly roasted one is so much more delicious than 90% of the peanuts.
Agreed.
You know what I'm saying? It's kind of burnt.
Yeah.
Lucius, you ever had boiled peanuts?
Nah, I've never had that. I don't think I want that.
Okay.
You guys ever good? Do you ever do the peanuts in the Coca-Cola?
Yeah.
That's a thing, right?
It is a thing.
Yeah.
It is a thing. It's good.
Well, the actual peanut itself in the Coca-Cola, not the whole shell.
You dump them in.
Right. Yeah, the actual edible portion.
Yeah, absolutely. 214 said the pistachio. French toast sounded horrible. To each their own. 469 Buc-ee's. Yes, Buc-ee's does have the chocolate-covered cashews from Buc-ee's. They also do the warm nuts that you can go and purchase there. Those
Texas Roadhouse nuts are amazing too.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's how I got on my peanut kick going to Texas Roadhouse so much. I was like, we got to have more peanuts in the house.
Yeah.
Now, yep. The boiled peanuts for the 214. You gotta vote there.
Okay, good deal.
Trader Joe's. That's the move from the 950. You go stop at Trader Joe's. You take a bag of peanuts. The large peanuts still in the shell, like the circus peanuts from the 469. Yeah. They're loving those. I had Roadhouse peanuts at the ballpark the other day, and two other guys around me had them too from the 469. So I guess we're still doing a lot of peanuts at the ballpark.
I would do. I mean, literally grab a beer and have the peanuts and sit there and watch 2 or 3 innings and just shuck them there.
Have yourself a good time.
Do people eat the hazelnuts? Or is it just a flavor in things? You get hazelnut flavors, but I never see anybody snacking on hazelnuts.
I've kind of thought that maybe it was used more in cooking.
Yeah.
Like with a microplaner, and you use get nutmeg and stuff like that. You know, is in cooking. I've never really seen anybody just go straight hazelnut.
The hazelnut's more of a projectile. Oh, I'm from hazelnut tree wars.
Oh, okay.
Kind of throw them like darts. You hold them between your thumb and your index finger and kind of whip them in there. Yeah.
The black walnuts are honorable mention. Chestnuts and Brazil nuts are your honorable mentions, just up the top 10. At 10 is the pine nut. 9 is coconut.
Yeah.
I never even think of coconut.
It's really good. I like coconut a lot.
You're a big coconut water guy. I can't do it. My sister loves it too. There's something, and you're right. Like, it does a lot of good things for you, and it makes you feel great. I just, I hate the taste of it.
Raw coconut with a spoon. You get your dad to drill a hole in there so you drink all the coconut juice out and you just eat it with a spoon.
That's
I'm here for that.
Now that is like, I drink the coconut water and I don't really like it, but it just makes me feel so good from a hydration standpoint. But drinking out of a real coconut actually does taste amazing.
That tastes good.
Like, that tastes legit.
All right, okay. Hazelnuts at 8, walnuts at 7.
You got to work for that coconut, though, huh?
No, I bet
you
it
gotta
tastes
climb
delicious.
up the tree, you're hacking away, then you're hacking at the actual
I
coconut
mean, if you're getting
itself.
it there, yeah, it's something to get. I just get it at the grocery store.
Yeah.
Damn, I didn't even know
They got them at the grocery store.
Blind spot for
whole
Yeah,
joints.
Yeah.
Six
Hit him with
is-
the back of a knife. Crack that thing.
Oh,
with
you
the
need
end
a
of a knife.
drill.
Yeah. Yeah.
To get in there.
You got to get out the toolbox.
6 is peanuts.
Yeah.
Your top 5 best nuts to eat on National Pecan Day. 5 is your almond. Very versatile. So many things you can do with the almond.
Almond Joy.
Almonds are fantastic.
4 is the pecan.
Yeah.
Yeah, the chocolate-covered pecan is
pecan.
pretty
Just
just
is
undefeated.
right. The pecan pie is incredible.
So damn good.
It's just the softness of it,
Yeah.
you know? So good.
3 is the macadamia nut, which is so good in cookies. 2 is your pistachio.
Yeah.
I'm always disappointed when it's a macadamia nut cookie, to be honest with you, because
Really?
I'm hoping it's a white chocolate chip.
Yeah, I can fool you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then you bite into it, and it's just the nut. And you're not getting your chocolate.
Yeah, I don't like the nuts in my
I'll tell you
cookies, my
what-
brownies, my pies.
You don't like a little crunch in there, huh?
I'll tell you that the pistachio, though, you can grind it down for that dust. It works really good on fish.
Oh,
like as a
right.
as a coating with the, you mix it in with like panko and all that, gives it a little
breading,
little nice little flavor.
Do you guys always get maybe like an extra bag of the nuts to put on your hot fudge sundae at McDonald's?
No. Never
No,
did.
but that's a hell of a. I used to get extra hot fudge.
The extra hot fudge was a no-brainer, but I can't believe
That
they
tells a story,
freaking
right?
changed the
I love the hot fudge, Brian. You know that. I'm a hot fudge fiend. Number 1, though, is the cashew. That is America's favorite nut.
It's good. It's strong. Everybody appreciates a
Hey,
cashew.
you gotta love a good cashew.
It's really there's health benefits to it too, like maybe blood pressure, maybe diabetics.
I believe it.
It like regulates your blood sugar
A
pretty good.
handful of Prozac is like having. I mean, a handful of cashews is like having Prozac.
Dang.
Boom.
I'll take 2.
Yeah,
I'll
real talk.
take out 2 bags. 817 says HEB is the best snack ever. Banana nut chocolate covered pecans.
That sounds delightful.
Wow.
And I mean, banana nut anything, like the banana nut, muffins, bread. Big fan of that.
All righty, we got to run. Wolchuk's top 10 every day, 2:20 here. G-Bag of the day facing the Challengers coming up at 5:30. We got news bag next, though, Chief.
Yes, sir. Unfortunate World Cup news, and we are being trolled by Canada in a legendary way. That's next year in the nation. But first...
years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. A little bit of breaking news going on as we hand it over to Chief for this news bag.
Yeah, it's perfect. Lots happening at the desk right after this.
You're rolling with the News Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
From the Associated Press, we see the headline reading, NFL reporter Diana Rossini resigns from The Athletic after photos published of her with Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel. So this is from Rob Mahdi at the AP, and he is saying that he's got like a letter that was written, a letter sent Tuesday to The Athletic and their executive editor. It looks like Rossini has penned something. So this is what she says. She's saying, quote, I have covered the NFL with professionalism and dedication throughout my career, and I stand behind every story I've ever published. When the Page 6 item first appeared, The Athletic supported me unequivocally, expressed confidence in my work and pride in my journalism. For that, I am grateful. In the days that followed, unfortunately, commentators in various media have engaged in self-feeding speculation that is simply unmoored from the facts. She says, moreover, this media frenzy is hurtling forward without regard for the review process The Athletic is trying to complete. It continues to escalate, fueled by repeated leaks, and I have no interest in submitting to a public inquiry that has already caused far more damage than I'm willing to accept. Rather than allowing this to continue, I have decided to step aside now before my current contract expires on June 30th. I do so not because I accept the narrative that has been constructed around this episode, but because I refuse to lend it further oxygen or let it define me or my career.
You know, that's a great message to put out. But
Did you really say that?
It just it looks so guilty. You know,
She could have attached the photos of the other people that were there too to kill the narrative, right?
Yeah.
And here's this, by the way.
Yeah.
Eat it.
Yeah. You know, it's she's in a really tough situation where I'm sure she wants to say something to make her look less guilty of what the public believes that she did, so I get all that. But if you don't have any evidence, I don't think the public's going to change their opinion here.
Right, yeah. And it seems like she just doesn't want the truth to be uncovered in a
She wants
public
it to go
way.
away. Yeah.
She wants it to go away, and I guess she's just deciding that, hey, if I just step aside, The Athletic will stop their probe, and nothing can officially be like, yes, this is what was happening, and we'll all just believe what we believe. But there won't be anything breaking from like, okay, The Athletic is firing her because they absolutely found evidence that this whole cheating scandal is legit.
Yeah, you know, maybe she went to a crisis manager type of person and asked, what is the easiest way to make this go away, to try to limit the damage? Maybe there could be a day in my children's future where they could Google me and not instantly see this story pop up. You know, what does that look like? How do I get there? You know?
Yeah. I mean, I would have to imagine she was being counseled on this particular move here, and if you knew for a fact that it wasn't true, then I think
I would have fought it a little more.
You would fight it hard.
You would welcome that investigation.
Yeah, like go ahead.
Nobody wants to tell the truth.
Yeah, stepping aside does to me. I mean, immediately I felt like, okay, you're just kind of confirming that this happened, and now you're just like, all right, I'm doing what's right and the best thing for my employer, and I'm going to step aside, and maybe time heals all wounds, and I'll try and do something else, and then try and resurrect my career at another point. But yeah, this is it's an unfortunate situation all the way around. I'm very interested in what happens when Mike Vrabel talks to the media for the next time, which will probably be the draft weekend, I would guess. I mean, like, I know NBC Boston's been talking about it. Like, there's no way he can't address this. There's no way the players aren't going to ask him, like, hey, coach, what's up with this, man? You can't run from it. You kind of got to just address it head on.
No, I would imagine like behind closed doors with the team, he will certainly address it because he's like Mr. Family First guy when it comes to the way that he's branded himself as a coach and the message that he tries to get through to his team, and then to step outside of that. And I think talking to the players, it will be a heck of a lot easier than talking to the media.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, the media situation is what's going to be like his first time at the microphone. That's all they're going to care about.
You have two choices here, and it's probably up to Vrabel considering how much power he has in that organization. Like, do you want to just tell the media to not ask about it, or do you want to tell the media we're going to make one statement, and then any further questions you can refer to our statement?
Yeah, they'll just deflect, deflect, and it'll be 15 minutes of deflection.
Yeah. Even when he does start talking, we're not going to get anything out of him on this.
Yeah. Whole thing's super unfortunate. So the breaking news from the Associated Press here in the Newsbag Nation is that Diana Rossini has resigned from The Athletic. Now, elsewhere, we find when it comes to the World Cup, now I'm only seeing it for Gillette Stadium, which is the Patriots Stadium, funny enough, as we transition, where they're saying that you're not going to be allowed to traditionally tailgate for World Cup games. Drinking around parked cars, not permitted for these events. So you're not going to be able to tailgate? Is that what's going on here? I mean, is this?
Yeah, it's kind of a deal.
Is this
where
a safety thing?
Yeah. You know, like at the Super Bowl, they don't want people lingering or gathering. You know, you're going to keep it moving. So, unfortunate. I don't believe tailgating is a part of the soccer culture like it is in football.
Yeah,
so.
don't you meet up at a pub?
Yeah, you meet up at a pub,
you drink
and you walk
with the friends, and you walk over to the stadium. Yeah.
So, you know, I imagine Foxborough or Gillette has plenty of opportunities to do that. I think even in Arlington now, you know,
Texas
we're fortunate
Live.
enough to be able to do that.
For sure.
Hadn't always.
Texas Live will be on fire.
Oh, man, it's going to be crazy.
We also have the news that New Jersey Transit is currently planning to charge more than $100 for return rail tickets from Penn Station to MetLife Stadium for FIFA World Cup games.
Yeah, they're getting ready to price gouge.
The 18-mile rail journey ordinarily costs $12.90 for a return ticket. So it's going from $13 to $100. That's what it's going to run you.
Still cheaper than parking, probably.
Yeah, the parking is astronomical. I think the cheapest parking I've seen is like $99, and you're probably walking that 18 miles to get to where you want to go. So there's a little World Cup news for you.
They're not going to give these World Cup people any breaks, right? World Cup fan getting no breaks, right? We're going to get nothing is going to be like, hey, we want to do this for you. Like, that'll make transportation to the stadium free.
I think there was like a select amount of like super fans that have been rewarded special tickets, but yes, to your point, they're not doing a damn thing. To make it more affordable.
Listen, like if you're going to charge me and not let me, I understand the tailgating thing. They probably don't want to clean up after you. You know, they probably don't. You know, they're probably worried about hazards and stuff like that, and I get it. But man, if you're not doing anything to help the crowd get in and out or get to the game or make it easier on people, but you're just going to gouge them, you're going to charge them $100. People are going to say, yeah, sure, it's better than parking, but I just don't get it. You're going to make them pay huge tickets. You know, you're going to make them have to pay huge money to ride a train. What happened to the fan experience? You know, what happened to taking care of the people? This is just a damn money grab.
The best fan experience is right there on your own recliner. I mean, that's just what it is.
That's a damn shame. It's a damn shame that a family can't go watch a World Cup match.
Yeah.
You know? And we ask how we could grow the sport here in the United States. Yeah, let's make it so hard that parents can't take their kids to a World Cup match. You know? We should be bending over backwards as hosts to try and grow this game in a way we can. And we don't. We just make it impossible, you know, for anybody to enjoy it because they can't go watch it.
You're like Picasso right now, painting a picture.
That's ridiculous.
And that's exactly the world I want to live in.
I could say we wonder why
You should run. You could run for office on a platform like that.
I support you.
And going down this rabbit hole, it seems like maybe more than safety, it's just they want to funnel you to where you're going to have to spend $20 for a beer.
Yes,
pretty much.
Yeah.
It always goes back to 2 or 3 extra $100.
By the way, get off the $100 train and go into the Budweiser Pavilion to have $100 more worth of beer.
What the F?
You know?
Yeah, and you only get
yes,
2.
please.
Sorry, I got my flask on me.
I'll take 300 if I can get it.
Now, we close it down here at the news desk with Wolchuk, a callback to Wolchuk's report a couple of weeks ago that the Canadian Pizza Huts were going to be unveiling the hot dog crusted pizza.
Yeah.
And apparently Americans have lashed out. Like, really? How can we not get this?
Agreed.
Why are we not getting this?
Hot dog is an American staple.
I saw Wolchuk leaving a comment there on Pizza Hut Canada's account, and they have come out with a "We Are Sorry" graphic. Dear America, we read your tweets. Wolchuk, we saw your DMs.
Thank you.
We understand your frustration and confusion. We know you're still coming to terms with the painful understanding that hot dog stuffed crust pizza only lives north of the border. As our sincere condolences, we want to offer you 50% off a medium hot dog stuffed crust pizza in store only, specifically one store only, Garrison Road, Fort Erie in Canada, April 17th through the 19th. Just trolling their freaking balls off, dude. They are poking the bear, Wolchuk, and I got a bad feeling you're going to do something you might regret.
Well, you know what I'm about to have to do? Boys, I'm going to Canada.
Oh, let's go. Tear their ass up.
I'm
Thank
going
you,
to Canada.
Chief.
We're going to plant our flag there in North America, and we're going to party, and I'm going to tell you how damn good this is.
I think
this better be the best pizza ever.
I think we've already planted our flag in North America.
Yeah,
we
just roll with it, guys. All right. Sometimes I just need you to have my back here. As soon as I said it, I knew I was wrong in saying it. Okay, but sometimes
You
we
need
say
to challenge
things
your-
and we regret it.
That's my
you
bad.
need to channel your
Right?
Bully
We got your
Melrose
back.
right now. Yeah.
No, I'm not going to go bully Melrose. I'll get my ass kicked there. They'll be like, "You making fun of me?" I am, huh? Don't you know?
Screw you. We got 1 down, 4 to go. What's next, Zachary?
All right, let's shake it up. In fact, let's go ahead and preview the Stanley Cup playoffs. When the hell are the Stars going to be playing? And the gender card. Was this appropriate? That's next in the nation.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows.
baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day as we're now a week and just 2 days away from the NFL Draft. Our path to the draft continues, brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at all the Pluckers locations next Thursday, the 23rd, for our annual draft party. We got the C-Note coming up in 20 minutes. We got some draft news, some Cowboy stuff in there for you coming up at 3:20. Here's Wolchuk with his, is this a football fix or a mixed bag?
We're going to mix bag it here. We'll hit the football fix at 4, so we'll shake it on up, and you never know what you're going to get in this mixed bag. And we're going to start with the latest headlines in the NFL Draft. We'll pivot and we'll get more in the fix, but just to make sure we have time, we can hit everything, because there's just an abundance of news today. As Peter Schrager has been making the rounds. He was on with the McAfee Show. He was on with the LLS Cowboys at All City as well. He's saying that he thinks that there's going to be a wide receiver run in the first round. You got Tate. You got Jordan Tyson, Allen Zone. You've got Mekhi Lemon from USC, Omar Cooper Jr. from Indiana, A&M's Casey Concepcion, and Denzel Boston. He thinks all 6 of the wideouts should go in the first round, and all 6 could even be gone by the time Cleveland's picking at 24. So that could be great for Dallas. Like, if they stay pat at 12 and 20 and they don't move up, which I really think they're going to do. I think they're moving up to 6. I think they're moving up to 9. And we can talk more about that at 4. But hey, the more if they stay pat at 20, more wide receivers you get, that could push a defensive player to you there at pick 20. Or maybe it allows you to say, hey, one of those teams that are picking ahead of Cleveland at 24, maybe they want to make sure they get their wide receiver. And then you're able to move up and you have a trade partner there, because you always have to have a player that these teams want to move up for. As Steven talked about, hey, it's tough. When you're on the clock and nobody's calling you, you know immediately as soon as I pick up the phone and I'm like, hey, what do you guys think? This is what the trade chart's telling me. You guys want to come up, and you know you're probably going to lose out on that deal. But a wide receiver run, I mean, I thought maybe teams would wait it out because it's deep again at that position, but offense wins the day. That's how you score touchdowns and sell tickets, baby. So the wide receiver run could very well be happening yet again.
Yeah, for me, once you get to Denzel Boston, once you're through Concepcion, now we're in the transition to, okay, these guys are significantly different. They're less likely to excel at the NFL level than that first group of guys. And that first group of guys, I feel like each one of them has something that would make me nervous to take them. So I'm not really excited to take a wide receiver in the first round. So I'm with you, Wolchuk. I would be trying to put this off, and it won't surprise me if Carnell Tate falls farther than people are mocking him right now.
I just wonder if it's because the money has gotten so big for wide receivers that being able to draft a guy and have him on a cheap deal for 4 or 5 years is super appealing.
Yeah.
Because if you're going into free agency to get a receiver now, you're spending 30. I mean, you're spending all the wood.
30.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, but you think about that, though, as these guys, and maybe they develop, maybe they don't. I kind of look at it as, I'd be willing to say that George Pickens is better than any one of these guys.
Absolutely.
So if it was me and I was a team that was down at the bottom of the draft and I needed a wide receiver, or I needed a receiver, and that's the directions I was going to go, at 24 years old, I think I'd go sign George Pickens, because I know what he is. You know, I know like he could be a one. You know, and these other guys, I'm maybe not so sure how they're going to play.
Right.
So if I could sign George Pickens to a $35 million deal, send Dallas my one, I might be okay here. If I was a team needing a wide receiver.
It's interesting because, like, I really have just been stunned, and maybe I shouldn't be, by the George Pickens market.
We talked to Gang of Seven, and they're like, they're pretty adamant about, and Dawson brought it up earlier. People hear the guy's constantly late, misses things. You know, that part of it's real.
They think he's a total screw up.
Yeah.
He's just kind of a flake. That's it.
He plays
kind
his
of a flake.
ass off, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, you put up.
Yeah, the player on the field is worth it, right?
Way different. Yeah. I mean, you have players that are hard to deal with, and man, he seems like just like his teammates love him.
Yeah.
They just everybody raves about, like, listen, if we're going to go sign a guy, let's make sure George gets taken care of.
Yeah, I guess Brad Sham chimed in on Twitter and when I was talking about that, and he was like, I get what you're saying, but teams know who he is, and why are they going to go ahead and negotiate a deal that the Cowboys aren't going to match, and then they've got to forfeit 2 first-round picks?
Well, it's not the 2-1s. It's really not. It's really not 2-1s. Dallas will
negotiate.
Yeah, Dallas will say, "Listen, we'll take a 1." I think if say he were to get signed, I think Dallas would say, "Yeah, well, we're not going to match that. It's 38. It's north of $35 million. No, we're not going to match that. We'll be happy to take your 1." And then you go on with your business. I don't think Dallas is going to hold him up for the 2-1s. They put him out there to see. I think they put him out there to prove to George that there's really no value for him. They definitely said, okay, David Mulugeta, who's negotiated $1 billion worth of deals, go trying to get that one done, and he hasn't done it.
Well, Ricky Scoops is back at it, as he has, quote, tweeted underdog NFL as Giants general manager Joe Schoen is making his media rounds prior to the draft. And he said, in regards to Jeremiah Love, he's an offensive weapon. He's not just a running back. Ricky Scoops saying, I said it a month ago and I'll say it again, Love is going to end up in New York. So...
Try to right the wrongs of the Saquon Barkley stuff.
If it's Joe Schoen, I think that he would absolutely take Jeremiah Love.
But
it's not Harbaugh.
It's not Joe Schoen.
I mean, somebody made this point. I don't know if it was Brugler or somebody, but it's like, didn't Harbaugh see the difference in Lamar Jackson and the Ravens offense once they got Derrick Henry, a thoroughbred running back?
It's fair.
That obviously wasn't a drafting situation, but you saw how Lamar and the Ravens totally leveled up offensively once they got the workhorse. If they look at Jeremiah Love the same way, that's just something to call back on, like Harbaugh maybe realizing, hey, we got to get some help from Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
Saw how much Derrick Henry helped Lamar.
If they want to really get help, they go draft Malinois and play him at right guard.
Yeah, I know, and you stand on that, and I appreciate it.
And I agree with you. I think he's the best lineman in the draft.
I would
that would
absolutely
fit the Harbaugh mold.
You know what? They need to figure out a way. They need to figure out a way to help their quarterback with some protection.
He also added that the Giants have received a couple calls about sniffing, about moving up to the draft. That 5th overall pick. I know Jordan Schultz put out there that the Cowboys might want a player the Giants want. And that's kind of why
Styles
yesterday. Yeah, I think Sonny Styles
is in there, and
Caleb
maybe
Downs
maybe in there too.
So that pick 4 to Tennessee, where you go up, you give up 12 and 20, but you're getting 4 and 35 back. So it's similar to the 6 and 39 deal. If Tennessee's willing to play ball, then you jump ahead in New York and you take Styles there, that's where a lot of the positional value conversation came into play on social media. But what if? There's also a conversation about Arizona at 3. And this is where it gets interesting to me. Arizona could be in play for Jeremiah Love at running back. They could also be in play possibly for that tackle. And if they can't move back, maybe they take Malinois. And then is Arvell Reese available for you at 4? And Arvell Reese checks off 2 boxes for you because you can play him at off-ball linebacker where he's going to be successful. But he also, and I don't like the player-for-player comp for Micah Parsons. I think this is kind of how his career trajectory is going to go, where you saw Micah play off-ball linebacker year 1, and then he just ended up being so damn good as an edge rusher, he takes off and ascends from there. I think Arvell Reese can do a similar thing, but that gives you a chess piece where he can give you some edge and pass rush ability, and he's got the potential to be an absolutely havoc, just best possible rusher in the league type dude, or just an incredible off-ball linebacker. So that's interesting. You could have options. Is Reese still available at 4 if Arizona passes, or is it Sonny Styles, which fills a huge need, or you could still take Caleb Downs there if that's the guy that you covet, which I'd be totally in on all 3 of those guys. Caleb Downs, my best player. Arvell Reese is number 2. So sign me up. I mean, if that's how it ended up going. But it's interesting that Tennessee might be a team to bail, and then you jump ahead of the Giants. You can make sure you get the guy you want, and then you block a division rival from getting theirs.
I mean, I like it. I have a hard time buying into the idea that you could move up there without having to give up 20. Now, I would be willing to give up 20 if you say at 12, we're going to get cleaned out, we don't like the defensive players that are going to be here. At 20, 8 picks later, it's even worse. So we're going to make sure we get one impact player. And then with our other needs, whether that's edge or linebacker or whatever, we're going to trade for it and do summer free agency. I could totally get on board with this plan. Right now it seems like far-fetched to believe you could move up past Cleveland unless you're putting 20 on the table.
No, so this would be 12 and 20, but you're getting back 35. So you know how you were doing.
So you think you would actually be able to get that back? I mean, that would be amazing.
I do in this year's class. If teams really want to move back so much, I don't think you're going to get the value you were going to get in other years. It sounds like you've got, 7 of the top 10? That's like, I'm down to move back. I mean, you don't have that many teams that are going to want to move up. And if you do, it's like, I'll move up, but I'm not giving you the entire package that Jacksonville gave up to get Travis Hunter last year. You're not getting that. So take it or leave it. And if you don't want it, then fine. I'll stay where I am. And you can always sweeten it by saying, all right, I'll kick in, you got 3 5th-round picks. Do I give you 2 5s? Whatever it is to try and just add some value to it. But, that's a scenario that I've kind of been, I've seen thrown out there that I would definitely be into. Now, we'll get back to the draft in about an hour from now. Texas Tech, goodness gracious. Landing a big-time 5-star commit, edge rusher Anthony Sweeney, 7th commit for Texas Tech's 2027 recruiting class. This guy's phenomenal, 6'4", 230 pass rusher, and he's now joining 5-star Cedar Hill D lineman Jalen Brewster, who committed back in October. So right now, Texas Tech, the number 2 ranked recruiting class, and you already know what they do in the portal. So shout out to Joey McGuire. He's making it happen there in Lubbock. We just had,
They're really good evaluators out there.
Oh, yeah, man.
They treat their team like an NFL team when it comes to how they evaluate their players. Like they have scouts. They break them down that way. I mean, it's impressive, the operation they have of looking at players there in Lubbock.
Yeah, and it's crazy because they're now kind of getting the Cowboy treatment where they've been so aggressive in the portal and they've been paying so many guys. Now you have agents, according to Joey McGuire, all of a sudden the conversation changes. Half the time we're not even talking to a kid, and these other coaches are calling and they're like, hey, we're getting agents saying that you're willing to offer this player XYZ, and Joey's like, we're not even interested in this player. But because Texas Tech now has the perception of we're a team that's willing to throw money in the portal, agents for these players are now using Texas Tech to Auburn or LSU to drive up the cost for the player in the portal. So that's now kind of the game of the NIL, man. It's very much like the NFL now, where the Cowboys are interested. We see that to just generate buzz for a player. Now it's kind of Texas Tech is the poster child for this team we know has dominated the portal. They're interested in this guy. Whereas Joey's like, we haven't even talked to him. So that's news to us.
Agents playing a dirty game, a tale as old as time.
Dirty. How about this from Ryan Day? So let's go to Ryan Day, and he was discussing what do they want in their recruits. Is this standard too high? Did he offend maybe some other players in the program? Here was Ryan Day on what the players they want at Columbus.
Just across the board at Ohio State, there's an expectation when you come here, you're coming to be first or second rounder, regardless of your position. If we don't win games and championships, they're going to find a new coach. Well, if you're not a first or second rounder, then this probably isn't the right place for you.
So a couple of his former players were like, we've had a lot of guys from rounds 3 through 7 go, and they've been pretty damn good. I mean, like Jack Sawyer, who had the amazing play for them against Texas to help them get to the national championship. I think that was a 3rd-round pick to Pittsburgh, right? Or a 4th-rounder even. There's been Caden Curry is a good player, not going to go in the first 2 rounds this year. So I get it. Big picture, sure, I'd love to make sure my roster's littered with 1st and 2nd-rounders, and they do have a lot of those guys. But they've had a lot of good players also that have gone day 2 and day 3 in the draft, and some of the alma mater is now looking at Ryan Day like, damn, coach, do you not love us? What about us?
Yeah, I mean, across all 7 drafts that have taken place since Ryan Day has taken over as head coach, they've had 59 total players drafted, 24 landing in the 1st or 2nd round. So, I mean, less than half of the guys.
Yeah.
Less than half of the guys he's had drafted, though.
I mean, to me, I like what he's trying to do, though.
Set a high bar.
Yeah, you set the high bar.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think that anybody that didn't go in the first round is like, Coach, what the hell? What about us? All right. Did you hear what the WNBA commissioner, Kathy Engelbert, had to say yesterday? She's asked about the future of her job. This is the exchange, fair or foul, Fan After Dark style. G-Bag Nation, you make the call. Is she right for this clapback, or did this kind of seem a little defensive on her part?
Dylan Kenny with the New York Post. Adam Silver was asked last month about just your future as the commissioner of the WNBA, and he said he didn't know what you wanted to do. So I guess I'm just curious, like, how much do you want to stay the commissioner of the WNBA? How much longer do you anticipate to be in this role?
Well, thank you, Maddie. I do crack up how everybody's focused on me, and you should be focused on the hundreds of amazing women and thousands of women who run this league outside of myself. Our women owners, our women board of governors, our women GMs and women head coaches, and my whole team of diverse women and men who are working hard every day to get the 30th season tipped off by May 8th. But I appreciate that you're focused on me as well. I wonder whether you would ask that of a man, by the way. But I realize as women, we get asked different questions than men do. But look, I'm so proud of this league, and I'm here, working really hard to make the 30th season our best ever, and to continue to build that sustainable economic model we know we need for the future. So nothing else to report, which is probably why Adam didn't report anything. There's no story here. I'm thrilled with our trajectory. I'm thrilled with the growth, thrilled with what we've done over the past couple of years, and really looking forward to the next few years.
Hey, watch your mouth, woman!
Yeah, I would say it's weird, like she's trying to cover something up, or she's not comfortable talking about it, so she went down a path that made her end up looking sensitive.
Even worse.
Defensive.
I don't think she's very well liked in the WNBA.
No.
I think there's a lot of pushback for her to, to be replaced. But yeah, Adam Silver gets asked this. Roger Goodell gets asked it. Hell, they open up the draft every year, and he is just booed. It's a bit. He's got to just embrace it. Gary Bettman's asked it. Like every GM in sports, or commissioner in sports, is asked this. So to try and pivot and make it like a sexist gender thing was, I think, a little ridiculous on her part. And I can kind of understand why some people think she's not very good at the job.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll definitely tell you, I didn't think she looked too good in the dress she was wearing last night, Chuck. That was the strongest opinion I'd had on Miss Engelberg up until now.
When the players looked stunning. She threw out the green dress that looked
I think she was trying to keep up with the younger gals, and her body was like bony in the wrong places and round in the wrong places.
Well, I just wonder if you would say that about
watch.
a man.
I think you would agree.
Yeah. If a man was wearing that, if that man was wearing a green dress, I'd say it. Yeah.
I want you to have that same energy in 2 weeks when Goodell takes the stage.
Yeah, Goodell should hit somebody with this at some point. Like, would you ask that of a woman?
No, remember Goodell during the pandemic when he started off in the coat and tie, and by the end of it, he was like in his boxers and t-shirt,
he
was like drinking.
Yeah, he was on the recliner.
He was just sitting in a recliner, and the pick is in, and he's like basically taking all his clothes off and was sitting on the recliner during the pandemic. You guys remember that?
I did love the pandemic draft, with everybody drafting at their houses. It was fun. It was the best event. Sports event.
Belichick with the dog at the computer.
That was Cliff Kingsbury and his his whole setup looked incredible with the fire pit and everything going on.
All right, we got to run. Thank you, Wolchuk. Mixed bag in the books. We got the C note here. Cowboys news of the evening. Steven was on with KNC. Did you hear what he said about this, that, and the other thing that's next year on the Fan?
All right, but it's a Tolo Truck Tuesday, baby, at East Dallas Diesel. You need to go to eastdallasdiesel.com. Check out all the glory.
Nation. It's time for the C-Note. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin Franklers, never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yes, Diana Rossini has resigned from The Athletic. If you missed that news, last hour says she doesn't agree with what people are saying about her. But she wants to bring it to an end. Quote, rather than allowing this to continue, I've decided to step aside now before my current contract expires on June 30th. So maybe she can save herself from further discovery of facts. Maybe she is speaking the facts. You know, none of us really knows what happened between Vrabel and Rossini that day. But I would imagine she's trying to save her marriage, you know? I would imagine if you're holding the line, I didn't do it, honey, and you think he might be believing it, you step aside from The Athletic, you write this article, maybe the story goes away, and your husband doesn't get the 100% confirmation, you know?
Yeah, I think that could be a huge part of this whole thing, and her just sort of lashing out and just blaming all the media outlets as to why this story has gotten so big, even though it's a big nothing burger. You know, she's just she's pointing the finger a little bit, blaming all the coverage of it.
Do you feel like that she makes a really good living doing this?
Yes.
Yeah, I would have to imagine she's bringing in a pretty penny.
If I'm the husband guy, I'm basically telling her, you and I are probably getting a divorce, but you're not quitting. And I say it because you do it for the kids. Like if she's making really, really good money and all of a sudden you take that out of the equation, you know?
I mean, the best thing you could do for your kids would just be to cover this thing up.
Keep working.
So they don't know that mom flushed your family life for a football coach.
Just go ahead and say, listen, you're going to do this because you're going to continue to make a living for those kids. I don't need you.
Oh, yeah.
I don't need you.
See, I think Dad is like a rich banker or something like that.
He's an
sort of rich executive.
Yeah, for Shake Shack.
For Shake Shack.
Okay. Their
But if you're an
burgers are way
executive,
expensive.
I'm sure
damn
he's
good, but yeah,
they're
pricey.
good, but they're proud of their prices over
Very
there.
much so.
But I'm just saying
that's
this.
a lot of shakes.
I'm just saying this though is a guy that like you're not quitting. You know, you're going to keep working. You know, and you're going to keep making money, and you're going to keep putting money away for those kids.
Do you think she has a job market right now?
Well, no, I wouldn't have quit.
Podcast.
I wouldn't have quit.
Yeah.
You know?
I would have told her you're not quitting.
Oh, you would have told her you're not
I would
quitting.
have told her, like, you and I are done.
Well, she's going to get fired pretty soon.
Well, if she gets fired, she gets fired. Maybe she's got contract and they pay her off.
Yeah.
But they're probably saying what grounds for what the grounds they have to fire her though? Is it?
I mean, just unethical.
Yeah, unethical journalism probably. Yeah.
Unethical. She's trying to get stories for us.
Right, but not doing it in a journalistic, ethical way.
She's not alone in this, by the way, guys.
Oh no, I agree. I mean,
I'm sure she's not alone.
She just got caught.
Yeah.
They're not, I mean.
And she's got no pictures. Like, I'm sure it would have been very easy if she just showed the group photo pictures.
yeah, the 6 other people that she alleged she was with.
She simply doesn't have those photos because it is not true.
I mean, The Athletic was wanting to have her back. They weren't looking to bail on Rossini here.
Right.
Like Michigan was looking to bail on Moore, and they were like, "Hey, this is the perfect opportunity. Let's make this happen." The Athletic took this news as we're believing what Rossini had to say here.
But there's not a human being in the world that is believing her. There is not a rational person in all of the world that looks at those photos and believes her.
Yeah, the finger locking, that kind of says it to me. There was obviously something there.
For me, it was
do that.
It was the sitting on the floaty right next, because you got to go through a lot of effort to get those floaties lined up. That just doesn't happen.
We haven't seen that since the banana boat.
Yeah.
With LeBron and the fellas.
But maybe the biggest curiosity is how hammered do you think they had to be to not have more social awareness? At some point with the alcohol, you kind of forget the norms that you're supposed to adhere to, and you start acting like an ass.
Yeah, but it's also them, like, just how long have we heard about it?
Yeah, I mean, with the receipts going back to 2020, And I guess this was a place that, like, that's kind of where you go to do some of this stuff. It sounds like
it's a romantic getaway place, and you're supposed to be secluded. And
so you think you're kind of in a good spot
There's
here.
the photos of them just at the bar in Indy. I think they're just so comfortable because it's been 5, 6, however many years of them doing this. They just got to a comfort level. Thinking
I can see that.
We're kind of untouchable here. We're good.
Like
These coaches think they're invisible. I told you this, man.
You're right.
I've seen dudes out on dance floors, and I'm like, well, that doesn't look like Mrs. So-and-so, you know?
Yeah.
These coaches act like they don't, they've
Especially
never...
if you're winning, they probably feel like nobody's going to keep me accountable.
Yeah.
If anybody is seeing this.
The Combine is the absolute worst for all this.
Is it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because of the drinking and the...
What are you doing?
I'm just saying. Damn. I don't go
There's
there.
a coach right now nudging his old lady. I don't know what he's talking about.
I'm just.
Did you just come back from the combine, babe? I don't know. I don't hang around those guys like that.
If you got issues, man.
Schottenheimer just changed the channel in the car.
What are you doing, bro? Somebody just drove their car off the road to distract the lady right now.
Listen, if you're hanging around NFL people and all that, it's you know.
Maybe that's why the Rams coaches don't go.
Yeah.
They want to stay away from temptation. Family guy.
There you go, man. Play with fire, you get burned.
All righty. It is the C note here. Cowboys news of the evening with a week and just 2 days to go until the draft. One of the can't miss events of the entire year right here on this radio station is the draft. So cool to have Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, leading the coverage as always. And you can find each and every one of us at a Pluckers location around DFW. I mean, Broadus and Wolchuk. And will Belt be up there at the Star as well?
He will be, yeah. I think we got like 8 guys working on this draft. It's going to be like seriously. It's going to be rotational. I guess I assume that we'll.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll
I
have
think
a little
it's same as
time
we
at
did
the
last
mic.
year.
Yeah.
Okay, Stephen Jones was on with KNC, said no calls of trade interest for George Pickens. He was asked about Jermod McCoy. Is it a medical red shirt? He said that's a work in progress, so maybe they're open-minded as McCoy comes in for a 30 visit. Said doesn't think they're going to have as many first-round graded players as they have in years past, where they normally have between 16 and 22. Okay, yeah. So at 12, you're pretty confident you're going to get a first-round graded player, but probably not at 20. And then the other bigger Cowboy story of the day, I mean, Schrags had to take over the weekend. Hey, Kyle Hamilton and Derwin James fell out of the top 12, 13 picks. Why not Downs? But a few days later, Peter Schrager is back saying that he is hearing from his sources that 12 is not going to happen there for Caleb Downs. So it might be time to say night-night to another draft pipe dream.
Until they move up and get them.
Oh, yeah, there you go. You got to trade up to get them.
I think that's happening. They're going to move up and go get one of those guys.
Okay, we got Krusty's Corner happening next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I've got some questions I want to ask my guys about the draft specifically. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to chat with you specifically about the Frankels right here because life's unpredictable.
Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. Thank you to Greystone for being a part of this as well. Wanted to alert, we have a new Love of the Star.
We do.
Going out today, right?
Joseph Hoyt was on with Eric and myself. A lot of good nuggets there from Joe today. So make sure you check out our latest edition of Love of the Star.
I think Joe's doing a really good job of running all this stuff down.
Yeah.
He is.
I mean, him, and Nick Harris. I was talking again with Todd Archer. I think the ESPN mock draft will come out soon. Todd, I think they do it. They kind of take care of it, and then they get it all together, then they post it. But he was kind of talking about that he got stuck in a couple of spots. So we'll see and these are the guys and gals. The ESPN mock draft is the one where it's the actual beat writers. So these are the guys and gals that are in there with the teams, talking with the teams.
Love when they do that.
I do too. I think you get some really good insight. And talking to Todd about it every year. I mean, remember when they had Bill Polian on ESPN?
Yeah.
And Bill Polian would grade the pick. And there were 2 years in a row where Bill Polian told Archer they're not taking that guy. And Archer hit it back to back.
Yeah.
And it got to the point where
got ugly for Polian there.
Yeah, it got ugly where they had to get him off the air. You can't be rules official on the games and then getting the rules wrong, or missing the analysis on it. But that was what talking to Todd. That was always he always loved that. Yeah,
Bring it on, Bill.
Polian would go after him, and then they would take the guy Todd told him. But that's what you're going to get with these guys, and I appreciate all these guys and gals that are trying to kind of run these things down. I've got some teams are in meetings right now, so my phone will start working at the end of this week.
Okay.
I plan on by next week we're going to have some of this stuff wired up. But got teams right now in meetings. There's a couple of questions that I want to ask these. I want to find out exactly the whole thing with Downs. Get my gang of 7, my general manager friends, and say, listen, Downs, best player, does he get to 12? Is that the way I should ask the question to these guys?
Yeah.
Does Downs get to 12, or is anybody else that we need to kind of know about? Isn't Downs the guy we're kind of...
Yeah, I mean...
I think Styles is going.
I do, too.
I think Styles is going before you pick.
Bain,
Yeah, just would they take Bain at 12?
Do you think they'd take Bain?
Take
and if
Bain
not,
at 12.
How far do you think Bain could slide?
Okay, so the Bain at 12, Bain slide, and Downs, where do you think Downs...
Yeah.
Not where he ends up, but do you think he gets to 12, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what we need to know, right?
Yes.
I think
absolutely.
I think
that'd be great intel.
I think that would help us a lot. All right, Willie, I'm going to start with you on this one. I have some questions that I've just kind of come up with, and I always appreciate your guys' answer because it makes me think. Why do you think so many teams ahead of you want to trade out?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is, this draft at the top is not your consensus, typical. You've got left tackles that'll go. You've only got really one elite edge because Arvell Reese is a projection, right? I don't know. Some teams might have him as a linebacker. Others might have him as an edge. Ruben Bain, I would have in that conversation, but it doesn't sound like the NFL circles do. So that means you only have David Bailey. You've got a right tackle, not a left tackle. And I know Bobby's thrown out like Jordan Tyson to him is like Malik Neighbors comp. I don't think any of these wide receivers are sniffing Malik Neighbors-esque territory to me.
So Bobby's hearing that, and that's
just his personal opinion.
That's
just his personal opinion.
I thought Bobby was talking to me. I was getting excited.
He thinks Jordan Tyson's like as good as Malik Neighbors.
Well, that's my best receiver. That's why I was excited to hear that.
I don't think that he is anywhere close to as good as what a Malik Neighbors and even Marvin Harrison Jr. Like I think Tedero McMillan's the top receiver in this draft if he was in it.
Yeah.
So I just think you have a drop of the top consensus players, and a lot of it, and Jermon McCoy's got a knee. So I think you're looking at teams that are like, man, we really want a left tackle, but I can't take a left tackle in the top 8 and justify it. So I think that's why you have a lot of teams that are looking to bail out of here.
I can kind of feel like that Malinois could play left tackle if he had to.
Okay.
I think so. I think he's got the foot. I think the feet and the power and stuff like that.
I think he's definitely the best option for you, but there's only one. And you've got, 3 or 4 teams that would like a tackle?
Sure.
Arizona, maybe Tennessee, definitely Cleveland. So there's just not enough players that are at your premium positions that typically go in the top 10 to justify these teams staying and picking. So if you can back out of there, I think a lot of teams would love to do that.
Dawson, you ever thought of why all these teams ahead of you don't want to stand in there and pick?
Yeah, I think Wolchuk just nailed it, and what it comes down to is it's a reach, compared to the value, compared to the slots. I think, when it comes to the wide receivers, the tackles, and the edges, I think the best group from the premium positions is the corners. And
we got some questions about them, though, right?
Right, with McCoy.
Yeah, you got
I guess.
Terrell, is he a 4-6 guy?
Yeah, my guy Chris Johnson now finally is getting elevated,
Johnson's
right?
getting elevated,
now you're starting to hear he could be the third guy off the board. I'm like, all right, well, good. I've got him as my corner 3, but...
But historical comps, like the 2 best wide receivers, don't compare to most drafts' 2 best wide receivers. And you could say that about the tackles and the edges, and I guess even the corners, although the corners I think I would feel the best about. Maybe the safeties would be next, and then your linebackers probably with Sonny Styles headlining that thing. So the positional value spots that teams really want to take in the top 10 because the discount is so massive, it's just not there.
Chief?
Yeah, that's what it is, man. Lack of quarterbacks, offensive tackles, wide receivers, and that's what it comes down to.
So everybody's just like, they want to get out of there because they just don't see the quality there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we can get similar players much farther back. It's a great spot to be in. I think if you're the Cowboys wanting to get into the middle of the top 10, that's probably why Wolchuk's so confident.
Yeah.
Because so many teams are willing to do this, and it's going to be interesting how much below actual trade value they're able to get a deal done for.
Yeah, this is a quantity, not quality draft. Yeah, you want to get more picks.
So you definitely, if you had your druthers, you would move back 12 and back 20.
I'm open to the idea, being that we're potentially getting a discount to move up.
Yeah.
Like in general, I'm not trying to trade up unless I'm going to get a quarterback that I love, or I'm a team that's right on the cusp and I'm like kind of one player away, if I can fool myself into thinking that. But generally, I want to trade down, and I'm comfortable trading down here. If for whatever reason it's too pricey to move up, then I'd rather trade down than just stay at 12 and 20. But to go to do the Cleveland trade and just 12 for 6 and 20 for 39, to me, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
I think it's perfect.
See, this is where I kind of feel like going up, you had the value. I had somebody today tweet at me and say, hey, you're beating this trade-up thing into the ground. What about trading back? Is there any value trading back? And I'm like, everybody wants to bail. This is when you need to go forward. When everybody's wanting to get out of there,
right?
Go find somebody go find somebody like Dallas when they drafted Travis Frederick, and they bailed from 18 to 30 and left a second-round pick on the table.
Yeah, it was San Francisco.
San Francisco, right? You just completely bailed out of there, and you had a chance to recoup a second-round pick, and all you took was a third. To me, that's when everybody's talking about getting out. I want to go up there and say, okay, what are you guys so scared of to come up here and draft? I mean, if I could get Delane, because if you're not going to take McCoy, if I could get a Delane, the Styles thing again. We keep talking about that. That doesn't seem. But man, if I could go get Downs or somebody like that, and it might not cost me as much to do, I'm talking about it.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in going back. I'm interested in going up. If people are like, hey, we'll sell this to you for pennies on the dollar.
Yeah. Yeah, the Cowboys are in a spot now where with Dak being the age that he is and, this window being 2 or 3 years left in it, you're not building for the long term. You don't need to have great value. You need to fill problems on your roster. And if you got to overpay a little bit to get certainty there, I think it makes sense for the Cowboys in so many ways because of the age of Dak, because they're picking at 12. It lines up that this is the year, and we know that how much the Cowboys like to trade in the draft anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this, you say overpay, but you might be able to underpay and accomplish it.
100%.
Which makes it even more reasonable.
That's where is everybody's, like I keep saying this, everybody's talking about moving back.
How are you going to move back?
What's that?
Like, that's the thing.
It's
easy to
how do you
talk
move
about
back?
moving back. You got to have somebody that teams want to move.
That's why I was asking Heggie that in the crosstalk.
Who's moving up?
Like tell me who you're targeting there.
Yeah.
Tell me if you're going back. Who are you going away from to take maybe a lesser player? And it might not be a lesser player. I mean, but who? Tell me the pocket of players you're. If I'm the team like the Rams, I keep saying this, all these good drafting teams, I'm going to take advantage of you if you want to move back, because I'm going to go up there and take a player, and now you're going to be left with like, wow, this doesn't look very nice back here. This doesn't look very good. Wow, we traded away from maybe a question mark to this.
It comes down to your probability. What is the percentage chance that you're going to hit? Inside the top 10, it is much higher than the last 10.
Yeah, Dallas definitely plays the game of you put them inside the top 12, they kind of figure it out.
Yeah, they're good at that.
You put them in the 20s, it's a little bit of a crapshoot for them. So I'm at least calling these teams. I'm not, and I know the guy says, well, you're beating the dead horse. I'm like, no, I'm trying to go get the best players, what I'm trying to do.
Well, you're doing a heck of a job reading the room and how this thing is flowing. And at 12 right now, you're either going to have to take a guy that you don't want to take, reach for a guy that should go at 20,
right?
But you're like, crap, we need a defensive player, or take an offensive guy. It's not lining up with the Cowboys' needs at all.
These are like, me, this is going to sound crazy. I would rather trade up and not take Falk at 12.
Oh, I agree with you.
How about that?
And I feel fine with Falk at 20.
That's me.
Yeah.
Like if you told me that they're just going to sit there and take Falk at 12, then I'm going to go.
That's what I think they're probably doing right now.
It's a nice player, but don't you have Falk in Rashawn Gary? Isn't that kind of the same player?
Yeah, it's similar. I think Falk is, to me, I think Devin Clowney, he reminds me a lot of that type of player.
Yeah.
He's really good against the run. I think he's like kind of DeMarcus Lawrence. I don't know that he's ever going to have even the sack numbers that Tank did at his peak.
I don't think
Kendrick Falk's a good player.
This is not a twitchy. This is a 6'6", 285-pound guy.
Yeah. I think he's going to create for others. I think Ezra Rock, other players on your defense benefit from a player like Kendrick Falk.
I can't take that at 12.
But I agree with you, man.
I can't take that at 12.
I can justify that at 20.
I would rather go up. I would rather go up. And if you told me, listen, you could go up and get your guy, or you could sit there at 12 and take one of those guys that you're kind of just much better later in the draft than at 12.
Especially when it's just pick swaps.
Yeah.
If you're not having to give up any picks inside the top 100. We got 2 down, 3 to go. CY's coming up in 25 minutes. We're going to talk with the Rangers president of baseball operations, Chris Young, coming up at 420. Football Fixes next, Wolchuk.
Jersey numbers, Cowboy draft plans, and scouts talking about prospects after Fernando Mendoza. That's next in the nation.
Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, we're 20 minutes from CY. Chris Young's going to join you here coming up at 4:20. We'll talk Rangers baseball with Chris. Usually we do that Mondays at 4:20, but he was unavailable yesterday. Nice enough to reschedule for today. So Chris Young coming up here at 4:20. Time now for a football fix. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, let's do it. Let's get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
All right, the big headline news. Diana Rossini has resigned from The Athletic today. She went ahead and sent in her resignation to her boss, and she's stepping aside. We also got the Sharon Moore news today, as the ex-Michigan coach has received probation for his misdemeanors, as he pled no contest to trespassing and malicious use of telecommunications devices involving a domestic relationship in exchange for dropping more serious charges. The district judge said, quote, "I don't believe, when I look at the entirety of this situation, that incarceration should be appropriate. I warn you, Mr. Moore, should there be a violation, all bets are off. I don't like sending people to jail, but I don't have a problem doing it. Frankly, Mr. Moore, you had no right to do what you did. I know she was placed in fear. It was a traumatic experience for you. It was certainly traumatic for her, but you had no right to spread your pain to her." He also added that the person who is saving you from the full wrath of this court is the person who you betrayed, being Sharon Moore's wife. When all the circumstances are happening to her and she is absorbing them in real time, she not once loses her focus, not once bats an eye to doubt on you, not once wants something terrible to happen to you. As I listened to the terror in her voice that day, I don't think there would be anybody in the world who would have blamed her from saying, "I'm done here." But Sharon Moore just going to get probation. He's going to get fined. It's an 18-month probation, $1,000 fine for 2 misdemeanors stemming from an incident at the apartment of a staff member who was obviously he was having the relationship with in Michigan. So, man, crazy. The Moore news and Rossini news dropping within like an hour of each other.
I have them doing a podcast together with Barstool.
They just joined together?
It would get some downloads, man.
It would.
I think I'd have to tune in at least once.
The tell-all. Give us the tea.
Called your cheating heart.
Call it more Rossini.
There you go. I like it. The Cowboys have put out their new jersey numbers. We started to get a little bit of a taste of these with Jalen Thompson going to 34. So it then allowed Rashawn Gary, took 7. P.J. Locke, new safety from Denver, going to wear number 1. Kobe Durant, the corner that they signed.
That's a statement, bro.
Number 1, yeah. I don't think has anyone worn one since Curse?
Wasn't Tolbert?
Tolbert was the one.
Yeah, Tolbert is forgettable.
Right. Maybe they're just maybe that's what they're doing. They're branding that number as just like kind of a average dude.
Oof, I hope PJ Locke turns out to be good. But he could be right. He's a 1-year deal. Could be on another team next year. Kobe Durant's going to rock 2, number 2. I think Wanye Thomas had number 2 last year. Rashawn Gary going to wear 7. Sam Howell, your backup quarterback, at 13. Darion Kendrick, the corner they signed at 15. And then Jalen Thompson is going to wear number 34. Tito Ogbonia, the defensive tackle from the Chargers, going to rep 91. And Jonathan Bullard, whom they signed, played with New Orleans and Minnesota. He's going to rock number 98. So there's some of your new Cowboy jerseys. And Donovan Izaraku, who's switching from the 41 to number 6, which you wore in college.
He needs to play like that number 6 at Boston
He
College.
looks so much better.
What's the best defensive tackle number, you reckon?
90.
90?
Yeah.
I think that's more of an end. 90,
I
94.
like 99.
99?
Is that what Aaron Donald wore?
98's a good one.
99. Like, I think, 98's a good one.
Especially if you're like a 1 technique.
Yeah. Maybe 75.
What did Mozzie go with? Was it 65?
58.
58. Yeah, that was an odd number.
That was not good. Yeah, I kind of.
Dexter Lawrence at 97 looks good.
Yeah, it does.
Yes, 97 does look good. And, I mean, hey, Osa rocked the 97 for a long time. All right, what are the Cowboys going to do in round 1? Who have they met with? A lot of corners. And we got the news today. They had a private workout with LSU Tiger quarterback Garrett Nussmeier.
Did they really?
They did. They brought Nuss in for a private workout. He, among other teams, the Cowboys are one of several that have worked out Nuss. But I did find that one interesting. I mean, that's a day 2 pick, most likely. That's per Ryan Fowler. He's also had workouts with the Rams. Gosh. I mean, I think any of these backups, or any of these quarterbacks, I kind of look at it as a backup draft. No disrespect to them. But if they want to develop into starters, like the Rams and McVay, like play behind Stafford for a year, whether it's Drew Aller, whether it's Nuss. I'm not even going to say Carson Beck, but
Taylon Green.
Maybe you got a chance if you can go to the Rams. Haynes King, one of these guys out there. The Jets are another team that Nuss has met with. Don't go there.
It's your head start for a coaching career as well. There are a lot of benefits going out to the Rams.
Absolutely. Now, Schrags has been doing a lot today. He's been on McAfee.
Doing a lot of local shows.
Yeah, DLS Cowboys, crushing it.
He was on with R.J. Ochoa.
Yeah, he was. He was on with RJ. Now, the big news, and I'm sure Eric will hit more about Caleb Downs coming up in the finest, but he did say there's no way in hell from teams that he's going to slide to 12. This was interesting, and Brian, you just discussed the Keldrick Falk note. Yeah. This is one that, we have talked about on the stack on this station. Keldrick Falk might be a player the Cowboys like a lot more than we do. Mm-hmm. Peter Schrags, what says you?
The name that I keep hearing, and this might be your social media clip, the name that I keep hearing, I'm not sure if it's 12 or 20, I keep hearing Keldrick Falk and the Cowboys being tied together. And Clarence is laughing. I keep hearing that name. Now, that might be at 12 or that might be at 20. But this is people not in the Cowboys organization, but from others around the league. And you got to understand, when I say that, all these scouts talk. So if there is a scout from the Cowboys that is hot on, or a GM, or it's usually not coming from that team. It's coming from someone who I worked with them for 10 years and and that's who they like. And that's how this stuff comes about. Falk is a name that keeps popping up to the Cowboys, and it's probably more likely at 20 than 12. But if all those defensive players are off the board, maybe they reach and take him at 12.
And I do think that would be a reach. I mean, look, Keldrick Falk was a guy that was a top 10 projected player, much like Peter Woods from Clemson, TJ Parker, his teammate at Clemson, coming into the season. You didn't get the production. Now, this is a guy that over his career had 10 sacks, 19 and a half tackles for loss, 6 PBUs, a forced fumble, 2 fumble recoveries. Okay? The production's not going to pop out at you like, oh my gosh. Started a lot of games, 32 of 37 over 3 years there at Auburn. His teammates will tell you, how do you think we had success? Because of Keldrick Falk and the attention that he demands. He can take on double teams. He can set the edge extremely well. He's a guy that is multiple. I mean, you can see him play the 4-eye. He can play a 5-tech. He can be your traditional 4-3 defensive end. He's long. He's young. I mean, he's a very young player.
20, just turned 20, September.
But right now, I view him as a first and second down type of player. I think third and long pass rush situations.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't see that yet. Now, can he develop it? 100% he can. He's an athletic freak.
He's got the strength. He's got the power. He's got the speed. He's got the coordination. Mm-hmm. I think there's enough going on with him. He's not solving your problems day one. Is I think the hang up for me a lot. Yeah. Like, I need a guy that I know is going to be responsible for you winning a couple of games. And this guy's not even a starter. So at 20, I'd be like, okay. At 12, he'd be like, oh, crap.
Right. That's, I think, the wipeout situation. And, Keldrick Falk is a player that I've seen connected to Cincinnati. I think that would make a lot of sense. He's one of those guys I'd kind of like to just be off the board so that he's not an option for Dallas. I like him maybe more than some others do locally, but I don't like him at 12. I like him at 20. I think you know what you're getting with Keldrick Falk. At worst, that's a good all-around defensive end. Like I said, Jadeveon Clowney was the number 1 overall pick. Did he live up to those expectations? No, but he's been a good player in the league. I kind of look at Keldrick Falk as a similar type of player.
And it makes sense for the Cowboys. Like, he's going to be a shoddy guy. He's a leadership guy. He's a family guy. I think his brother's playing with him at Auburn, or was playing with him at Auburn. And then the ability to stop the run and set the edge. Like, there's just a lot of things that line up with him in this team.
Yeah, I just think that and I actually like Falk as a player too. I just feel like the Cowboys need real pass rushers.
They need a
real
twitchy, bendy kind of a rusher.
Yeah, a guy who is his specialty is getting after the quarterback, and we'll refine him when it comes to stopping the run, because we have Gary and Ezeraku that do that at a very high level. Defensive tackles doing that at a very high level. Like right now, today, if you're trying to win in 2026, you need more pass rush, and Falk's probably not giving you that in year one.
Agreed. Now, that's all reason why we'll see what the Jets do at 2. And is that why you move up and you go get David Bailey out of Tech if they don't take him at 2? Is that why you go up and maybe you look at Arville Reese and say, hey, we're playing him at edge day 1, and that's a guy that can do that for us? Or at 20, I think a lot of the options that we talk about, whether it's Malachi Lawrence, UCF, Jacob Rodriguez, Texas Tech, Anthony Hill Jr., Texas, maybe Colton Hood from Tennessee, Chris Johnson, the corner from San Diego State, all those guys, they could be too rich at 20. Which is why, to me, it's like, yeah, I like the idea of having 2 first-round picks, but if you can do that whole trade-up deal and I can go get a difference maker in Caleb Downs at 6, or maybe it's Mansour Delay in the corner from LSU, and now I'm also picking up 39, all of those guys could still be in play. Malachi Lawrence, to me, at 39, that's a home run pick.
That's a home run pick.
And that's a twitchy kind of guy.
Very twitchy.
So can I pair Caleb Downs at 6 and Malachi Lawrence from UCF at 39? Now, some think he could sneak into the first round. That could happen. I think at 20, I think there's love for him in the Cowboys building. I think they might say that's too rich for us at 20. Would they pull the trigger there? I don't know. I don't think so. But at 39, it could be way more palatable for them to do so. So you've got options as an edge rusher that do that for you. Like Akeem Mesidor, can he make it to 20? I don't know. I don't think he can. If you could do that, then awesome. But, man, I think you're in a little bit of a pickle if you don't move up and just let's get that true difference maker, whether it's Reese and Bailey at 3 or 4, whether it's Downs or Delane at 6 or Styles. I think this is just, to me, as it's trending now, I think Dallas is going to be drafted in the top 10. They're going to go get one of these guys. And those guys are all, to me, impact day one players that are going to make this defense so much better the second they step on the field.
I'm with you, and that's definitely what I'm rooting for. And I do like the idea of what you just presented there, Lawrence at 39. But now you've gotten out of the draft without a linebacker. I imagine the next week you're blowing up Miami's phone trying to trade for Brooks.
I think maybe they feel like they've got Jordan Brooks in their back pocket as a contingency. Much like George Pickens last year. They didn't get Tedero McMillan. They didn't get a wide receiver. So there's linebackers on the market you can go and get, or maybe you're lucky and at 92. Could a Josiah Trotter from Missouri fall to you? Is there another player at 92 that you like that could end up being there? Otherwise, yes, you can hit the trade market. Because, hey, I'd love to find a way to get Downs and J-Rod. That's kind of my dream scenario. But I also love a guy like Malachi Lawrence. And then I think, like RJ in the morning, he'll talk about, I got to get a corner. So, like, all of these guys that you talk about at 20, you're also going to be talking about at names if you traded back and got that 39 or pick 34, whatever it is, from Tennessee and from Cleveland. But a lot of chatter when it comes to, what are the top players in this draft? And the Athletic put out from scouts like Bailey, explosive, dynamic rusher, a lot of love for Sonny Styles. If you want a guy that's more freakish, it would be Arvell Reese. But, to me, those are the type of dudes that you're looking at, and I don't think they're going to be making it to you at 12.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. All righty. It's a Football Fix here with you in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got Chris Young coming up next. We'll talk with the Rangers president of baseball operations. Pre-game tonight once again at 8 with the first pitch at 8:40 as Mackenzie Gore looks to keep it rocking. We got CY on with you next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on The Fan.
But it's Pluckers draft time, ladies and gentlemen, our favorite time of the year. And the Pluckers annual draft party hosted by us here at 105.3 The Fan is back at all 9 DFW Pluckers locations. And we look forward to hanging out with you and the rest of the Tolos on Thursday, April 23rd, 9 days away from night 1 of the NFL draft. And it's so cool what Pluckers does. If you want to, you can sign up as a general manager of a team. You guess who the team will select, and if you're correct, you are a hero, as Pluckers makes everyone eligible for some very cool specials. And the specials get better, so you'll want to stick around all night. And everyone knows that Pluckers is not only the best place for chicken wings in DFW, but also the best place to watch your favorite team with over 60 TVs in each location. They were named Best Sports Bar in DFW by the Dallas Observer, as well as one of the top 10 wing restaurants in America by USA Today. It's fresh, not frozen, made from scratch. Get ready for a huge draft party Thursday night, April 23rd with Pluckers and The Fan. And remember, if you don't like their wings, they'll give you the bird.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
When you're trying to get a home equity loan in Texas, you want to work with someone who knows what they're doing. At TexasLending.com, we have some loan officers who've closed dozens of home equity loans per month for over 20 years. Call TexasLending.com. Work with people you can trust, people that know your own backyard, people that can close fast. It's TexasLending.com for your home equity loan. Call us today. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
All right, Dawson back here with you. Wanted to chat briefly about my friends at Window Nation. Go to windownation.com because spring is here. It's a great time to open up your windows, maybe get some fresh air in. Maybe you're doing the spring cleaning thing. But if your windows don't open easily anymore, maybe you notice they're leaking or broken in another way. Maybe they just need repainting again. And you're thinking, should I just get new windows? The answer could very well be yes. And Window Nation has an amazing sale going on right now. The more you buy, the more you save sale. You can save up to 50% off all the windows in your home, and you can get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Hey, we have uncertain times. One of the best investments you can make in a time like this is in your home, and windows retain 80% of their value. You can put a 5-figure facelift on your home right now if you're getting ready to put on the market. New windows from Window Nation can make it much more appealing, but for the rest of us that are planning to stay in our home for the foreseeable future, new windows from Window Nation can save us hundreds, if not thousands, on our energy bills because Window Nation has the most energy efficient windows in the entire world. That's why they have an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, 96% customer satisfaction rating, 45,000 5-star reviews online. Window Nation is simply the best. That's why they are a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. And right now, better than ever, up to 50% off all the new windows in your home, no interest financing for 5 years. The sale's going to end soon, so do not wait to put an end to your window problems. Go to windownation.com.
Midlothian, are you ready? Midlofest is back April 25th from 1 to 8 p.m. Enjoy a full day of live music, great food, local vendors, and family-friendly fun. There's something for everyone. Plus, 105.3 The Fan brings the Fan Hang from 2:30 to 5:30. So grab the crew and score some limited edition swag. Midlofest is supported by Midlothian Community Development. Don't miss Midlofest, April 25th in downtown Midlothian. Free admission. Purchase VIP totes and get details now at midlothianchamber.org.
Hi. Sorry, did I startle you? When you're used to hearing a certain type of commercial, something like this can, well, take you by surprise. That's kind of how it is with the Lexus RX, a vehicle that has continued to defy expectations for over 25 years. From the first luxury vehicle of its kind, to the first hybrid luxury vehicle, to the only plug-in hybrid worthy of the RX name, we understand you want more than the everyday SUV. And isn't being understood an amazing feeling? Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Back pain, muscle strain, or a stomach ache? Skip the internet search and talk to a healthcare professional. Call Medical City Healthcare's Consult-A-Nurse to connect to an experienced licensed nurse who can provide health advice where and when you need it. Consult-A-Nurse is available 24/7 and it's free. Call 844-70-NURSE. When it's a question of your health, don't leave it to guesswork. Medical City Healthcare Consult-A-Nurse, the official healthcare system of the Texas Rangers.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos and more. Start the process right now, online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Tired of overpriced energy drinks? Ditch the can. Meet Whip Energy Pouches, a better way to energize. Whip is made with clean caffeine and great tasting flavors. No calories, no sugar, no nicotine. Just pop it in and go. Whip is the best way to stay focused without chugging another expensive energy drink. So next time you need energy, try Whip. Whip Energy Pouches, a better way to energize. Find Whip near you in Dallas and Houston at Murphy USA and Quick Trip trip locations or visit WIPWhip.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a cybersecurity engineer at a publicly traded company.
We've been hacked! They're through our firewall!
How is that even possible?
They got my password.
Please don't tell me your password was password.
It's actually password 1.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, welcome back. It is time now for the Chris Young Show here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Pregame is coming up at 8 o'clock tonight as they're in Sacramento in the minor league ballpark to take on the A's once again. And hopefully Mackenzie Gore has his A game and pitches the Rangers to victory again. Last night was glorious. Severino with control issues. Then Berger hitting the bomb ski, the first of 2 that he had on the night, now 4 for the season. But Rangers won comfortably last night. What could be in store tonight? Pregame's coming up at 8 o'clock, and we have CY here in just a few minutes to update you on all the Rangers topics. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in Dallas. Yeah, Berger doubled the amount of home runs he had on the year last night from 2 to 4. And if he's going to be hot like that and be that presence in the cleanup spot all year long, I will feel great about this offense.
Amen, man.
We're trending towards average or better.
Oh, absolutely. Especially if Josh Young and Evan Carter can continue to play the way they're playing. Like Josh Young is found his groove again. He's looking good at the plate. I feel like he's playing confident. Evan Carter
not chasing the ball.
I think the entire offensive club and what they're doing. I think Evan Grant had the note in the 7th inning and later. I mean, their production's up like a 25% right now compared to a year ago. I mean, that's huge for them to be able to come back and rally in some of these games.
And it's been an issue for years. I mean, even going back to the 2023 year, they would not win games late, but they are producing over the course of the entire game so far this year. Last night it was 11 hits and 5 walks, 16 base runners, as they're amongst the league leaders in bases on balls. And tonight going up against Jeffrey Springs, it's not going to be easy, but I'm starting to look at it like when you see a quality pitcher on the other side, like I can't wait to see how this Rangers lineup reacts and adjust to what the opposition's trying to do. The Rangers so far are under the impression Wyatt Langford is going to be in the lineup tonight, missing just 3 days with a mild strain of his right quadricep that happened. Was that Friday night against the Dodgers? I guess that would
it was
be
after his home run, I believe. Yeah, I think it was on Friday night.
Friday night against the Dodgers, and we'll get confirmation on that one here with CY here in just a second, but it looks like Wyatt Langford is fixing to make his return. Okay, just one game to go with the Dallas Stars. They were on the ropes a little bit last night, down 5-3 with 12 minutes to go, but they make the run against Toronto. What are we hoping to see here for the rest of this week going into Saturday's game against Minnesota?
Yeah, I mean, you got a chance to go on into the playoffs feeling really good. 5-game win streak. I mean, obviously the health's going to be important. It was good to get Fox and Bunting back in the lineup. Love seeing Maverick Bork with that Hattie. But the big news is just you wait and see, what's the availability of Roope Hintz and Miro Heiskanen. And I believe, I've seen some people throwing out there. They've got sources at the American Airlines Center. Noon on Saturday could be game 1 against the Wild, and then a night game for game 2. None of the things confirmed yet on what exactly the schedule is going to look like, but that game 1's going to be on Saturday at the home barn.
So we're in the same some time zone situation, which is cool.
It is, but 2 years ago when they opened up against Minnesota, they still got that 8:30 p.m.
I know,
start, which is so
it's like very weird.
Yeah, but a Saturday day game would be nice, and
absolutely.
the Barn's going to be
Yeah.
rocking noon or 8:30, whatever it is. I think they got the best home crowd in all the Metroplex.
We're going to have NBA play-in games tonight. Hornets are hosting the Heat. The Suns are hosting the Trailblazers. Both those games are going to be on Prime. If you're still interested in some basketball playoff action, I think a lot of fans are probably just checked out for now till the Mavs get good again. Brian,
Dawson, as a Portland Trailblazer former fan, when they that whole thing went down early in the year about the gambling stuff, right?
Yeah.
And Portland, Thiago Splitter?
Yeah, Thiago Splitter's done a nice job.
It's amazing to me. Like, he's like interim dude, and they're like, oh, is he coached? Has he ever done this? The next thing you know, here's Portland in a playing game situation.
Yeah. I think they gotta like his chances of continuing to be the coach of that team because he looked the
happened
part.
really early.
Yeah.
The gambling stuff.
Oh yeah,
right?
first couple weeks of the season.
The gambling
Chauncey
thing,
Billups was fired.
Yeah.
Gosh, that feels like so long ago.
Yeah, but he stepped in, and everybody's
That's
going,
right.
"What the hell are they doing over there?" And next thing you know, here they are with a chance to maybe to get in.
Yeah, the Brazilian national played for the San Antonio Spurs and a couple of other teams during his days as a player, and I'd lost track of him, but he popped up there and has them in the play-in game.
Yeah,
it's a significant improvement from where they were last year. If you missed it earlier, it was revealed that somehow Con Knipple is the Rookie of the Year favorite on Polymarket. They moved it up to 55%. Apparently, a couple of the voter ballots had been leaked, and it was revealed that the majority of these ballots are going with Knipple over Cooper Flagg. So not the end of the world, I take offense, and I don't appreciate our guys being slighted like this. I think it is just overall the general anonymity of the Mavericks roster, unfortunately, or their place post Luka trade. It's just they've been forgotten about because there's no way, if you're an actual basketball journalist, if you watched both of these guys play for an extended period of time, you would think that Con Knipple is deserving of the award or has a better future in this game.
Yeah, the Cooper highs were just so much higher than Knipple's this year.
And the averages, better points,
right.
rebounds, assists.
It's really just the three-point shooting and the fact that Knipple's on a good team. And by good team, I just mean a play-in team that has a chance to make the playoffs. It's not even like, oh my gosh, they've ascended the Hornets into a home court advantage first-round type of team.
Yeah.
They're a play-in team.
He's a spot-up shooter on a team with LaMelo Ball having top 10 usage, and he's a wizard. He is. I don't want to take anything away from the Hornets or Con Knipple, but I thought that was interesting that Cooper Flagg is no longer your Rookie of the Year favorite. It is time now for the Chris Young Show here on your home of the Rangers, brought to you by Medical City Healthcare and Lexus. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Lexus dealership today. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys, I'm well. How are you all?
Well, we're doing great. We were just talking about the game last night and how much fun that was. What was your favorite part? Was it the burger bombs or the Evaldi start last night?
Well, just seeing Evo locked in like that, if we just give him a couple runs, you could tell early on, if we just got him a couple runs, it was likely going to be a good night for us. But I'll tell you just very truthfully, when we get out to 4-0 lead early, I can relax a little bit. So my enjoyment meter went up significantly once we scored early. And, with the runs early in Evo, and then the guys added on and kind of put it out of reach, which was really nice. I was happy that Evo didn't have to go back out for the 8th inning. And, he's got a big start in 4 days against Seattle. So it was just all in all a great night. I love the way the team's fighting. It's been a fun last week, and hopefully we can continue to build on it.
I love seeing Evo hit the smelling salts at one point during the game. any smelling salts when you were playing? Did that give you a little extra oomph?
No, I never did that. I never tried it, and I don't even know if we had it, but I saw that last night as well, and I thought, man, I should have tried that. Maybe it would have given me another mile per hour or so.
I like the idea of you doing that right before you make a big call to another team on a trade or something, and you just rip the smelling salts real quick to get that trade over the line.
Well, maybe I'll do it before I come on the air next week, and you may get a different version of it. We'll see.
Hey, CY, I'm not a moral victory guy, but did you learn anything about your baseball team playing the Dodgers for 3 nights?
Yeah, it was fun. I was out there for the series, and my takeaway is that we can play with anybody. I mean, that's the most talented team in baseball, and certainly you want to measure yourself against the best. And we were in all 3 games. We easily could have won 2 or 3. We came away with 1. But for 2 of our young pitchers, especially Kamar and Jack, I think it was great learning experiences. And the team just doesn't quit. They don't fight. I love, and if you guys watch on TV, you may pick up on it, but you can hear our dugout through the TV cheering for each other. And when the guys take a good pitch or they lay off a hard pitch in the dirt, you just hear the enthusiasm for each other. And it's really special to hear that. And so it tells me the team has a lot of fight, and I'm very proud of the way they're playing. I'm proud of the way they're preparing, the way they're, they didn't back down in LA. And while they got the best of us in terms of 2 or 3, I think this team will continue to get better as we go.
Well, it all starts with your leadoff guy and Brandon Nimmo, and I might be getting ahead of myself here, CY, but I've already started the MVP cause for Brandon Nimmo. What do you think about the way your offense is performing just a couple weeks into the season?
Yeah, well, first of all, we faced some really tough pitching, which always makes it a little bit challenging. I think in terms of the number of ace pitchers or the stuff quality that we've seen thus far, we're near the top of the league in terms of our opponents that we've seen. So it's hard to get a perfect read on the offense. Obviously, there have been a couple low-scoring games, and there have been some where we really put up runs. And in LA, we're able to, to score that last game and put up 7. And last night was a good example. So I love, just more importantly, the approach and the way the guys are preparing and attacking and committing to a game plan. And, I think over the course of the season, if they continue to do that, we're going to have a lot of success and we're going to score some runs. And with our pitching staff, if we can give them some run support, it's going to be a fun year.
CY, we're kind of with Josh, it looks like he's turned the corner a little bit. And we always talk about the chase. How hard is it to get a player not to press or to chase pitches?
Well, it's hard because being aggressive is what makes some of these guys really good. They have to have a mindset that they're going to be aggressive and they're going to attack. And you'd rather have that than be sort of a defensive mindset, so to speak. And but there is such thing as being overly aggressive, and there's ways pitchers can take advantage of that. And I certainly did that. I knew who were the free swingers, who were the guys that would expand, who you necessarily didn't have to throw many strikes to. And that's for JJ. That's part of the game plan, and he's continuing to improve. He's still showing signs of improvement, and when he gets hot, he can really impact the team. And so it's fun to see him hot right now. LA was a great series for him. Last night obviously came through. And my hope is that he continues to build off this. And if he does, and he gets wisdom and experience, he'll learn he doesn't have to be super aggressive. I never wanted to lose some of that aggressive mindset, but you can't be too aggressive to where they exploit you.
It's the Chris Young Show here on The Fan. Going back to Friday night, CY, how'd you like the way Rocker pitched, and especially the way he battled in that 5th inning, bases loaded jam that he was able to work out of?
Well, it's one of the things I look for is obviously, a young player. You're playing in front of 55,000 fans. It's Ohtani bobblehead giveaway night.
Yeah.
The place was rocking. The energy in that stadium was electric. There are a lot of young players that would fold in that environment, and Kamar came out and he was in charge. He was not afraid of the moment. He was relaxed, calm, focused, and he handled the environment unbelievably well. And, it brought out the best in him, in my opinion. And so I thought it was a great start for him. There's some little things that he's going to continue to improve as he goes. But, as a number 5 starter to go in that environment on a Friday night and go toe-to-toe with Tyler Glass now, one of the best in the game. And really, he left the game when we were ahead. So, I see it as all positives.
It's the Chris Young Show here on 105.3 The Fan. So do you have in your mind, how good could this offense be?
Some of that, it's hard to predict, and I'm not smart enough to predict it. We as a front office aren't good enough. What we tried to do is put together a team that, complements each other. There's going to be quality at bats. We can find a way. We can beat you with power. We can beat you with speed. We can find ways to manufacture runs. We can draw walks if we need to do that. That we have some versatility and the guys complement. But I think the most important piece of the offense and what they can become is how well they collectively buy in and commit to it. And I think that's what we've seen early in the season is this collective commitment and approach. They haven't depended on the same guys every night to score. I think last night, the bottom of the order really provided the offense and the hits. And, that's what good teams do, is that they're balanced and a different guy steps up every night.
How's Wyatt doing with the quad strain?
Wyatt's great. He's last I heard, he's back in there tonight. The DH. He's feeling great. We're still he's so important to us. We're gonna play it a little bit slowly, but my guess is the next day or two he'll be back in left field. But he's doing really, really well. We dodged a bullet.
A big topic for us locally has been at home and the way the ball's traveling. Clearly, the offense has been super productive during this road trip so far. How much are you guys looking into that, or is that kind of something that we're making too big of a deal out of?
Well, it's hard to predict, and after last season, I understand why there is a lot of focus on it. The ball certainly played differently in our ballpark last year. It was an extreme pitcher's park. Does that mean it's going to be that way this year? I guess until proven otherwise, you would maybe accept that. I don't think the first homestand is the best way to evaluate that. We did face really good pitching. And the other thing that I am most focused on is that we find a way to win in our home ballpark, that over the last 3 seasons, our record has been extremely good there. And so how do we maintain that home field advantage, that competitive advantage that we have at home? And, but we are studying it constantly. I wish I could tell you we had a perfect answer, but it's something we're going to continue to evaluate.
It's Chris Young Show here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, we love how much you care about this team. What would you compare that early inning anxiety to that maybe we could relate to? Is there anything?
It's a great question. I mean, maybe the anxiety of taking a test, or the day before you walk into a big test, maybe just knowing that it's going to be a challenge, and you don't know how you're going to do, but you hope you come out ahead.
Well, we love your answers and your insights to all thing Rangers, usually every Monday at 4:20, but whatever you need, man, we'll float the sked for you anytime. Thank you so much for the great work on this
guys,
team.
I appreciate the support. Thanks for having me, and let's have another good week here and keep building.
There he goes. Chris Young Show, brought to you by Medical City Healthcare and by Lexus. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Lexus dealership today. Pregame's coming up at 8 o'clock. What do we got next, Chief, in addition to the finest?
Yes, sir. The man who mocked downs to Dallas is walking it back, and we asked the question, is this grit next in the nation?
All right, well, I'm asking you the question. What do you have planned tonight for dinner? I got the spot for you. It's Twin Peaks. You already know it is the perfect place to get a delicious 29-degree draft beer served in a frosted mug. It just tastes better when you get whatever your favorite beer is in a frosted mug. Absolutely delicious. Plus, you got wall-to-wall TVs with every game, every fight, every big moment. So we got playoffs in basketball and hockey right around the corner. There's no better place to meet up with your buddies or take the family to, because there's something on that menu for everybody. They got burgers, stacked high, cooked to order. The smoked wings are absolutely delicious. They got flavors that you're going to absolutely love. Brisket, signature cocktails, and those ice-cold drafts, as I mentioned. Plus, they're doing seasonal specials. They got limited time menus for you. They're always cooking up something new and exciting at Twin Peaks, plus the glorious happy hour deal. So stop what you're doing. Make plans to go check out and get that lodge experience. Cold beer, hot wings, and the best views in the game. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece. At 12:20, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher. Plus, we continue the draft scouting breakdown with the Dallas Visitors. Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
Most car buyers don't know this. The longer your loan, the more likely you are to owe more than your car is worth. Millions of drivers are stuck in 6- and 7-year loans facing negative equity. Leasing with D&M avoids that trap, letting you drive the car you want without years of depreciation. For 50 years, Texans have trusted D&M to keep payments under control and drive smarter. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com. D&M Leasing, the smarter way Texans drive.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in the pro basketball play-in, Charlotte, a 5.5-point home favorite against Miami. And Charlotte has been a darling this season, a really fun team to watch, but not a ton of postseason experience, and Miami obviously has it in droves. I don't know if Miami wins, but I'll take Miami to cover the spread. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you have IRS problems, you have legal problems, and you need an attorney. Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath.
And I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Namath and Flores. So many of our clients routinely reach out to us after they have already unsuccessfully spent thousands of dollars with some out-of-state tax resolution company.
National tax resolution companies do a lot of talking, but if you're facing IRS wage levies, bank levies, or tax liens, you should have the law offices of Namath and Flores behind you.
Call us today at 972-484-0-TAX, offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
Why the long face? Summer's coming up, and in Texas, that means swimsuit season's hitting by late April. Don't panic because you got Souza Clinics. Real Texans dropping up to 20 pounds a month. It's medically supervised, rapid, safe, natural, no surgery, no pills, no shakes, no side effects. See for yourself. Real people with real results at weightlossfortexas.com. That's weightloss4, texas.com. You can also call 972-479-5187 for your free consultation. Call Souza Clinic today and leave those pounds in the dust.
The 2026 PBR World Finals Unleash the Beast returns to Fort Worth, May 7th through 10th at Cowtown Coliseum and May 14th through 17th at Dickies Arena. Ready to beat Cowboy? Tickets at PBRWorldFinals.com. It's bowl time.
Puka, Bella, I'm sure you've noticed some changes.
Who are you talking to?
I'm just practicing for when I have to tell the dogs about the twins, because they'll
Be fine in the spacious third row seat.
But the twins
Can sleep peacefully thanks to the rear manual sunshade.
And what about the
Extra cargo space for strollers and dog beds?
I guess you're right.
Can we go to the hospital now? The contractions are getting closer.
The 3-row Lexus TX. Because everyone should feel like the center of the universe. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Caught in an online health advice rabbit hole? Get real answers from a real healthcare professional. Call Medical City Healthcare's Consult-A-Nurse to connect to an experienced licensed nurse who can provide health advice where and when you need it. Consult-A-Nurse is available 24/7 and it's free. Call 844-70-NURSE. When it's a question of your health, don't leave it to guesswork. Medical City Healthcare Consult-A-Nurse, the official healthcare system of the Texas Rangers.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Hey Tolos, it's Corey Majors here, and let's talk retirement. If you're like most folks, you're worried about paying too much in taxes in your golden years. My good friend David Dustin, founder of the MoneyWorks Group, can help you keep more of what you've earned with guarantees. David's helped tons of folks right here in North Texas create efficient, safety-first retirement strategies, and he's giving away a free copy of his Safe Money book to help you do the same. Visit MoneyWorksGroup.com for your copy. David Dustin with MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow with retirement guarantees for life.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This segment of the Fan is brought to you by Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electrical.
Jeff Cox here, president of Berkey's. We're celebrating 50 years of serving DFW. Save $19.75 on a new 40 or 50-gallon American water heater installed. Huge savings on the things you need. Visit us at Berkeys.com today.
In 37968.
Working the phones, at the practices, and covering the biggest events, we call it the Fan Difference. The more you listen, the more you know when you turn it on and leave it on. The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Jacob Junis, Rangers closer. Can we call him the closer?
I think we can.
Yeah.
He can be the closer.
He's got 3 saves. Yeah. Saves leader. Jacob Junis coming up. Rangers player show in about 12 minutes or so. Here's Chief with the finest.
Been a lot of news today, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get to it right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time. A day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Well, if you missed it, Diana Rossini is resigning from the Athletics, seemingly blaming everyone else and taking zero accountability, and she's just moving on, and we'll see if she can find a way to move up. Now, the big news in draft land and Cowboys land was Peter Schrager, who is one of the better NFL insiders out there. He had his mock draft last week, and he had Caleb Downs falling to Dallas at 12, okay? And now he's doing a good old-fashioned walk back after getting some feedback from around the league after his initial mock draft. Here's Peter Schrager talking about that with Pat McAfee.
Caleb Downs, I had him going 12 to the Cowboys. I've been told by numerous teams there is no chance in bloody hell that Caleb Downs will be around at 12 overall. So that's one to put there. He is likely going before 12. Again, it's all fluid, but the big feedback I got from teams was that, yes, positionally, a safety you wouldn't take in the top 5 or the top 10. It just doesn't make sense to do so because they don't make the same money on the free agent market, and you want to get the most value for your pick. But with the lack of blue chip prospects in this draft, and I really only have 4, I have Mendoza as a blue chipper, and from what I'm told, it's 3 positions that are not positions that are usually highly paid. It's a running back in Love, it's an off-the-ball linebacker in Styles, and it's a safety in Downs. If you're a team in the top 10, do you reach for an offensive lineman? Do you reach for a wide receiver? Do you reach for a corner? Or do you hit it right on the fairway and say, you know what? We wake up Friday morning, we got Caleb Downs, we have an outstanding football player to our team, and we are way better than we were yesterday if we take this guy.
Preach. And it's Albert Breer has just put out his Tuesday notes. He said, I'll give you one thing I think here, and that's not based on what he's hearing, but Caleb Downs is the perfect fit for the Giants. And you had Jordan Schultz today report that the Cowboys and Giants might be interested in a player, and the Giants could be, or the Cowboys could be moving up ahead of the Giants. Maybe it is Caleb Downs. We thought Sonny Styles. It could be Caleb Downs.
Yeah, I mean, you could certainly see that. Again, when you make the Harbaugh connection with the Ravens, you see Kyle Hamilton and the success he was able to have in Baltimore and still getting a lockdown guy in the back end who can do so much for you, and Caleb Downs would make plenty of sense. But if you're moving up ahead of the Giants and Arvell Reese is there, isn't that who you're taking?
I wonder if they would take – did you say Styles is gone?
No, I mean, I think –
I wonder if Dallas gets to 4 – I'd be interested to see how they have Styles, Downs, and say Delane ranked.
Because, I mean, I think the thinking is Reese could go 3 to the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Now, if he doesn't and he's there, then Reese would make a ton of sense. I just think Caleb Downs is perfect for what Christian Parker wants in that secondary. That's a dude who can wear the green dot. You can play him all over the place. But, Arvell Reese is a freak.
I've asked my gang of 7. 3 general managers got back to me, and the question I asked them was, do you guys feel that Downs will be there when Dallas picks at 12?
Mm-hmm.
2 of them said maybe. 1 of them said no. So that's 3 general managers in the league so far that I've asked.
So you got to take that as 3 no's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody's feeling like, oh, yeah, for sure. You know?
Yeah.
Like it's
like
just...
2 of them said, 2 of them, like they were pretty much like, maybe. You know, they weren't really sure. I mean, they said it in a way, because I asked it like, is Downs going to be there at 12? No, maybe. So they're trying to, I guess, work through some things themselves, a couple teams, but one of the teams was adamant. He said no, he's not going to be there.
Yeah, doesn't seem likely. And for Schrager, I mean, if he's getting feedback from around the league and he's trying to get the perfect mock, like his second and final mock that he does next week or whatever is one that he's trying his best to get as many picks right as possible. And if he's being told, it's not going to happen. Maybe Downs goes to Dallas, but they're going to have to trade up to get him. Sure.
I think Schrager's best quality as a reporter or an insider is that people like him.
Yes.
People want to help him be right.
Yeah,
he's super likable.
He is a very likable guy.
He is.
Absolutely a likable guy. Yeah.
Okay.
But you're right, Dawson. I think you said it yesterday. If you want to put false information out there, give it to him.
To call.
That's a guy to call.
I mean, because of people
you
liking
want to sack
him.
the Schrags?
Well, I want to get the player to me, I want the information to flow in a way that would help me. But that's a good question. If Schrags is that likable, I don't think a lot of people want to sack him.
No. I mean, but then again, Dick Vitale got sacked yesterday.
That's right.
I mean, it can happen to the best of us, right?
Well, the best of them.
No kidding. Now we have the story here. Former AFL depoy. What does that mean, Broadus?
Defensive Player of the Year.
Freddie McGee is standing outside the Detroit Lions facility with a sign asking for a tryout.
No.
I've
seen this before. Valley
I've
Ranch.
seen this guy.
This is like 8 a.m.
Yeah, Valley Ranch. Like you're pulling in, and the guy's like, give me a tryout kind of a thing.
He's got his cleats tied together, wrapped around. He's wearing them basically as a necklace, showing like I'm ready to rock and roll right now.
Yeah.
And he's got a big sign, like a homeless guy standing on the
Clearly
side
a
of the
homemade
street.
sign.
Like
Yeah.
how many people have driven by and just unknowingly just given this guy $5? I don't know. We'll never know. But it says, "This is grit. No agent, 14 interceptions, 25 PBUs, depoy in the AFL, need one shot." He said God put it on his heart. He's had this goal since he was 5 years old. He's trying to play for the Detroit Lions, and he's doing the "this is grit" because that's a buzzword for Man Campbell.
He's luckily the lion that they have chained up outside, hadn't attacked him yet.
This is the guy that's going to get his kneecaps bitten off at practice and then just thrown into the meat shredder, dude. That's what's going to happen. But I'm pulling for him, man. Freddie McGee, Defensive Player of the Year. This is the guy with the resume.
I wonder if they'll run him in a 40 just to see.
Why not? Right there on the side.
Yeah, putting him in.
Just go into the median,
He's
put him
gone
on the
viral.
grass.
Mike Lombardi did that to me one time.
Mike, you in a 40?
Go talk to the guy in the parking lot with the sign.
Mike Lombardi had me work out his neighbor. Like his neighbor.
His neighbor?
Yeah, the guy's like, I could. The guy,
I've seen this guy pull weeds and mow his lawn. He's got something.
How about this? A guy showed up one time.
Vascular. He's got some ankle flexibility.
Lombardi wanted to work this guy out. He showed up like in a Chris Bonio jersey, like a Philadelphia Eagle jersey.
Is that a kicker?
I looked at Lombardi. I said, "You ever do that effing to me again, I will beat your ass."
Wow.
And he's like, "Well, man, you're doing me a favor." I go, "Well, where were you? Why was I out there?"
I have biased eyes. Broadus, I can't watch that tryout.
Why?
I was having lunch.
I love him. He's top of my board.
I go to a party like in the summertime. Like we go out to the Ocean City. Mike's got a house out there. And the neighbor's hanging out drinking Coronas with us.
Dang right he
And I'm
is.
like, "You're the guy I worked out."
What'd you think?
He goes, "Yeah, how about that?" And I looked at Mike. I said, "F you." And he's like, "No, man, that was serious. That was I go, "No, it wasn't. It wasn't serious.
He pranked you. You were getting hazed.
Hey, that was grit, bro.
He did. He goes, and he had the guy show up. Downstairs at the vet.
Was it your neighbor's kid or his neighbor's kid?
It was his neighbor.
How old's this guy?
He was like 30-something years old. And he's like, comes downstairs.
What are you doing, Make-A-Wish Foundation?
He was all state in middle school.
Michael was like, he was pulling the prank. And so the guy comes down, he's downstairs, and Michael goes, the guy goes, Michael Lombardi told me you would give me a tryout. And I go, what? He goes, "Yeah, Mike told me you'd give me a tryout." And I tried to kill the guy. I tried.
Oh, with the workout?
With the workout. Yeah. I tried to okay, if you're going to do this, I'm going to make this workout like wave drills, up, downs. I did all the...
Yeah, bring Sally up.
Yeah. I was like trying to make him throw up. Huh. But I told Michael, I go, don't ever do that again.
Good cardio.
Yeah, but the guy, he was down there at the vet. And he was like, "Yeah,
That's
Mike
hilarious.
said," and he had on like a Bonio jersey.
Could have been the next
amazing.
Vince Papale story.
That's what I was
right
saying.
there in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Chief. Yes, sir. Okay, we got to run. 3 hours down, 2 to go. Time for the Rangers player show and the closer, Jacob Junis, set to join you coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Patriots Executive Vice President of Player Personnel Elliott Wolf left the door open yesterday for the team to improve their roster with a trade for Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown. With the other AFC contenders improving around them, the defending AFC champions need to give quarterback Drake May a true number one wide receiver to keep up with the conference. As of right now, the Patriots are not the favorites to win the AFC. That honor goes to Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. I'm Adam Abdallah.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You follow here, Tolos, and I love CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community, and you can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th, and you can trust them to get the job done right. That's why I love them, because they take pride in what they do. The process is worry-free, starting with your free estimate. When you choose CertaPro Painters, you're not just hiring a service, you're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 five-star reviews to make your house feel like a home. Do what I did. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
Turn up your radio, Ranger fans. It's time for the Golden Chick Dot Race. Make your picks. And remember, no wagering, please. And they're off. They're neck and neck. Red moves ahead, but Blue's a strong second. Now Green takes the lead at the home plate turn. And speaking of plates, I always add extra rolls to mine. Golden Chick rolls are baked fresh daily and so good, they're famous. Green starts to lag. Blue is nowhere to be seen, but Red digs deep for the win.
The basketball playoffs are right around the corner, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship on Kalshi. You're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers, and as the odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade $10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Gavin Dawson here for Men's T Clinic. If you're not feeling like you, I know how hard it can be to take that first step. But once you take it with Men's T Clinic, everything starts lining up. Hormones, mood, weight, muscle mass, and those symptoms holding you back finally end up in the rear view mirror. 1 in 5 men has low testosterone. So what's next? Endless scrolling's not going to get you there. Do what I did. And call a dedicated men's health expert at Men's T Clinic, 972-GO-MEN'S-T. Mention me, get free in-body composition analysis and a B12 shot. Men'sTClinic.com.
Men's T Clinic, 1-800
2460T.
Men'sTClinic.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. The boys are out in Sacramento getting set to take on the Athletics here, and it is time now for the Rangers Player Show here on The Fan. Brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. As joining us now, Rangers reliever with a sub-3 ERA in each of his last 3 seasons. His first season here with the Rangers, 3 saves, a .5 whip, and a 0.0 ERA. Jacob Junis joining us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me on.
Well, thanks for joining us. Congrats on your success. Now, are we clear to call you the closer? It seems like the shoe fits there pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to take it one day at a time. Whenever my name's called, go out there and, put up some zeros for the squad. So I don't know about calling me that yet, but just trying to go get it done when my name's called.
How's it feel for you with the game on the line and everything? Is it different, or do you like it? How do you feel about it?
I try not to overthink it, really, man. I'm trying to literally I pitch in all different sorts of situations in my career. I started for a while. I did long relief. I was middle relief. I've, had a little bit of experience throwing in some leverage games last year. I've had a save or two here the last few years. So I've been in pretty much any situation that you can imagine in a ball game. And yeah, I guess just, really just trying to take it one day at a time and go out there and get it done.
So what made you want to join the Rangers? What did they tell you when they called you up?
They really liked who I am, the way I throw, the way I attack hitters, throw strikes, and try not to walk guys, and around the zone. And also for me, it was big that they had so much success on the pitching side of things in the last year or so. At least last year, I was put on notice that they had a really, really, really good pitching staff. And when I talked to the coaches, it seemed like a great fit. And for me, I live in Arizona in the off season, so having Arizona spring training and being somewhat closer to home, quick flight, hour 45 minute flight from Dallas to my home in Arizona was a big deal. And playing in the AL West on the West Coast, a lot of games, that was a big factor for me.
So we had a really good conversation with your teammate Tyler Alexander, and we went through the evolution of his facial hair and just his hair since he's been in the league. I'm looking at a picture of you back with the Omaha Storm Chasers, and you look completely different. So how has this gone when it comes to the beard, the hair, as you've gone about your major league career?
Well, when I was with the Storm Chasers, we had a strict no facial hair policy in the minor leagues with Kansas City. They were pretty strict on the rules, pants up, keep the facial hair shaved, no long hair allowed. They were pretty strict on that stuff. So that's why, even though I could grow a beard back then and would have loved to have a beard and some longer hair, I just wasn't allowed to until I got to the big league. So, definitely didn't have super long hair like I do now. That kind of happened the last 4 years or so, where I just kind of started growing it out. But for those shaved-faced minor league photos, that's the reason why.
Now, how would you describe your long hair? Is this rocker long hair? Is this like country red hair? Is this hockey long hair? What kind of long hair do you have?
I have it long. It's long on top and shaved on the sides. It's so long that I usually have to pull it up into like more of a bun when it's not coming out of my hat. But I don't really have a name for it. It's kind of just a style I've been rocking the last couple of years, and it looks good in a baseball cap. I know that. It just feels right with the baseball cap on.
Yeah. Jacob Junis here with you on The Fan.
Yeah, it looks badass, dude. You're wearing the hell out of that thing. And you got the sweet feet, too. Like, light on your feet. Seeing you get off the mound, making plays, the athleticism. Like, what is your background, bro? Is it only baseball, or did you do some other stuff?
They were definitely testing me in Baltimore, man.
Bro.
A couple there in a row where I had to sprint over there and make a play. I usually try to stay away from the ball as much as possible after I let it go, but my background athletically, I grew up playing basketball, played it all through high school, and still love following basketball, NBA, college, and whatnot now. But definitely don't get to play as much as I get older and the career's progressed on the diamond. But that definitely basketball helped me, stay athletic and build my foundation as an athlete and help me on the baseball field for sure.
You're talking about a basketball career. You averaged 19 points a game as a basketball player?
Yeah. I was a first team All-State basketball player my senior year of high school.
Congrats.
I could shoot it and score a little bit, and that was probably my most natural sport growing up was basketball. My dad, he never played baseball growing up. He was a basketball player, so basketball came pretty natural. Shooting hoops in the backyard with him and stuff. So, love basketball to this day.
Did you start out as an infielder initially and then change to pitching? Do I get that right?
I did. I was going to go to college and be a two-way player, at least give it a shot.
Sure.
I grew up playing infield and just kind of started pitching more my junior and senior year of high school. I always had a good arm. And growing up in the Midwest, you don't face a ton of great pitching. So I think they saw that my future was going to be at least professionally as a pitcher. And I decided to hang the bat up once I got drafted and decided to sign. And I think that was a pretty good idea.
Were any schools looking at you for hoop?
I did. Yeah, there were some smaller Division I schools and Division II schools that they would send me letters and stuff. I never really took any of it that serious because I always knew baseball was going to be my ticket, what I was going to do at the next level. But, there was a little bit of interest in basketball.
It's Jacob Junis here with you, and that's in Illinois, right? So were you growing up, you're a Bulls fan? Probably?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Ooh,
yep.
okay.
Grew up Michael Jordan guy. And then obviously my era was more like Derrick Rose when I was in high school. So those Derrick Rose, Joakim Noah, those teams that were battling the Brown in the playoffs. Yeah, that was kind of my time.
Was Joakim Noah right about how bad Cleveland is? Because I know you were a Guardian at one point. Did he hit the nail on the head?
See, back then I would agree with him. But after playing there last year, I have nothing bad to say about Cleveland at all. I actually really enjoyed the city. The organization's phenomenal. I had a ton of fun over there and have no bad things to say about Cleveland at all.
And then, Jacob, at 6'3", nearly 240, you can sling it, obviously. You're an athlete. You're hooping. I'd have been trying to get you on the field as a quarterback, and I think if you'd grown up in Texas, there was a pretty good chance you would have. Now, what do you think about football? You a big fan? Or?
I did, yep. I follow football. As for my playing career in football, maybe if I did grow up in Texas, we could have given that a shot. But where I went to high school, it was like I don't know what it was, but our program was predominantly just god awful. We would go 0-10 or 1-9 year after year after year after year, and I just never wanted to go out there and really get beat up every Friday night.
So you're a smart
baseball and basketball.
Yeah, so you're a smart guy too. Not only a good athlete, but you're a smart guy.
IQ.
Yeah, high IQ, high IQ in sports.
You had to use the common sense on that one and try to stay away.
Are you a Bears fan as well?
Yes. Yeah, this year was awesome, man. Finally getting to the playoffs again and seeing Caleb kind of take off and the new coach, him and they got that thing figured out, and I think we got some good things working over there.
Okay, more likely Jacob Junis goes full Caleb Williams and paints his fingernails, or that Skip Schumacher goes full Ben Johnson and rips his shirt off in a post-win celebration.
I think there's a better chance of Skip ripping his shirt off. He's pretty jacked. I don't know if I'm going to be painting my nails anytime soon, but hey, I'm not knocking Caleb at all. Whatever he's got to do to go out there and get us a win on Sunday, I'm all for it.
Did you ever work with a catcher that painted his nails, like for the signs and stuff?
Yeah, definitely. That's a pretty common thing of like they put stickers or some like white out on their hands. Luckily, we got PitchCom now. So you don't have to worry about that at all. PitchCom's been like the greatest invention of all time during my career. So,
well, let me ask you this: is PitchCom in the hat? Is it somewhat uncomfortable, or do you just get used to it?
No, you don't really notice it. I guess you might notice it as soon as you put it in your hat and then put your hat on. It might fit a little bit more snug, but. Never really notice it when you're out there Now they have like this little thing that they cut it a little bit, and it has a little tube that sticks in there, and it helps it kind of move around it all. So yeah, you don't really notice it.
How are you liking the ABS challenge system?
It's interesting. I think it's a good thing. It's been fun to watch so far, and it seems like the fans are pretty dialed in every time there's a challenge on the board. So I think it's good. I think it keeps everybody accountable and definitely adds a little bit of excitement to the game.
Do you think it shows we could do it without the umpires actually being back there?
I don't know about that. I think there's still got to be some sort of human element to it, but I think this is a good first step at kind of having a little bit of both. And, who knows what the next steps are if they're really trying to go to full no umpires. But I think having the umpires out there, just like, it feels right. It would feel weird if we were just playing the game by ourselves with, no human element to it at all.
It's a way to stay on the good side of the umpires for now, at least.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Good answer. Hey, the 4-year-old saw your earpiece the other night and said, "I didn't know they were listening to music out there." But I was wondering, could you guys pipe some music in there? Have you ever thought about doing that? Maybe get a little tunes while you're playing or something like that.
In the PitchCom, or what do you mean?
Yeah, in the PitchCom earpiece.
I have no idea. I know that they can change like the voices. They can do it English, Spanish, and they can do some stuff to it. So I don't know. You'd have to talk to one of the tech guys over here with the Rangers and see if they could do that. I don't know.
And then obviously we got to ask you the Kansas City versus Texas barbecue question. Since your time with the Royals, do you have a take on that?
I don't, not yet. I haven't got to experience the Texas barbecue yet. But once I do, I'll for sure let you know. I've heard great things.
Smart guy once again. He knows how to do this.
Darn right.
He's done this before.
Hurtado in the ballpark, man. They'll take good care of you.
Get that brisket sando, bro.
What would be your music of choice in the PitchCom if you could do that?
I like electric dance music, EDM music.
Nice.
So, keeping it the beat upbeat and the vibes good and happy and feel good. That's my jam.
Now, do your kids watch you on TV while you're playing? Do they come to the yard? How do you? They're probably still in Arizona, right?
Yeah, they're in Arizona. They're still in school and all that stuff, and they'll pop in and out of Texas and come visit and whatnot. But my wife and kids, they especially us being 2 hours ahead, time wise, they get to. They put the game on after school, after they're done with sports and homework and stuff, and they're usually tuning in, especially me being in the bullpen now with a option or a possibility of pitching in any game. They kind of got to tune in all the time now, if I was starting, they probably only have it on once a week.
So do they get bummed out when the Rangers go up like 8-1 or something because they know you're not coming in now, or how's that go?
I think my wife loves it, so she doesn't have to have a heart attack watching on TV.
Well, this has been great, Jacob. Congrats on all your success. Welcome to Texas. Hope you stay a long time and give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me on.
There he goes. Jacob Junis here with you on your home of the Rangers. The Rangers Player Show brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. I think we got another guy we could rotate with.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Adam
Good
Junis.
Yes.
Good dude.
Add him to the list, man.
Outstanding stuff. Okay. When we come back, G-Bag Nation, we're going to kick off this expressway. We'll get you the G-Bag of the day in LA Live. Looks like Brian might have some news to pass along for you, and we'll get that to you next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I want to chat D&M leasing with you before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need a brand new vehicle, call D&M right now at 972 or 817-35 lease. Go to dmautoleasing.com and ask them to put you on this Easy Lease program. The Easy Lease from D&M, the best way to get a new vehicle in DFW. Nothing down, nothing due for 60 days when the payments kick in up to 50% less compared to buying. But all you have to do is give them a call and tell them what you want, and then you get to go back and just enjoy your evening. Maybe you're getting ready to watch the basketball game or the baseball game or whatever it might be. You can enjoy your free time and get a smoking deal on a new set of wheels house at the same time. Because with the Easy Lease from D&M, all you do is you call them, you tell them what you want, any make, any model, tell them what you're trading in. They'll give you the highest trade-in value possible for the old one, and then they bring it to you. And you sign the documents in a phone app, just like that. Brand new vehicle acquired. You'll see why I love them. I've done over 10 Easy Leases with D&M over the years, and it won't be too long before we do another one in the Dawson household. So what's going to make you happy? What make and model would you like to see in your driveway or garage? 972 or 817-35-LEASE. Go to dmautoleasing.com.
Dax Kirks here. Let's be real. Right now, everything feels so expensive, and replacing your windows can feel like something you put off. But here's the thing. Old, inefficient windows are costing you money. Our windows can help lower your monthly bills, and that adds up. We're home with the 10 windows for just $59.50. And with 0 down, 0% financing with approved credit, you don't have to come out of pocket to get started. If you've been putting it off, now's the time to call 469 Windows or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Golden Chicks 2 new $6 golden deals are here.
$6 bucks.
Everybody's clucking about these 2 new deals for just $6 each.
$6 bucks.
Choose Golden Chicks 3-piece golden tenders or 2-piece dark with mashed potatoes and a fresh baked roll. Just $6 each.
$6 bucks.
Golden Chick is an official partner of your Texas Rangers.
Golden Chick.
Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Elvis Andrus.
Baseball has given me amazing moments, but what matters most happens off the field. Family, memories, and the future we're building together. As a player, I prepared every day for what might happen tomorrow. That's why I believe in Globe Life. Globe Life helps families feel secure and ready for whatever tomorrow brings.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Globe Life, make tomorrow better.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
John and RJ here with the greatness of Base Power. Peak storm season is right around the corner. And for the first time in over a year, Base Power can install in weeks. weeks, not months. Thousands of Texans are switching to Base Power to get a whole home backup battery that automatically keeps your home running.
For a limited time, get $100 off with the fan while install slots are open at basepowercompany.com/thefan. That's basepowercompany.com/thefan. Take advantage of being a Tolo at Base Power.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Amazon Hub Delivery.
Hey, business owners, it's Tiki Barber. Are you looking to earn extra money? Of course you are. When your business partners with Amazon Hub Delivery, you simply drop off packages to Amazon customers in your neighborhood. Get started at amazon.com/hub delivery.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time now to hit the Expressway. The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. We're a week and 2 days. We're 9 days away from the NFL draft, gentlemen. And our Path to the Draft coverage continues. It's brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at all Pluckers locations April 23rd for our annual draft party. There's nothing like it. Number of breaking news items throughout the day. The number one, Chief reset you on this about 30 minutes ago. Diana Rossini has resigned from The Athletic. This is still less than a week after the published photos of her with Mike Vrabel at an Arizona resort prompted an internal investigation. She insists she's covered the NFL with professionalism and dedication throughout her career, and she stands by every story that she's published and yada, yada, yada. I've said, by the way, I don't think her credibility is on the line here. It's just considered unethical in journalism to sleep with people for stories for that access. I'm sure it does happen quite often, but she said the media frenzy is hurtling forward without regard for the review process that The Athletic is trying to complete, and because of that, she just wants to resign and move on. So maybe this makes the story go away. Maybe as part of her resignation, it's an easier departure. I guess her contract is up June 30th with The Athletic, but it does seem just a little bit weird and consistent. But she is maintaining her innocence. Maybe she's trying to keep her family together. I think that'd be what a lot of people would be trying to pull off at this point, but sort of a sad story, when kids are involved, stuff like that. Eagles GM Howie Roseman maintaining his public stance regarding receiver A.J. Brown, despite the team's acquisition of Dontavian Wicks late last week in a trade with the Green Bay Packers. He said, "What do you think the odds are that I'm answering this question any different than I've answered anywhere else? Do you think that's 50%? Do you think it's 75%? He's snapping at the Eagles media as he's in a tough spot, but most people continue to believe A.J. Brown's going to get dealt post June 1. Mm-hmm. So he is basically killing time, and you put these guys in uncomfortable situations where they're going to kind of stall. They got to vamp their way through answers. It ramps up until eventually you get some sort of a lash out. Like maybe today was the lash out. Maybe it's going to get even juicier.
Yeah, it could be. And there's reports that they think Devontae Smith could have a Jackson Smith and Jigba-like breakout if he ends up being wide receiver 1 and they part with A.J. Brown. So, look, Devontae Smith's a heck of a wide receiver, but I don't know. I don't know if he's as good as JSN, but they believe in-house that they'll be good to go, and they're also rumored to possibly take a wide receiver in this draft.
Yeah, I guess you're going to need to get a new quarterback then for this JSN breakout, aren't you? Yeah, it's pretty rough what's happened in Philadelphia, and you just hope that this is the end of Howie Roseman's reign of terror. Like, ever since he fired Chip Kelly, Howie Roseman's been on an absolute heater through this division. 2 Super Bowls, 3 Super Bowl trips. And I think a lot of it similar to the Cowboys' great run from 2010 to 2023, although theirs didn't involve even trips to the NFC title game. Theirs was supported by a great offensive line, and maybe that Eagles offensive line is now deteriorated to a point where you can't put a Nick Foles or a Jalen Hurts back there and get borderline all-pro play anymore. Okay, Stephen Jones was on with KNC earlier today, updated a number of Cowboys topics. The biggest might be, quote, "We've had no one call with interest in trading for George Pickens." Do you believe that? Do you believe nobody's actually calling about George Pickens?
Yes.
Wow. I guess these teams don't want one of the best wide receivers in the game.
Yep.
Maybe his reputation has preceded him in such a way. Mm-hmm. But I thought that kind of treatment was safe for people who were genuinely, bad guys.
Yeah, legal trouble.
Yeah.
Off the field crap left and right.
Punched a coach.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy just doesn't want to be on the same schedule as everybody else, which is pretty consistent with a number of star players throughout sports history.
Yeah, it's weird. It is weird, but I think a lot of it comes down to, hey, do I want to give up picks and spend the money?
That's true.
If he's an unrestricted free agent, he definitely has a market.
Yeah, and I guess at first I thought, could Steven just be saying this to be like, look, there's no market for you,
No, it doesn't seem like there is.
I think if somebody was
Mulligetta would know that.
Yes, Mulligetta would come out and go over the top and be like, no, you're telling lies.
Yeah,
like Mulligetta would already be out here.
I would think that one of these insiders would have reported if, in fact, that
wasn't the case.
George Pickens was getting interest. I would think that an insider would report that.
Like the interest from Green Bay last year with Micah Parsons, and Brian was telling us maybe a month or two before the trade even happened, the Packers are willing to give the Cowboys what they would need and the contract. In my mind, I'm not sure Micah Parsons impacts winning more than George Pickens. Like in my mind, George Pickens is worth 2 1s and the $40 million a year contract.
Yeah, I do think it's become easier to find impact receivers immediately through the draft than ever before. Every year we're seeing rookies that are coming. It used to be like it takes a year or two for these rookies to kind of figure it out.
Not on this level, though. You can get replacement level performances from wide receivers.
George last year had an incredible season. I guess maybe the NFL's like, can you do it again? Like, hey, you went to a new place and you were on your best behavior. And I guess you really weren't, because we still heard you missing meetings, and you had the run-in in Vegas where you go ahead and you get benched for a series is what it was, 3 plays. But can you do it again? Can we see it? Because in Pittsburgh, they clearly did get sick of him, and he was a guy that was getting personal fouls and fighting teammates and fighting opposing. I understand some of that stuff, but I would also agree. His play on the field, you would think another team that is a wide receiver needy team, especially a team like Kansas City or Baltimore, that has Super Bowl aspirations. I'd be interested in going to get a George Pickens.
Oh, I absolutely would be.
He's only tried to fight the other team.
He would be the best wide receiver in this draft.
Agreed.
There's no question he'd be the best wide receiver in this draft.
He's the best wide receiver in a lot of games, and that's even when CeeDee Lamb is playing. Steven was also asked if Jermod McCoy is a medical redshirt. He says that is a work in progress, so maybe that reveals what the Cowboys are thinking as McCoy comes in for a 30 visit, and said they have between 16 and 22, or no, they said usually they have between 16 and 22 first-round graded players, but that this year they're probably not going to get there. So at 12, you can kind of count on a first-round graded player, but at 20, not so much. And maybe that's further justification for pursuing a trade back or a trade up. We are definitely expecting more trades than usual this year, and the Cowboys considered by many, including Ian Rappaport, the most likely team to trade up. Okay, just to reset you, Caleb Downs not expected to be available at 12, according to Pete Schrager's update over the weekend. He had the report. He was still mocking Caleb Downs to the Cowboys, but said based on feedback that he's received since that, he is no longer confident.
Another general manager reached back out to me and said, I don't see a scenario where that would happen, that he would get to Dallas at 12.
Okay. Yeah. See, it seemed like in the early days last year, talking about Genty getting to the Cowboys at 12 was realistic. And it seemed early in this draft buildup, Sonny Styles was realistic, and now Caleb Downs is realistic. But the closer you get, I think it's time as a Cowboys fan, if they pick at 12, to prepare yourself mentally and emotionally for some sort of compromise pick. Yeah. Some sort of a shoulder shrug. Yeah, if they don't trade up,
they're moving up
at 12. All right, Dallas Stars, one more night off before they finish the season tomorrow at Buffalo. Rangers baseball is coming up with the pregame at 8:00. They're in Sacramento to take on the A's. All right, it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your team back of the day.
Check. Testing. So Diana Rossini, she said, I'm going to go ahead and bounce out of the game because you won't stop talking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you're jumping to conclusions here.
Yep.
It's not like getting bit by your own dog. You know what I mean? It's not like getting bit by your own dog. Oh, my gosh.
That is hilarious.
I'm pretty sure she'll land on her feet somewhere, though.
She will.
Yeah.
Probably on her back first.
She's got a plan.
Dawson, jeez.
She's got a plan.
Sorry.
A lot of people said Barstool.
John Gruden will welcome that.
That works?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. All right, G, back in the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan 530. My name is L.A. If you see, no, I'm not going to say that part because y'all are not cooperating properly. You know, you
sending me memes still?
Memes,
Oh,
AI
no.
videos and everything. Killing my time in the morning, bro. I'm going to catch hemorrhoids trying to go through those videos. Real talk, dog.
Sitting.
Yeah.
All day long.
Day 2 for this one right here. Going for day 2. Let's go to the nightcap with Shannon Sharp, Chad Ochocinco, and Joe Johnson. ISO Joe. They got trolled.
This one is for you, Joe. Kaleidoscope 1. King ISO, what are your thoughts on Little Rock hoop legend Drew P. Balls calling it a career last week?
Drew P. Balls? Who was that?
Drew P. Yeah, see, he tried to be funny.
Yeah, he tried to be funny. Drew, Arkansas hoop legend.
On Little Rock hoop legend Drew P. Balls.
You trying to be
My God.
genius.
He says so good.
Balls.
Jeez. Oh, my God. All right, let's see here what else we got.
The man knows how to go viral.
He sure does.
I'll give that to him.
He sure does. Even if he doesn't want to.
Yeah.
Let's go to NBC Sports Philadelphia. Phillies broadcast right here. Your man John Kruk.
Crucky.
Yes.
He is in mid-season form already. Oh, my gosh.
This is so weird.
What, that we can't hit?
No, I just read the promo about Xfinity, and I just got an alert that somebody logged on to my Xfinity Wi-Fi at my house, just as I was saying it.
I say we take our headsets off, go down there and find that damn person, and put a whooping on him.
Garcia takes a strike. It's 1-1.
I'm in.
But isn't it funny that I was reading the promo as I got the alert on my phone?
Must be why a lot of F-bombs come up on my phone.
Good thing it's on silent.
Yeah, no kid.
No kid.
I did ask that Siri person once that. I let out a stream of curse words just to see if that would translate. It did.
It did.
Did they say them back to you?
Yeah.
Wow. In a British, Australian, or regular voice?
I think it's just that Alexa woman.
Yeah.
Yeah. AI, I guess. I don't know what the heck that means either.
What is he saying?
That Alexa woman.
They were not hitting.
That Siri person.
Yeah. I love we can hear Adolis Garcia taking a strike in the middle of that.
Yeah.
Game still going on?
Yeah. Hey, speaking of Adolis Garcia, did you guys ever play that audio of John Kruk talking about Adolis Garcia and
Yes.
Thailand?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Wow, that's crazy. That was crazy.
How oiled up he was.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah. See those two guys oiled up.
He wanted to see those two guys oiled up after a workout. You got to calm down, dog. You got to calm down. All right, I'll save this one for Toxic Tuesday. This game already happened, but Loopy, this guy named Loopy from New York, I played him before. Loopy, big Knicks fan up there. Knicks beat Boston a few days ago, maybe last week sometime. Josh Hart hit a pair of late threes to secure. You guys remember that at all?
Yeah. Must have missed that highlight, I think.
All good. All good. Loopy has a message for Stephen A. Smith for the Knicks going into the playoffs and Boston fans.
Stephen A. Smith, what you got to say about that? Stephen A. Smith, what do you got to say about that? Big shot Bob, Josh Hart. Let's go. Boston. Jason Tatum's homecoming back to the Garden. And that wasn't a foul. He fouled because he got tangled with his stupid legs. That wasn't a foul. Let's go New York Knicks. It's still Boston. We war ready. We war ready. We war ready. Boston. Joe Mazzulla. Jaylen Brown. Oh, let me guess. That's the excuse. Oh, Jaylen Brown wasn't there. Oh, Tatum is just getting his together. No. Hold the L. Put out of here.
I love that he calls Josh Hart Big Shot Bob.
Big Shot Bob, Josh
Hart.
Knicks
kind of
fans.
sounded like Rappaport, didn't he? Do they all sound like Rappaport?
Yeah, they do.
Loopy is a wild dude. I remember when he first had a podcast, and all of a sudden they took it away from him. he was crashing on that thing every day.
Why,
every single day he was crashing. He was focused, and then somebody would say something in the little comments, the YouTube comments, and he just lose it, bro.
It's pulled off sides.
Yeah, I'm talking about for a whole 10 minutes. He's just going after that one person. How about this one? Bobby sent me this. AI brought us.
Oh.
You defending Diana out here, Diana Rossini up here.
Okay.
Defending. Put your cape on, sir.
I think people are being really unfair to Diana Rossini. Yeah. People love to talk about the grind, but this is a woman who grinds and swivels too, I imagine. Everyone wants to make fun of her, and that's fine. That's fine.
It's fine.
But which is more difficult? Never being away from your phone like Chester, or having to grab a towel every time you need to know if Ramondre Stevenson's hamstring is an issue?
That's crazy.
Seriously, I feel for the lady. I really do. Faking an entire marriage is way more difficult than Tom Pelissero having to memorize Mike McCarthy's coffee hoarder. I think a lot of you are jealous that you couldn't do what she does. I know Bobby's jealous. You know how clearly you can see Bobby's uvula when he's asking about Jermod McCoy's knee? And he still doesn't know.
Jeez. Wow.
I love you, Robert.
He's got to put a Mike McCarthy dig in there.
I love that.
Gosh, that's
God, I
good.
love that.
That's really good.
That is so good.
He still doesn't know bleep.
Yeah.
That's even better than when he doubles down on takes.
Yeah. That's awesome.
What do you mean cheap?
Gotta go get the towel.
Gotta get the towel.
I never go get the towel.
Gosh, that's
I'm never getting the towel.
For Ramondre Stevenson's hamstring.
Getting the towel is crazy.
Yeah, Bobby.
Because if you got to get the towel, she stays there, right?
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I'm with the towel. That's crazy. I'm not getting the towel. All right, that's it, man. That's it, dog.
It is time to vote.
Don't move. I'm going to get the towel for you, babe. I appreciate it. Want me to warm it up?
Is it, man? Is it Shannon
You know
Sharp?
what I'm talking about.
Shannon Sharp got by the Drew P. Balls.
Drew P.
Bart Simpson. You got NBC Sports Philadelphia, John Kruk in midseason form.
Oh, man.
As they put an actual West Virginia redneck in the broadcast booth. That's what and he's doing a hell of a job.
He is.
Been doing a hell of a job for a long time.
Very entertaining.
Best damn sports show. I'm sure Brian remembers that.
I do remember
Brad
that.
Wolchuk even.
Yeah.
Luffy's message to Stephen A. Smith or Bobby Belt AI brought us. That's my vote there with his thoughts on Diana Rossini. Chief, how about you?
Yeah, 100%.
Lucius?
Yeah, for sure.
Wolchuk.
I'll go ahead and go AI brought us.
Brian?
Yeah, I'll vote for myself.
It's unanimous. He's done it again. Bobby Belt with some AI brought us for you here. It's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup. Lucius and LA Live.
It's a Toxic Tuesday. Let's get into it after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares. It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Make some noise for the legend Kevin Smith. 3 Super Bowl rings. I wore my navy blue to represent the Cowboys, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm a diehard Cowboys fan. I'm like, we celebrating you tonight, but we also investigating you. Because I ain't know who this was. I was like, damn. I said, hey, I'm roasting Kevin Smith. He's the actor? I was like, nah. I had to Google, and Google said, you mean Emmett? I said, no. I was like, how Google gonna come back talking about 3-time Kevin? You mean Emmett Smith? Said, I think I'm researching the right. Said number 26. That said 20. That ain't no football number. That's a pump number. Looking at gas pump number. Nobody got no 20 or no 26. That ain't an important number. I said, boy, he the only man got 3 rings and still got to introduce himself at the bar. I'm Kevin Smith. You know, come on now. 92, 93, 94.
Come on, dog.
Where were you at?
Where were you? It's me, baby. It's me. It's your boy, Kevin Smith. You know me. Shout out to Kevin Smith, man. This is LA Live for Tuesday, April 14th, 2026. It is a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Now, y'all don't get my point. Shout out to the first time, last time, and long time listeners of this here station. We got the NBA postseason starting tonight. Play-in tournament starts on Prime. It's on Prime. It's on Prime. We got the Heat versus the Hornets and Trailblazers versus the Suns. Are you guys locked in on any of those games?
Yeah. I don't spend much time tracking the Trailblazers anymore, but you get me to the playoffs, I'll still dip in there.
You locked in on the Portland one. Okay, you locked in on Portland and Phoenix.
It's tough for Blazers fans tonight because I think the Jailblazers documentary comes out on Netflix tonight.
Wow.
And I've heard it is fire.
Yeah?
I bet it's awesome.
Yeah, I already texted Abby. I was like, I know you love that Jordan one, the Last Dance.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's a Blazers version of it. It's only one episode, and we're watching it tonight.
Okay, on what?
All right.
Netflix.
It's on Netflix, yeah.
Okay, all right. With that Untold people?
I think it's I think it's Untold. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, all right.
It's at least a quality stroll down memory lane.
Good for you.
I bet it'll be good. All of the Untold's been awesome.
So nobody's locked in on the Heat and the Hornets?
No. Actually, the Hornets are interesting.
Hornets are fun to watch.
Yeah, the Hornets are interesting.
Just hate watch Ken Ipple tonight.
Yeah, okay.
LaMelo Ball is a top 5 entertaining athlete.
Yeah.
Not just baller.
Of all time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of all time.
Yeah, he's hilarious. Did you see him go down there like he had a wide open layup, and instead of that, he went to the. Come on, fam. I would have benched him right there. I would have looked at somebody, whoever's next to me on the bench. Yeah. Go get him.
You have a seat.
Go get him right now. Go get him right now. Coach wants you. But I'm waiting for the New York Knicks and Atlanta Hawks. That's my number one for the first round. I'm looking for that one right there. Looking for that one.
The only downside is there's no Trae Young for Knicks fans to just completely savagely rip.
Gosh.
Yeah.
He'll light him up, though, at the Garden, though. That guy, he's had some moments where he's played well.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah.
The Lakers and the Rockets. I hate that that's a skeleton crew for the Lakers now.
I know.
It probably would have been amazing.
It would have been a great
really
series.
Yeah. Now it's just two old dudes. See if they still got it.
Yeah.
Maybe LeBron can do it one more time.
I see a blowout going down in that one. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Toxic Tuesday. Gonna let you folks in on something. I probably told you before, but I'm gonna let you know now. During the dog days of the Texas summers, my father-in-law wants to cut his backyard in the nude.
Oh, in the nude.
Bucket naked.
Wow.
Yeah, then he jumps in the swimming pool, chills on out.
Hey, that's living right there. That's American freedom if I've ever heard.
Pretty tall fences, but when I'm in that backyard, I can see the other people's windows. I can clearly see those windows. I don't think he cares.
Those second story houses next door.
Right there.
They're getting a little show.
They
Are we wearing shoes?
We're definitely wearing shoes.
Gotta wear shoes, okay.
Yeah.
And a smile.
That's it.
Hat and shoes.
In the nude.
Hat and shoes.
Naked.
Some sunglasses on.
Yeah. Little hat. Yep. Little grass thing all over him. Little grass blades.
Yeah.
Randomly on him. But in South Carolina, that might be a problem to cut your yard in the nude or work out in the nude or sunbathe in the nude. We have a South Carolina man named John Sullivan.
Yeah.
His name was John Sullivan.
Sound like a boxer.
His name was John Sullivan. Yeah, he has a temperament like a boxer, too. Definitely Well, anyway, listen. He believes that when a male lays out in the sun in the nude, his testosterone levels go up about 400%.
Yeah, I see it. I see stuff like that all the time. It's in my algo.
Oh, yeah.
Dudes hiking their legs behind their heads, talking about science.
Wow.
Whoa. Okay, well, my man John Sullivan was arrested for indecent exposure and sunbathing while working out naked in his own backyard.
Right.
Let's go to NBC 6, South Florida, for the report right here. Listen to my man.
Male lays out in the sun in the nude. His testosterone levels go up about 400 times. Laying out in the sun, even in the nude, there's nothing wrong with it.
John Sullivan is a tad overdressed today.
Yeah, those nudes, they get punny.
Normally, he works out and sunbathes in his backyard and Fountain Inn in a thong or naked and unafraid. After an accident, he says his doctor recommended exercising and getting outdoors.
He was arrested in his backyard March 13th, charged with indecent exposure. The deputy who arrested Sullivan wrote in his report he could clearly see Sullivan naked through the fence.
I think people look over here at a beautiful buff bull of an alpha male living a wonderful life from a car garage with a porch built on it, and they see something they want to destroy. Just like everybody else that sees beautiful people doing beautiful things with a beautiful life.
Attorney Beatty Ashmore has represented a case like this before. He laid bare South Carolina's law.
You're free to do what you care to do on your property, to include sunbathing in the nude. The problem comes in if the general public can see you. And so then the question becomes, are they going out of their way to view you? Have you taken preventative measures to keep others, the public driving by and or neighbors from seeing you?
First of all, what a character this guy is.
Yeah.
By the way.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he's facing charges. He goes to court in May. He's in his own backyard. Now, I don't know if the fence was all the way open. Were they looking through the fence?
Yeah, I don't know. What right to privacy do you have?
Was he advertising?
Maybe he was. Maybe he is an exhibitionist. Was he aroused?
Was
he aroused?
Was the president aroused?
Partially aroused, and would that change it? Does that turn into a felony?
Maybe.
I don't know. But it is weird that we come into this world with no clothes. And our creator, definitely felt like that this was good. This was fine being seen,
Show it off.
We've made so many man-made laws to.
We ate that tree from the tree of knowledge.
Yeah, yes.
He closed my man looked down and said, "Whoa, what's got going on down there?
Cover that up."
Yeah,
Closed them up right there.
I think people look over here at a beautiful buff bull of an alpha male living a wonderful life from a car garage with a porch built on it.
Yeah, what? A car garage with a porch built on it, huh?
I don't know. Is that on top?
I don't know. I just feel like he's bragging that I can do
Sounds nice.
handiwork.
Alpha male.
I just feel like
Like
he's
he's seen him up there.
Yeah.
Is that where he's getting up?
Yeah.
Come get some.
Yeah.
From a car garage with a porch built on it, and they see something they want to destroy. Just like everybody else that sees beautiful people doing beautiful things with a beautiful life.
Attorney Beatty.
All right, yeah. I just want to let you know that guy's out here doing this damn thing, bucket naked, and he's got in trouble for it in his own backyard. His own backyard. How can I get an indecent exposure charge in my own backyard? Even if the gate was wide open, I'm sorry, fam. This is my backyard.
Yeah, has anybody ever been popped for just peeing in their own backyard?
Exactly.
Somebody sees it, and all of a sudden you're getting in trouble.
I hope not. I do it every day.
Yeah.
I turn my back to both the houses that are sitting to the side,
just in case.
Because I do enjoy a good backyard.
I'm with you, man.
Relief.
It's liberating.
Especially when you get home. You got a longer drive.
Oh, it's the best.
That extra 30 seconds.
Sometimes don't even make it to the back. It's right there in the driveway.
I still pee in sinks.
What?
I'm trying not to.
Sinks?
Yeah, it's the perfect height. It makes no sense, bro.
All right.
It's right there.
Okay.
Probably less splashback.
Do you have like a specific pee sink, or when sinks like same as you brush your teeth in?
I'm not gonna tell too much.
All right.
I'm not gonna tell too much.
Right there on the dishes, man.
Somebody needs to watch these damn things. Trust me.